Shepherding Humanity Chapter 1145 to Chapter 1204. Another 3,000 years passed. Have we reached the limit of our growth? In the spacious palace, a faint sigh came from a hoarse voice. It's been 3,000 years, a whole 3,000 years, we've been doing nothing for 3,000 years. After all, in the future, the seventh-rank heavenly emperor was the ultimate limit of a flesh and blood life, and all the potential of the body had to be dug out. In a mature universe, the eighth rank was a qualitative change, starting to increase the dimension, turning into a higher dimensional life form, and this required climbing the higher dimensional space-time path. This path was unprecedented, it needed to be opened. To Yimeng, growth was actually not important. In this chaotic primordial universe, they were the only ones. What was the use of having such great power? He just wanted to find something to do, to have a goal to live for. Indulging in sculpture was also to kill time. Cultivation was the same. In a life that was so long that it felt like eternity, he had to find something to do, just to find something to pursue. Life is only temporarily boring now, or will it always be this boring? His fingertip gently stroked a prismatic sculpture, as if he was gently caressing a lover. His sculpting art had reached the peak. His work seemed to be alive, every corner, even the microscopic particles, were shockingly perfect. But after 20,000 years, he was no longer interested in sculpture. Unable to cultivate, unable to sculpt, it had always been a dull repetition, day after day. He suddenly felt an unprecedented loneliness. Loneliness was unavoidable in any life, even the greatest hero could not escape it. This was originally a kind of torture, letting a person stay in a dark room for a month. It was almost enough to make a person collapse. The darkness and loneliness would slowly drown them. And the entire primeval universe was a dark room to begin with. At this moment, this loneliness in Yimeng's heart was like the vines of the black abyss. With the dull repetition day after day, it kept binding him, suppressing him to the point where he could barely breathe. He suddenly had the urge to die a horrible death. He recalled his entire life. The happiest time of his life turned out to be the most difficult and dangerous period of disaster. He led his clansmen in a precarious escape, fearing that they might die the next day, and the novelty of learning sculpture and cultivation at the very beginning. I'm tired. Suppressing this terrifying thought, he walked out of the palace step by step. His footsteps suddenly slowed down, as if there was an old soul in his eternal body. He walked out of the palace and looked at the excited young clansmen who were learning sculpture and cultivating. Ha ha ha, my cultivation is faster than yours. I don't believe it. I have to be faster. My sculptures are better than yours. Look at this. He looked at the youths of these tribes, and at the same time an intense thought arose in his mind. Right now, they still have pursuits and can still be passionate about sculpture. But when they reach my level, what about in the future? Looking at the happy clansmen, he suddenly felt a bone-chilling fear. In this universe, there were only two things they could do, cultivate and sculpt. But what if they reached the end of both? Then, living day after day was a disaster in itself. Is this the world's curse on us? For us who are eternally cursed? The great tribulation of desolation was coming. He had a vague premonition in his heart. On this day, Yimeng suddenly made a bold decision. He sat in his palace and gathered all the talents in the world to announce to the entire civilization that he was about to hold a sculpture competition. Let me do it. Let me do it. Instantly, the crowd was excited. Countless natives who were good at sculpture were eager to try. They were very simple and could communicate with the beings from the various chaotic star realms. Their 10,000 years of sculpting skills made them extremely excited. The entire universe had entered the era of sculpture. For a time, all the soil in the starry sky, as far as the eye could see, was filled with exquisite sculptures. The entire cosmos had become a grand sculpture exhibition hall, magnificent and magnificent. Letting them use sculptures to compete can only delay the progress of cultivation. They will eventually reach my level and see that there is no path in the future. Yimeng directly gave the management authority to his wife and then disappeared into the vast universe alone. Since there is no path, I will open one. Yimeng walked in the universe for thousands of years. He started to seriously observe the profound structure of the universe, thinking about his own body and finding a way to break through. During this period, he went back to the tribe a few times. The first time he went back, it was once a year. The sculpture competition had already lasted 1,738 times. They felt bored. Many of them had already broken through to rank 7 and stopped moving forward. They repeated their boring life day after day, and their expressions were already dispirited. The second time he went back. 6,000 years. Many of them were listless, and some had already started to commit suicide. The first god fiend to commit suicide seemed to cause a chain reaction. Countless people also started to commit suicide to escape the suffering. In their eyes, there was no difference between living and dying. For the eternal god fiends, it was natural for them to choose death when they felt that life was boring. Emain glanced at them and left. But at this time, his dull expression suddenly became lively, and his eyes suddenly burned as if he had found the meaning of life again. He had a new goal. He wanted to change everything. In this boring and eternal primal chaos, it will always be like this. Is there really no hope? There is only despair. We are all suffering from this. He thought back to the beginning. When he was young, the moment he learned sculpture, his doubts about the universe appeared in his mind for the second time. Why isn't the universe regular? He set off on his journey again. He tried everything he could think of, but he had no idea what to do. Growth period. We must have an even greater growth period, he walked in the primordial times. No matter how I tried, whether I used external forces to suppress myself or cultivated continuously, there was no response. Could it be that I haven't lived long enough? Yes. Childhood at 10 years old, adulthood at 20 years old, and then a huge span of 10,000 years before reaching adulthood. In other words, it's not that we can't grow anymore. It's our next stage, and it might take even longer. It might be like the difference between 20 years and 10,000 years. He guessed. However, he knew in his heart that in the primal chaos of the universe, no one could endure such a long and boring life. There must be another cultivation method to speed up our growth period. Yes, time. If I need a longer time to grow to that level, I will find a way to speed up our life. He began to walk in the first, second, and third dimensions. He also walked in the chaotic time zone, as if he was an ascetic monk of the entire universe. He constantly comprehended and found a way to speed up his body's time. Day after day, year after year. After 10,000 years, he was already over 30,000 years old. When he returned to his tribe, he found that the era of great expansion had passed. The population had become sparse, and almost only the younger generation was left. His concubines, wives, children, and all the familiar faces had almost disappeared. Sigh. He sighed. He felt a deeper and deeper loneliness, as if vines were binding his heart tighter and tighter. Once again, he went out in search of a way to survive. He felt that he was very close. Using some special method to speed up the growth of his life, on this day, he drifted in the two-dimensional space like a thin piece of paper, floating in the universe. Suddenly, he had a feeling of his soul leaping through space and time, like a fish leaping out of the water. His body became extremely fast, as if he was shuttling through time. I've broken through. He could clearly feel the changes in himself. From the length, width, and height of the 3 dimensions, there was an additional dimension, time. He had become a 4-dimensional being. The 4 dimensions were length, width, height, and time. He felt like a fish that had jumped out of time and turned into a 4-dimensional creature. Time was something that they could adjust at will. This feeling was mysterious and mystical. He could adjust his lifeline at will, wandering between the past and the future. As a 4-dimensional being, the length of his life was like a movie. It was eternal. At this time, he had already walked halfway through the movie, and he could not see the end. However, he could adjust this progress bar at will. He moved the timeline. His life was like a movie. He pressed the fast-forward button, and his body rapidly accelerated forward. 1,000 times, 10,000 times, he moved the timeline in reverse. His life was rapidly flowing backward, as if he had pressed the fast rewind button. His cultivation was rapidly declining, and his body was returning to its youth, returning to the path of childhood. I have finally reached the next growth period. So, during the growth period, I was cultivating as a 3-dimensional being. Now that I have broken through, I am a four-dimensional being. We have been crossing dimensions and growing continuously. Bang, the next moment, the wind blew and the clouds scud. The entire universe was changing rapidly, and the light was resplendent. The vast movement resounded through the galaxy, and it was countless times greater than the previous breakthrough. At this moment, Yi Guang had truly become the first four-dimensional being in the entire universe. He had transcended the three-dimensional space and wandered the timelines of the universe. I have seen the entirety of my life. He laughed heartily. His memories were unprecedentedly clear, penetrating through his entire body. All the ancient memories emerged, and he even saw the very first moment of his life. It was the initial era when the universe was still in the Big Bang. A hazy giant figure gently lifted him up with a single hand. What is that? He had become a four-dimensional life form and could naturally witness his birth, but he had yet to understand or remember the moment of his birth. That is? Who? Yimeng muttered softly. He looked at the towering giant in shock. He originally thought that he was the first life form in the universe, but never did he expect that there would be another mysterious life form before him. He could not understand. He only felt that it was mysterious, powerful, and unfathomable. He had already reached a certain realm, breaking away from the limit of the 7 realms of a three-dimensional life form and reaching the 8th realm. His comprehension of the universe had already begun, and he could feel an unprecedented mature aura from that existence. However, he did not have much time to think and immediately set off on his way back. When he returned to the tribe, he found that there were very few people and the atmosphere was lifeless. After all, his elders and father had all committed suicide because they felt that life was dull and boring. The younger generation would also be affected. Although they were still young and felt that the universe was very fresh, they could still immerse themselves in sculpting, cultivating, and other things. Their lives were not boring. But the dark future also made them feel fear. However, all of this changed with the 7th return of their first ancestor, the one they called God. I have completely returned. His whole body emitted a divine aura, displaying his power. At this moment, the chaotic primordial tribe was once again in an uproar. Ancestor has found a new method for us to reach adulthood? They cried tears of joy and hugged each other. They seemed to have seen a new future amidst the lifeless chaos. Yes, I have found a new growth stage. Yimeng stood at the top of the statue and looked down at the tribesmen below. After our first 7 growth stages, we still have the 8th growth stage. And in this 8th growth stage, we will become four-dimensional life forms. Four-dimensional life forms? What are four-dimensional life forms? The people below discussed animatedly, and their voices were filled with excitement. They were facing a chaotic calamity, and the dimensions were still uncertain. Some places would rise and fall from time to time, fluctuating between 1, 2, and 3 dimensions. They were naturally aware of this. The 4 dimensions are length, width, height, and time. Yimeng began his first real lecture about the universe. He did not put on any airs, he was like an old man at a bonfire party, sitting among the crowd and telling the story of time. As a four-dimensional being, time is like a straight line that I can control. I can wander between the past and the future of my lifeline. The clansmen were shocked and began to discuss spiritedly. Did that mean that the clan leader could return to the past and come to the future? That's not my intention. Yimeng sat on the high ground and said, it's not that I can return to the world's past and future, but rather that I can control the past and future of my own life. He immediately gave a demonstration. He began to accelerate his lifespan, entering a state where 100 years per day flowed faster and faster. In his eyes, the creatures around him were like statues. They were motionless, and their movements were unimaginably slow. It was as if they were beings of a different dimension. Ah! The patriarch is missing. What happened? Everyone was shocked. Very quickly, Yimeng appeared and sat on the high ground again. Because my time is too fast, I've fast-forwarded my lifespan. None of you can see my movements. In your eyes, only a few seconds have passed, but in my eyes, several days have passed. Just now, I've fast-forwarded my timeline at a rapid speed. 1 day is 100 years. As long as I'm willing, I can quickly reach the powerful me of 100 million years in a day. Everyone was shocked and excited, feeling that this was too interesting. They did not feel that it was strange, because they were already living in a strange world. Sometimes, the dimension would collapse and they would become a one-dimensional being, a line, or a two-dimensional being, a thin piece of paper. So this is a four-dimensional being? They felt very happy. It turned out that they had an even more powerful adult stage. They had already experienced becoming a one-dimensional, two-dimensional, and three-dimensional being, but they did not expect to become a four-dimensional being. Also, not only can I accelerate my lifespan, I can also reverse it. Yimeng did not put on any airs. In the next second, in everyone's eyes, he was rapidly becoming younger. 30,000 years old. 20,000 years old. 10,000 years old. His cultivation level was dropping, and soon, he became a powerless toddler. Ah! Patriarch! He has returned to his childhood. They were shocked. But in the next second, Yimeng returned to his original form from an infant. At this moment, everyone understood the power of the 8th stage of growth. He could control his own timeline. This is the 8th stage of growth. Yimeng looked at the clansmen below with fighting spirit and spoke with great enthusiasm. In this 8th stage, we have transcended time and are the next four-dimensional beings. In the eyes of us four-dimensional beings, three-dimensional beings are like statues that do not move. The entire universe is static, and three-dimensional beings cannot see us. Because his timeline is almost impossible for us to advance. Just like now, as three-dimensional beings, when we look at our clansmen who have become two-dimensional beings, the two-dimensional beings are unable to sense the existence of a higher dimension than three-dimensional beings. Previously, all of you have always called me a god, but I feel that I am not. In front of me, this great four-dimensional being that transcends three-dimensional beings, I feel that he is a god. He can freely travel back and forth between the past and future phases of his life. At the same time, as long as there is enough energy, it is impossible to kill a four-dimensional being. Even the most terrifying spatial turbulence cannot kill a four-dimensional being. He can enter and adjust his life to speed up the healing of his wounds. A four-dimensional being is like a great being that lives on a different timeline. I want to call this 8th stage of life as a god. This is the supreme true god. All of us have the qualifications to become a god. Everyone trembled when they heard this. 8th stage god, that's right, this four-dimensional being that transcends three-dimensional beings is the true great god. God, what is a god? Transcending the dimension of time and freely traveling back and forth between the past and future phases of his life. A four-dimensional being is a god. The others are not worthy of being called a god. Ha ha ha, god, as long as we grow to the 8th stage, the great growth stage, we will be a god. Countless simple and desolate beings, big and small, put their arms around each other's shoulders and ran around, as if it was a bonfire party. They still did not know the historical significance of this scene. History would remember this as a historical scene in the most primitive era. God, at this moment, was born in the universe. However, at the side, there was still a young clansman who recorded this moment in the most ancient sculpture mural. An ancient god, surrounded by people, was narrating the birth of a god. I can already feel the prelude to a great horror. Why did the 8th stage god of the future become? Suji was silent for a while. His hand gently flipped to the next page of Genesis, where it was written frowny face at the end of the Great Expansion era, the Great Desolation calamity descended. The primordial gods and devils suffered in the primal chaos for tens of thousands of years. Feeling that the world was boring, they perished. Another 10,000 years later, they roamed the universe with light and created the realm of God. Gods were born between heaven and earth. Yimeng's return inspired the hearts of the entire tribe. Gradually, those of the older generation also had their own goals in life. For them, living in the primordial universe, having something to do every day and having a goal in life was the most important thing. The tribe's population seemed to have increased again, and the people also became more confident. To become a god, this was their goal that inspired their confidence. Sigh, I originally wanted to die. After all, life is too boring. There's no sculpture, no training, and I don't even know what to do. Every day, I just stay in the house and look outside, repeating the same boring life day after day. Hundreds of years, thousands of years, repetition. Now, I want to become a god. Yeah, I really want to know what it's like to become a four-dimensional being and wander in your own past and future. That must be very interesting. I still remember when I was young, I often looked for dimensional turbulence to become one-dimensional or two-dimensional. I think that kind of world is very interesting. The world of four-dimensional beings must be interesting too. For them, this kind of thing was one of the few childhood pleasures in this world. It was like going to the park to play on a swing together, but after a few years or more, it would become boring. At this time, everything seemed to have returned to normal, but Imang still maintained a serious sense of crisis. He sat in the palace. Although there is a new path now, when they reach the 8th level of God, they will start to feel bored, or even more bored. He clearly knew what it felt like to be able to control his own timeline and become a four-dimensional being. It meant that he would have more time, 100 years a day, 1,000 years a day, 10,000 years a day. Originally, they already felt that it was boring. In this primordial era where there were no more than 60 years, time was torturous, and there was still so much time in front of them. I'm afraid that in the next stage, there will be no hope, and the previous events will repeat themselves. They will start to harm themselves again. But this time, I'll be able to enter the next stage of growth before they reach this realm next time. He took a deep breath. He also knew that if this continued, finding things for them to do would not solve the root of the problem. He thought of a sudden thought from before: why isn't the universe regular? If it was regular, then it must be orderly and clean. The division of sand, earth, and energy was extremely clear. The world was bright and orderly, and it would definitely be flourishing and colorful. No matter how long the years passed, they wouldn't feel bored. You can study many things and do many things for pleasure. But that was too far away. He still wanted to become stronger and enter the next stage of growth. Perhaps, when the power I possess grows stronger, I will be able to use my power to make the entire world more interesting? Organize them? His breathing quickened as he thought about it. It was a very great thing. He wanted to make the entire race live a happier life. He wanted to make the entire absolute beginning barbaric world a place to live. He inexplicably thought of the mysterious figure he saw before. Behind him was the Big Bang of the universe. Countless shattered phantoms held him in their hands. Who is that? As he thought about it, he sat on a chair in the palace. After a while, he unconsciously sculpted a clay statue. It was very lifelike. It was a humanoid figure with 2 hands and 2 feet. Its long black hair draped over its shoulders. Its eyes were faintly flickering with green light. Its face was blurry and one couldn't look at it directly. However, it carried an indescribable feeling of ancient divinity. Unknowingly, I sculpted it. He was slightly startled. After thinking about it, he didn't destroy it. He felt that it was very mysterious. He brought the statue out of the palace and placed it on the plaza outside. Patriarch, what is this? A young clansman in the distance asked. They also felt that this kind of humanoid figure was unprecedented. Moreover, this statue of a figure was actually holding their ancestor in one hand. Imang thought about it and didn't hide it. After I became a four-dimensional life form, I observed the source of life and saw God in my dreams. After saying that, he calmly returned to the palace to continue his research. On the contrary, the young people were in a trance and felt that it was very strange. They started to discuss it and felt that it was very strange. This world was very simple and barbaric. Everywhere was dark, but there seemed to be some mysterious figures. They wanted to solve this mystery and wanted to become a four-dimensional life form even more. At the same time, they became excited and started to imitate the appearance of this statue to carve their own work. I'll sculpt a short-haired one. There will definitely be a young one. I'll sculpt a young one. In an instant, it became a trend. The innate gods who lived in the primordial chaos universe and had nothing to do loved the art of sculpting to kill time. In an instant, everyone started to sculpt. The entire universe was filled with prisms, circles, triangles, and all kinds of strange sculptures. They all turned into indomitable humanoid statues. These humanoid statues were like planets that filled the universe. It was like a universe sculpture exhibition that was indescribably majestic. After returning to the palace, Imang was still in deep thought. In theory, I'm already a four-dimensional life form. In the next stage of growth, no matter how much time I spend, I can push my own timeline forward and arrive at my own life. It's hundreds of millions or even tens of billions of years in the future. According to this rule, I don't have to worry about my cultivation speed anymore. As a four-dimensional life form, in theory, I can push my timeline forward and quickly arrive at my strongest form. However, it was also obvious that the time he pushed forward had to be experienced in reality. Whether it was 100 years a day or 1,000 years a day, he had to experience the time of this stage. Just bear with it. He started to accelerate his life and cultivate crazily to speed up his growth period. As expected, his cultivation was growing rapidly. In Suji's eyes, he soon reached intermediate deity and high-level deity. This was not strange in his eyes. In fact, it was normal. After all, a god could break through in a few days when cultivating in the higher dimension. Very quickly, becoming a god in 3 months and then dying in the higher dimension was not fake. Suji's expression was calm as he ate his fruit and looked down. In the primordial era, the god's higher dimension was indeed unlimited. 100 years a day, 1,000 years, 10,000 years. There was no limit, and I could reach the end of my life in an instant. But this is beyond the rules of reality. I have to bear the pressure of the multiverse. Currently, only one has entered this speed. I feel that the pressure of resisting the multiverse's assimilation is too great, and this is with him entering at a low multiple. If he enters 100 million years a day, the difference with the multiverse's rules will be too great. I won't be able to resist this even more terrifying assimilation. Fortunately, he would not be bored to the point of 100 million years a day. Even a lunatic would not do such a thing. The gods of the primordial era wandered in the past and future of their lives. They were truly powerful four-dimensional life forms. This is the only way to be called a god. I don't know what happened, but the gods of the later generations were castrated to such an extent. They're called level 8 gods for nothing. Suji shook his head. However, under the crazy flow of this higher dimension, if Suji's guess was right, those who achieved Tao would soon appear, and even those who proved Tao would appear. The universe experienced a short period of accumulation in the early stages of the Big Bang. Soon, with the official appearance of the group of primordial gods and demons, the greatest change since the beginning of the world would be ushered in. Times were advancing. Civilization was changing. Yimeng's breakthrough seemed to have opened the prelude to a new world. In this pitch-black primordial universe, the heaven and earth were clear and filled with black and yellow turbid air. They lived and floated within, living eternally and living for an unknown number of epochs. If there were no changes, this world would continue to be turbid and repetitive. As an eternal life form, he had deduced the growth period, the 8th stage of the innate godfiend's life, godfiend. As a legendary fourth-dimensional life form, he could control his own life's past and future. As long as he wished, as a fourth-dimensional life form, he could quickly travel to the distant future of his life, 10,000 years later, or even 100 million years later. At that time, he would be unimaginably powerful. The so-called time and growth are meaningless in front of a fourth-dimensional life form. Yimeng sat cross-legged and pondered in this exquisite and majestic sculpture palace. The first 7 realms cultivated himself, and the later realms cultivated heaven and earth and visualized the laws. From the perspective of future generations, stepping into the god-fiend was equivalent to igniting the godly fire. He had now officially become a true Tao seeker. Soon, he arrived at his 70,000 years old self and became a peak god-fiend. He began to feel that he had stagnated again. This time, he was not in a hurry. With his first experience, if there was no way forward, he could open up the road ahead again. Above the fourth-dimensional life form is the fifth-dimensional life form? Or something else? Yimeng continued to ponder. If it really is the fifth dimension, then what is the fifth dimension that adds a scale to life? He took it and stepped into the higher dimensional space. He walked on the land of the universe, observing the laws of the universe and the various chaotic and dilapidated sceneries. He turned into an ascetic. This walk, from the age of 70,000, had actually lasted for a long 100,000 years. Yimeng, who was 170,000 years old, still felt that he had not made any progress, but his understanding of the universe had become much clearer. It was as if he had grasped something in his hazy state. He continued to walk. When he was 230,000 years old, he suddenly sensed something in the unseen world. The fifth scale of a life form was the laws. He stood in the void, his expression had become extremely old, no longer as young and inexperienced as he was in the past. He reached out and grabbed at the void. His palm did not grab anything, but he knew that he had grabbed something. I've grasped the laws. He turned around and left. Our path has deviated from the very beginning. On this day, he returned to his tribe in the primal chaos. Those young people were still very green on this land. They loved the art of sculpture, cultivation, and childbearing. Those were all his past selves. Those were all leftovers from his play. Back then, I even stood in front of them. Yimeng's eyes flashed with a trace of emotion and nostalgia. The sculpture was once built by me and my clansmen. Cultivation was also a path that I once opened. As for my wives and concubines, I had more than 170,000. I was sick of everything. He recounted the ups and downs of his life in detail, and he had also made quite a few jokes. That was because he was also young and impetuous, somewhat tyrannical, and addicted to beauty. In the end, he stepped onto this path and immersed himself in it. No one was born divine. Even the first living being in the primal chaos had experienced many life experiences before completely transforming. He once again sat on the square of the tribe with the holy posture of a sage. The leader is back? It's only been a day. That's right, the leader is a four-dimensional being. Time does not exist for the leader. Perhaps the leader has already lived for 100 million years? This is a true god. The surroundings were bustling with activity. After a while, it quietened down. Yimeng looked around and smiled. He opened his mouth and said, I preach the Tao for the common people. Tao, what is this? All life was very strange. The Tao is the laws. Yimeng's voice resounded throughout the entire river system. The Tao is the source of all changes. It is neither born nor destroyed. It is formless and formless. It has no beginning and no end. It is all-encompassing. There is no outside and no inside. The Tao exists in all things. Yimeng pointed at the clay sculpture, at the sky, at his feet. This primordial god of the primal chaos of the universe said, it exists in this clay sculpture, in this space, in this dimension, in time. All life was very strange. The Tao is all things. Sand and stone have a path, iron and stone have a path, light has a path, darkness has a path. Some clansmen could not help but ask, that Tao exists everywhere. It exists in our bodies? Yes. Yimeng smiled and said, the Tao also exists in the bodies of living beings. It exists in our bloodline. Our essence is the same as sand and stone. We need to excavate our own Tao and bloodline to enter the next stage of growth. Our world is a world that cultivates the bloodline Tao. The laws exist in our bloodline. Yimeng continued to preach the Tao for 3 whole days. He paved the way for everyone to enter the next stage of the 9th stage, Tao formation. They had previously cultivated the soul Tao and martial Tao. This was the limit of a god. If they wanted to continue, they needed to excavate their own bloodline Tao power and cultivate the previous stage of growth again. Then, they would reach the Tao bloodline and Tao formation. At the same time, we can steal the Tao and bloodline of others and fuse it into our bodies to cultivate. Yimeng started a new era. After another 7 days, Yimeng returned. Before the common people could cultivate to God, he preached the 10th stage to the world, Tao End. This stage, in theory, is our limit. Yimeng continued, at the end of the Tao, I can merge with the Tao and use my body to mend the heavens. After saying this, he leaped up and fused with the universe. All living beings in the future, watch carefully. I will create the Tao for the common people, establish the rules for the universe, and build the Tao for the common people. Boom, the world shook violently. The universe changed drastically. It was as if the world had become clear. I have a great ambition for the world. His voice was clear and resounded throughout the entire universe. Particles are in order. Gravity is at the center. Boom, the universe that was mixed up in darkness and silence seemed to have been cut open and welcomed a ray of light. His simple sentence seemed to simplify the Tao. It was as if the entire universe had changed. Boom, all the chaotic particle flow and photon flow started to show a regular flow. Particles of different sizes started to revolve around each other in a special pattern like satellites. In the microscopic world, atoms formed by electrons, neutrons, and protons appeared for the first time. It was as if many small solar systems were revolving. And these small solar systems formed an even larger atomic nebula. They piled up layer by layer and formed macroscopic matter. And these macroscopic matter, gravel and soil, were piled up in a special pattern in the vast void. They formed a rotation and turned into many lumps of solar systems. Large spheres of soil were surrounded by small spheres of soil. From the large to the macroscopic and the small to the microscopic, all of them existed in the form of rotation. At this moment, the particle structure was completely orderly. It was as if heaven and earth had been split open from the chaos. Everything started to become clear. For the first time, the outline of the future universe appeared. Tao. Tao. Ray. Ray. And under the fanatical gazes of all the clansmen, Yimeng had integrated with the Tao into the universe at this moment. Yimeng stood in the sky and saw the diagram of the universe's Tao rules. The lines were extremely simple. It was also the first time he had a feeling. I will die of old age. I have become a part of the world's rules. This also means that I will be assimilated sooner or later. When my consciousness is completely assimilated by the entire universe, I will die of old age. He could clearly feel his own death. As a four-dimensional being, for the first time, he felt that his timeline had come to an end. But he didn't care. In fact, he felt inexplicably happy. It is precisely because I feel that I will die that I will cherish time and cherish every day that follows. He raised his head and laughed wildly at the sky. He laughed to his heart's content with an unimaginable carefreeness. Just as I said in the past, I only want a beautiful death. The people of the future generations cherished time because time was limited. They hoped to live longer and more splendidly. And in front of him, he actually had this vague sense of anticipation. Days passed. The leader had confirmed that the environment they lived in had changed. This news not only shocked them, but it also had an extremely profound meaning to the entire universe of the future generations. The leader has changed the world. The world will become very beautiful. Some of the clansmen in the primal chaos were very excited. They felt that this boring life in the primal chaos was no longer as boring as before. Could it be that after we grow up, we can also change the world? Some of the youths in the primal chaos were full of hope. They hoped that one day, like their god, they could change the rules of the world they lived in, make it more livable, and make their children happier. Some of the existences who were sculpting suddenly raised their heads, their faces full of longing. This world, in our eyes, is also a kind of sculpture art. Can we sculpt it into the shape we want? They began to feel excited. They were passionate about sculpting, and there was nothing more exciting than sculpting the universe. For the first time, they completely felt that life had become meaningful in this primal chaos. They also wanted to make this boring chaotic universe interesting, to make it a better life. At this moment, as the first living being in this world who had reached the end of his lifespan, his legendary life had just begun. He began to take in a large number of disciples, teaching others to confirm their Tao, and guiding the other clansmen to enter the deity stage. He knew very well. As long as one became a deity, he would be able to consecutively become a 9th-level Taoist and 10th-level ultimate within a short 7 days. Soon, his 9 Supreme's disciples became deities one after another. Then, he found the original materials, allowing some materials to give birth to life, and then he seized the materials' bloodlines. He let his disciples cultivate those bloodlines, planning their cultivation laws, and preparing them for their future Tao confirmation. Soon, they all began to confirm their Tao. I want you to confirm your Tao with this. Yimeng sat on a high throne, looking down at the 9 people below, his gaze like the ancient sky hanging high, without a ripple. He said solemnly, First disciple, Wen, cultivates the rule of space. Second disciple, Du, cultivates the rule of dimension. Third disciple, Liang, cultivates the rule of gravity, yes. Yes. The 9 disciples knelt below the palace, looking at Yimeng with passion and longing. This primal chaos ancient god sitting on the throne had a charisma that could not be concealed, as if he had seen his only faith, and was willing to pay any price for him. This was their leader. He had brought them from the farthest primal chaos, using his unparalleled wisdom and talent to lead the entire civilization forward. Right now, they were going to open up new territories and establish rules for the universe. Our world will be even more glorious. The heavens and earth shook. There was an existence who used his own body to merge with the rule of Tao, patching up the heaven and earth, establishing the order of space, and there were no more spatial turbulences in the world. There was an existence who determined the nature of dimensions, and from then on, the world was a three-dimensional space, no more one-dimensional or two-dimensional space. There was an existence who set the parameters for gravity, and the bumpy Earth planet became perfectly round because of the fixed gravitational parameters. There was an existence who determined the speed of light, and what the world saw was real. In a short 14 days, the universe entered the Big Bang era, and many universe sages who had proven their Tao shone across the entire universe, walking out from the primal chaos, looking incomparably sacred, as if the primal chaos had been completely split open. This was an unimaginable scene in history, and the murals of the era recorded the most terrible scene that the entire universe had never seen before, and even in the future. In the primal chaos, Yimeng led the sages to prove their Tao, and split open the heavens and earth. The laws of the universe were not gradually perfected, they were perfected in an extremely short period of time, almost instantaneously. It was another Big Bang era. Who would have thought that the first Tao saint of the universe would actually prove the laws of matter? But that's to be expected. This is the first axe to split open the heavens and earth. Let all primal chaos be divided, and order appear. Suji's voice was cold. You have to know that physics is the principle of matter, and the structure of matter is the foundation of physics. This Tao verification is equivalent to a Pangu axe of physics, completely splitting open the heavens and earth. Suji sat high up, eating an apple, and looked at the ancient primordial gods and devils in the primal chaos proving their Tao, splitting open the heavens and earth. The scene was spectacular and unimaginable. Kacha. Kacha, Suji held a camera and kept taking pictures, leaving behind images. Then, he placed it in the Book of Genesis, feeling that it was very memorable. Without a doubt, the era of the saints of the Great Path had appeared. This meant that the cultivation universe of the primordial era had completely appeared. The innate ancient gods of this era had filled in the original laws of the universe, and the universe gradually had a trace of the appearance of the future. The whole universe was shaking. Everything had become orderly and livable. Those spatial turbulences are gone. There's no need to hide anymore. Those dimensional disasters have also completely disappeared. We don't have to worry about dimensional ascension and reduction anymore. We can always be safe. Ha ha ha, our sculptures have stabilized the world. They can exist until the distant future and live with us for a very long time. Everyone laughed. They knew that a new era had arrived. In the past, they had always been worried that their sculptures would be washed away and destroyed, like sand bunkers on the beach that would be frequently hit by the waves. But now, they could finally preserve their works. The living beings of this era were very simple. They didn't know what this meant. They felt that the biggest benefit was that their sculptures could always exist. After all, the primordial era had everything, and they had no ambition. They could eat their fill by absorbing the energy of heaven and earth, and they could live forever. They didn't need to pursue anything. At this time, the primordial universe had completely entered an era of rapid development. The ninth-grade Taoists could also use the timeline of themselves as four-dimensional creatures to cover the other members of their race, allowing them to cultivate in the high-dimensional spacetime and quickly become gods. A large number of gods began to appear. The length of time in the real world began to be meaningless in front of these four-dimensional creatures. In just 14 days, the Tao ancestor had trained a large number of disciples to prove the Tao and correct the entire universe. Another 10 days passed. Yimeng directly delegated power to the 9 disciples under his command to train the second-generation disciples. Some scattered laws of heaven and earth were completely restored. Another 17 days passed. The second generation disciples had reached the ultimate realm, and they began to train the third-generation disciples to prove the Tao again. Hundreds of ultimate existences of the universe appeared in this land. The Tao ancestor, Yimeng, merged with the Tao and controlled the supreme principles of heaven and earth. He was the greatest existence of the entire era. Seeing this scene, even Suji's hair stood on end. It's only been a little more than a month. In the chaotic era, the entire universe seemed to have exploded, and more than 700 ultimate existences of the universe appeared. Was this the era of the primordial gods and demons? 10th level ultimate stage cultivators were as common as dogs. This four-dimensional life form is too terrifying. It can pull its own timeline and reach its own past and future. It is simply a life form that is on the same level as a Hotian, a life form that is on a completely different level. Suji took a deep breath. His eyes were resplendent, and he felt that it was very astonishing. At this moment, an even more shocking development appeared before his eyes. In the palace, Yimeng sat on the throne and looked down at the ninth disciple. Female B, you are meticulous, but you are the only one among the 9 disciples who did not let you prove your Tao. Do you know why? Female B shook her head, indicating that she did not know. All of his fellow disciples had already confirmed their Taos. Even the other 8 disciples, the second and third generation, had confirmed their Taos with their help. They had many direct descendants, and their descendants were everywhere. She was the only one who had yet to prove her Tao. However, she also knew that there must be a deeper meaning for the ancestor to leave her behind. Yimeng said, do you know how many races have existed since the birth of this world? Female B respectfully replied, there are 3 clans in total. Yes, there are 3 races in total. In this boundless world, since the birth of this world, there have actually been only 3 races. Yimeng's eyes were dignified, and there seemed to be lightning flashing in her pupils. Countless particles of the great Tao collided. We are the first race, and the remaining second and third races are actually exactly the same as us. They look extremely similar, and they are all steel, stone, and sand that have developed intelligence. Female B did not speak. Yimeng's eyes shone brightly. He sat on the divine throne and said, this world is flawed. The probability of life being born naturally is too low. Such a broken law needs to be repaired by the great Tao. I want this universe to have new life being born continuously at every moment. They will be born naturally in all sorts of forms. Every existence can only prove one Tao. Thus, I accepted you as my disciples and established the great Tao for you. And the great Tao I established for you is life. Among all the disciples, only your artistic level of sculpture is excellent, and your thoughts are meticulous, even surpassing mine. You even created your so-called sculpture technique. Female B's talent was very special. Her stone sculpture was unimaginably exquisite, and even the combination of various parts allowed the sculpture to move and walk roughly. It had the embryonic form of the machinery of the future. Especially in the recent years, when the rules had stabilized, Female B's methods were simply astonishing. She used energy as the source to create some machinery that could actually walk and run. They had simple AI intelligence, such as tool spirits and Tao tools. They also vaguely had the embryonic form of the mechanical era. After all, now that the rules were more or less complete, civilization could also start to develop. Moreover, these great ancient life forms were extremely intelligent, so it would not be difficult for them to deduce the structure of machinery. Yimeng said, Female B, I want you to complete the rules of life and set the parameters for life so that the future life forms can be born easily. Can you do it? I can. Female B was very confident. As a four-dimensional life form that transcended time, she entered the high-dimensional space-time, and in the next second, she arrived in the future 3,000 years later. Her eyes flashed with the vicissitudes of life. She stretched out her hand, and a bronze puppet appeared. Its structure was unimaginably intricate, and it even had simple thoughts. She said, just like this creation, I can change the structure of life. Since it is the ancestor, I can make the entire world conform to the rules and produce corresponding energy furnaces, intelligent thought templates, food circulation templates. I can make these so-called creations naturally appear in the universe. At this point, the basic structure of life, such as cells, DNA, and skeletal scaffolds, these basic structures of life had already vaguely appeared. The foundation of this structure began to allow life to appear easily. It could be said to be a blessing to the masses, and it was an unimaginably great merit. Instantly, the entire universe was greatly shaken. The true curtains of the world were pulled open. After the rare primordial chaos god-fiend race appeared, post-celestial life forms gradually began to appear. Very soon, they saw a scene that was unimaginable to them. Post-celestial life forms were born on those planets, and they began to cry out loudly. They had the form of flesh and blood, and they even gradually evolved to walk upright. This humanoid form appeared before the eyes of all the primordial chaos god-fiends, and they were greatly astonished. Wasn't this the form they had sculpted? How could it be possible that the laws of the universe in front of them coincided with the appearance of such humanoid life forms? Xianxia sat on the throne and looked at this thriving world. He also stood up in shock, and his eyes were deep as he coldly snorted, "What exactly is this? What exactly is this?" He had originally thought that he was incomparably clear about the structure of the universe. To him, this simple primordial chaos world no longer had any secrets. In fact, he had even made this simple world complicated. He did not expect this unbelievable scene to appear again. That scene he had seen previously was not a dream. Xianxia sat on the throne in silence. The last time he was silent was during his extremely difficult period of enlightenment. After an unknown period of time, he revealed a look of sorrow and vicissitudes as he looked at the flourishing universe. In the end, I did not expect this moment. That barren environment back then has become incomparably corrupt. As a great sage of the universe, the first primordial chaos god-fiend in the world. The palace he lived in was already outside the entire universe, in the midst of the primordial chaos. He was already using this method to avoid the assimilation of the universe. However, he could clearly feel that the closer he got to the backbone and foundation of the universe, the faster he would be assimilated. He felt that his consciousness was fading, and he did not have much time left. He had only lived for a few thousand years, but he was already beginning to feel old because he was the core and backbone of the structure of the universe. His lifespan was far shorter than that of an ordinary member of his clan. They were immortal. How interesting. I didn't expect things to become so interesting. Sitting on the throne above the universe, Xianxia looked at the world that was gradually moving toward prosperity. It was magnificent, majestic, vast, and spectacular. The history of the development of the entire universe was like an ancient wall. From the beginning to the present day, it recorded his glorious life, as if it was his personal biography. Even he could not deny that his life was rotten enough. As a mortal, he had enjoyed all the pleasures, walked the path of a Tao seeker, and came into contact with all the greatest laws and truths in the world. In the era of the mortal tribes, he was an emperor, and in the era of the Great Path, he was the supreme god of the universe. Even the saints of the Great Path were his disciples. "I want a rotten death." He suddenly remembered his first words, and his eyes were deep and distant. But he fell silent again. When he was immortal, he felt that death did not matter in the face of such a boring and chaotic world. After breaking through to the Tao-proving realm, he thought he could face death calmly, but at this moment, he did not want to die. Living beings were such strange creatures. When they were immortal, they felt that death did not matter. Even all the members of his clan at that time, including him, felt the same. At that time, life was very simple. They repeated it every day, and when they were tired of living, death was also very simple. But when his lifespan became limited, he did not want to die anymore. Aging appeared in the first living being in this universe, but he also showed the helplessness of any living being in the face of old age. It was a strong feeling of collapse that was beyond his control. His power was disappearing bit by bit as if something had hollowed him out, making him feel empty, old, and vicissitudes. No matter how strong his body of the Great Path was, he could not control the feeling of powerlessness. He sat on the divine throne and looked down at the great universe, which was getting back on the right track from the chaos. If it was the boring world from before, it would be fine. But in such an interesting and wonderful world, who would want to die? He laughed at himself. This world has finally appeared the way I want it to be. It is already so interesting that no living being wants to abandon it and leave. There are no more members of my clan who wanted to commit suicide in the chaotic era. If possible, I want to borrow another 500 million years from the heavens, cross this period of germination, and see how rotten the universe will be by then. He was silent in the end, sitting weakly on the chair, like an old man in his twilight years. At the last moment of his death, Yimeng suddenly thought of the mysterious shadow from the beginning. He lifted him up with one hand, and behind him was the birth of the Big Bang. Whoosh! He suddenly walked toward a primitive planet with ignorant life. He looked at those hairy humanoid barbarians, running and jumping on the ground, shouting loudly, and stopped in front of them. He stared at those barbarians, not saying a word, and stood on the prairie. Ha 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 ha, the wind blew, causing the greenery on the prairie to sway. Those barbarians did not know how great the person in front of them was, a supreme existence respected by countless saints of the universe. They were curious about what kind of living being he was, and they surrounded him, shouting loudly. After a brief moment of silence, Yu Guang actually bowed to a humanoid barbarian who was surrounding him, and begged for the first time, "If you can see me, if you know who I am, please appear before me, the most ancient god from the chaos." Suji sat on the high ground and was silent for a while. He did not choose to respond. He quietly picked up a cup of tea, brewed it with water, and slowly stirred the tea, forming a whirlpool. I have no way of interfering with everything. The assimilation of the great Tao is unstoppable even for me. Even I am just a disabled 10th rank who has not even grasped the great Tao. How can I find a way for you? The 10th rank ultimate, and the most powerful one at that, even the tiny person in the bottle who lived in the false Tao universe deduced by Suji could not reach the real world outside. These 10th rank ultimate beings all proved their Tao in this false Tao universe. When they reached the outside universe, they did not become a part of the rules of that universe. They could only be mortals, and might even be repelled to death, but in terms of realms, Suji's level was far inferior to the other parties. Everything is your own deduction. You have to rely on yourself. Suji had no intention of appearing. He sipped his tea, and his expression was somewhat complicated. At the same time, I will not interfere with this era, nor do I have the ability to interfere with this era. Suji was very self-aware, and knew that he was weak. He did not have the ability to change everything, to change the death of a 10th rank ultimate being. He also knew that any interference from him would lead to possible variables in the deduction. You have to rely on yourself. I have even used you to deduce the entire era. How can I not hope that you can find a new path? The path that you have found is the path that I have found. Suji deduced the sand table world to find the path of the future. This was the case from the beginning. On the prairie, Yimeng did not get a response. Am I not qualified? Or is it something else? Yimeng laughed bitterly at himself. The stronger he became, and the more he completed the rules, the more he was shocked to find that the great Tao of that existence was very similar to the great Tao universe that he had completed. He had a vague sense of wholeness. He seemed to have seen through everything he wanted to do. Even the other party's body shape was unimaginable to him. Whoosh! The wind was still blowing on the prairie. Yimeng disappeared from the spot and left directly. He returned to his palace outside the cosmos, his expression getting older and older. Is there a realm above rank 10? When he deduced this realm, he instinctively felt that the 10th level was the ultimate, the end of this path. There was no way to go, it was the ultimate, there was no way forward. Didn't he try to deduce the next realm? However, he felt a deep sense of powerlessness. This sense of powerlessness was unprecedented. It was as if he was trying to deduce a realm that did not exist in the first place. Is there a realm above the 10th level? Can I escape the assimilation of the great Tao? He muttered to himself again, as if he was a madman. After another period of time, Yimeng became even older. His body was surrounded by a strange disease of the great Tao, and all kinds of Tao spots appeared on his body. His body became old and decayed, and his body emitted the great death aura of the celestial decay. However, he had stopped receiving his disciples a long time ago. The disciples of the 9 major sects had each established their own sects of saints and stood tall in the universe. Although they were also aging, the extent of their aging was far less than 1/10 of his, the first saint of the great Tao. This was because Yimeng was not only the first saint of the great Tao, but also the core great Tao of the creation of heaven and earth. What he proved was the structure of the material laws of the entire universe. Only by putting all matter in order could he separate everything from chaos. Boom, boom. As a 4-dimensional creature, he could wander in his past and future. In less than half a year in the real world, nearly 3,000 saints of the Great Tao had appeared in the universe. The core laws of the universe were gradually defined, all the important parameters were fixed, and the material was in order and completely prosperous. Yimeng, on the other hand, was getting older and older. He sat in the highest palace in the universe. Although he was loved by all the saints, he just quietly observed the changes in the universe day after day. The children who sculpted the beach in the past were responsible for the work of sculpting the whole universe. They were very excited and enjoyed it. Yimeng's expression suddenly became cold, and the aura of death around him grew heavier. Although I can't find the path of the future, I have found a way to prolong my life. He closed his eyes and showed an unprecedented look of struggle. Suddenly, his expression became cold and domineering. Another day passed. Yimeng, who had not seen him for a long time, gathered his disciples and came to see him. The saints of the entire primitive universe began to be extremely excited. They were finally going to see their most respected ancestor, the ancient great existence that they followed without hesitation. They were already wondering if their ancestor had found a new way to break through after cultivating in seclusion for a long time like before. Was he going to tell them? What would the new way look like? One great saint after another landed in the palace of Hongmeng and looked at the greatest existence in the world, whom they had not seen for a long time. However, they were all stunned. Sitting on the throne was an extremely old man, covered with age spots, surrounded by strange black diseases, and exuding a heavy aura of death. "Teacher?" they tried to call out. In the next second, Yimeng suddenly opened his cold eyes. Bang! The entire palace of Hongmeng was instantly destroyed. Everything was reduced to the most basic particles. In other words, everything had been reduced to the most primitive particles by this great being who had grasped the strongest rules of the universe, the fundamental rules of all matter, and returned to the primordial era. He split the universe with his first blade, splitting open the primordial chaos and splitting open the world. Naturally, he could also restore the universe to its original state. "I borrow fate from the heavens, but the heavens do not speak. I will borrow your lives and steal your bloodline to increase my strength, resist the universe, and live for the next life." Hazy particles surrounded his body, as if he was the only ancient god in the world. In an instant, he actually killed his 3 strongest disciples and seized their great Tao bloodlines, fusing them into his body. For great Tao bloodlines. His body gradually recovered its youth. He walked forward majestically and stared at all his disciples, as well as all the disciples under them who had heard the news. There were almost 3,000 saints of the primitive universe. This was an unprecedented scene. He was full of murderous intent. There had never been life and cultivation in this universe. With the appearance of light, there was life and cultivation. There had never been aging and killing in this universe. With the appearance of light, there was aging and killing. This was the first time Meng had experienced all the living beings in the universe, and was also the pioneer of the entire universe. This battle caused the heavens and earth to collapse. Everything returned to the primal chaos. All the laws of the universe turned into nothingness. The core region of the battle turned into endless electromagnetic light and particles. The primal chaos interweaved and large numbers of Tao experts began to fall. As the first ancient god in the world, he fought for the Tao of primal chaos and cultivated the most core great path nomological laws. They were not on the same level at all. Moreover, he had attacked and killed a few of his strongest disciples with a burst of light and seized their great path bloodlines, becoming 5 ultimate life forms with great path bloodlines. This power was simply unimaginable. However, he was not invincible. Even though Yimeng had the strongest power, he was still alone. He was facing 3,000 primal chaos sages. Their great Daos were extraordinary and their battle power was heaven-defying. After Yimeng caught them off guard, he quickly reacted. Yimeng was at a disadvantage. Boom, no matter how strong he was, he could not defend against such a terrifying siege. In the distance, the universe sages were shocked and fearful. Their faces were filled with disbelief. That pure, selfless great sage who split the heavens and earth apart, the world's first ancient god, at this moment, already had a face full of lust, covered by an evil aura. There was greed, as if he had fallen into the mortal world. He had 7 emotions and 6 desires, becoming extremely unfamiliar. It was as though he had become 2 different life forms. Boom! They were still surrounding him. No matter how strong the Tao ancestor was, he could not defend against 3,000 primal chaos sages who lived outside the Tao field of the universe. It's no use, it's no use. Meng's hair was disheveled and his eyes were black. He had an unimaginably shocking aura as he looked at the group of sages. You are all my disciples and grand disciples. I can't defeat you all, but, he gradually regained his youth. He was like a dragon and a tiger as he defended against the siege. At this moment, 10,000 years a day is accelerated. Can you all withstand it in the higher dimensions? I only need to delay for a period of time and you all will naturally die of old age and be assimilated by the universe. His tone was very calm. However, the surrounding sages turned pale. As fourth-dimensional life forms, they had sparred before but never truly fought. Even so, no one could kill the other. At that time, their lifespans were unlimited. No matter how high-dimensional space-time they entered, they would not suffer any losses. But now, it was different. After confirming their Tao, their lifespans had a limit. Their lives had come to an end, and they could no longer advance their lives as they wished. They could clearly feel that they had entered a high-dimensional space. Their lives were quickly fading away. They were being assimilated by the universe. Even some powerful sages of the universe had begun to have the great Tao of Death Qi revolving around them. Wisps of black light wrapped around their bodies, and strange and frightening Tao spots appeared on their skin. They tried to reverse the flow of time and return to their childhood. However, that wound still existed in the dark and would not be reversed with time. In front of them, Meng was fighting with them in a higher dimensional space that lasted 10,000 years a day. In order to maintain the battle, they had to burn their lifespan to enter the same dimension, but Meng's lifespan had already surpassed them. We will be the first to die. A hair-raising thought flashed through the minds of the 3,000 great sages. Do you understand? Then stop. Meng stopped. His face was gloomy as if he had completely degenerated into a demon, surrounded by an evil and foul aura. If this goes on, you will be the first to die. And I've gotten what I want, which is to kill my disciples and seize their bloodline of the great Tao to strengthen my fighting prowess so that I can resist the assimilation of the entire great Tao. Now, my lifespan has been extended. The 3,000 saints of the great Tao stopped in silence. They didn't know what to say or what to do. They knew very well that all of this was within Meng's calculations. He knew that even if he were to face all the saints of the universe, he could still escape unscathed. At the same time, all the saints present also knew that this was not as simple as the death of several saints of the great Tao, but the beginning of an unprecedented era. The beginning of a decaying, dark universe. The chaotic era of primitive chaos, when all the innate gods and demons were kind, pure, and unscheming, loving each other, and laughing heartily with their arms around each other's shoulders, was gone forever. At this point, all the saints of the great Tao began to be wary of other existences to prevent other existences from attacking them in order to extend their lifespan. They were like a piece of iron board that had completely collapsed and broken into pieces. Now, these 3,000 saints did not have to be wary of the Tao Patriarch's attack with his light, which had reached perfection. Instead, they had to be wary of other saints who would attack them in secret. The world has changed. As the 9th youngest disciple, Newbie's face was full of bitterness. The 4 strongest senior brothers had already been killed, and only the 5 disciples were still alive. Newbie respectfully bowed and said, "Master, you have ushered in a new era." This time, Meng did not say anything but remained silent for a long time. Then, he turned and left, disappearing into the darkness. He no longer had the face to face the people of the universe. He knew very well what kind of terrible impact he would bring to the future generations of the universe after he took this step. Disasters, schemes, disputes, and all kinds of other things would be born. He still remembered the time when he brought along a group of ignorant fellows who were laughing out loud. They put their arms around each other's shoulders and ran in the chaos space. When he saw that they felt that their lives were boring and wanted to commit suicide, he simply swore to open up an interesting paradise for them. He did it. The dream of his childhood had come true. Everything was fun and bustling, but was it really a paradise? I can't control it anymore. Everything is no longer under my control. Meng recalled the heroic words he said when he led everyone to the top of the stone statue. Suddenly, his heart ached. He silently closed his eyes. He could vaguely hear some kind of conviction in his heart shattering. Suddenly, Woman B couldn't help but ask, is the decay of life just a coincidence, or is eternal life bound to decay in the future? Yimeng's silhouette clearly froze for a moment, but he did not reply and disappeared into the darkness with large strides. Soon, the first disaster broke out faster than anyone else. As the 3,000 ancient demon gods dispersed, something terrifying happened. An ancient demon god was assassinated on his way back, and his great Tao was stolen. That was a powerful and mysterious existence that had concealed the mysteries of the heavens. No one knew who it was that had done this. None of the saints of the Great Path said anything. They descended and glanced at the remains of the battle, then left. They knew very well that the ignorant and simple past would no longer return. The simplicity of the innate fiend god era had disappeared, and they could no longer simply sit down and talk about the great Tao. The whole acquired universe began to be filled with cunning, insidious, and darkness. The saints began to plot against each other in the beyond heaven Taoist temple. The universe began to turn into a dark forest that led to eternal decay. In less than a year, the existences began to train the next generation of disciples, hoping that they could prove their great Tao. But no one knew whether they were training their disciples with good intentions as they did in the past, or whether they were secretly plotting against them. However, the speed of their training could not keep up with the speed of their decay. The first batch of saints of the Great Path did not have much time left in their lives, and after the great battle, their lifespans were rapidly decreasing, and they were on the verge of death. They had no time to wait. A great battle came faster than anyone had expected. The chain reaction was even more terrifying than all the existences of the Great Path had imagined. The great calamity of the innate fiend gods is coming. In a corner of the universe, Suji pinched his fingers together to calculate, and he seemed to see an unprecedented horror. Dead, they're all dead. There was an unimaginable sadness in Suji's heart. It was as if he had seen the vast torrent of history, and even he had mixed feelings. In the chaotic primitive era, before heaven and earth were created, the living beings at that time were the purest and kindest, with the least distracting thoughts. The 3,000 saints who proved their great Tao in the chaos were the purest group of almighty experts in the world. They paved the way for future generations and set the rules for all living beings. They were the most devout pursuers of the Tao. There were none in the past, and the future generations will not be as pure as them. But in the end, they ended up in such a sad state. Some saints did not want to fight and chose to live in seclusion. But no one could escape. Suji saw a great battle breaking out. The starry sky was destroyed. The chain reaction caused by the battle of 3,000 chaotic ancient gods, who represented the branches of the great path of the whole universe, was too terrifying. There wasn't an era in the future where so many Tao-proving sages appeared at the same time, and they all grasped the strongest batch of laws. Their battle was like a domino that collapsed, and the laws of the universe were completely torn apart and turned into pieces. The newly established planets, galaxies, and even the newly born living beings were all turned into clouds of mist and dissipated into the universe. This was a fiend god tribulation. None of the 3,000 existences who had attained the great path could avoid it. The battle was unimaginable. After an unknown period of time, the empty universe ushered in an unprecedented great silence. The casualties were too tragic. Even Suji's face was numb as he watched. Logically speaking, each saint only needed to kill 4 great path saints to complete his bloodline. But in the end, he went completely crazy and no one could hold back, and no one could control him. Only about 100 saints of the Great Path who had completed 5 bloodlines of the Great Path survived. They had consumed too much of their lifespan in this battle. Even though their fighting prowess had become extremely strong and they could resist the assimilation of the universe, they knew that they did not have long to live. We are the last. After we fall, our era is coming to an end. They looked at each other in the wreckage of the Blood Sea, their faces full of despair. Another 1,000 years passed. The broken universe was reunited with the help of the remaining saints of the Great Path and developed again. Even though everything had been turned into chaos, under the laws, the chaotic world began to automatically separate and repair itself. Planets, light, soil, and everything else reappeared. Life was born again. The remaining ancient existences of the great path of the universe lived in seclusion in the chaotic Taoist rites in outer space to reduce the assimilation of the great path. As the saints did not appear, the laws of heaven and earth became stable. Under the influence of the law of life, a large number of lives began to form naturally, and civilizations began to rebuild. This was destined to be an era of postnatal creatures. When Suji saw a native tribe on a planet begin to develop a civilization, he could not help but feel a sense of familiarity that he had not seen for a long time. The laws of the universe only laid down most of the laws, but most of the world was still in its embryonic form, and it could only be regarded as the early stages of the chaotic world. Everything still needs to develop. Suji sighed softly. After a moment of hesitation, he looked at Imang, who was approaching his twilight years and had never appeared in the battle of the 3,000 gods and demons. He was old and frail. Even though his lifespan had been extended, he still had to reach the end. Like a madman, he had accelerated his lifespan in the high-dimensional spacetime. 1,000 years a day had passed, and in just a short time, more than 200,000 years had passed. His lifespan had been extended, but he did not cherish it, and continued to accelerate. Suji sighed, but he could understand Imang's complicated feelings. This lonely man who seemed to be a hero who opened up the entire universe, in fact, the chaotic battle of the primordial gods and demons had deeply stabbed him in the heart. He did not choose to stop it, because everything had started because of him. He had been living in deep self-blame all these years, and the pain was so painful that he could not breathe, and he had the urge to end things once and for all. Time is a torrent. I have not changed anything, and I will not change the trajectory of history, because I want to know what happened, but, Suji looked up and suddenly fell silent. He thought about it, and decided to see Imang one last time at the last moment of his life. He wanted to see this ancient god who was known as a hero, but eventually fell. Because Suji knew that seeing him now was not enough to affect the trajectory of the entire era. Everything was not enough to affect fate. On a certain planet, everything was reborn, and everything exuded a desolate aura. This was a planet that developed extremely quickly. Many black apes appeared on it. They jumped on the trees and settled down in the treehouses. They even had their own language and began cultivating. Originally, they could not have walked out of ignorance so quickly. However, the sages of the ancient dojo sent some disciples to teach the common people, allowing this land to recover quickly. This was a vast grassland. Under the setting sun, the sunlight appeared golden and unusually warm. Young apes in twos and threes were reading and learning. They followed the teachings of their elders and began cultivating. They received enlightenment and formed a small primitive sect. An elderly ape was preaching at a high place. The students below were discussing. Before the chaos of heaven and earth was formed, living beings appeared in the turbid world. The primordial god fiend created the world with light and then preached the Tao. So amazing. Yes, he led the 3,000 demon gods to create the world and then fell, becoming a part of the laws of the universe. So great. They are immortal, but they chose to fall for our future generations. It is because of the primordial god fiend that there are post-celestial beings like us. Imang's deeds were almost covered up. The remaining saints did not know how to describe the cruel truth of the dark catastrophe, but they still maintained enough respect for Imang. They buried the unbearable things, only leaving behind the ancient story of the 3,000 demon gods not killing each other, but sacrificing themselves for the whole world to prove their Tao. In the eyes of the surviving sages, no matter how bloodthirsty and furious they were in the end, they were all the oldest and purest young people in the chaos. What's there to be envious about? An ape sitting by a pool in the distance suddenly mocked. A few students looked at him from afar. Those students walked over and looked at him in admiration. Crazy Lord, that is a connate ancient god. Don't be disrespectful to them. This ape listened to the story quietly and drank a mouthful of wine. He glanced at them from the corner of his eyes. What's so powerful about the connate godfiends in the chaos? They were the first batch of life that was the simplest and crudest. They were born with spiritual intelligence due to the nature. Postnatal life forms were the ones that were perfected and belonged to the powerful batch. If they were powerful, they wouldn't have been eliminated by the times and perished. Right now, this is the era of postnatal life forms. He smiled and looked at these creatures. In time, why do you need to envy them? You will definitely surpass them. You're crazy. How can acquired be compared to innate? The students were furious, but they ignored him and left. The ape simply smiled. Compared to the innate ancient gods, the postnate living being's bloodline was far stronger and more perfect. Their biological structure was intricate and complicated. Even in the microscopic world, it was so perfect that it was hard to imagine. The second female did a good job. Post-celestial beings like them were the favored children of the main characters of heaven and earth. In fact, that was the case. The life forms that were born from the primordial essence, such as ordinary sand, soil, and wood, had an extremely ordinary bloodline. In the mature universe of the future, no one would pay any attention to them. In the distant future, the primordial essence that was born from the primordial essence mostly had mediocre bloodline talents. In the future, the rules are constantly being perfected. The times are constantly developing. How can there be such a thing as the more primitive it is, the more powerful it is? Imang shook his head. The logic was simple, but it was deified by the ancient stories and pushed to unimaginable heights. They were just a group of pitiful living beings. Facing the afterglow of the setting sun, he felt the cool wind blowing against him. He didn't mind the students leaving. His second great limit was about to come. Even if he obtained more power, he would only be able to resist the assimilation of the universe for a little longer. But the aging of his second life had turned his initial uneasiness and fear into his current state of calmness. Because he knew that he no longer had any means to resist the assimilation of the universe. Unknowingly, I sped up time again and arrived 200,000 years into the future. He said softly, as expected, there is no way to change my destined death. This world is really beautiful. He sat at the edge of the pond and looked up at dusk. The stars shone brightly in the sky. But I suddenly feel at a loss, as if I have arrived at another time and space. Everything I am familiar with is leaving me. He paused for a moment. He thought of the sculpture era that was filled with joy and lively living beings. The entire universe was filled with sculptures. Everyone had their arms around each other's shoulders and laughed happily. At the last moment of his life, he suddenly wanted to return to the past. He wanted to reunite with those fallen god-fiends and laugh happily in that chaotic and boundless land. In the past, we all hated those days. Day after day, it was dull and boring. But those days that we hated can't go back now. He fell silent and recounted his life. Suddenly, he murmured. In these 200,000 years, I hope to find a path for the future, a new future, to make up for my mistakes. But after 100,000 years, I discovered that there are no more realms after rank 10. In the following 100,000 years, I gave up my life and began to deduce the future of the entire universe. I wanted to do something for it to make up for my mistakes. The universe no longer had any secrets in front of me, except for that mysterious figure at the beginning. In the end, under my deduction, I discovered a terrifying truth. This universe has no future. And now, I want to give this universe a distant future. His lips curled into a smile that he had not seen in a long time. I wonder if, at the last moment, I can make up for everything. He raised his head and looked at the vast sky of the universe. It was as if he recalled his first thought. I want a rotten death. Boom, he suddenly stood up and stepped into the sea of stars. He wanted to use a rotten death to reach the last moment of his life. Suddenly, his body trembled. A voice that he had been hoping for a long time came from behind him. It was a voice that he had hoped for countless days and months but never appeared. What do you want to do? Imang turned around and looked at that existence. It was a hazy and blurry figure of a man. His eyes flickered with an unimaginable sense of primordial desolation. At this moment, the hero who was past his prime was no longer excited. Instead, his complicated expression calmed down. He was like an old friend who had finally fulfilled his long-cherished wish at the last moment of his life. It's you, brother. We meet again. To Imang, who stood at the end of his life, the universe no longer had any secrets. However, there was only that mysterious figure that had always been rooted in his heart. He had deduced this figure countless times, but he had no answer. He had thought that there would be no way to solve it even at the end of his life, and he would leave with this doubt. He had never expected this scene. Dao brother, I've waited for you for a long time. He originally had many things to say, but he did not say them. At this moment, at the end of his life, his expression was incomparably calm. It was as if he knew his destiny, and he was satisfied as long as he could see the other party. You're asking me what I want to do? He stood in the void of the universe and answered Suji's question as if they were old friends. I want this universe to have a lifespan. The figure only smiled. Could it be that the current universe has no lifespan? Does it have lifespan? Yimeng said, this universe is born now, and in the future, it will age and be destroyed in less than 1,000 years. Its lifespan is not even a trace of the primal chaos ancient gods. Oh? The figure only smiled. The current lifespan of this universe is only 1,000 years? Yimeng said, the time of a four-dimensional being surpasses reality. Once they step into the 8th rank god realm, in less than 7 days, they will arrive in the distant future and quickly reach the 9th rank, 10th rank. The birth of 10th ranks is like the stars in the sky. In this land where the primal chaos first opened, a batch of 10th ranks can be born every few years. They are everywhere, and they speed up the completion of the Great Tao. Speed up the completion of the Great Tao? Isn't that good? The completion of the Great Tao, not good. When it is completely completed, the door to the 10th rank will close, and no more 10th ranks will be born. The universe will enter a period of decline, and with this speed, the universe will be completed in less than 1,000 years. Then, it will age, and the laws of heaven and earth will no longer appear. No one will be able to control the power of the universe, and it will gradually be destroyed. Suji only smiled as he looked at Yimeng in admiration. Even he was moved. As expected of the great existence that created the entire primeval universe, splitting the heavens and earth apart, and establishing laws for all beings, Suji only knew of this scene from the future universe when his knowledge matured. However, Yimeng was able to deduce the distant future, and even the end of the universe when the universe was born. This talent could not be described as not stunning. It could be said that at this moment, even the end of the universe had been deduced. The entire universe's past and present, as well as all the possibilities of development, were no longer secrets to him. Then what do you want? Suji asked softly. Yimeng stood in the void, looking afar. He said coldly, in this universe that I have just created, the birth of the 10th level is too fast. In less than 1,000 years, there are not many mortals born, the universe has never been beautiful, and there are already many ultimate existences walking towards the end of the world. I want this universe, not for gods, but for mortals. Suji just listened to him quietly. He also needed an audience, that was all. Everything originates from a four-dimensional being. I must slay a god. Limit the amount of time they have to push forward. Yimeng said coldly. Suji knew that he was talking about the high-dimensional spacetime. With the light, they would have to start setting the limits of the 100-year high-dimensional spacetime of life. They would also have to completely castrate their ability to return to the past. At this point, the four-dimensional life forms would be severed from the front and back timelines. They would only be left with the ability to quickly arrive in the future 100 years later, and that would just be an empty name. Brother. Yimeng's eyes shone brightly as he said, I not only want to slay a god, but I also want to slay the common people. How should I slay a god? Suji asked. The spacetime of slaying a god is not enough. If the common people continue to live forever, they will only have a lifespan after proving their Tao, then, they will not age and die, their population will continue to increase, taking in and spitting out matter from the universe, but they will not return it, blocking up the entire universe. At the same time, they will be immortal, although they cannot enter the distant future after slaying a god, they will naturally reach the end of the world after a few 100 million years. Yimeng smiled. The post-celestial beings of this era were the same as the innate gods, they were also immortal, there was no limit to their lifespan, they were immortal. He remembered the question that his ninth disciple asked him before he left frowny face, is the decay of life a coincidence, or will eternal life inevitably decay in the future? You want to slay the world? Suji asked. Yes. His eyes were full of vigor as he laughed, what's the use of immortality? I want everyone in this world to only fight for the current era. To live day and night, to fight for the glory of this era, not to fight for the existence of eternity. His voice became louder and louder, resounding throughout the entire universe. His aura was monstrous, the wind and clouds surged. I want everyone in this world to be like the 10th level ultimate, to be successful, to live, to die of illness and illness. Suji knew what he wanted to do in the end, but he did not expect it to be so huge. The 10th level was no longer a special case, it was no longer the end of the universe, only had a lifespan. He wanted everyone in the world to be like that, he wanted all the common people to be like the 10th level existences, to be attacked by strange illnesses, to be born with skin and flesh diseases, and to have an end of old age. His idea was natural in the future. But only Suji knew that this was a different era in this space-time, because in the eyes of all living beings in this era, the first, second, and finally the 10th level were like the growth stage of their lives, just like how an ordinary person aged 10, 20, or even 100 years old, they grew to that level naturally, they could grow to the 10th level ultimate before they started to age and die. But now, it was like putting shackles on a baby at 10 years old, then at 20 years old. Layers upon layers, wishing that this human could be killed before he was 100 years old, it was clear that this point of view was very terrifying in this primeval universe. I see. You want to use the 10th level Tao injury to spread to all living beings, setting down the birth, old, illness, and death rule. The common people, the gods, will hate you to the extreme, and you will be the greatest sinner in their eyes, Suji said softly. It's just a sin. Haven't the sins on my body been cleared? He suddenly laughed heartily and shook his head. From the moment I decayed, the thought of creating a paradise in my heart was destroyed. From that moment on, I knew that it was impossible to create a perfect world, to let all living beings living under the rules be happy. There is no such thing as perfection in this universe. The so-called perfection only exists for a moment, then it will be destroyed. Before, I always added perfect rules to make it even more perfect. But now, I want to add incomplete rules too. Make the world incomplete. Suji didn't speak. He knew that Imeng was remorseful and guilty. Now, he chose to bear the curse and walk down the path of the common people. He felt that he was a sinner and wanted to make up for everything, so he might as well be the sinner himself. But was he really a sinner? Perhaps he had made mistakes before, but all living beings made mistakes. Suji couldn't help but admire him. This was what the last great ancient god wanted to do. Perhaps the beings of this era will despise and curse you, but in the distant future, history will clear your name. Suji said, set your heart for the heaven and earth, set your life for the people, continue the arts of the past sages, establish peace for all generations. Without you, there will be no world. Everything you have done, the curses you bear, you deserve to be worshipped by all those who achieved Tao in the future. Imeng was startled, he murmured and suddenly said, I have already made a mistake. I have created the destruction of the entire universe, the decline of our era. Suji shook his head. He was the only one who knew everything. The dark law of the jungle was inevitable. Everything would decay sooner or later. Conspiracies, schemes, he just started an era ahead of time. His actions were worthy of being the greatest existence in the universe. Even a human emperor, no matter how wise he was, would make mistakes in his life. Just like the first emperor of the human world, he had both merits and demerits during his rule. Imeng was no longer conflicted, he laughed even louder and looked at Suji. I don't know what kind of existence you are even older than the first ancient being in the world, but thank you for witnessing everything. Tao brother, just watch the ceremony. He took a step forward and laughed, watch me establish peace for all generations. Imeng took a step forward, shattering the void. He extended his hand, and the three newly accepted disciples appeared in front of him. At this time, he wanted to prove his Tao again at the final moment. The rules of Tao unification naturally had to be the same as when he had accepted disciples in the past, letting them prove their Tao on his behalf. The three disciples in front of him wanted to prove these three rules that caused the universe to be flawed. With his powerful charisma, it would not be too difficult for him to accept disciples who were honest to him, even if they had to go through fire and water. All of you, prove your Tao. Imeng's expression was old, like an old man with one foot in the grave, but there was a cold glint in his eyes, bringing with it an unquestionable sense of dominance. Yes. The three disciples walked out one after another. Boom. A low muffled thunder resounded in the universe, and the sky turned completely dark. Standing in the distance, Suji silently witnessed the final moment of Yimeng's life, witnessing his final glory. At the final moment of his old age, he accepted disciples to prove his Tao just like he did in the past. He also knew that this was the biggest turning point of the entire universe. This time, he would prove his Tao, and it would definitely be the biggest dark revolution that everyone would despise and curse. The people of this era would not understand him, and he was destined to be completely alone. This cut off the eternal life of all existences, and it was equivalent to cutting off their Tao opportunities. It also allowed the universe's lifespan of 1,000 years to have a distant future of tens of billions of years. Indeed, in the eyes of the gods and Taoists who had become four-dimensional beings, the universe's lifespan of 1,000 years was already equivalent to an infinitely distant future. They had spent their actual lifespan in the high-dimensional spacetime. At that time, even if the universe was destroyed, they would have lived for tens of billions of years in these 1,000 years, and it would not harm their interests. But what about these 1,000 years for the entire universe's mortals? It was too short, the gods' interests would not be harmed. But the universe's mortals would lose everything, and what they had experienced was a real 1,000 years. Suji clearly knew that Yimeng's dream of a paradise was still ongoing, and he wanted to create a truly prosperous era. This was not for the gods, but for the common people. Just as he said, I don't want this universe to be a place for gods to live. I want it to exist for the common people. You are clearly doing this for the common people, but the common people of this era will not understand you. Instead, they will curse you and make you bear the greatest infamy in history. Suji said softly. He stood in the distance with a calm expression. Yimeng did not reply, he had already staked everything on this. Everything had begun. Whoosh! The three mighty Taoists had proven their Taos once again. The radiance of the universe shone, and strands of light illuminated the entire universe. The sky was illuminated for a moment, and the entire universe seemed to have experienced a great earthquake. The world was turned upside down, the earth was shaking, and the mountains were shaking. Even the primal chaos Taoist right outside the universe was shaking. This is? Back then, the primordial chaos saints who had survived the battle of the 3,000 primordial god fiends sat in the Tao field and looked up at the sky. It's him, he's back. The countless laws and information of the universe continued to circulate. The laws of the great Tao added new branches to the branches, and the laws in the dark were increasing and changing. Lifespan. A clear thought naturally emerged in the minds of the common people of the universe. They clearly knew that there was a second-level law that was proving the Tao. In this world, there is success, residence, failure, and emptiness. Humans, there is birth, old age, sickness, and death. Countless newborn gods and Taoists opened their mouths and suddenly murmured this sentence. That was the law after proving the Tao. It was enough to shake the world, and it appeared in the minds of all the living beings of the primordial era. This. The next moment, their expressions changed, and they knew that it was a great horror. It's not for the perfection of the universe, but for the imperfection of the universe? This was also unprecedented. There was actually a variant that had proven the Tao of the universe to be incomplete. And some of the ancient experts who had lived for a long time, their incomparably young, strong, and handsome bodies suddenly showed signs of aging. Wrinkles appeared on their skin, their cells withered, and their hair turned white. Their eyes widened, and they felt as if their bodies were being sucked dry. Because they were past their prime, there was actually eviline qi invading them. Strange diseases began to surround their bodies, and all kinds of bodily functions began to decline. This is the assimilation of the great Tao. This is the phenomenon of the 5 decrements of the heavens. Dirty clothes, withered hair, sweating under the armpits, smelly body, and not happy. This is the appearance of the 5 decrements of the heavens that only the primordial saints who became the heavenly order will experience. How can we mortals be like this? At this moment, a large number of living beings in the universe withered and died of old age. More than 80% of the population that had just developed and flourished had actually fallen. Mortals and gods were all unavoidable. To them, this was like an evil curse of doomsday. The world was in a state of panic, and a black apocalypse had descended, bringing disaster upon them. This was also very inconceivable. Because in their understanding, they were at the first, second, ninth, and 10th level. They would naturally grow to the ultimate level, and only at the 10th level would they grow old and die. The 10th level of life was a process that they had to go through. This concept was like the growth and prime of an ordinary person. The 10th level was equivalent to the turning point of 30 years old, and only then would they begin to show signs of aging. But right now, it was equivalent to them showing signs of aging at the age of 1, 2, 10, and 20. It was difficult for them to even reach adulthood. How could they not be angry? This was simply against the rules of the heavens. This is against the rules of the heavens. Going against the great Tao. Going against the will of the world. Sin. Sin. What kind of evil person is this, to make us suffer? There were also existences who felt that this method was done by radiance, and they could not help but be completely enraged. This was because this cut off their vitality, making it almost impossible for them to step into the ultimate level of the 10th level. From then on, each level of cultivation changed from a broad path that could be easily traversed to a single wooden bridge. Countless existences fought to cross this single bridge, and countless corpses of their peers were buried under their feet in the same level. From then on, the path of Tao was restricted by the limit of life, and it was extremely difficult. I can't believe that the ancient god of Taichu was actually this virtuous. As expected, we trusted him wrongly. His merits could suppress the ages, create cultivation methods, teach the people to cultivate, and split the world apart, and cut the first blade of the universe. This kind of peerless sage has never existed since ancient times, and it is impossible for there to be one in the future. His merits can last for eternity. Back then, the dark situation thought that he was deceived because his life was coming to an end, and that was why his thoughts were muddled. But even so, the saints of the later generations covered up the past for him, and they still believed in him, and remembered the kindness of teaching, but they did not expect, he has already fallen and become evil to such an extent. Harming others and harming oneself, and not seeing the good of other existences. He was affected by the suffering of the great Tao, suffering from the 5 decay of the heavens, suffering from the pain day and night, and his mind became more and more evil. This seriously ill being actually made the common people suffer along with him. Bear the pain he is suffering now. This world has already fallen into this boundless sea of suffering. A postnatal creature cried out loudly, and it became more and more painful. He ran loudly on a planet, pointed to the sky, and roared, "This paradise of immortality no longer exists. Once the common people descend into the world, they will sink into that boundless suffering." He held his sick child, whose body was covered with spots, his face pale, and his body cold. He could not help but cry bitterly. The disease of the great Tao, this is the disease of the saints. How can it only appear in the body of a child of 10 years old? How can you bear to see it? How can you bear to see it? This is still a child, and he has to bear the suffering of the saints. He pointed to the sky and roared, tears streaming down his face, and he cursed loudly. Is this what you want? You created the world, created us, and then made us suffer from the 5 decay of the heavens, just like the saints of the great Tao, born, old, sick, and dead. The common people were cursing, sorrowful and angry, howling and crying. When Suji saw this, he did not say a word. He just watched quietly because this was the most difficult thing for Imang to bear, but he had chosen to bear it. Imang did not say a word. He just watched quietly as his 3 disciples proved their paths. When the law of the great Tao calmed down and the 3 disciples finished, they respectfully stepped forward. "Thank you, Master." Their youthful faces were full of excitement. They did not care what the outside world said. He could also ignore the rumors and rumors. They only knew that Imang had done them a favor. He had accepted them as disciples, helped them become saints of the great Tao, and given them such a great opportunity. That was enough. They did not know Master's deep meaning and sorrow. Master bore the infamy for the sake of the people, but the people did not understand. Only then did the 3 venerable ones bow respectfully. Bam! Suddenly, a cold light flashed. In their incredulous gazes, the 3 disciples' chests were pierced, and the unimaginable law of the great Tao penetrated every cell in their bodies. They died in an instant. Master. Before they died, they looked at Yimeng with incredulous eyes. The pure and clear worship in their eyes was enough to make anyone repent and feel heartache, but Yimeng did not. He just calmly looked at the 3 disciples who died with their eyes wide open. His eyes were as calm as dead ashes. After a moment of silence. And then he slaughtered the 3rd disciple. Now that's how a heinous and unforgivable sinner should be. He laughed heartily. His deep laughter resounded throughout the starry sky as he said this. He just kept smiling. Suji didn't say anything and stood silently in the distance. He looked at the old man at the end of his rope, the first god-fiend since the creation of the world. Even though he had wandered the lonely chaos-verse in search of his own future, he had searched for his own path through the monotonous, repetitive process of his youth, he had slaughtered his disciples and caused the dark fiend god apocalypse, he had never cried. But now, he was laughing and crying. Heaven and earth were turbid. The 3 venerables had just achieved the great Tao, yet they fell again. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared at the same time, as gorgeous as a meteor shower. Yimeng did not speak and was crying. Suji also stood at the side. Crash. The meteor shower poured down like torrential rain between heaven and earth, sending off the 3 great saints of heaven and earth. After an unknown period of time in the rain, Yimeng turned around and his expression returned to normal. This universe is really a difficult place. Tao brother, let's go have a seat. He returned to the planet he was on before. Returning to the prairie, the sky of this land was also raining. It was real rain, dripping onto his body. However, this rainwater was very turbid and irregular. The great Tao of heaven and earth still needs to be perfected. Yimeng sat on the edge of the pond in the rain again, muttering, for example, this rain, it's not pretty. Suji sat in the rain and looked at the rain without saying a word. Suddenly, the sound of crying came from the side. Master, Master, why did you die of old age, Master? Isn't this the aging and death of a saint of the great path? Master hasn't proven his Tao yet. The group of black monkey students from earlier was wailing and crying bitterly on the prairie. A corpse of an old man was crawling on the prairie. So, post-celestial beings are born in the midst of crying, and they also die in the midst of crying. Yimeng's gaze passed through the cries of the grassland and looked at the entire grassland. Withered weeds had appeared on the previously vibrant grassland, and the animals had also begun to die of old age. Everything is no longer brimming with life. This world developed very quickly in the past. Even after the great calamity, it returned to this state so quickly. He grabbed a withered weed and said in a low voice, "That's because even grass is immortal. It only needs to keep growing and crazily absorb the matter of the universe. There is no replacement, so naturally, it will develop very quickly. However, in the future, it will slow down and become balanced. It's a new era now, the era of post-celestial beings. I have to kill them." Yimeng smiled, "I have no choice but to kill the disciples of the 3 Supreme Masters." "I know," Suji replied. "I must bring them into the tomb and let them die together with me." Yimeng's expression was calm, like an ancient well without any ripples. "My 9th disciple, female B, asked that question back then. It always reminds me, is the decay of life a coincidence, or is eternal life bound to decay in the future? To this day, I still do not have an answer. I can see through all the mysteries and laws of the universe and deduce the end of the universe, but I can't see through the hearts of living beings. The only thing I can do is before the 3 of them decay, when they are young and full of dreams, when they are at the most glorious moment of their lives, I will become saints and make them martyrs. They set up the incomplete laws of the universe, but they themselves are the representatives of these laws. They can ignore them, but I have to bring them with me, otherwise, when they decay in the future, they might overturn everything that has been set up today." The 3 Supreme Masters' disciples were the only existences that could surpass the set laws of lifespan. At this time, Yimeng chose to bring all of them away and let them die together with him. At this point in the universe, no one could pry open the laws of lifespan that had already been set. Suji knew what he was thinking. He wanted to erase all the variables before he left. I'm such a sinner. Ever since I was born, the entire universe has treated me well. All of my disciples respected, loved, and followed me fanatically. They were pure and innocent, but I killed 7 of them. I don't deserve to be called their teacher. Yimeng laughed as if he was chatting with a long-lost friend. He mocked softly, the world treated me with sincerity, but I let them down. I'm indeed a sinner that has never been seen in history. Suji was silent for a while and did not reply. Don't you have anything to say to me? Suji suddenly asked. Anything to say? Yimeng suddenly laughed as his voice became weaker. He was sluggish in the rain for a moment, bathing in the final moments of his life. The rain sprinkled down as if washing away the sins of his life. A long time ago, I've always wanted to know who you are, and I have a deep obsession with this. But now, everything is no longer important. I've experienced a lot, I've endured a lot, I can't even breathe due to the weight on my shoulders. I don't want to understand new things anymore, I no longer have the drive I had when I was young. Just like my disciple said, I've decayed, my youthful Dao heart is no longer there. Dao brother, perhaps you came from the prehistoric universe? Or perhaps the consciousness of the entire universe? That's no longer important. Suji only laughed when he heard that. Yimeng was unprecedentedly open-minded. He had experienced too much, and the burden on his shoulders was unimaginable. No one could do better than him in his position. Swoosh. The rain was still pouring. The rain beat on the grass, and everything seemed to be shrouded in mist. The students on the grass were still crying as they hugged their teacher's corpse. I wonder what will happen in the future in this limited world where mortals will age and die like celestials. It's a pity that I won't have the chance to see it anymore. Yimeng looked at them with a hint of regret. Suji was startled, and he could not help but laugh. In the future, ever since everyone has a lifespan, their time will no longer be as wasted as it was in the past. In the future, between hundreds of millions to tens of billions of years, the people will start to treasure time, and they will fight for every second in their limited time. They will be born in the present, and they will use their limited lives to compose songs of praise. At that time, the utilization of time will be very tight, and many things can happen in a few hundred years. At that time, it will no longer be like now. Many stories will happen in the universe, and the stories of lifespan between limited and infinite will become unimaginably exciting. Yimeng listened to Suji's description, and he looked at Suji. His eyes flashed with splendor, and he suddenly laughed heartily, and said boldly, many things can happen in a few hundred years, but in 10 billion years, isn't it unimaginable? With that, I will be satisfied. I can leave with peace of mind. His voice gradually weakened. Suji knew that the last knot in his heart had been unraveled. Even though he had deduced this, he was not sure what the future would be like, and whether he was right or wrong. This old man who was at the end of his life had always been afraid that he was wrong, but Suji's answer made him feel at ease, and all his efforts were worth it. At the last moment of his life, Yimeng and Suji chatted a lot. Suji's talent was far from this great man's, but his knowledge was very mature. Coming from the future 10 billion years in the future, he could obtain a lot of knowledge. Yimeng's voice gradually weakened. He was very happy at the last moment, and he had no regrets. At the last moment, Suji could not help but ask him, rank 10 is the ultimate, and there is no realm above it. Back then, Yimeng killed his own disciple and became in existence with 5 great Dao bloodlines, just to extend his lifespan. He tried to struggle and find the next path, but he failed. But Suji could not help but ask, is there a realm above rank 10? Above rank 10? Yimeng's voice became softer and softer, there is no realm, how can there be a realm? Rank 11, that is just an illusory realm. His expression suddenly froze, and he looked at the end of his lifespan. He seemed to have sensed something after letting his disciple prove his Dao. That is a realm that does not exist, but maybe, it does exist? Perhaps it existed, Suji was just asking casually, he did not expect such a different answer. The peak of rank 10 was the end of the universe, there was no way to go further than that. Could it be that there was a higher realm? Suji looked at Yimeng. This was the strongest hero that could deduce the end of the universe, there should be no more secrets in his eyes, but he still found a blind spot. Yimeng seemed to be excited. At the last moment of his life, he seemed to have seen something, like an old man struggling on a sickbed. He had a sudden realization and murmured, I think I saw it. He became spirited and started to try to deduce. No wonder I couldn't find it in my previous deductions. It is not a realm that can exist in theory, It is a realm that cannot be broken through, it is a contradictory impossibility. No wonder I couldn't deduce it." Meng's expression gradually became excited. He laughed out loud and said, "That's because it's theoretically impossible to achieve. That realm itself is a paradox of the universe. To become the universe itself, to become the true chaotic Tao-yi." "You saw it?" the figure asked. "Paradox?" "I saw it. Vaguely, I saw an unbelievable possibility," Meng said in a low voice. His voice gradually became lower. No one knew what he had deduced or what he had seen. Perhaps he had only seen a corner of it, a possibility of the future. Tao map, it's the Tao map, only those that were born at the beginning of the universe, the existences that accompany the universe to the end of its lifespan, living as long as the universe, can see the final realm. At the end of the universe, there can be no construction without destruction. There can be no construction without destruction. Suji was startled, his body shook. "Paradox, everything is a paradox, this is impossible." Meng murmured, "There is no existence that can live to the end of the universe, so, everything is impossible. So, from the beginning to the end, there can never be a final existence that surpasses the universe itself and achieves that unbelievable realm." Suji was startled. He felt that the amount of information was terrifying, it was the ultimate mystery of the universe. Why must one live from the beginning of the universe to the end of it? To live until the end of the age of chaos, when the door to rank 10 closes, to have a chance to break through, in the age of chaos, it was already a wasteland that had lost its transcendent powers. What kind of great lucky chance could there be? Suji did not expect this, but if what he said was true, this was indeed an impossible paradox. When the seats of the great Tao were filled, the door of the 10th level would close, and the universe would begin to age. Not a single ultimate being of the universe would be able to live to the end. The 9th level was the limit at that time. In fact, after a period of time, even level 9 Daos would no longer exist, and level 8 gods would be the limit. How could there be 10 levels, from the birth of the universe, experiencing the assimilation of the universe, able to survive in that cultivationless age, and then break through? These conditions were too harsh. That's impossible. Suji didn't have time to ask about the theory or why it was like this. He only asked the most crucial question, is there no solution? He is a sincere man. He knew that at the last moment, the theory wasn't important. What was important was the method. Just like a mathematical formula, Suji didn't have the time to ask how it was deduced. He had to know the specific formula to break through to the 11th level first. There's a way. Meng's body was already disappearing and collapsing. If I can't deduce it, I might be able to if I give it some time. If there's a way, the simplest way is to start from now, build a special world, hide in it, hide until the final cultivationless age of the universe, and then look for that chance to break through, build a world? Yes, maybe this is a way, but I won't be able to see it anymore. I can only hope that there will be someone from a distant future, with talent not inferior to mine, who can also see the end of the universe, build a world, and use it as a ship to escape to the distant future of the universe, the cultivationless age, the time to prove the Tao. If I really want to build a world, I think the most suitable name for that ship is longevity. Longevity? There is no eternal life in the world, I only hope to live a long life, to follow the universe to the end. Naming it Longevity World is just right. His laughter became louder and louder. Immortality? The ship of longevity, to endure to the end of the universe? There is no eternal life in the world, I only hope to live a long life. I only hope to live a long life, to the end of the universe. Suji's body trembled, and he became completely silent. He watched as Meng disappeared, the Tao rumbled, and was returning. He could not help but sigh, he had obtained something, and it did not look simple. Whoosh! A meteor shower that far surpassed the previous meteor shower, along with strands of light curtain, fell down. This was the death of an ultimate saint, the collapse of the Tao, and the phenomenon of returning to the universe. So beautiful. Suji raised his head to look at him and smiled. Meng, the ambitious and ruthless person, had finally reached this step, and welcomed the final moment. On the last day, they sat down to discuss the Tao, and they were all very satisfied. I want a death that will rot away. Suji suddenly remembered Meng's words. He suddenly felt that his final moment was enough to rot away. He endured unimaginable loneliness, established the Tao for the world, and worked for the benefit of the people of the future. The disturbance of his death could shake the world. Suji knew that this stubborn man seemed to be rotten, depraved, and abandoned his original dream, turning the world into a sea of bitterness, and everyone was born into this sea of bitterness. But in reality, he created this sea of bitterness, and still persisted in creating a true paradise for the entire universe. This seemed contradictory. The sea of bitterness and the paradise were clearly the opposite of each other. But this world was so contradictory, as if the two were the same thing, even Suji could not tell them apart. Suji turned and left. He did not erect a tombstone or build a tomb for Yimeng, a fellow Tao friend. Suji clearly knew that for an existence of this level, his tomb was the entire universe. His epitaph was already engraved in this universe. A Tao saint was still eternal and immortal. Their so-called death was assimilation by the universe, becoming part of the laws of the universe, and losing themselves, but how could it not be another kind of eternal life? His greatness was already like a star, hanging in the sky after his death, becoming the most dazzling one. Your achievements are too great, no one can comment on it, but in the Tao Atlas of the future, you will always be the most dazzling first primordial branch of the world. Whoosh. Suji left this universe. He returned outside. He looked down at the changes in the false Tao universe, and then looked up at the stars in the real universe. He looked at the real universe, that was the Tao Atlas that had been accumulated for 14 billion years, shining like stars, more than 100 million light spots. They were all the tombstones left behind by the saints of the great Tao in history. They were eternal marks left behind in the universe. Previously, he could see the laws that formed the universe from the Tao gate, but he did not feel anything. But now, he felt an unimaginable weight. This Tao ancient tree could be said to be a huge graveyard, and within the ancient shining tombstones, the most powerful existences in the history of more than 10 billion years were buried. Suji could not help but look at the most dazzling branch. That was also the first saint in the world, and he also proved the laws of the structure of matter, and cut open the first blade in the world. Are you the other Yimeng from 14 billion years ago in the real universe? He could not help but laugh. Perhaps everything he had deduced had happened in history, and Yimeng really existed 14 billion years ago, for the benefit of the living beings of the future, another spectacular era, but unfortunately, no one can enjoy it with me. After sending off Yimeng, Suji still only smiled and sipped his tea. He knew clearly that this was not the first time, and it would not be the last. He was destined to deduce all the eras, and take the great heroes of each era as his teacher. With them as the pioneers, he would open up a path to the end. He had many teachers, but they would only send off those who were worthy of respect. Suji raised his head again and looked at the matured great Tao map of the universe. All the great beings in the world have passed with the passage of time, and only the eternal and unchanging laws that they sought have always stood there. The era of the primordial chaos has completely ended. After saying that, Suji gently flipped to the next page of Genesis, and a simple line of words was recorded. At the end of the primordial universe, Yimeng established the laws of heaven and earth to extend his life. At this point, there were birth, old age, sickness, and death, and the era of the chaotic gods and demons ended. This era had passed, and the tone of the entire universe had been set. The 3,000 or so parameter laws had allowed the universe to form a relatively constant and stable operation of a superlarge celestial body. Although it was still a rough embryo. With holes everywhere, like a sculpture with a general shape set, future generations would need to carry out a long period of improvement and integration. The world has birth, aging, sickness, and death, and a new era has begun. The era of the eternal gods and demons has ended, but it still needs some time before the next era can pass. Suji lowered his head and looked at the entire universe. This time, it was a very terrifying purge. 90% of the living beings in the universe had been wiped out, leaving only those who were still young and belonged to their own realm. The number was much more terrifying than Suji had imagined, because the living beings in this universe were too undisciplined. Because of eternal life, they were very casual about cultivation. Most cultivators might not be able to break through to the second level even at the age of 100. Once their lifespan was reduced, they would instantly die of old age. However, although Yimeng has fallen, there are still dozens of ancient gods and demons alive in the era of the Khanate gods and demons. They are the victors of the war of the 3,000 gods and demons. They are hiding in the chaos outside the universe and have fallen into a deep sleep, hoping to live a little longer. Su Ji's eyes flickered. Even Yi Mang's ninth disciple, female B, was among them. They were the remnants of the Khanate gods and demons. But there was no need to care, they would not live for long. In the end, they would struggle for a period of time before turning into the dust of history. This is the general trend of the world, it is already irreversible. The Khanate gods and demons of the old era were all ordinary plants born from the original materials. Their bloodlines were very mediocre, definitely not as powerful as the natural evolution of the bloodlines in front of me. In the future, the bloodlines will become more diverse and have infinite possibilities, Su Ji observed for a while and then ignored it. The end of an era, Su Ji also needed to relax and sort out his harvest. However, as I enter the post-celestial realm, the pressure to resist the entire universe has been greatly reduced. Su Ji knew that this universe was already developing towards a mature universe. The smaller the differences, the less the pressure would be. Soon, he left this universe. He returned to the God of Destruction's dimensional courtyard. A week had passed. At this time, there were many species in the courtyard. Dickie, Carolyn. Even Heavenly Venerable Blue Abyss, who had come from a civilization outside and was guarding the door for Su Ji, was also excitedly evolving. What a pity, Su Ji said, shaking his head. There's no way to send these species into the pseudo-Dao universe. If they didn't conform to the Great Dao, they would be rejected. The pseudo-Dao universe was destined to never be connected to the greater cosmos. But the destructive species that they evolved into are the truly powerful forces that can be used in this universe. Su Ji knew what he wanted to do. In the end, the pseudo-Dao universe was just a pseudo-Dao, used for extrapolation. The main battle prowess was definitely still the laws of this universe. However, just because it's useless now doesn't mean it won't be useful in the future. When the first true ultimate level 10 appears, I'll move this universe outside of the universe. Then, I won't be restricted by the universe. Su Ji knew that there was still some distance to go. His civilization level had not truly reached the pinnacle of level 10 yet. He was just a fake level 10. He sat in front of the window of the God of Destruction's courtyard and looked at the conscientious Nasaira. He began to organize the thoughts he got from Yi Mang. As for level 11, I didn't expect this realm to exist in theory, but it also doesn't exist at the same time. It's an extremely contradictory intermediate state? Is it also quantum mechanics? It can only be formed after being observed. The collapse of the first level 11 will become a reality. Without level 11, there won't be such a realm? It's very mysterious. No one can say for sure what kind of dimensional creature it is. He wrote everything down in his notes and organized his thoughts. But it's extremely difficult to achieve the conditions. Condition 1, I have to live from the beginning of the universe to the final period of the universe and live as long as the universe. Su Ji tapped the pen tip. He couldn't figure out why he had to do this. But it was vaguely related to the Great Dao Atlas, which was the ancient tree that proved the Dao. His current level of knowledge was still too low to deduce and understand such a deep principle. Why did he have to do this? This was the necessary condition to break through to level 11. But this condition itself was an impossible paradox, not a single existence could live that long. That was the assimilation of the universe, the most irresistible disaster of the universe. Condition 2, I have to prove the Dao at a special time, the final period of the universe's destruction. At that time, there will be a door leading to level 11. This was even more strange. Why must it be in that era? The era of chaos was the old age of the universe where transcendence declined. The Great Dao began to close because it was complete, level 10 could no longer be produced. Even level 9 could not distort the completely mature and perfectly closed rules of the universe and began to cease to exist. This is very interesting, Su Ji smiled faintly. The doors of level 10 and 9 in the universe are closed, but the door of level 11 is open? In that dying universe, destroy and rebuild? Perhaps only a perfect and mature universe that has been completely repaired by the ultimate level 10 existence of the past is the most crucial condition to break through. Su Ji vaguely felt that he had grasped something. After all, his knowledge wasn't low, the ultimate level 10 existences of the past, they proved the Tao time and time again. The perfect universe's rules were like bricks, condensing and adding to the final realm. The many level 10 existences became a part of the ladder. Finally, the universe's rules were completed, allowing people to step on the perfect ladder and slowly push open the final door. Suji began to feel that this was very interesting. It's like all the existences of the past are planting trees, becoming nourishment for the tree, constantly promoting its growth. But it depends on who can live to the end. In the end, is it the same as plucking the peach? It's no wonder that in this universe, all the ultimate level 10 existences are unable to deduce the 11th level. They think that the 10th level is the peak of the great Tao. Is it because they are not talented enough? No. Their talents are earth-shattering, but they cannot be deduced. There's only one simple reason. That is because they don't exist in this era. This is the limit of the era. Just like in the future, when the door to the 10th level is closed, no matter how talented a level 9 monster is, they won't be able to see the path to the 10th level. At that time, they thought that the 9th level is the end of the great Tao. This is the era. All existences are living beings of the era. The current level 10 existences are the same. Each of them may dominate an era of the universe, but they also fall like the stars in the sky. No matter how monstrous they are, no matter how strong they are, they can't break through the limit of the era itself. This is the cruelty of the universe. I should be glad that I'm living in the golden age of the transcendental heavens. Otherwise, in the tens of billions of years later, when all the doors are closed, no one can escape. Suji said in a low voice, but I also feel sad that I wasn't born in the era when the universe was created, because according to Yimeng, one must live as long as the universe, from the beginning to the end of the universe to have a chance. The me who was born now can't even reach the most basic threshold. Suji didn't know what the principle was. But according to what Yimeng said, this was one of the necessary conditions. He had no chance. But he didn't care. The insectoid race has endless possibilities. Once I find the principle, why must I live from the beginning to the end of the universe? I'll think of a way to make up for it. Suji knew that this false Tao universe was his greatest opportunity. Yimeng had fallen, but how could the saints of the future who reached the peak of the great Tao not want to transcend? How could they want to be restricted by the heavenly Tao? They would definitely think of a way to break through to the 10th level. Just as Yimeng said, if the existence of the future was outstanding enough, they would also see what he saw. They would definitely think of a way to break the paradox of the universe, defy the heavenly Tao, find a way to sneak through, live to the end of the universe, and pry open the final door. In the universe of the future, perhaps there will be an extremely talented existence like Yiguang. As he said, he will build a world, and the ship of longevity will sneak to the end of the universe. When the time comes, he will prove his Tao, he will give it his all and become an existence that truly transcends the heavenly Tao. I just need to continue divining the false Tao universe, and I will see how they do it, and whether there are people who want to sneak through. Suji said softly. Let's see how they think of a way to live to the end of the universe, and then reap the fruits of their labor. He also understood that if the false Tao universe could be seen by someone in the future, then in the entire universe, there might have been mysterious existences who had seen it countless billions of years ago. They might have even built a ship of longevity and started to sneak into the future. The insectoid queen must have wanted to board the ship and obtain the ticket to transcendence. Who knows, she might have been beaten to death. Suji murmured softly as he looked at the fake Tao universe. The immortal realm? Everything was unknown to him before, but as he divined the ancient dark truth of the universe, the cause of the universe, and the poneglyph of history, he felt that he could grasp some things. This is really interesting. Suji went through an intense brainstorm. He put down the pen in his hand and couldn't help but stretch. This deduction is over. I've gained a lot, but there are some speculations. I still have to verify them one by one. After all, this was Suji's one-sided speculation. The specific principles, what form the 11th level would take, and what kind of power would be needed to break through, Suji still didn't know. The great Tao of the false Tao universe was incomplete. This was a virtual sand table. However, Suji could find a way to transcend the reality of the universe from it, but he wasn't in a hurry. Everything could be done slowly. Meng, you really gave me a big surprise. I haven't had such an existence in a long time. Suji smiled. It wasn't that he didn't want to save Meng, but he couldn't. Only by breaking through to the 10th level could Suji open up a future. But once he broke through to the 10th level, he would become a part of the universe and face the fate of being assimilated by the universe. No one could save him. However, from the results of the deduction, the 10th level is definitely deeper than ever. It's beyond the sum of the other 9 levels. Suji was very calm. He thought about his next plan and how to carry it out. The false Tao universe was definitely the main goal of his current development. The second goal was the God of Destruction's sand table courtyard. He had to play with mixed bloodlines. Moon God Season, Cosmos Garden, and other forces also have to develop. Suji felt that there was a long way to go. As for the false Tao universe, it has entered the era of postnatal lifeforms. Maybe I can start putting some players in from the God of Destruction's dimensional courtyard. After all, from the beginning, the God of Destruction's dimensional courtyard was the universe created by the God of Destruction. As for the great Tao of the two universes not being compatible, that wasn't a problem. As long as a mature species was evolved, they could all be put into that universe. Then, they could adapt to the rules of the universe and evolve into species. Then, they could become the species of that world. It would evolve once in this world, and it would evolve again in that world. However, the likes of Medusa and Dicky cannot be allowed in at the moment. Suji pondered. They are too strong. Their knowledge comes from 14 billion years in the future. After they enter, with their personalities, they will definitely want to see the world in chaos. They will definitely affect the structure of civilization. I want someone who is similar to the natives and doesn't like to cause trouble to blend in and become a part of the tide of the times. Suji thought for a long time but couldn't come up with a basic plan, so he didn't care. In any case, he was not in a hurry. He planned to make a trip back to the orchard on Earth first. After all, the God of Destruction's dimensional courtyard was moved here, while the God of Creation's courtyard was still in its original place. Crash. He quickly broke through space and landed in the living room again. Suji had not looked at the form for a long time. What were they doing during this period of time? Suji felt that nothing major should have happened during this period of time. After all, he didn't do anything and spent more than a week deducing the new world. On the other hand, the outside world was developing peacefully. The Blue Abyss Divine Domain had just experienced a great calamity, and there were many things waiting to be done. When he took a look, he was shocked. Nothing had happened to the sand table, but something had happened to Earth, supernatural revival. A 7th grade expert has appeared out of nowhere. Long live Empress Cutie. Ha 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 ha. As everyone knows, our Earth is the origin planet of ancient Buddhism. Even though it has declined, under our diligence, it has once again returned to its heyday. In fact, half a year ago, we improved our cultivation according to the Alchemy Emperor. We have already cultivated martial arts and Soul Dao, and trained a group of experts. They are already at the 3rd grade. What? Very weak? I'm sorry, it has only been half a year. To be able to achieve this is already very fast. Screenshot. Screenshot. A picture was displayed. It was a few people in real life, using simple Taoist techniques. It was very simple and unadorned, bombarding a wooden pile. Obviously, it was in some underground research institute. Brothers, this is not the most important thing. It will be very difficult to cultivate in this half a year. But what is the most important thing? It's Empress Cutie. As a great person who has achieved Taoism, the energy feedback from her main body has made her extremely powerful soul, allowing her human body on Earth to cultivate extremely fast. She is already at the 7th grade epic realm and has awakened the immortal blood. From now on, she is immortal. Yes. She has ignited our unique immortal blood talent and is on the path to immortality. A video was played. A peerless beauty with her face covered could be seen. She was wearing a crown and a phoenix robe. She was gorgeous and noble, and she had the aura of a motherly model of the world. She was dressed like Mother Earth. Looking at the angle of the video, it was obvious that she was holding a selfie stick. Swoosh. She stepped on the white clouds, taking selfies as she leisurely strolled among the clouds. as if she was an immortal from ancient times. Suddenly, she landed on a domestic passenger plane, put her hands behind her back, and said calmly, "This iron bird mount is not bad." The video was cut off. Shocking my mother. Cutie is actually doing a live broadcast in real life? She even went to ride a plane? This is Earth. This is a living Earth, this is reality. Cutie really hit it well. She has actually developed to such an extent. She is already at the 7th grade epic realm? Transcendent power has appeared in real life? The revival of Buddhism on Earth has spread to us. The era of national cultivation is coming? Wait, since Cutie is so powerful, the other big shots are probably also cultivating in secret without saying a word. Their realms are probably not low either. You mean, the Alchemy Emperor, the speed of Mount Akina, and even the inflatable balloon fish are not weak in real life? Who knew how long these big shots had been hiding it from them, and they only revealed it now? They must have colluded in private. The players below were cheering and jumping for joy, but they were also full of shock. Although they had long guessed that this spore evolution was not simple and the things in it were too real. It might be the key to another universe, but when it really happened in front of them, it was still very shocking. Suji? He looked at Cutie, who was taking a selfie with its sunder face, and felt uncomfortable. I have only ignored you for a week, and you guys, F*king around like this? If I don't beat you up for 3 days, you guys will go up to the roof and tear the tiles? Suji was too stunned to react. Even if I don't create events for you, you guys can create events on your own. You guys are having fun. However, when Meng Mei broke through to the 7th level and rode on the clouds everywhere, the scenery in the sky made Suji suddenly think of him in the past. As soon as he could fly, he would excitedly fly into the sky and travel everywhere. This situation, this scenery, it's very familiar. Suji sat in front of the computer, watching the video, and could not help but be speechless. They also reached this step? However, she's much, much slower than me. Back then, when I ascended to the heavens in high spirits, it was a similar scene as cute sis. However, it's been a long time, as if it's been a lifetime. I remember that was after the Magus world, right? He could not help but sigh at the ruthlessness of time. However, when Suji thought about it carefully, it was not that long ago. Cutie's current ascension was only half a year away from him. To be honest, Suji knew that they would definitely make a move on Earth. There were all kinds of signs before, but he did not expect them to act so quickly and directly announce it. At this time, another message was sent. Everyone, I think you know that the spiritual energy on Earth is recovering, and the extraordinary era of ancient Buddhism and Taoism is coming. And this time, there is only one reason for this announcement, because Cutie's human body is going to break through from the 7th level epic to the divine. This is the first God on Earth. You should know what it means. Now, we are going to broadcast the breakthrough of a God, and the whole Earth is invited to watch the ceremony. Watch the ceremony. Suji was speechless. He ignored the spore forum and turned on the TV. He found that all the news channels were talking about Meng Mei. A grand ceremony was about to be held, and the leaders of various countries would come. Obviously, this was not a coincidence. It was premeditated. Mao Xiaoming, the alchemist emperor, Meng Mei, and the others had secretly communicated with the research institutes of various countries. They planned to announce everything to the world. And Meng Mei was the first to achieve Taoism. She was from the oldest group of players. Naturally, her cultivation speed was the fastest, so she was pushed out. It's not that they don't want to hide it, but they can't hide it anymore. Suji reacted quickly. Gods are the strongest creatures on the planet. Meng Mei's original body has been a stage 9 Taoist for some time. As a mortal body, it's normal for her to break through to God realm. But it must cause a great commotion in the whole Earth, forming an energy vortex. It can't be hidden at all. So, we might as well make use of this astronomical phenomenon to directly announce it. It's not a solution to keep hiding. He took a sip of tea. Boom, his spiritual mind covered the whole Dong city. He found that people on the street and in the neighborhood were talking about this. Transcendence, Mother Earth, the ancient myths on Earth were true. Even some old people in their 40s and 50s who didn't understand the internet called their sons and grandsons to help them open some information to understand what had happened. Looking at the computer, the old man chattered, "I told you since you were young to fear ghosts and gods. Gods do exist. We have a saying about the 5 immortals here. This weasel is the most evil. I still remember what happened to you in the past. The weasel worshipped you like an old man. Look. Look." On the other side, an old lady said excitedly as she pulled her granddaughter who was still in junior high. "Ancient gods. I didn't expect that our ancient Huaxia myths would have such an illusion. They have been protecting our earth and reviving our ancient myths. So great, so great." An old man in his 80s had tears in his eyes. He instantly regarded the ancient gods as his idol. He wished he could make a statue of them and worship them. Spirit of Huaxia. It will never be extinguished. Kid, you have to be sensible. Study hard and fight hard. You must become the Tao protector of this Huaxia ancestor, understand? Such an existence is benevolent and selfless. Our ancestors of China must not die. Dad, the son, who was wearing a black suit, had a helpless look on his face. Not everyone can be a path protector. They have to be powerful and talented. Currently, on Earth, we don't have anyone with enough potential. Hearing this, the old man was very unhappy. What? We Earthlings can't even protect our own ancestors, so we have to let others become our path guardians? What a scandal. On the other side of the living room. TSK. You brat, did you hear that? Physical Buddha. Chemistry. A young father threw away the test paper with 0 marks, took out his belt, and scolded his son, "Look at the ancient lava domain, it's actually the Buddha's Saraira." Buddha, it was the radiant Buddha. The Tao is the true Qi Tao. He cursed as he whipped. It's your fault for not studying properly. Have you heard of this saying? The end of science is theology. Our Huaxia ancestors were ancient people with great wisdom. They understood physics and chemistry a long time ago. They were prehistoric civilizations, and they walked out of Earth to become immortals and gods in the various heavens and realms. I can't believe a kid like you still wants to cultivate and become an immortal or a Buddha. What's the use of taking a failing exam? It was sensational everywhere. The ancient Huaxia illusions deduced by Qiuming Mountain and the truth of ancient Huaxia were all spread. Some old people and old ladies believed in the words of immortals and gods. Now, they were so moved by the ancient stories of Huaxia that their eyes were filled with tears. Super ancient god, you must survive. They were very emotional and felt that this ancestor of theirs had shouldered many missions, fighting for the continuation of their civilization. It was very sorrowful. Suji didn't know how to react after hearing this. It's the new year, Dong City is already so lively. How can it be outside? But obviously, the effect of being on TV is very scary. He didn't believe it before, but now it's true. The whole earth is excited and joyful. It's really a scene of the new year. Everywhere, people are praising the ancient gods. They are full of worship. It's making me a little embarrassed. In fact, Suji didn't care much about the revival of the supernatural on Earth. After all, as he had deduced in the past, the flow of time was different. They were the ones who had revived the supernatural. He didn't know how far he had progressed. Just as he had guessed, he had begun to explore the ultimate 10th level of the universe and the biggest mystery. It was nothing for an ordinary planet to have a supernatural. Even though this was a planet, his home planet. But he did find it interesting. After all, it was the land he was familiar with. He chose to watch the changes with a smile on his face. After all, the dream of Qiuming Mountain, Meng Mei, and the Emperor of Alchemy was to build up the earth. The hymn of the Chinese civilization was also a hymn of history. At this time, the forum was still discussing. Qiuming Mountain had begun to reveal some of the grand scene. Don't think that Meng Mei is the only one who has broken through to the god realm. It's very ordinary. In fact, the meaning behind it is very profound. In the scale of civilizations in the universe, when we have an 8th level life, it means that our civilization is already an 8th level civilization. Even though other existences can't keep up with us, a godly spirit can guide our development very quickly. Godly spirits have great power, and they can refine spirit chi formations for us, which can speed up our cultivation speed. Even the gods can start to carve spatial teleportation arrays and locate their own coordinates. What does this mean? It means that we can connect with the outside world. As long as we want, our people can go to the 7 realms at any time. Dicky, Meng Mei, and the alchemy factory can also come to Earth at any time. In this way, we can have the terrifying resources we have stored before, and of course, we can develop at a high speed. But we don't plan to do this at the moment. It's too dangerous if Dicky, Carolyn, and the others know where we are. These big shots are great beings of the universe who kill and destroy worlds without blinking. This place is a paradise. But even if we don't communicate with the outside world, a god also means that we have completely recovered. Everyone, welcome to the ceremony. Although the breakthrough of a god won't shake the entire planet, it's possible for all of Asia to look at the sky and feel the aura. Xiaoming Mountains said, but breaking through to the god realm is beyond our generation. I think it's better to have some heavyweights attend the ceremony, but only those of the Chinese lineage who know about the existence of Earth. I originally wanted to invite a super ancient god, but his whereabouts are unknown. I've already sent someone to invite Dizun. I don't know if he'll come. Suji was dumbfounded. He had originally come back to relax and think about his next plan. He wanted to get a few suitable people to go to the fake Dao universe and pave the way for the first batch of people. Who knew that these guys would cause trouble for him? He was suddenly implicated for no reason. When Suji was working on the sand table, there was a huge commotion here. He didn't expect this. It had only been a little over 7 days, and Earth was already in a flourishing state. He had originally come back to control Messiah and cultivate in seclusion again to prepare for his great Dao bloodline. After all, it was time for this to begin. They're going to invite Dizun? Now, Suji's eyelids twitched slightly. Their plan was very thorough. After all, Earth's spirit chi was recovering. Although Mingming's ascension phenomenon was huge and could be announced to the world, if the ancient Huaxia heavenly lord appeared in person, the commotion would naturally be pushed to the peak, and this flourishing state would be complete. Earth's extraordinary recovery is essentially a kind of civilization progress, from the primitive era to the extraordinary era. After all, in the vast universe, there are many inferior indigenous civilizations like Earth that haven't truly left the planet. It's good that they can transcend now. Although it doesn't have much to do with me, I can't possibly rely on Earth itself and hope that they can recover and provide me with combat power, right? But Suji naturally didn't have any resistance. He was a member of Earth. Those players were doing this for Earth's development, and he felt that it was good. This was something that would benefit future generations. He thought about it and said, since I have nothing else to do, I can help and push forward a little, but since I've come, as the ancient ancestors of Huaxia, I have to bring a gift. Suji pondered. This gift couldn't be too light. He suddenly frowned. Perhaps the outer Dao universe can give a few people a chance to enter? He had been thinking about how to implement this before. He had to put the first batch of living beings into the false Dao universe. If there were 2 of him in the real universe and the false Dao universe, what would happen if they cultivated at the same time? This was what Suji wanted to study. But it couldn't be the batch like Dichi and Medusa. In this primitive era, because their combat power was too strong, they had to learn energy and mature systems. Once they entered, the other people of that era wouldn't be able to play. However, he had to let people in. The innate chaos god-fiend era was over, and there were many variables in the postmate era. Suji didn't care too much about it, and he wanted to ensure that there were no variables. Perhaps, I can choose a few from Earth as a gift? Suji was slightly stunned. After considering the possibilities, it was not impossible. These people were generally not strong. They had always relied on the accumulation of knowledge and the development of various extraordinary systems, which was why they were able to do all sorts of things. However, in which universe, their accumulated knowledge was useless. He was directly crippled. Even if they wanted to make a scene, they couldn't. Moreover, they couldn't start a fight in the first place. Without reaching the peak of the 10th order, saints of the Great Path were ultimately ants, and it was impossible for them to influence the times. Besides, they might not even be able to break through to the 9th order. Suji was very calm. At the same time, just in case, it's better to choose some honest people who won't cause trouble. For example, people I'm familiar with, people like the Alchemy Emperor, not to mention the speed of Mount Akina, it was rejected at first glance. Actually, the cute girl could do it too. Among the players, the cute girl was relatively honest, and she was a very honest kind. She was full of dirty words on the internet, but in reality, she was a yes man and kept a low profile. She had the spirit of a keyboard warrior. For 10,000 years, Earth Mother had not even killed a chicken, so she was asked to cause trouble and court death everywhere? That was impossible. Hiding in peace and collecting rent was the biggest dream of this salted fish. In all likelihood, she would find a place to hide and secretly start collecting patent fees again. She would become a landlady and not interfere with the times itself. But, can they really do it? The Alchemy Emperor had already reached the peak of the God realm and set foot on the path of the Ninth Order. The cute girl is also a Ninth Order cultivator. Her soul and body have become one, and there is no such thing as a soul. It is impossible for her to reincarnate into another body and be reborn. This is the only true self in the whole universe. This means that the cute girl's clone actually has no true spirit in that universe. It is just an empty body controlled by an empty shell. She will not be able to break through the realm above the God realm, and she will not be able to become one with her soul and body to walk the path of the Ninth Order. The Eighth Order will be her limit. So now, the cute girl's original body on Earth, the Eighth Order will be the limit of her cultivation. Because her true spirit has long become one with the soul and body of the insect race Mother Earth in the Seven Realms. This was a very realistic matter. You can cultivate a mortal body, clone, travel the universe, travel incognito, and roam the world. But your mortal body can't break through to the ninth rank. How can I give it to you to cultivate so many ninth rank bodies? If you had enough time, wouldn't you be invincible? You could only be the only Ninth Order, the true self with the soul and body as one. However, if the Eighth Order was the limit of the Alchemy Emperor, the cute girl, and the others, what was the use? Gods were useless. Suji would definitely not put the Ninth Order cultivators into the fake Tao universe, because they could no longer cultivate to the Ninth Order in the fake Tao universe. It can only be another batch of players who haven't broken through. Suji was about to start putting ordinary people in, but his expression changed. Wait, in this universe, the Ninth Order is the only true self of the universe. This is the rule of the universe. What about the other universes? Will the original rule of the main universe be unable to restrict me? His breathing quickened. Once this thought appeared, it could not be stopped. That's right. How can the rules of the main universe still restrict me when I go to other universes? He had always followed the inherent concept of the universe to understand the established facts, but outside of the universe, was there a need to follow the rules of the universe? I have to do some deductions. Boom, in the next second, Suji entered the state of the great universe battle body. Endless knowledge surged, and his thoughts were as fast as waves. He started deducing, and all kinds of thoughts flashed by like lightning. Suddenly, Suji saw some deduced scenes, and he couldn't help but want to laugh. It can be done. It can be done. In this universe, there is only one true self. What about the other universes? There can also be a true self. In every universe, there can be a true self. Suji thought of the multiverse theory. Every parallel universe could have a true self. What did this mean? This meant that he, as a great existence of the universe, would indeed become immortal in other universes. However, he could also conform to the laws of heaven and earth in other universes, allowing one of his bodies to cultivate anew, starting from the beginning, and cultivating all over again. That parallel universe of himself could also break through the Ninth Order and become a Taoist, and break through the 10th Order ultimate. This represents an unimaginable significance. Suji took a deep breath. It's equivalent to a parallel universe. In that parallel universe, if I can cultivate again, I will be another 10th Order ultimate. There are two me in two parallel universes. This means that the me in this universe has fallen, and the me in the other parallel universe is still alive. There is only one way to completely kill myself, destroy all the me in the multiverse. If that's the case, it's very significant. Suji seemed to see a terrifying future. Hutsis can become a Ninth Order in this universe, And in that pseudo-Dao universe, she can also become a ninth order in that universe. Both of us might even have the possibility of breaking through the 10th order ultimate. Suji knew that this speculation was very epical. If it was true, it would mean that he had an extra life, and it would be almost impossible for others to kill him. The pseudo-Dao universe was very useful. This was something that other 10th order dojos didn't have, because they all belonged to the rules of the universe. Only the pseudo-Dao universe and Suji's pseudo-Dao universe had this function. It's just a speculation. I have to test it out for myself. Suji took a deep breath, and his eyes lit up as he transformed into the form of an emperor. I didn't expect to have such a good harvest coming back here. Since they want to invite me to the ceremony, I will give you a big gift as a greeting gift. He looked at the cute girl in the capital of China, who was holding a selfie stick and broadcasting excitedly. I will use you to accept the gift and grace of the emperor. The 6 paths of reincarnation. Dizun sat in the underworld, very calm. Suddenly, Mengpa came in. Mao Tiao wants to see you. Come in. Dizun didn't open his eyes. He was still resting. After a while, Mao Tiao walked in respectfully and said, Your Majesty the Overlord, the ancient land of Huaxia has been revived. They would like to invite Your Majesty to attend the ceremony. It won't take long, just a few moments. This is an ancient land after all, and we hope that Your Majesty can attend. This is the origin of civilization. It's reasonable to go, Dizun said after thinking for a while on the throne. In the capital of Huaxia. In a special hotel, Mengmei was still taking selfies in her room and broadcasting to the forum. At the same time, she was preparing for the grand ceremony that was about to begin. In the room next to the hotel, her parents had come to attend the ceremony. They were in the special seats. They were scared out of their wits and still couldn't believe it. At this time, not only her parents, but her 7 aunts and 7 aunts had also come to watch the ceremony. Mingmei's mother sat in the middle of the crowd and chattered, Hey! My daughter, I knew she was smart since she was young. When she was young, she went to see the Taoist priest in the temple. The old Taoist priest held her back and said she had a destiny. A few months ago, I thought she was bewitched. She was always hiding in her room, doing push-ups on the ground, training her muscles, and muttering that she had to be strong. I was really scared out of my wits. This wasn't the only thing. If an ordinary person trained their muscles and body, they wouldn't change much. But my daughter is different. She's tall and strong, and her muscles are like gluten. She looks like the Hulk in the movies. She's even on the scale. She must weigh more than 1,000 pounds. Walking is like an earthquake. At that time, I thought it was bad. She's bewitched. My daughter is useless. Who would dare marry her? Next to her, a relative said, I asked my son about this. He said it's called martial arts. It's a cultivation method to train the body. When you reach the 7th stage of the Sky Emperor stage, you'll return to your original body. Look at your daughter now. Isn't she very beautiful, like a fairy? Besides, my son is not bad. He's handsome and graduated from a famous foreign school. He's taking over the family business. Look at my daughter. Bah, bah, bah. Mingmei's mother scolded jokingly, my daughter is about to become an immortal. She has already attained the Tao and ascended. She's an immortal from the heavens and can live for thousands of years. I've been thinking about your son for a long time in the past, but now, you are different from an immortal and immortal. Also, don't be fooled by my daughter's beauty. Her skin is as smooth as tofu, but she weighs 3,000 kilograms. Her skin looks delicate, but when I touch her little face, it's as hard as jade. Even a hammer won't be able to break it. Her biological level has increased, and her body has become denser. How can an ordinary man like you withstand it? Poking you with a finger is like poking tofu. This is the difference between an immortal and immortal. The 7 aunts and 7 aunts at the side were amazed and felt that it was too magical. I see. In ancient times, there was a saying that immortals and mortals were different. So this is the reason. They continued to curry favor with him. When a person achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs will ascend to heaven. His daughter had become an immortal, and it was in the ancient Huaxia mythological world of the 7 realms. How honorable would she be? As they chatted, next door, Mingmei's eyelids twitched when she heard this. Her mother was going around exposing her past. How could she casually talk about her dark history as a muscular woman who weighed thousands of kilograms? She couldn't be bothered to care so much. After a few hours, it was almost time. It officially began. Everything went through a complicated ceremony. The various television stations broadcast it live, and the person in charge gave a speech. In the end, Mingmei gradually rose into the air under countless flashing lights. Boom, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gradually swept over. Beams of divine light appeared. An 8th-grade deity was still extremely powerful. After all, it wasn't in the form of an ant, but a human. As the strongest creature on the planet's surface, it caused a huge commotion. Mingmei gradually flew into the clouds, and all kinds of auras gathered. Boom, the white clouds in the sky cleared. It was as if a large hand had erased a sand painting. The sky was clear and blue, and there were no clouds for thousands of kilometers. Immortal ascension, everyone looked at this scene in shock. In front of their televisions and computers, they were incomparably shocked. This scene was too powerful. Before, they had only seen videos and pictures, so it didn't feel real. Only now did they realize how terrifying it was. This was just an 8th-grade deity, but it was already so terrifying. This was destined to be a historical scene on Earth. Earth had officially opened its own historical hymn. Mingmei is so flirtatious. I already guessed that she was a rich girl in real life. That damn nouveau riche. She hasn't even killed a chicken before. Her heart has always been pure. After all, only rich girls would be so idealistic. In order to prevent the tragedy of immortality from happening again, she wants to build a dragon's vein so that all living beings can escape the previous tribulation to become gods. Looking at the television, Qi Mingyu was speechless. He didn't go to attend the ceremony. He still hid his identity and didn't expose himself because he hadn't become a god yet. It was better to hide. After all, he didn't like these things. Beside him, his girlfriend also had a serious look on her face. She sat on the sofa. She invited Dizun. This is amazing. That's normal. Qi Mingyu didn't think much of it and said confidently, after all, this is the land of origin. Many of the ancient people of Xianxia came from here. Even the ancient deities came from here. Of course, they have to show their attitude. It's normal to come over. It doesn't take much effort to come over, just a moment. It would be abnormal if they didn't come. His girlfriend thought about it and agreed. She looked at the television and said speechlessly, but Mingmei is still single. She has been single for 10,000 years. Why doesn't she want to find a boyfriend? They were all in pairs. Balloonfish had Du Shui. Qi Mingyu and she were originally a couple in real life. The alchemy emperor and Ermin were in a teacher-student relationship. Qi Mingyu's eyelids twitched. They are still thinking about the god of creation. Don't worry about this. When we're done with this, we still have a lot to do. For example, the god of destruction created that universe and then disappeared. There are too many things to explore. That's true. I still have to work on my little quantum television. Just as they were talking, Mingmei in front of the television finally finished her breakthrough. She told the world about the revival of spiritual energy. Everyone in the world could live, and the reappearance of Huaxia's myths. After she finished speaking, the sky shook slightly. It was as if some kind of terrifying cosmic existence had completely appeared. It was as if some kind of ultimate catastrophe of the universe had arrived. It was as if a huge god had opened his vast eyes outside the universe, overlooking the entire earth as if it was looking down at a basketball. It was as if a divine dragon was overlooking a dragon ball. It's Dizun. Before I became a god, there were no gods in the world. Everyone was excited. Was this the ultimate level 10, the great ultimate standing at the end of the universe? This was the Dizun who had defeated the nine-headed ancient mother that had descended to rule the universe. This kind of existence, standing at the top of the great path, was far from what a level 8 god could compare with. Even a glance at the other party would cause their soul body to collapse. Previously, the momentum of Mingmei's breakthrough to become a god could be vaguely seen in the sky of Asia. It was already incredible. The momentum of this god's breakthrough was equivalent to the explosion of a nuclear bomb. However, compared to the endless pressure in front of them, it was like heaven and earth. Dizun. Meng Mei stepped forward and bowed respectfully in the sky to the ancient god outside the earth. I am the Mother Earth's Ivy of the Seven Realms. You have positions everywhere, and you also have a place in the 6 paths of reincarnation. Very good. Dizun nodded. His voice penetrated the atmosphere and resounded in every corner of the earth. He said with a smile, the ancient land of the past is recovering now. It's not bad. This opportunity was originally given to you by Master. It's an opportunity to revive the ancient civilization and use it to evolve transcendence to go to various big worlds. It's also good that it's developing in an orderly manner now. Meng Mei looked solemn and bowed again. Everything is a gift from the ancestor. Dizun just chuckled. There aren't many gifts on this trip, just some small gifts. Consider it a celebration of the ancient land's recovery. I'll give you an opportunity to reach level 9. How about it? Opportunity for me to reach level 9, Meng Mei was completely at a loss. She was already a level 9 Taoist. But the next second, Dizun said, it's an opportunity for your current body to reach level 9 of Taoism. Meng Mei's whole body trembled, her face full of disbelief. My body on earth is going to reach level 9, everyone knew their own affairs best. It was impossible for a person to reach level 9 at the same time. The path to level 9 was the integration of the soul and the body. How could a person have 2 souls? What the hell was going on? Even the news media and the people in charge on earth were looking at the sky in surprise in the capital. They naturally understood the history of any forum, and they also knew a lot of knowledge that only players had. They also knew that this was extremely incredible. This gift was very mysterious and unfathomable. No wonder he was at the peak of level 10. He easily suppressed the 9-headed ancient mother who ruled a cluster of nebulae. May I ask, Dizun? Meng Mei couldn't help but ask. Dizun said, of course you can't achieve Taoism in this universe. But what if I send your body to another universe? Another universe? As soon as he said this, the whole place fell into a dead silence. What was the concept of another universe? If it was another transcendent world, another myriad heavens, they would be used to it. But a world and a universe were worlds apart. There are other universes outside this universe? Some. Scientists from the Academy of Sciences were excited. They clenched their fists and looked at the sky. They studied the theory of space, so they naturally had the theory of parallel universes. But no one knew what was outside the universe. The universe was too big. Based on the previous Earth, after a few hundred years of development, there might be a slight chance of getting out of the solar system, but there was almost no hope of getting out of the Milky Way. Not to mention that the Milky Way was just a grain of sand in the vast galaxy. Maybe only the ultimate beings who had reached the end of the path, the omniscient beings, were qualified to know what was outside the universe. And some players were excited, especially when they saw the speed of Mount Akina. Another universe? It would be fine if it was any other time, but at this time, he only felt a chill from his back to his brain. The god of destruction created that universe, the Genesis, and then disappeared after the universe overture. Could it be that universe? The super ancient gods had been missing for a while. Could it be that they were looking for a way to enter that universe and found it? If that was the case, he had overestimated the power and mysteriousness of the super ancient gods, but no one had time to think. Outside Earth, Dizun smiled and said, it can be considered a coincidence, or fate. I have just come across this opportunity, and now I have met you who have broken through to become a god. This gift is enough to let you reach the 9th rank. Do you accept it? Of course I accept it. The cute girl bowed to the sky. She would be a real fool not to accept it at this time. Whoosh. A black bead flew from the sky into the cute girl's hand. Dizun turned around and left. The path of cultivation is endless. When everything is ready, crush the bead, and it will naturally come to pick you up. And this opportunity can be given to a few more people. When others also break through to the 1st rank, they will also be given the same opportunity. For the human body on Earth to break through to the 8th rank, it meant that on the other side, one had to be at least a Taoist to be able to give back to the body on this side. and on one side, one became a god. This happened to meet the conditions of Suji's experiment. It was naturally good that they were willing to be the guinea pigs. They would definitely not refuse. However, in the future, the most promising thing for Meng Meng was the speed of Mount Akina. However, the day for his breakthrough was definitely not short. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was far away. Dizun had finally left, leaving behind only the shocked people in the capital and the shocked people on Earth. Even if they were on the other side of the world and had not seen the scene of the myth, they could still feel the powerful pressure. Witnessing a great ultimate 10th level being that transcended all laws, the ultimate existence that symbolized the end of the world, descend upon Earth, they felt that the shock was extremely terrifying and unforgettable. This is the ultimate 10th level. This is too terrifying. Previously, I couldn't even feel the aura from the pictures and videos. Now that I see it, I'm so shocked. Not to mention the ultimate realm, even a deity is high above us, looking down on us weak mortals. They can slaughter all living beings on the surface, destroy tall buildings, and even nuclear weapons can't lock on to such a terrifying individual combat power. Hee. Lock on? Are you kidding me? Deities are creatures of a high-dimensional spacetime. In their time dimension, we low-dimensional creatures are motionless. Below deities, all are ants. This scene had indeed brought about great shock. For them, it was a great success. After Meng Meng descended, she saw that her parents and even the leaders in charge had already surrounded her. Another universe? Are you going to another universe? My daughter, what's going on in this other universe? There was a heated discussion around her, but Meng Meng just shook her head, indicating that she was not in a hurry and wanted to discuss it with others. At the same time, she also said, I'll probably go. In another universe, if there's an opportunity to reach the 9th level of Tao, I'll probably go. Earth can't be without deities. If you leave, there will be no formation set up for us, and our cultivation speed will be very slow, someone said. I won't be gone for long. Meng Meng shook her head. In the high-dimensional spacetime, I think I'll be back in a few months. If I can still come back. A few months is still something you can afford to wait. What's more, I'm just a deity, and I won't be of much help to Earth. Even if Mountain Akina's Chezi and the others become gods, they won't be of much help. But if I become a 9th level Tao practitioner, I'll create a small world plane that can cover the high-dimensional spacetime and give it to a group of people to cultivate quickly. At that time, a 9th level transcendent civilization with a Tao practitioner will be able to develop rapidly. Meng Meng didn't want to rely on her main body. That was because Mother Earth couldn't leave. If she descended with Earth's coordinates, Di-Chi and the others would feel it, and that would be very scary. Therefore, she still wanted to develop herself, and the people on Earth would think of their own ways. Earth's main body, on the other hand, had the opportunity to break through to the 9th level and find another universe. It was unimaginable, in fact, that other universe could very well be a huge opportunity for Earth to rise without the help of those transcendent sand table worlds. They had to grasp it. Will you die? Her mother's face was slightly pale. Meng Meng said, I don't know, it might be life-threatening. After all, cultivation is a single log bridge. Countless people fight for each realm, and only one person succeeds after many corpses are buried. Her mother's face grew paler. It'll be fine. Meng Meng said again, even if I die, I'll still be a human body on the side of death. My main body is Mother Earth of the mythical celestial heavens, and I'm still alive. But her parents were still a little hesitant. At the same time, just as they were discussing and the whole of Earth was in an uproar, only a few hours later, at noon, Qiao Mingzhi made another sensational post in the forum. Another self outside the universe, breaking through to the 9th level? You guys only think that Dizun is talking about the surface, but you don't know the deeper meaning of Dizun. It contains the most terrifying rules in the universe. In reality, the 10th level ultimate isn't that simple. Everyone was slightly shocked. Qiao Mingzhi said, do you guys think that the 10th level ultimate in the universe is the completion of 5 genes, that it's the limit? No. Although the 10th level ultimate is the end of the universe, the water at this end is too deep. Although it's a big realm, this realm is divided into a few small realms, and each small realm is like the difference between heaven and earth. The difference between the small realms is comparable to the difference between the 9th level and the 10th level. Haven't you guys realized the meaning behind Dizun's words? In another universe, the 10th level of the 5 great Dao genes will reach the threshold of the next realm, the multidimensional ultimate in the multiverse. Listen to my detailed deductions and talk about it slowly. Xianxia had always been able to see through many things. After all, he was the #1 think tank of the players. Previously, many of the amazing strategies were clearly in desperate situations, but they were able to reverse the situation and create miracles. These were all victories under his leadership. His strategy and game reviews were very trustworthy. Although they were a little confused, it did not prevent them from listening carefully. Is this Xianxia speed? The legendary big shot? I heard that he is very mysterious and has a lot of trump cards. He is no less than the female immortal in Asia today. Oh my god, this post is now being watched by 300 million people? And it is still increasing crazily. It is increasing by millions. Some of the foreign friends who had just arrived were very shocked. There were indeed many people on Earth, but not many people were online at the same time. This post in front of them had attracted the attention of the whole world. It was unprecedented. Humph. These foreigners are making a fuss. My idol's online TV series has 300 million views in minutes. Picking nose, humph, it is only a matter of minutes for him to have 100 million followers on Weibo. They are looking down on us, laughing emoji, they do not know about the magical Eastern countries. Serious emoji, at this time, there were indeed hundreds of millions of people watching Xianxia's game review. You are so popular. Sitting in front of the computer and looking at Xianxia's post, his girlfriend was very shocked. She said next to him, the whole world is watching you. Your limelight is no less than that of Mengmei just now. That is true. Although Xianxia was very proud, he was still methodically posting and organizing the information. After all, if they want to understand and enter this mysterious supernatural world, the first thing they will do is to follow me and listen to my review. Everyone knows that I am the guide of the players. It is my game review and analysis, summarizing the clues that have led them all the way to explore the truth of ancient history. Yes. His girlfriend sincerely admired him. Xianxia's deductions up to this point were all correct. There was almost no mistake in his guesses. His deduction of ancient history was simply too amazing. He could predict things like a god. She said, if not for you, I am afraid that all the truth about the ancient history of Huaxia would be hidden in the fog and we would not be able to see the truth. What did it mean to return home with glory? This was what it meant to return home in glory. Mount Akina, Che, and the others had been working hard outside and had finally returned with some achievements. How could acting cool in front of those bumpkins from the abyssal blue civilization be the same as acting cool in the real world that they were familiar with? The satisfaction he felt now, as well as the pleasure of hiding behind the computer to hide his achievements and fame, was very satisfying. To be honest, the scene in the morning was too sensational. Dizun had arrived on Earth, the greatest existence standing at the end of the universe had actually descended on this small, simple, barren, and backward planet to send a congratulatory gift to Earth's first level 8 deity. This was an unprecedented honor, this was a historic moment for the entire Earth. Although the Spore Evolution game was widely spread, many people still didn't know about it, especially overseas. However, the mythical scene in the morning, where the Earth's first god appeared and rode on the clouds, shocked everyone watching on TV, not to mention the arrival of Dizun. The shock in the morning hadn't ended yet, and in the afternoon, Akina Mountain posted a post at a high speed. How could everyone not be excited? Hence, they all rushed over. The evaluation this time is very important. It will affect the perception of us in the world. You have to be more serious, his girlfriend reminded him seriously. I understand. Akina Sansuk immediately sent a post and typed out a series of words. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sure you're all mentally prepared, but everyone was shocked by the eruption in the morning. This is a truly terrifying aura. You can't feel it in the pictures, but do you feel it now? This is happening in reality. We also saw Dizun arrive and send a congratulatory gift for Mingmei's breakthrough to level 8 deity, and this congratulatory gift is to let her break through to level 9. This is incredible. A person can only become one level 9 deity, and can only have one true spirit to carry out soul and body fusion once. How can there be two level 9 deities? I have two true spirits? In human terms, can I have two souls? But Dizun told us the answer. In another universe, I can break through to level 9, which means that in another universe, I have the possibility of having a new soul. Everyone nodded. This was Dizun's congratulatory gift. In fact, they had also guessed that they might have already explored the new universe created by the god of destruction. Fortunately, they gave Mengmei a place as a congratulatory gift. In another universe, let Mengmei's body also break through to level 9, that doesn't feel anything. Yes, he gave a level 9 opportunity. Although this opportunity is huge and is related to another universe, what does it have to do with the level 10 ultimate realm system? Yes, this is just a simple sentence. Why do you say that it has something to do with some kind of terrifying realm of the level 10 ultimate realm? Everyone began to discuss, as usual. As for the other newbie netizens, they didn't say anything. Although they urgently supplemented their knowledge, they didn't have the vision of the keyboard saints. They just quietly watched them discuss. Akina Sanji shook his head. You are too young. How many times have I told you? Look at the reality through the surface. Since Mengmei can break through to level 9 in another world, can she break through to level 10? As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. They vaguely felt something. Akina Sanji said, yes, I'm afraid it is just a small way to break through to level 9 ultimate realm. Its real function is to let the level 10 ultimate realm break through. To let the level 10 ultimate realm find a way to improve their realm, you should know that the level 10 ultimate realm is the end of the path. In theory, it is the final realm and can't be improved anymore. But how deep is the water in this realm? You can imagine, I've been secretly talking to Deep Blue Heavenly Venerate. They're also deducing the path after breaking through to level 10. They told me that they're still in the universe. They'll wait for their realms to stabilize and cultivate for a while. Then, when they have enough strength, they'll go outside the chaos of the universe and establish their own Taoist field. After all, a level 10 without a Taoist rite is like a homeless child without a home. It is a completely different concept from a level 10 with a Taoist rite. They can be bullied and killed by others easily. They are in a precarious situation. Everyone nodded. Having a Taoist rite is equivalent to having a safe home and residence. It is difficult for outsiders to invade, and you can rest and cultivate in peace. Without a Taoist rite, you live in the universe like a bright light in a dark forest. Everyone can bully you or even secretly attack you. They began to discuss. There are many level 10 relics in the universe. The elemental civilization is one of them. I'm afraid they were besieged and killed when they just broke through. Yes, according to the normal process, the Blue Abyss Celestial Realm should have been killed when they broke through to level 10, but they survived. But they still have to establish a Taoist rite quickly. Otherwise, it will be very dangerous. But it is easier said than done. They have to stabilize their realm and survive the novice stage. It is still a little dangerous to hide in a place where they can establish a Taoist rite. I think there is hope. After all, they have 4 celestial venerables, and their strength is not low. Everyone began to discuss. Akina Yamaguchi continued, I call this stage of the 10th level the ordinary 10th level, and the second stage of the 10th level is the 10th level of the Tao Arena, and the third stage of the 10th level is the first, second, third, the ultimate 10th level of the perfect Great Tao bloodline. But is the perfection of 5 Great Path bloodlines the limit of the level 10 realm? Many people began to realize what Akina Yamaguchi was going to say. Multidimensional, after the perfection of 5 Great Path bloodlines, one would probably go to another parallel universe outside of this universe, cast a body, and cultivate the laws of that world, and prove the ultimate level of level 10. The ultimate level of level 10 in this period is the real ultimate level, the saint of the Great Path in the multidimensional universe. He will no longer reside in a single universe. He can be the saint of the laws of space and time in this universe, above everything and worshipped by all. However, he could also be a great saint who grasped the laws of earth and light in another universe. He could even be a terrifying law-fiend god from another universe that controls darkness and the abyss. He has the identity of countless saints in the multiverse. In every parallel universe, he is the end of a certain rule of that universe. What Mount Akina said shocked everyone. They didn't expect the 10th level to be so deep and bottomless. It seemed to be a realm, but in reality, the difference between the realms was as great as the 9th level and 10th level. Ultimate Inner Tao, this period is when one has just broken through to the 10th level of infancy. The great Tao has just condensed, and one is still residing in the universe, unable to establish a Tao field. Ultimate Beyond Tao, this is the 10th level of the growth period. They can already reside outside the universe. They begin to collect the bloodline of the great Tao, continuously increasing their span and continuing to grow. Ultimate Perfection, the ultimate stage of maturity. At this stage, one has already seized 5 great Tao bloodlines and has reached the true end of the great Tao. It is the ultimate form within a single universe. However, according to their 5 great Tao bloodlines, the difference in strength is huge. Ultimate Multidimensional, move towards the multiverse, the final 10th form of multidimensional space. It is the unimaginable and indescribable great true ancestor of the universe. Soon, Mount Akina gave a detailed name to the 10th level that he had speculated. There were 4 levels in total. These 4 levels can actually be classified into 3 realms. The 10th level of the incomplete Great Tao, the 10th level of the perfected Great Tao, and the 10th level of the multidimensional universe. These 3 realms are considered big realms. The difference is probably comparable to the 3 realms of the 8th level, 9th level, and 10th level. Mount Akina's inference was terrifying, and it made people shudder. But it gave people a strong sense of shock. Because this inference was too amazing and too perfect, with the speed of Mount Xiaoming, through the secret communication with Abyssal Blue Venerable and the clues revealed by the Sovereign, he was able to deduce to such an extent. It was not an exaggeration to say that his wisdom was so profound and terrifying. Even Suji was slightly surprised when he saw this. Didn't I tell them not to expose themselves in the big universe? This guy is opportunistic and hasn't exposed himself. He has been secretly communicating with Azure Supremacy Abyssal to inquire about the path of the 10th level and the detailed information about the realms. Combined with what I said in front of me, I can actually see the 10th level of multidimensional realm. If I want to reach the 10th level, I can go to another universe with different laws, cultivate again, and become a saint of the great Tao of that universe? Although Suji had vaguely felt that it was multidimensional, he was a little surprised that Mount Akina could deduce this realm and excitedly introduce it to the netizens. In fact, although Che liked to make trouble, he was indeed a very ruthless person. His brain was too useful. His thinking was also imaginative. He deserved to be the #1 think tank among the players. From the beginning until now, many of his deductions were very close to the truth, and they were reasonable. But no matter how good his brain was, he still suffered from Suji's dimensionality reduction attack. He could only excitedly introduce the truth of his deductions to the players. But in front of him, the realm he deduced was indeed the truth of the universe. Even Suji was a little surprised. He could see to this extent, Che naturally didn't know he was secretly being observed. He was still in high spirits. Now, do you understand? The waters of level 10 are too deep. Although it's impossible to break through this realm, as the last realm of the universe, the water is as deep as the ocean, and the span is unimaginably large. This realm can be treated as several big realms. Although it's called the end of the Great Path, the real end is not simple. Since ancient times, I'm afraid that many level 10 ultimate experts couldn't reach the real end of level 10 and become real saints of the multidimensional universe. Everyone nodded. They felt the darkness and cruelty in it. Even at level 10, it was still a terrible single-log bridge. It was too tragic, not to mention anything else. As a newly advanced 10th level cultivator, it was already very difficult for them to survive the attacks of the other veteran 10th level cultivators. Many 10th level cultivators had died here. Without the help of a venerable sovereign, the Blue Abyss celestial realm would also collapse. No matter how many tricks they had prepared, they would not be able to fight back. And even if they survived this stage and built a Taoist field, they would have to face seizing other Great Path bloodlines. 1/5, how bloody was that? How talented were the others? Which one of them wasn't a peerless genius? Do you think you're one of the 20% lucky ones? And even if you survived this stage and reached the perfect level 10 of the 5 Great Path bloodlines, You would have to recultivate in other universes and then kill 4 level 10 ultimate experts if you wanted to go to the multidimensional realm. That's horrifying. A real multidimensional level 10 expert would have to kill many level 10 ultimate experts? Yeah, one universe would have to kill 4. How many parallel universes are there? I'm afraid a multidimensional saint at the perfect level would have to kill 100 level 10 ultimate experts. At this point, everyone felt horrified. Mount Akina sped up. How many parallel universes? He didn't know. Only Blue Sky Paragon Primordial Abyss, who was able to establish a Tao field outside the primal chaos, would be able to observe this. However, they told me that there were definitely no more than 10 of them. It was very likely that there were between 4 to 8 of them. Don't think of parallel universes as too mysterious. What is parallel? This means that there isn't much difference between the rules of our universe. It was like the 7 continents on Earth. They all belonged to the universe, but each continent had different customs. There were Asians, blacks, whites. But they were all humans. Their genes were similar. They all ate the same rice, and they all saw the same things. In fact, it was still unknown how parallel universes were created. Empyrean Deep Blue said that this was how the universe was born. At the beginning of the primal chaos Big Bang, the universe began to split into multiple parts. There were also Heavenly Venerate Abyssal Blue who said that an ancient almighty had smashed a great cosmos into pieces. Therefore, the core laws of these multiverses are similar in the beginning. The later laws are different because they were split from the same piece of land. Hiss, everyone sucked in a breath. How cruel was it to shatter a universe? What kind of terrifying existence could do that? Mount Akina sped up. Of course, I think there is also a third theory. The plates of the universe are moving. What? The plates of the universe are moving? A famous foreign science professor was shocked. He felt that this form was too exaggerated and mysterious. Every day, people discussed the most cutting-edge theoretical knowledge of the scientific community. It was so much more powerful than them. Yes, the plates of the universe are moving, just like the Earth. In ancient times, the 7 continents were originally one, and they were called Pangaea, or All-Earth. Later, after a long period of crustal movement, they were torn and compressed, and divided into the 7 continents that we have today. Wu Qi said as he looked at Mount Akina. Everyone was once again stunned by this wild and unconstrained conjecture. Did it mean that the multiverse was also like the crust of the Earth? It would drift. Even today, those parallel universes were still moving with each other? According to your speculation, the universe is still drifting, and parallel universes will collide? Then what will happen if they collide? Will they fuse? Will they explode? Is it like the collision of continental plates? Many newbies were following this train of thought, connecting the scenes and feeling that it was too shocking. The top science professors had long been included in the research institutes of the major countries, and they already knew about this. But those foreign professors who had just come into contact with some of the second-tier ordinary universities were shocked at this time. This strong scientific atmosphere is simply our holy land. The things these Chinese netizens discussed daily had always been so profound, discussing the laws of the universe. Was it so philosophical? Mount Akina sped up. Parallel universes may be like the collision between continents? This is very far in the future. Previously, scientists on Earth discussed crustal drift. The day the continents collide will be tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of years. It is a scene that we humans may not be able to see even if we go extinct. We are too insignificant. What's more, the premise is that my theory of universal crustal movement is true. The noisy voices gradually quieted down. It had to be said that the number of people discussing the post that announced the birth of the extraordinary era in the morning and the evaluation in the afternoon had exceeded the 1 billion mark. People from all over the world were paying attention. They discussed the strongest people in the universe, the world outside the universe, and even parallel universes. These topics simply made them short of breath. It was too high-end and profound, pointing directly to the ultimate mystery of the universe. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was earth-shattering. Mount Akina sped up. Let me sum it up again. The ultimate 10th level is a process of constantly walking out of the universe. A process of moving towards multidimensionality. Do you understand? Everything became completely clear. It seemed complicated, but it all pointed to the essence. The essence of each stage was very simple. Within the universe, build a Taoist field outside the universe, and another universe. It was indeed a process of constantly moving from the universe to the universe outside. However, it was still under the big universe, just like the 7 continents on Earth. If you went to another universe, it was just like traveling from Asia to America. Mount Akina sped up. Speaking of this, do you understand the deep meaning of the Venerable Emperor? This is an unprecedented opportunity. I have to say that this big gift is still very valuable. In the parallel universe, only the truly powerful ultimate 10th level existences were qualified to descend, but for Meng Meng to descend in advance at the 9th level, this was a terrifying opportunity. Even an ordinary ultimate 10th level existence like Blue Sky Supremacy Abyssal would not be able to imagine it. Moreover, this was not as simple as a parallel universe. This was a new universe created by the God of Destruction, who knew how much more powerful it was compared to those parallel universes. This was a brand new universe outside of those matured multi-universes of the same age. It was like an unimaginably fertile land, waiting to be reclaimed. Akina Yamaguchi said, seeing this, you may have guessed that before the God of Destruction created this universe, it is very likely that the ancient deities and the others had already begun to try to prove their Tao in other multi-universes, taking the final path of the multidimensional saints. I don't know if their other parallel universe self had just set sail in another universe, or if they were already about to reach the 10th level. But their horizons have long been the sea of stars. He continued, even if the great Tao bloodline of the ancient gods fused with the great Tao bloodline has the side effect of the eternal bloodline, they would need to hibernate and nurture a Tao protector. Otherwise, as a level 10 god hibernating, there would only be the risk of death. But even if they died, they would die in their main universe body and would still be alive in other universes. At this point, everyone had completely figured out the whole situation, and it was obvious that they were in deep thought for a long time. Even they had to admit that the amount of information was huge, but Akina Yamaguchi could see through so many things with just a little bit of clues. His wisdom was inhuman. Akina Yamaguchi said, today's evaluation ends here. Although I have shown you the distant future of the Sea of Stars, don't be too ambitious. We haven't even broken through the 10th level, so don't think too much about it. At the same time, my advice to Meng Meng is that you must go and take a look. Although it is the main body of Earth, this opportunity is unimaginable for both you and Earth. It is also a possible opportunity for us to rise without relying on existences like Dickie and Carolyn. We, the people of Earth, can't miss it. After saying this, Akina Yamaguchi confirmed that there were no mistakes, and directly ended the evaluation. He knew that there would be a lot of commotion, but that was none of his business. After leaving the computer, Akina Yama said to his girlfriend beside him, as expected, the great calamity is about to happen. The God of Destruction's catastrophe has just been brewing, and a universe has been silently created. I wonder how those ultimate existences outside will view this when they know that a new universe has been created among the existing few universes. The ancient and ultimate existences of the entire universe will definitely be shocked. They even want to punish us and beat us to death. Who asked us to enter the end of the universe in advance? The end of his lifespan? His girlfriend covered her mouth and chuckled. Originally, this girl looked like a pretty daughter from a humble family, but now, she was already a beauty. Cultivation could change a person a lot. In the eyes of cultivators, the appearance was no longer important. What was important was what was inside. He, Akina Yamaguchi smiled and said proudly, who asked us to be the center of the world and hold the secrets of the core? I have to continue studying the structure of the Cloudstar Tao fruit with the others and find a way to mass-produce it. If we can do that, the power of this bloodline will be no less than that of the primordial human bloodline of the 9 revolutions' mysterious art. Click. Suji also turned off the internet. It was boiling. But he was too lazy to look at it. They could deal with the things here themselves. They were developing their own extraordinary sand table, Earth. Suji ignored it and said to himself, the ultimate existences of the multiverse. After deducing that they could be in another universe and not be bound, I have indeed expected this. The other 10 ranks may also do the same. But, how did the multiverse come into being? Akina Yamaguchi's three speculations touched Suji's heart. Multiple elements, he murmured to himself. Others did not know, but he naturally knew. At the beginning of the chaos, there was only one universe in the whole world. What happened in the future that caused the whole universe to split into several plates of multiverses? Was it really broken? Suji felt that it was impossible. The battle of 3,000 gods and demons did not break the universe, not even 1/10,000th of him. After all, it was too vast and could not be broken. But how could it be? I thought that the end of the primal chaos of the innate gods and demons, the end of their lifespans and the end of all living beings, was the biggest change in the universe. Seems like there was still a terrifying dark change in the future. This led to the current situation. Suji calculated, seems like I have to research the ancient history of the universe. Suji was very arrogant. He had not even left the primal chaos of the universe, he did not even know how many multiverses there were, and he had already started to research the ultimate mystery of the universe, why the multiverse was formed. If the peak 10th ranks of the universe knew of this, they would definitely be stunned. They had not even learned how to walk and were already thinking about flying. And, after going out for a walk, it's time to get busy. I will first train in Messiah, Bloodline Gene, Quantum Gene, 9 Revolutions Mysterious Art, Full Race Bloodline, True Chi Elemental Bloodline, these 4. Suji muttered to himself. He glanced over and observed. The Messiah from back then had actually starved to death because she had not woken up for too long. Those young ladies from the Valkyrie Palace were still crying. Suji, he was stunned. Calculating his lifespan, that was indeed the case. But he did not mind, it would not take much time to train another one. Let the insectoid gene bank produce another one, and then train again. This body naturally had a true spirit and a fleshly body. But his soul was controlled by the subbrain of the insectoid nest by Suji, turning it into a blank soul. With a soul, it could naturally merge with the body. Only the insectoids can do this, right? Suji was slightly startled, then he shook his head and said, that's not right. There should be quite a number of beings that can completely control other life forms. Even the Blue Abyss Celestial Realm has that kind of lock that can perfectly control other beings and use it to control disciples. Even the Spider Empress Nasira can do this. Didn't she control a spider descendant that cultivated to rank 9? Control-type bloodlines were probably rare, but not non-existent. The real difficulty is how to be the first to break through level 10. Suji shook his head, when I break through, if I have this kind of talent, I can also control others to cultivate and recultivate to break through level 10. After cultivating 5 times, I will naturally reach level 10. But if I can't even break through that threshold, how can I talk about other things? The first success was always the hardest. But so what if you can produce 5 great Dao bloodlines in this way? This is not the most important thing. The key is whether you can collect powerful bloodlines. Suji thought in a low voice, so what if I can control them? 5 garbage bloodlines, their combat power is very low at the same level. I guess the other party can only produce 5 like Blue Abyss Venerate, a few with similar bloodlines and a high level. The true strength of the insectoids is that they can evolve 5 powerful Great Dao bloodlines. 5 Great Dao bloodlines, all extremely powerful, that was the terrifying part of the insectoids. Suji was very calm. He got a new substitute of Messiah and left it in the house to cultivate. This could be considered to have temporarily settled this matter. I have to go back to that fake Dao universe and see how it goes. Also, I still have to deal with the matter of Meng Mei coming in. He stepped lightly and returned to that universe, the corner of his mouth curling up slightly. How interesting. The other level 10 ultimate powerhouses go to other universes to prove their Dao, but what about me? Opening a universe, proving my Dao in my own home. Isn't it possible to walk the path of multidimensionality? Even he felt that it was very interesting. He paved his own path and walked it himself. It seemed like he had already stepped on the final path of an unimaginable future. Perhaps, in a sense, this was the ultimate nerd. People went to other parallel universes to experience the unknown, encounter mysterious dangers, and encounter unknown rules of other universes to prove their Dao. Suji, on the other hand, had one in his own house, proved it, and sold it himself. This was the uniqueness of the Outer Dao universe. It belonged to the rules of another universe, although it was not a true parallel universe and was incomplete. But everything had to be tested, and these were all embryonic theories. It depended on what parameters Meng Meng could provide as the first test subject and what problems she would encounter. Messiah's matter has been settled for now. Meng Meng will probably take a day or two to set off at the earliest. But that's fine. Yimong has just fallen, and the era of gods and demons is over. It will take 100 to 200 years for something to recover. Next, Suji glanced at the blue abyss divine realm. After the stone dummy disc broke through, there were many things waiting to be done. Everything was starting over, and it was still thriving. After confirming that there was nothing worth paying attention to, Suji couldn't help but look at the God of Destruction's dimensional courtyard. Everything was evolving, and the world was changing. They are still reproducing, and the species they chose are also quite promising. The hybrid bloodline is already in the early stages, especially the 9 Revolutions mysterious art. It has even integrated the bloodline of the witch race that was eliminated back then. If I want to release it, I can release it now, but Suji was observing that quite a lot of interesting things had appeared in the evolution courtyard in the past week. Even the Cloud Star Dao fruit had shown some special changes. But he didn't intend to release it into the false Dao universe, because it could not withstand too many existences entering and tormenting it. Perhaps it would only be suitable after a few more eras. As for the progress of Carolyn, Dicky, and the others, Suji was shocked when he saw it. Carolyn's path to the 10th level was 21%. This speed was already considered a genius. But Dicky, he had only been gone for a little more than a week. It had been less than 1,000 years, it was already 91%. Even adding up the time taken before and after, Dichi has only walked the Tier 10 path for 1,700 years. Suji was a little shocked. Looking at Dichi sitting in the palace cultivating, he felt that this was very scary. Back then, when he walked the Tier 9 path of self-fusion, his speed was average, and it took him 7,000 to 8,000 years. But this guy. The road of the 10th step was countless times faster than the road of the 9th step. No one would believe it. No wonder he was said to be the hero of the Zerg. Because his path to the 10th order was too fierce, combining everything he had learned in his life and condensing his Tao, Dichi was like a fish in water. In fact, Dicky is already a multidimensional ultimate. Suji took a deep breath, his eyes bright. With his ability to learn, he can rise quickly in other multiverses as well. This advantage is too great. Only now did Suji truly understand why the insectoid subbrain said that Dicky was almost destined to be the insectoid hero. He was also the ultimate multidimensional ultimate saint of the universe. It seems that once Dichi breaks through, he will soon enter the Tier 10 era. Suji murmured. He pondered for a while before saying, he will definitely go beyond the chaos heavens and build his own Tao right. He might even fight other saints of the Great Path, enter that new world, and encounter new enemies. He might even enter other multiverses after collecting the bloodline of the Great Path to study other worlds and recultivate the laws of other universes. As for caring about him, I can't be bothered with him. It's better to go out. Suji smiled and shook his head. Speaking of strength, it's not that there aren't any experts who can match him in combat strength, but he has been disgusting his own people here, constantly learning the cultivation techniques of others. Finally, he can harm others. At the same time, he can also take the opportunity to see the world beyond the chaos heavens. That is the world where the ultimate existences of the universe can step into and communicate with each other. It had only been a week since he deduced the outer Dao sand table. Be it Earth on the player's side or Dicky's side, they had given him a huge surprise. The Tier 10 era, nearly 1,000 years after the Battle of the Blue Abyss Divine Realm, was finally about to appear, according to Dicky's situation. As he broke through to the ultimate Tier 10, his 7-realm celestial court would soon follow him into the universe and become his Chaos Dao right. The 7-realm celestial court, my orchard is about to ascend beyond the universe. Suji sat on the roof of his house in boredom as he looked at the 100-acre orchard. Earth has entered the extraordinary era, and even my orchard has ascended. I reckon that once Dicky leaves, this 100-acre Magus land, as well as the orchard's cellar, will be hollowed out along with the soil and teleported beyond the chaos heavens. I really can't bear to part with it. However, Dickie broke through very quickly, and he was far ahead of everyone else. Carolyn estimated that it would take another 10,000 years or so to break through. As for the three pillar gods, they were uneven to begin with, so their breakthroughs were even slower. Dickie is the first to enter. That's what I call a success. He has finally shaken off the other two competitors. After all, the other two still have a long way to go. Suji sighed softly. Just as he felt that his focus would be on the Tier 7, Celestial Court in the future, his expression suddenly stiffened as he looked at the Universe Garden. He was completely dumbfounded. The Universe Garden is about to have a second Tier 10 breakthrough? This actually works? The Crystal Wall Universe. It was a sand table that simulated the multiverse according to the theory of the multiverse. At this moment, four ancient existences were sitting in the Universe Garden. Women should become stronger. Far away, Little Stone's main body was still training as she punched. Ever since she experienced the Battle of the Blue Abyss Divine Realm, she had grown a lot. She worked even harder, and even stacked her force to more than 100 million. She had completely caught up to the Martial Arts Alliance master of the past. Of course, as the strongest man in the quantum underworld, the Wuling Alliance master did not remain stagnant. He was also improving. Over the years, he had become unfathomably profound, and his pair of quantum iron fists could smash stars. These days are so boring, the four grandmasters watched Little Stone train and could not help but shake their heads. It has been thousands of years since the Battle of the Universe Garden. Mr. Yu's face was calm and he had the demeanor of a gentle scholar. He smiled and said, "But after that battle, we advanced rapidly. Not long after, through the Zhou Meng, we merged our cultivation techniques and found our way to survival. The four of them were originally one. But they were divided into 4 souls, each occupying 25% of the path to Tier 9. Originally, they should have killed and devoured each other. Only one of them would be able to break through to Tier 9, but they could not do anything to each other. But we found a solution from that disgusting and terrifying monster." The Fiend Lord still had lingering fear when he spoke of that terrifying person. The Martial Arts Alliance master did not speak and looked at Zhou Meng beside him. "Humph, how can you understand my talent?" This was an emperor. With his hands behind his back, his eyes shone brightly. He snorted coldly. "I have deduced a form that allows the 4 of us to break through without the need to completely fuse with each other. It is equivalent to 4 personalities in one body, but we only have a quarter of our combat power left. The 4 of them were already at Tier 9, which was equivalent to 4 personalities in one Tier 9. They could be separated and gathered at will." The other 3 cursed silently. This old man Zhou Meng was too shameless. Even in his dreams, he could only dream deeper and deeper. But now, it was really him who had made a great contribution. Moreover, it was better that this fellow did not dream of the 3 of them and did not discuss them. After that, another few thousand years passed. We walked the path to Tier 10, and it was as easy as flat ground. We merged our Tao at an extremely fast speed. "It is unbelievable," Mr. Yu said. "Everything is due to my hard work." The handsome man in the dragon robe said calmly, "You all think that your martial arts are the strongest, and you also think that man's talent is the strongest. But you don't know that the Sky Dream is the most terrifying and powerful cultivation technique and bloodline. It can be said to be invincible, and it is so terrifying that it is indescribable." The 3 did not refute. The Sky Dream had endless possibilities, but the side effects were too great. Only a genius like Zhou Meng could successfully cultivate this evil and terrifying martial art. The others would have long lost their minds and had a mental breakdown. But even so, Zhou Meng no longer knew who he was. He had already lost himself. He could no longer tell which was real, his dream or reality. Was there really any meaning to living such a life? Was it not a form of death? But they did not say much and stood up. "We are almost done with the Tier 10 path. Thanks to Zhou Meng, we only spent 2,300 years and are about to break through the universe's ultimate limit. We wish to prove the rules of Tao. We have to report this to the demon god and His Majesty Renomancer." They stood up and walked to the study of the Universe Garden under Medusa's lead, ready to meet Renomancer. They knew that they would soon usher in an era of breakthroughs that the entire star cluster did not know about. Knock, knock, knock. Soon, Medusa led the four to knock on the door. Come in. A voice came from inside the door. Soon, the four quantum grandmasters and Medusa walked into the vast world of the study. Looking at the giant that was comparable to a planet, they could not help but say, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Rise. Renamansa looked at the four indifferently. The four of you are the disciples of the demon god. Originally, you were one person, named Wang Renming. You are extremely talented, and it is difficult to surpass you. Even if the four of you split up, you are still extremely amazing. Today, are you going to break through to the 10th level and prove the rules to the universe? Prove your heart to the great Tao? Yes. Yes. They answered one after another. Suji's expression was very calm. The bloodlines of these four were not too weak. After all, when Medusa came out of the desolate ancient world, he brought out the bloodline of the 9 revolutions' mysterious art. They had the bloodline of the heretic god, the desolate ancient bloodline, and 2 relatively ordinary bloodlines. Although they did not have a whole race, magic cores, etc., they had 2 heaven-defying bloodlines. Using this to prove the Tao was also very powerful. Suji looked at the four of them and smiled faintly in his heart, too ruthless. They actually have this move. I did not expect the universe garden to catch up to Carolyn and the 3 pillar gods, and even catch up to Dicky, who had the fastest breakthrough speed. Sure enough, on the road to the end of the Tao, only Dicky can catch up to Dicky. Suji felt very satisfied. This was a pleasant surprise. He originally thought that Dicky was the first, and the others were very slow. He did not expect that there would be a second 10th level ultimate expert, and their progress was almost the same. It was the 4 grandmasters of quantum engineering. Even Suji could vaguely imagine, if the 4 grandmasters of quantum engineering met Dicky outside the primal chaos space, the face of the proud Dicky would instantly turn very ugly. The 4 grandmasters looked at Renamansa, the corners of their lips slightly raised, and could not help but ask, "Are you happy for us?" "Yes. Not only am I happy for you, but I've also thought of something worth being happy about." Renamanka's voice was as loud as a bell. He sat on a chair that was as vast as a continent. It's not difficult to prove the rules of the universe and become a sage. Previously, the 9-headed ancient mother was defeated once. Although she sensed that there were beings in her territory making another breakthrough, she didn't dare to come again. The 4 grandmasters nodded. Renamanska continued, "Your breakthrough is natural. But after your breakthrough, you will have to build a Bottomanda. This multivariate crystal wall universe can be your Bottomanda." Dojo? They looked at each other. Even Medusa had no idea. After all, in the Cosmos Garden, they knew very little about the truth of the 10th level. They didn't even know about the dojo and the primal chaos. Renamansa couldn't help but briefly introduce the dojo. The 4 of them couldn't help but be surprised that there were so many things to pay attention to in the realm of the 10th order. This multivariate crystal wall universe should be left to your 4 disciples to manage. What do you think? Rhiannon said to Medusa. Let them manage it. Medusa didn't really care. She was originally used for deduction and cultivation. Now that she was almost used up and understood the rules of deduction, she couldn't be bothered to pay attention to it. Recently, the 4 grandmasters had been managing it. But what she cared about was the progress of her own cultivation. I'm still too slow. Back then, I was hovering between the 8th and 9th level. Those disciples who didn't even have cultivation were newbies. But now, I'm still hovering between the 8th and 9th level, but my disciples are already at the 10th level. This was very hard to bear. If it was an ordinary person, they would have felt that they couldn't take it anymore, but Medusa was a very patient and ruthless person. These years, my cultivation speed has been getting faster and faster. My body is already half at the 9th stage. After a while, I will truly step into the 9th stage and become a Taoist. She was very calm. But I still have to study and improve the life overclock that I deduced. That's the only chance for me to speed up my cultivation. Suji looked at Medusa's thoughts and was also very calm. At this time, the 4 grandmasters said, that super ancient god, moon goddess Ji, will take advantage of our Tao validation to make a move? they were still a bit worried. After all, they also knew the situation. Remansa looked at the four grandmasters and said indifferently, "You all can prove your Tao, there's no need to worry too much, the two of them are fighting each other. We are neutral to begin with, they won't dare to make a move." Yes. The four quantum grandmasters respectfully said, "Then we can prepare to prove our Tao. We only need half a day more." Suji only smiled and said, "Go ahead." Very quickly, no one was a wishy-washy person. The entire cosmos garden quickly shook. Suji wasn't afraid that the nine-headed ancient mother would come again. She was already injured and probably hasn't recovered yet. Boom, strands of the Grand Tao's rule descended. The entire sea of stars shook. Above the sky, a huge gate of the Grand Tao appeared. The river of stars shook. The world shook. The universe shook. The vastness of this golden age actually surpassed that of the blue abyss heavenly venerate from before. Countless ancient existences in this land of stars could feel it. This is, within the blue abyss heavenly realm, the golem disc looked up and said in shock, "Ultimate rank 10 Tao validation. I'm afraid it's that mysterious sect, the person behind that Dizun." One of the blue abyss heavenly venerates hesitated. "Should we go and visit?" The golem disc was silent for a moment before saying, "We don't need to go. If they want us to pretend they don't exist, then they don't exist. We didn't see anything, nothing happened." On the other side, the nine-headed ancient mother also sensed everything. Because that region of the galaxy was her territory. Every rank 10 grandmaster had their own territory. She had also set up some kind of method to sense everything that was happening there. Again, I don't need to pay attention, and I don't dare to pay attention. The nine-headed ancient mother's face turned pale. "But I've definitely been discovered, I'm doomed." She knew very well what would happen if a second grandmaster appeared. She had hidden it well before, so no one knew she was injured. But this was the second time, the other rank 10 grandmasters would definitely be suspicious, and they would know her current situation with just a little investigation. She was in trouble. The Seven Realms Heavenly Court and other places also sensed everything. Carolyn, the three pillar gods, and the others were confused. They looked into the distance and saw that it was in the direction of Renamanga Garden. But Dickie's expression suddenly darkened. "I'm about to break through. Originally, I just needed to ask the ancient gods. After all, it's better to have such an existence protecting me. But who beat me to it?" He silently sensed for the aura that was breaking through. When he sensed it was a familiar aura, he instantly became furious. He thought of something, and his face turned red with anger. "It's the four grandmasters. It's the pirated version. And the pirated version beat me to it." He was originally proud of his success, but at this moment, his heart was like a furnace, burning with unprecedented anger. He was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. An angry voice came from inside the palace. "Sky Dream." Suji looked at the Cosmos Garden's breakthrough calmly. This scene was earth-shattering, but it was not the first time he had seen it. "Looks like our first rank 10 grandmaster has finally appeared. This is something to be happy about, and it's also a historical moment. Moreover, once they break through to the ultimate rank 10 grandmaster, they will be very powerful. This also means that the 4 grandmasters may be able to skip the inner region and directly go to the dojo outside of the chaos. I can also bring the entire Cosmos Garden along and go sightseeing with them." Suji was very curious about the structure and realm of the rank 10 grandmasters. At the end of the day, Suji was still curious about what the real universe looked like. After all, this was the world he had always lived in. How could he not be curious? This was also the ultimate mystery of the universe that countless civilizations had explored, outside the universe. Only those who had reached the ultimate limit and stood at the end of the universe would be able to see some of this. At the same time, Suji also wanted to see how many multiverses there were. He also wanted to see the true face of the entire universe from a higher point of view. Even though he had deduced the false Tao universe, it had produced all kinds of sages who lived outside the universe's chaos. He had also seen the shape of the false Tao universe. Circle. It was a perfectly round ball, which was very natural and normal. The Big Bang was originally a point that expanded infinitely. A point that expanded and exploded would naturally form a sphere. The universe was round in Suji's guess. This was also the most likely shape. If it was not round, could it be square? In fact, the universe was not a complete circle in the beginning. It was an irregular ellipse, but after On proved the Tao of matter structure, a circular distribution of matter began to appear. The entire universe became a perfect circle, completely organized, because what Meng wanted was order. I want to see if the real big universe is round. If it is, then it can prove that in the distant ancient times, there might really have been a god who used light to prove the circular law of matter and cut the first blade in the world. The events that I have deduced are inevitable. He sighed softly. He also thought of that sad man who carried the crime of being cursed by all living beings. If he really existed in the real universe, Suji suddenly did not know how to face him, he just felt great admiration. He was moved by the epic he wrote, the ancient hymn he wrote for the gods. Because he opened a future for future generations, extended the universe's lifespan, and benefited all living beings, including him. He was fully deserving of the title of the first great ancient saint. However, I have seen it outside the chaos of the false Tao universe. In fact, Suji had seen many scenes from the false Tao universe. The Taoist rites of the sages were rooted in the membrane outside the chaos of the universe. They were like protruding spaces, and the universe was like a giant sea urchin with many protruding Taoist rites. However, the surface of the false Tao cosmos is too big. It's like a basketball. The surface of the basketball is definitely the biggest. Those Tao grounds are rooted in the hazy membrane of primal chaos. It's hard for others to find them. Suji said softly, now that we finally have a 10th level ultimate master, shouldn't we go out and see the outside world? It's so big outside, I want to take a look. At this moment, the 4 quantum grandmasters had gathered and turned into one person. As the wind blew and the clouds surged, all sorts of divine light and heavenly might blossomed, and the world gradually calmed down. The 4 grandmasters split up into 3 people, each of them emanating an unimaginable aura. Success. Seeing the 4 concealing their auras and descending from the sky to return to the cosmos garden, Renamanga couldn't help but say indifferently, now, the strength of our lineage has increased again. You guys have also transcended. Congratulations. It's all thanks to His Majesty. They said in unison. A hint of surprise flashed across their faces. Even though they had become ultimate masters, they still couldn't see through this mysterious existence's true appearance and actual realm. So this is the 10th level. Little Goddess of Stone looked excited. Back then, our ancestor was at this level. Now, he's actually, Suji touched Goddess of Stone's head and reminded the 4 of them, have you guys sensed outside the universe? Of course we have. They pondered for a while and said directly. This was an extremely mysterious feeling. They were very clear about the universe and were omniscient. All the laws and laws that formed the universe were in their eyes, not hidden at all. Even outside the universe, they could vaguely sense it. Seeing that the 4 of them were deep in thought, Suji couldn't help but shake his head. I didn't sense it. After pondering for a while, Renamanga said softly, take a break and reorganize yourself. Previously, it's not time for you guys to come into contact. Now that your realms are sufficient, it's time to bring you guys to see what's outside the universe. Understand the truth of the world and the 10th level, yes. The 4 quantum grandmasters were very excited. They were also curious about what was outside the universe. Goddess of Stone looked at her father with a look of worship, and Medusa also had a look of curiosity. In fact, Suji's feelings were similar to the others. Everyone was curious about what was outside the universe, but he just didn't show it. The 4 of them began to familiarize themselves with their realms. On the other side, Suji also silently sensed that Dicky was also moving. He was also about to break through. The super ancient god had descended to watch over him. Boom, the universe shook slightly. The 4 grandmasters felt a trace of a familiar aura. It's him? Don't worry about it. We'll just do what we need to do. Suji didn't care about Dicky's side. He had already asked the super ancient god to show his face. He really didn't have the intention to accompany Dicky outside the primal chaos. Because he was too reckless, Suji also couldn't be bothered to open the insectoid barrier for him. Because it would be useless even if it was opened. He would most likely find someone else to fight, he still planned to go with the 4 grandmasters and the others. Because he didn't plan to cause trouble, he definitely had to open the insectoid barrier at the same time to hide all auras. Because if they encountered an enemy, not to mention whether the 4 quantum grandmasters could defeat them, the moment Renemenka touched the enemy, he would be exposed. Because he would more or less have to act. Let's go. A moment later, Renemenka looked at the few of them and said calmly, I have just broken through to the 10th level, so I'll test your familiarity with your realms. Head outside this universe, and I'll teach you how to travel. Ha ha ha, don't worry. My techniques are the best. The Martial Arts Alliance leader laughed. My plucking leaves flying flower can destroy a star. The 4 quantum grandmasters didn't have any doubts. Instead, they were very cautious and serious. In an instant, a mysterious aura similar to space jumping enveloped everyone. Boom, the next second. Their surroundings turned into endless colorful light spots as they entered a tunnel of space-time, traveling through an unknown dimension. After an unknown amount of time, everyone's eyes gradually opened up. They saw a shocking scene that they couldn't imagine in their entire lives, the entire universe. This is the true appearance of the universe. Oh my God. This is the multiverse. It's actually circular. This sphere is formed by many fragments, just like a broken glass ball. The fragments are floating in the air, and some are near and some are far away from each other. There are a total of 9 fragments, 9 multiverses, and we're just one of the smaller territories among them. They were dumbfounded. Even Suji was slightly shocked when he saw this. The universe was indeed a sphere. But now, it was like a watermelon that had been casually cut open. 9 conical watermelon petals split open from the center of the sphere, floating in the air one by one. At this moment, it still maintained its round appearance. One could vaguely see that it used to be a perfect solid sphere at some point in time. And the gaps between the prismatic fragments of the broken sphere were drowned by the hazy chaotic ocean of the universe. Only the surface of the broken sphere could be seen. This is too magical. If you look from the outside, it looks like a planet with 9 continents covered by the ocean, and the continents are constantly drifting slowly. And now, we're really standing on the surface of a continent on this planet. We're standing outside the universe. They were very shocked. They had never thought that the true appearance of the universe was actually like a giant planet. This scene was too shocking. They could not imagine what kind of rules this universe contained. At this moment, from a certain point of view, the ultimate level 10 of the universe was the true living beings living on this surface continent. This is too scary. It's said that only the ultimate level 10 is transcendence. This kind of transcendence. We're outside the universe, and our power is extremely weak. We're actually only left with the power of a level 8 deity. Outside the universe, our power of laws is almost unusable, it's hard to imagine. No wonder His Majesty Renemansa only showed us this scene now. Because this is the true scene of a level 10. They whispered. Medusa stood on the surface and looked into the distance with a slight frown. In between these continents, there's a lot of ocean. I'm afraid it's very difficult to pass through, but I can vaguely see that the opposite continent is very prosperous. There are many protruding buildings on the surface. The buildings he was talking about were dojos. It could be seen that in another parallel universe, there were many ultimate level 10 deities that could build dojos outside the primal chaos. Splash, splash, the distant crashing sound of the tide could be heard. They were currently standing at the edge of this universe continent. The energy of the primal chaos was crashing over. It was like the tide of the ocean, sweeping up the waves and hitting many strange things. Some broken down weapons, sand, natural objects. Just like seashells, conches, and seaweed on the beach, they were everywhere. These should be the ruins left behind by the ancient ultimate level 10 deities. Because even level 10 deities can fall just like in the universe, there are many ruins left behind by the ancient civilizations. This is where they lived, so naturally, only their ruins are left behind. Medusa gently bent down and squatted down, looking at some of the things that were crashing over. Among them, there were some clay sculptures. It was very strange. What is this? I don't know. Clay sculptures? They look very simple and don't have any extraordinary powers. They don't look like they were left behind by the ancient elites. However, I can feel an unimaginable sense of desolation from them. Very ancient. They discussed. Suji was slightly startled. How familiar was this scene? Everything in his heart seemed to have been confirmed. His deduction was not wrong. With light, he suddenly seemed to be able to see the back of that man. He stood on the beach of the waves and looked at the vast sea. He rubbed Little Rock's head and said softly to everyone, "This is the sculpture remains left behind by the great sculpture art era of the gods and demons from more than 14 billion years ago, at the beginning of the chaos." Everyone trembled. At that time, it was a primordial universe beach, an era of sculpture art. Renamance's eyes looked through the ocean, as if he was looking at the farthest universe myth. Primordial ancient beach, age of sculpture, standing on the beach at the outer wall of the vast and ancient universe, everyone in the Cosmos Garden felt their hearts tremble. They were already very surprised when they saw that scene. Looking at the entire universe from outside the universe, it turned out that after the Big Bang, the universe was a huge space-shaped egg, and they all lived in it. However, for some unknown reason, the universe split up and became a multiverse. With the passage of time, even the rules between the parallel universes were different. However, this was to be expected, because the saints who proved their Tao and the future generations of each universe were naturally different, causing the rules of the universe to be different. Is this the truth of parallel universes? No wonder the other parallel universes are different. Our universe is very irregular. It looks like a spatial fragment of a deformed conch, and we are standing on the top of a conch. The hypothesis of parallel universes is similar to the theory that the universe split into several different universes. It is somewhat coincidental. They whispered and discussed. The theory of parallel universes had always existed, but they did not expect it to be like this. At this moment, Little Lady Rock could not help but ask, at the beginning of the primordial world, the universe was a beach? Why was it the age of sculpture? Whoosh! A chaotic wind blew. Suji stood on the beach and looked at the distant endless shore. Seeing this spectacular scene, everyone understood their own insignificance. He smiled and said, "At the beginning of the universe, all rules had yet to evolve. Even dimensions, time, and space were very hazy. The chaos god fiends of that time, for hundreds of millions of years, enjoyed sculpting. These were all scenes of the transcendent sand table world he had deduced, and the universe was actually similar." "Sculptures?" the others asked. "Yes, sculptures." Suji said in a low voice, "That was their only pleasure, a tool to kill time. After hundreds of millions of years, wouldn't they die of old age?" Medusa asked. "Even those at the peak of the 10th level could only live for a few million years. All living beings at that time were immortal. In their minds, there was no concept of aging." Suji answered directly, "The universe had no such thing as lifespan from the beginning. That was an artificial lifespan added by the saints of the post-celestial era." "What? The concept of lifespan was not naturally produced by the universe, but man-made." As soon as these words fell, the earth shook, they all revealed a look of intense disbelief. Because this was an unimaginable fact. Everyone believed that lifespan was an inevitable law of the universe, just like how people on Earth felt that the sun rose and the moon set. Only now did they realize that lifespan was not a natural product of the universe. It was man-made. It was the existence of ancient sages who proved the Tao for heaven and earth. They added rules to all living beings in the future, causing life in the world to grow old, get sick, and die. If news of this were to spread, the entire universe would be shaken. They looked at each other and suddenly felt that they had seen many truths on this trip. It was no wonder that Renamanga did not bring them here. They would only know about this after they broke through to the 10th level. No wonder, no wonder. Even though the strong have infinite power and can move mountains and fill seas, no matter how much they study their own cells, they still can't live forever. There is an unseen aging process. Because there is an even stronger strong person who is restricting the law for them. Medusa took a deep breath. She had been studying lifespan since a long time ago. Then they sculpted for hundreds of millions of years. Weren't they tired of it? Goddess of Stone asked again. They didn't have a choice. Those chaotic dark days were very lonely, very confused, and unimaginable emptiness. Suji bent down and squatted down. He looked at the rubble and sand on the ground. There were many decaying fragments of ancient Tao artifacts. They sculpted for hundreds of millions of years. It's hard for you to imagine what it was like. Time is a miracle. 100 million years was enough for them to turn the entire universe into a huge exhibition hall. At that time, there were no planets at all. Everything was chaotic gravel and matter. But under their efforts, huge objects began to float in the universe. But what floated were not planets, but huge and exquisite sculptures. Everyone was shocked. Medusa vaguely had a guess. At that time, there was no such thing as planets. They sculpted statues and let them float in the universe. Looking at the floating structure of these statues, did the structure of planets appear? Even the structure of the planet was proven by the sages of the primordial chaos? They turned pale with fright. Suji smiled without saying a word. Then why didn't they find other things to do? Goddess of Stone kept asking questions. Because they had no other choice. When chaos first opened, the first era was definitely the era of cosmic sculpture art. It was the process of history. It could be said to be a kind of fate. Medusa bent down and touched Goddess of Stone's head. He smiled and said, for example, if you were locked in a dark room with only a pile of sand in front of you, what could you do? Goddess of Stone was completely enlightened. The 4 great quantum grandmasters had also noticed this a long time ago. This was the inevitability of history. No matter how many times the universe was rebooted, the first era after the Big Bang was definitely the era of sculpture art. Because it was too boring. They could only need matter. Back then, they walked on the beach. It was very simple, just like now. Renamansa and the others walked along the edge of the beach as if they were on a beach tour. They looked at the beautiful chaotic scenery as if they were looking at the distant and vast wheel of history. The few of them gradually calmed down and began to enjoy the beautiful scenery. As they walked, Goddess of Stone asked, they started the era of sculpture. What about after that? What will happen in the future? Everyone was also curious. Suji did not hide anything. At that time, there was no such thing as a lifespan. Their population exploded and grew rapidly. They soon filled the universe and the Big Bang era appeared. However, those who had lived for hundreds of millions of years found life too boring. They could not help but commit suicide. Everyone's expression darkened. If it was a wonderful world in the universe, they would naturally find it interesting no matter how long they lived. However, it was extremely boring in the dark room of chaos. They could only sculpt sand, which might be a kind of painful torture. Then, the few of them walked along the beach and kept walking. Suji was also carefully talking about some historical allusions, which made them listen with great interest. Suddenly, Suji looked at the 4 great quantum grandmasters and said with a smile, "You have broken through to the ultimate level. So, I will test you. Can you find the footprints of the 9-headed ancient mother?" The 4 great quantum grandmasters were stunned. They had naturally been secretly watching the battle in the universe garden. They had naturally seen the terrifying combat power of the venerable emperor, who had defeated the 9-headed ancient mother. After thinking for a while, Mr. Yu said, "Our vast galaxy cloud region obviously has a spatial track with the land outside the universe, and the distance is the closest. The 9-headed ancient mother probably lives in this region. However, to find it, this land is still too big. I can give it a try." The Wulin Alliance master said carelessly, "The demon lord and I will definitely not find it. However, to find it, we have to rely on Zhou Meng and you. Their carefree travel and sky dream can disperse quantum senses, so it will be easy for them to find it. This is just a test to see how familiar you are with this realm. If you can find him, he can be a whetstone for your breakthroughs. If you can find him, he can be your whetstone for your breakthroughs. If you can't, then forget it." As soon as he said this, their fighting spirit was instantly aroused. Even a venerable emperor with no great path bloodline could defeat it. They were already real 10th level ultimate level experts. Although they only had one great path bloodline, if they couldn't find or defeat a country bumpkin like that, it would be a great disgrace to the universe garden. If it was the Buddhist civilization of Xianxia, they would definitely laugh at them. In terms of finding people, quantum martial arts are the fastest in the world. Mr. Yu had been very calm, but now he was aroused. In an instant, he turned into a sandstorm and disappeared with the wind. Zhou Meng also started to sleep. Suji looked at them calmly. That was right. He was going to beat them when they were down. The nine-headed ancient mother was already heavily injured, but she was still a hidden danger. If he could take this opportunity to deal with her during this trip, it would be for the best. Whoosh. They were still proceeding forward on a beach. As Suji told them about ancient history, he strolled through the chaos. At the same time, they sensed something. Alliance Lord Wulin had a look of excitement as he said, outside this chaos domain, we are standing on the membrane outside the universe. It's extremely strange. Our feet are surging with endless energy. If we leave this land, our strength will be nearly depleted. Fiendlord said with a smile, that's very normal. After all, we are stepping on the universe beneath our feet. Our strength also comes from the universe beneath our feet. If we leave the universe, we will naturally be crippled. They were very excited when they arrived outside the unprecedented chaos heavens. That also means that we are unable to fly, said Goddess of Stone. We can only step on land. We cultivate in the great Tao of the universe, but in fact, what we cultivate is a false Tao. We can only use it in our own universe. Only the Big Bang singularity is real because he is Tao-yi. That's the true Tao, the false Tao that splits everything. Goddess of Stone clearly acknowledged the concept of a creation god. It's like we are cursed by a devil. We are unable to leave the ground. Whoosh. The few of them stepped on the beach. Medusa suddenly looked towards the distant shore of chaos. He was as curious as a child. If we can't leave the ground beneath our feet, we will be crippled once we leave. How are we to traverse the endless chaos sea to reach another parallel universe? Whoosh. Everyone looked at Renamenka. Renamenka was taken aback as he looked at everyone's excitement. He said coldly, don't bite off more than you can chew. Once you reach that realm, I'll tell you. Let's talk about ancient primordial chaos history. With them saying that, Suji realized that traversing the chaos sea in the universe was not an exaggeration. It was not that simple to descend into a parallel universe. He continued proceeding forward. It said that in the chaos of the universe, there was a primordial god-fiend leader. Amidst the endless sculptures, some sort of anomaly happened. It caused the world to quake as light swirled. He naturally cultivated in the Soul Tao and Martial Tao. For more than 100 million years, he did not need to cultivate. His body and soul naturally grew, allowing him to break through. Natural growth, everyone vaguely sensed something. They began to refer to the so-called realm as the growth period of life. At this point, everyone's eyes roamed, and they felt a sense of novelty. It was as if they had completely understood the realm and laws of the universe from a completely new perspective. It turned out that their so-called realms were just a natural growth period for those primordial chaotic creatures with eternal lifespans, just like childhood and adulthood. Crack. All of a sudden, an illusionary figure gradually appeared. Mr. Yu returned and said, in the nearby universe, I found a few places that are hard to grasp. They seem to be ancient Tao grounds. Also, I saw some sects, living beings, and disciples. It looks like a continent on a planet. There are also cities, and the degree of prosperity is not low. As soon as he finished speaking, the others became excited. Just go and take a look. Suji did not panic. After all, with the insect race's protective barrier covering them, there was no danger even if they looked from afar. He could even get close to it. If it was the aura of the nine-headed ancient mother, it would be easy to recognize. Moreover, Suji really wanted to see the specific structure of this level 10 world. This scene was also very shocking to Suji. In a sense, they were all underground dwellers living in the continent. Level 10 existences were creatures that lived on the surface. It was no wonder that they rarely went to the main universe. This was because this place had experienced development. Many dojos were connected, and there were countless subsidiary lands outside the dojos. It was a huge and vast world. Compared to the barren, empty land, which was filled with broken rocks and lifeless stars, it was naturally hard to compare to this place. The universe was very big. This was undeniable. It was very difficult for a level 10 to explore a huge galaxy. Even if they lived for millions of years and kept flying, they might not be able to explore even a billionth of it. But why should they explore? All they saw was boring and repetitive content. Even if they traveled for trillions of light years, there might not be a new place. Ascending to the real chaotic universe as soon as possible was the right path. And this was the real center of the universe. It was not a desolate land. Top civilizations from all over the universe had gathered here. It could be said to be the essence of the civilizations in the universe. Whether it was for communication or war, it was the best place. Let's go and take a look. Let's see the scenery outside. As they walked, they continued to talk about history. It was not boring. They were extremely fast. Even in the high-dimensional space, it only took a few hours before they saw a land with people. They even saw some plants and beasts. It was very shocking. This? They were startled. There are living beings outside the membrane of chaos? Are they chaos creatures? Not really. Medusa bent down slightly and squatted down. I can see that there are man-made traces. It's probably the great existences in the Chaos Tao grounds. They had nothing to do and were researching living beings that could live in the chaos. They threw their test subjects here and gradually grew and multiplied. Biological experiments? It's indeed something those powerful existences would research. That's because they are already creating worlds, Tao grounds, and living beings. As they spoke, they encountered a few youths dressed in dignified attire passing by. The weakest among them had a deity cultivation level, and the leader was a rank 9. From the looks of it, those ultimate existences came beyond the chaos heavens and ascended with their transcendental worlds. They also brought their Tao grounds here, allowing their descendants to multiply, said Alliance Lord Pugilist. Aren't we the same? We brought the Crystal Wall universe here. Fiendlord's eyes were filled with amusement as he looked at the youths as though he was looking at a treasure. Don't be rash. Medusa shot him a glance. In fact, she enjoyed acting rashly. She enjoyed seeking thrills on the brink of death, but she was a person with double standards. She clearly enjoyed acting rashly, but she did not allow others to act rashly. Don't worry. As the righteous Alliance Lord Pugilist, I will maintain the order of the pugilistic world. I will definitely keep an eye on the number 1 fiend of the pugilistic world, said Alliance Lord Pugilist heroically. I will not let him plant a demon in his Tao heart and bring harm to the great pugilistic world. You still have the cheek to say that? By the side, the Emperor in imperial robes said, You have always been swinging your fists. You are so poor that all you have left is your cloak. Have you ever bothered with the matters of the pugilistic world? When have I not helped you govern the pugilistic world, fulfilling the responsibilities of Alliance Lord Pugilist? Yet, you just had to beat me up, preventing me from having your sweet dreams. Little Fairy Rock's eyelids twitched slightly. As everyone conversed, they walked into an ancient city rooted in the chaos. It was extremely gorgeous and flourishing. The shops on both sides of the street were flourishing, and there were even people setting up stalls. There were even people selling clay sculptures from prehistoric times. They mumbled, selling chaos sculptures from an ancient and unknown mysterious civilization. Guaranteed to be in perfect condition. It was an extremely flourishing place. Powerful deities from various races set up stalls and walked around. The weakest was at the 8th rank, while most of the common existences were at the 9th rank. A white-haired old man was setting up a stall selling clay sculptures. There was no business at the corner of the stall. When he saw Suji and the others walking over, his eyes lit up. Did they come out from the inner dimension? How do you know that we didn't ascend from beneath our feet? Medusa smiled as he pointed below. Ha ha ha, those who have ascended from the lower realm are incredible. They are ancient and great beings of the universe who have become sages and ancestors. They are a group of heroes who can be ranked among the top of the ancient and modern universe. It has been a long time since someone like that has come to our area. The patriarchs each manage a territory in the lower realms. Basically, the moment they break through in the lower realms, they will be killed by other patriarchs. Even if they are lucky enough to ascend, they are only at the final realm of a single great Tao. Why would they be so ostentatious to stroll around here? Aren't they afraid of being killed by other existences? The elder's face was ruddy and he had a sage-like demeanor. He had a pair of protruding ears and was very talkative. We are all descendants of ancient existences. I'm the seventh son of this wind-molding city's patriarch. I have no idea how many generations of descendants I have. What about you? Clearly, you just came out from the subspace, right? From the looks of it, there were quite a number of sects in the city they were in. They were in the periphery of an ancient existence's Tao residence. And according to the elder, this ancient universe existence had lived for millions of years and had 13 children. They were born at the 10th rank and were extremely powerful. And he was the 7th son's countless descendants. Isn't the son of a final realm 10th rank the boy servant who serves tea in the Tao residence? Asked Shiji curiously. Lass, where are you from? How can such an existence be slandered by you? The old man was startled. To be able to serve tea and water to such a great and ancient existence, who knows how many people would wish for it? 10th rank children are born sacred. Once they mature, they will definitely step into the final realm. Even if they are pseudo-10th ranks, they are unimaginably powerful. Clearly, 10th rank children were considered extremely high-end existences beyond the chaos heavens even if they were unable to break through to the true 10th rank and could only serve tea. Originally, Suji thought that it would be very cold and lonely. However, beyond the chaos heavens, the 10th order Bodamandas were more human than Suji imagined. They were also developing their own 10th order ultimate civilizations. In other words, only 10th level civilizations could communicate with each other. How do ants and giants communicate? They weren't even on the same level. It wasn't that they wouldn't fight, but it was clear that a certain degree of power balance had been formed, and they were all targeting those pushovers who had broken through in the lower realms. Yeah, we just came out. Medusa smiled faintly and looked around. We have just broken through to the god realm, so we are qualified to come outside. After all, this aura of chaos is something that not even a god can withstand. There are many like you. There are many heavens chosen in this generation, especially recently. It was said that a while ago, there was a mysterious vibration in the universe. There were tumors in the universe, and foreign objects appeared. Countless ancient great Tao existences descended to the lower realms to investigate. They came to each other's Bodamandas to communicate, but they did not obtain any results. It was said that a huge change had happened. They guessed that it was a multidimensional saint that could traverse the multiverse. He had traversed the oceans and set up a trap here. He might be plundering the light from providence in our universe. After all, he has an aura that doesn't belong to this universe. They only hope that the multidimensional existences of our universe can take action and stop this scheme. The elder smiled and changed the topic. This place is the kingdom of a 10th order civilization. It's the true center of the universe. It's too barren down there. Although it's too vast, it's millions of miles of barren land. Only here, countless ancient and great rank 10 existences have come to this primal chaos realm. We're all very blessed to be born here. Suji nodded. That was indeed the case. All of them were level 10, level 9, and level 8 children. It could be said that when a man attained the Tao, even his chickens and dogs would ascend to heaven. Humans were born with inequality. Some freaks who had a chance of reaching the ultimate 10th order would find it difficult to imagine going beyond the universe. They wished to transcend, but the beings here had achieved their lifelong goals the moment they were born. It was almost impossible to see a 10th order civilization in the universe. That was because they had all come here. This was indeed the true center of the universe. It could be said that the top powers of the entire universe were concentrated here, forming a territory. Suji was just feeling emotional. What center of the universe? This is clearly a slightly better countryside city. Little Stone had a serious expression. Her expression was extremely pure and proud. That's because you haven't seen the true center of the universe. The white-haired elder was instantly dumbfounded and could not react for a moment. Cough, cough, cough. This young lady doesn't know any better. Please forgive her. Medusa changed the topic. He lowered his head to look at the sculptures. They were very exquisite and ancient. He could not help but ask, "What are you selling?" The elder was stunned for a moment before he said with a smile, "You can see that these things were fished up from the Chaos Sea. The Chaos Sea is very huge. Who knows how many decaying ruins of ancient civilizations are floating in it? They are often washed up with the tides. Some anglers often go to the seaside to be pickers. Anglers? The Wuling Alliance leader was excited. That's right. The weak can only pick them up on the beach. All-powerful existences can create Dao item fishing rods and use them to fish in the primal chaos sea. Some of the more powerful existences can even swim in that sea for a period of time. Our patriarch could swim in it for a full 10 minutes before he was forced to go ashore. The coastline on our side is still weak, and the other star domains occupy a wider ocean. It is even said that some of the more powerful ultimate existences, when a certain period of time comes, will build a large ship and choose to cross the ocean. But how difficult is it to cross the ocean between parallel universes? It is unknown just how many existences drowned in the ocean, their bodies and Dao vanishing, their remains washed up. Suji listened attentively. Hence, picking up corpses became popular here. It seemed that this vast ocean of chaos was very mysterious. It was an ocean that buried the remains of countless ancient and modern great civilizations. This elder was clearly the talkative type. He explained to them that the Chaos Sea did not know how long it had been. What was washed up might not be the prehistoric creations of this universe. It might even be from other parallel universes. Some ancient and mysterious tools with different laws would often be washed over. It was said that this aspect was very mysterious. There had been many lucky people who walked on the Chaos Beach outside the universe and picked up many fortuitous encounters. It was even said that there were existences who soared to the sky and obtained secret treasures and inheritances from the creation of the world more than 10 billion years ago. They directly cultivated to the peak of level 10 and became a supreme sage of the universe. Now, these ancient sculptures are extremely old. Although there are many on the beach, they are all incomplete. What I have here is very good. They were all bought from others and are worth collecting. These are at least 5 billion years ago. According to our speculation, I'm afraid that before that era, an unimaginably great civilization appeared in the universe. They were passionate about sculptures, but we don't know why they liked ordinary objects like sculptures. The goddess of stone smiled lightly. Hearing this, Medusa suddenly shook his head and revealed a look as if he was indeed a country bumpkin. He could no longer suppress his expression. The elder? He sat on the stall and his entire body was stiff. He could not even speak. Some ancient existences liked to collect antiques. When he had nothing to do, he liked to set up a stall here to earn some money. That civilization. The reason why they sculpted mortal objects is very simple. It's because they were all mortals. The goddess of stone kept shaking her head. Mortals? How can they be mortals? The old man was so angry that his face turned red. Ridiculous. It's simply ridiculous. This is a type of creation in the Chaos Sea. It has a long history and there are many of them. According to speculation, they once spread throughout the entire ancient universe. How can they be carved by mortals? Do they have long enough lifespans? Can they cross the universe? Although he had a small stall, he was actually the ruler of this area. He was an extremely powerful existence. He was also an archaeologist. Usually, he had nothing to do and liked to live in seclusion in the busy city to sell these antiques. He also liked to pretend to be a mysterious and unfathomable senior expert in front of some juniors. He even liked to guide some juniors. Some of his casual favors were enough to be a huge fortuitous opportunity for them. And he himself loved these things. Now that someone was mocking him and saying such comical words, it was simply a great humiliation. There are many things that you don't understand, but it doesn't mean that they don't exist. Medusa only shook his head. He looked at the old man with pity as though he was looking at a country bumpkin. He shook his head and sighed. How sad. How sad. To think that they are erudite and knowledgeable, but they are just pitiful fish in a pond. Why do they need to live long enough? Because they once lived for a long time in ancient times. Why do they need to cross the universe? Because in ancient times, no stars appeared. In fact, they were the ones who built the stars. The white-haired old man's body trembled, his face filled with disbelief. Even the stars were built by that batch of mortals. What kind of ancient secret was this? Were they lying, or was it a miracle of the ancient universe that really happened? These sculptures, what exactly were they, Your Majesty? Let's go. That Medusa said with a smile. He stepped past the booth and the group continued to walk forward. While saying things that made the old man's hair stand on end, they continued to chat with a smile. Please continue to tell us about the earliest era of the universe, the story after the art of sculpture. When the chaos split open, the story of the universe's sculpture era, when the voice reached his ears, the white-haired elder felt every pore on his body rupture. Every inch of his nerves was rapidly shaking as his legs went limp. His vision turned black as the world spun around him. Who are these people? There were all sorts of wonders in the universe. This was the center of a cosmos. On this piece of land outside the cosmos wall, there were countless ancient existences from other transcendent worlds. They were as numerous as carps in the river. For more than 14 billion years, generations of sages had existed outside the universe's chaos heavens. As the great Tao laws, they were in charge of the heavenly Tao, laws, and order of the universe beneath them. They had occupied this place for generations, but it had only been a few million years. But at this moment, 14 billion years was just too vast. It was unknown how many eras had crossed and how many births and deaths had occurred. No one knew what had happened to this land in ancient times, but they knew that it was ancient and mysterious. Its origins were unimaginable. It was said that there were all sorts of ancient and mysterious forbidden lands that revealed primordial saints. Even invincible sages who had corroborated their Tao would perish if they ventured deep into the forbidden lands. It was said that an existence with a perfect bloodline of the Great Path was at the end of his lifespan. He brought the entire dojo with him and went deep into the forbidden area with monstrous power. In less than a few days, someone saw the Tao proving sage in outer space, bathed in blood as he fled towards the outside of the forbidden area. He didn't make it out of the edge. In the end, his head was pierced through by a simple and unadorned withered branch, and he died. It was a mysterious crisis after all. If it was said that after more than 10 billion years in the universe, nearly all the planets and galaxies were filled with civilizations, cemeteries and ancient ruins, with new civilizations living on the corpses of their predecessors, then the chaos heavens beyond the universe was the same. There were ancient cemetery ruins everywhere, making it very mysterious and bizarre. And the ruins here came from ancient Tao corroborating sages. And it was these unimaginable ruins that had been accumulated over generations, establishing the heritage and splendor of this place. It resulted in the lower realm being too barren. What is this? The white-haired elder's expression was alarmed as he thought of an unimaginable truth. It was something he had barely come into contact with. Could it be that an ancient sage family has appeared once again? Walking through the ancient desolate lands? At that moment, a group of people continued walking through the bustling city. This place sure is a bumpkin from the countryside. Little Rock Fairy left the stall with a lack of interest. She looked like she was planning on going somewhere else and continued to look around curiously. His posture was very leisurely, as if he was a traveler on the earth. As they continued forward, the mysterious young man who was addressed as His Majesty whispered with a smile, "By the way, there are some allusions to these sculptures. The clay sculptures displayed just now are very ordinary. They were all sculptures made by ordinary clansmen of that era. However, after being eroded by the torrent of time, even the remnants that survived have lost their charm. On the other hand, sculptures of truly powerful existences contain an unimaginable charm." Charm? Isn't he immortal? Shurji said. That existence shook its head. Being immortal and sculpting for hundreds of millions of years is enough to turn simple into complicated. Their sculptures have a special charm. In fact, the era of sculpture was built for them to sculpt the laws of the universe. From some of the more precious statues, you can see the origins of some ancient Taoist charm, which is in line with the Tao of heaven and their thoughts. Of course, such treasures are very rare. After all, their statues are extraordinary. If you like them, I can give you one or two. Can't be used as an artifact? Medusa was a practical person. Many experts were collectors and liked to collect ancient relics, but she was a practical person. Can't be used as an artifact, can't be used to smash people. But it can be considered a valuable collection. Rhiannomenka smiled and shook his head. He was very friendly. Then forget it. If it can't be used for battle, what's the point of keeping it at home? The demon lord shook his head. It has no practical value at all. If I'm not careful, it'll break. I'm a crude person and don't like it, the Wuling chancellor said in a muffled voice. This kind of creation is very ordinary. In my eyes, it can be seen everywhere. It's not as interesting as observing a few experts, the existence that looked like an emperor said. Instantly, the demon lord, the Wuling chancellor, and Zhou Ming lost interest. Suji's face stiffened. They didn't even want such a good thing? Your Majesty, I would like to collect one, Mr. Yu said. Mr. Yu said. After all, he was a carefree scholar. He loved collecting books and ancient relics. Sure. Suji smiled. After all, the second ultimate 10th level expert had appeared so quickly. A small request was still acceptable. Moreover, what kind of people did he have under him? Suji's face was filled with black lines. He felt that he was very cultured and knowledgeable. After all, knowledge was power, and every expert was a great cosmological scholar who was well versed in both the past and present. But these people, all the knowledge they had learned had all been transformed into muscles, only Mr. Yu was slightly more refined and could be considered a cultured person. The others had been led astray by Medusa. They only knew how to fight and fight. All of them were clearly uncultured members of society. They had learned so much for nothing, the few of them chatted as they walked further and further away. Only when their figures completely disappeared did the white-haired old man who was sitting at the stall come back to his senses and listen to this horrifying conversation. This. The old man felt his entire body trembling, but he couldn't control himself. He looked at the other party and his body was trembling. He heard about the beginning of chaos, the unimaginable ancient gods and devils who created the world and created a precious sculpture, that was a precious sculpture from ancient times. Precious. In the eyes of some unimaginably powerful saints of the present age, these were priceless treasures worth thousands of gold. They were the most valuable treasures worthy of being collected. They could be used to search for the martyrs and admire the ancient sages. It was just like how some collectors on Earth would collect the imperial seal of the first emperor or the calligraphy of Emperor Wu of Han. They were unimaginably tempting and could be used to admire the ancients. But these people actually didn't want it? They didn't want it? Where did this country bumpkin come from? They didn't have any cultural knowledge at all, he roared in his heart and held back a mouthful of turbid air. He was only a 9th stage Taoist and couldn't seek the ultimate in his life. However, he was very accomplished in other fields and had a high status behind the scenes. Not only was he the ruler of this bustling district, but he was also a respected archaeologist in this land. He was one of the most knowledgeable old men in this land and was known as Old Man Xuanji. Not only did some experts who obtained unknown antiques come to ask him for advice, but even the ancient existences in the dojo admired his knowledge and would often bring some precious objects to appraise. The things he sold were all broken and didn't have any Taoist charm. After all, they had drifted outside for a long time and didn't have much value. However, he had a few ancient treasures that had been sealed for a long time and were coincidentally well preserved. They had a strong Taoist charm and were his treasures. A bunch of burly fellows. I don't think their cultivation levels are high. After all, the higher the cultivation level, the more profound their knowledge, the more refined they are, and the more knowledgeable they are. They have astonishing attainments in collecting, painting, and writing. He cursed in his heart, but his whole body suddenly froze. Just now, the other party had said that he was the country bumpkin, so, who was the country bumpkin here, he started to think. Originally, he was sure that the other party was a country bumpkin and had no culture at all. He really didn't know which poor place he came from, and he hadn't even seen a big scene. But now, with the preconceived notion of a mysterious identity, coupled with their conversation, he actually had a vague feeling that he was the country bumpkin, and the other party's uncultured, careless, and vulgar appearance made him feel like an unrestrained, elegant, and mysterious expert. The white-haired old man hurriedly calmed his mind and said, "I've encountered evil spirits." He came to his senses and wanted to catch up with those mysterious existences. Perhaps it was an unimaginable opportunity, some kind of great saint descending to the mortal world. However, they had already disappeared, and he couldn't help but feel sorry. I, an old Taoist, have missed a fateful encounter. He was a little distressed and could only continue to set up his stall. But there's no need to feel sorry. No matter how strong they are, I won't be able to break through and prove my Tao. This old man has long lost the pursuit of cultivation. Instead, the content of the ancient times that they talked about is everything that I've been fanatically pursuing all my life. If he met them again, he really wanted to talk about the sculpture, correct their views, and educate them, so that they would know how precious it was. But a few days later, he continued to set up his stall at the entrance to the south of the city. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure. It was a man who looked like an emperor. He had the aura of looking down on the world, and there was a trace of warm anger in his eyes as he walked through the city gate. Don't think that I can't find you. It's just a mere quantum. Leave your aura here. It was normal for an emperor to look majestic and domineering. The people here came from various transcendent worlds, and no matter what they dressed up, it might not be normal. An ancient emperor wearing a dragon robe, a black swallow-tailed suit, a magician wearing a magic robe and holding a cane, a creature with a mechanical body. But in the white-haired old man's eyes, there was a slight glimmer. Previously, this emperor was one of the people in that group. Although he didn't know why he was here alone, it didn't stop him from walking up again. You're looking for me? Emperor Qi turned around, his eyes as calm as an ancient well. You know me? At this moment, the white-haired old man had been conflicted for a few days. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He felt that he should correct these people's thoughts and let them know how precious those treasures with Taoist rhymes were. You might not know what the outside world is like. You're relatively low level and have shallow knowledge. I can't blame you for knowing how precious those treasures are. Look at this, and you'll know how valuable they are. He carefully took out a clay sculpture that he had treasured. It was extremely intricate, and an ancient aura of Taoist rhymes circulated around it. Look, this was sculpted by the ancient sages. I'm not interested. These creations are very ordinary. In my eyes, they can be found anywhere. It's not as interesting as observing a few experts. The existence that looked like an emperor said. The old man instantly froze. It looked exactly the same as before. The white-haired old man was completely furious. How was this ordinary? Found everywhere? Since ancient times, they were unique treasures. If one was missing, there would be no more. He couldn't help but calm down. He said patiently, how is that possible? Look at this. Your cultivation level isn't low either. This sculpture is full of Taoist rhymes. It clearly doesn't use human powers, but it has such attainments. It's hard to imagine how long you've been immersed in it. It's really ordinary. Although it looks like it has some special Taoist rhymes, it's really ordinary. It can be found everywhere. Dichi was a little impatient. He casually observed it and grabbed a handful of clay. With a light carving, an identical sculpture appeared in his hand. The white-haired old man? On the spot, a towering chill surged up violently. There was only one here. This was a treasure that had been created billions of years ago. It contained the vicissitudes of time, Taoist rhymes, and the heavy traces of history. This was something that even the most powerful of counterfeits could not achieve. Seeing this, his mind went completely blank. He began to wonder if he was really a frog at the bottom of a well, or if the world he had come into contact with was just too low level. No wonder they had all looked down on those treasures before. Now, any random one of them had such terrifying and unimaginable ability to create such a treasure so casually. So, he was the real country bumpkin. The white-haired old man was completely at a loss. It was as if he was broken. The man who looked like an emperor was very impatient. He suddenly said with a smile, "Do you know where that group of people went?" "I got separated from them." Got separated? The white-haired elder stiffened slightly. He didn't doubt that there were actually two people, because their actions, expressions, and tone of voice were almost exactly the same. "I have no idea where they went either." "Didn't you head to the other side of the bustling city?" The white-haired elder stammered as though he had suffered a mental blow. This scene was just too shocking. The sculpture in front of him was nearly identical to the ancient sculpture. There was no way to tell the difference. This made him completely doubt his life. He even wondered if he was looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. he even had an even more radical thought. Are the sculptures in my hands and the stall at my feet real or fake? Could it be that the things in my hands are fakes and were created by some existence? The elder was already at a loss. However, he was ultimately not a simple person. After he snapped to his senses, a bold idea popped into his mind as he stood up from his stall. Brother, I have a huge business deal here that guarantees me a steady flow of money. I will be able to earn sufficient benefits beyond the chaos heavens. Tell me about it, said Dickie after a momentary daze. Your craftsmanship is astounding. You were born to be an expert at creating fakes. Your talent in this aspect is unprecedented. You can be ranked in the entire universe since ancient times. The elder's face was flushed as he said excitedly, if even I can't tell, I doubt many existences in this world can join forces with me to create this fake. I wonder how many existences yearn to collect it. They are willing to pay an immeasurable price. The value of these ancient relics was astounding. Dickie was taken aback as he held his hands to his back and said indifferently, this strange land in the countryside is truly strange. These dolls that can be seen everywhere do not have any powerful transcendental powers or are Tao artifacts. They are completely useless and only have a slightly special aura. How can they be worth so much? The elder was rendered completely speechless. According to that, wouldn't the peerless calligraphy and paintings of ancient experts just be a pile of brush and ink with a slightly special aura? Lustful thoughts came to mind when one was well fed. Just like ancient people, only rich people who were well-fed would collect antiques and antiques. They began to understand the value of these antiques and began to play with them seriously. And among the rank 10 civilizations here, which one of them did not have a high mental realm? They had long transcended materialistic desires. The great ancient beings had nothing better to do in their long lifespans, so they were passionate about collecting antiques as a hobby. They could casually pour out some resources and heavenly treasures, and that would be enough to prosper. Dichi said, I don't need energy resources. The old man was completely speechless. Where did this country bumpkin come from? In an ultimate level 10 civilization, which one lacked material energy. The currency they traded in must be something else. Dichi listened for a moment and suddenly understood. It was most likely an exchange of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Precious treasures extended from the Great Path, such as the Cloud Star Tao fruit. A 9th-rank Cloud Star Tao fruit was extremely powerful. What about a 10th-rank one? It was definitely a special product of an unimaginable civilization. A bloodline creation produced by an ultimate level 10 existence was definitely very precious. When Dichi thought of this, he looked at him like he was looking at a fool. Something that can be created anywhere can be exchanged for some treasures unique to tier 10 civilizations? It's worth a try. All right then. The old man's eyes immediately lit up. To be honest, he was most afraid that the other party would be the kind of righteous people who were incomparably upright. Even if they had supreme skills, they would not be willing to be a fake expert. That would really be a waste of talent. I don't want to care about these things. You talk to them. Dichi stretched out his hand and a few players appeared in front of him. They looked around excitedly and sensed the world. Was this the scene outside the chaos of the universe? So a 10th-rank civilization was actually so prosperous. Were they standing on the streets? Screenshot. Screenshot. They started the live broadcast. Shocking, the ultimate mystery outside the universe. What exactly is at the end of the universe? It's actually a white-haired old man setting up a stall on the street. They started the live broadcast. They felt that this was too exciting. Earth had just announced its recovery and Dizun had descended. In the afternoon, he analyzed the truth of the ancient era. At night, Dichi broke through and brought them up, a day in the sky and a year in the earth. Indeed, the time span was huge. It was so exciting that they could not stop. At this moment, the entire earth was watching. Countless people posted, including some scientists, who were very excited. Is this outside the universe? The parallel universe is actually constructed like this. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The people were in an uproar. They were so excited that their eyes were brimming with tears. They were glad that they were born in this generation and had witnessed history. They felt that their civilization had encountered an unprecedented opportunity and was moving towards a beautiful future, at this moment. They are good at this. You can just communicate with them. Dichi left these people behind and turned to leave. I still have to chase after them. Under the dumbfounded gaze of the old man, he walked out and said with slight anger, "That kind of pirated goods is simply disgusting. That kind of pirated goods is simply disgusting. If I don't kill him, I won't be able to vent my hatred." The old man was completely dumbfounded. But before he could react, he saw a few players patting him on the shoulder from behind and saying with a straight face, "Old man, what's your surname?" He bowed slightly and said, "I'm Xianxia." These players naturally came out of the quantum battle bodies. Their real bodies were still in Dichi's inner space. They were more cautious than anyone else and looked around curiously. Soon, they began to listen to the old man's words and immediately understood what he was thinking. At the same time, there were waves in their hearts. The age of sculpture art? Renamansa is talking about 10th rank content? The truth of the ancient history? I really want to listen to it. Those are all a group of mortals? What was the situation in the ancient era? These clay sculptures must have a lot to do with it. We have to let Mount Akina deduce it. Yes, let's see what the big boss thinks. The forum was discussing, and the think tank was also mobilized to find the best way to deal with the problems encountered in front of them. So that's how it is. To make counterfeits, the old man is also a genius in a certain field. A player sitting in a booth thought for a moment and said, "But, old man, have you ever thought about it? Your counterfeiting business won't last long." Xianxia was stunned. The rarer something is, the more precious it is. It's so precious now because it's rare, but if counterfeits circulate on the market, will it still be so valuable? The player asked. The white-haired old man completely understood. He didn't think of this. Indeed, this business wouldn't last long. If it circulated on the market, it wouldn't be valuable anymore. To be honest, if what the previous group of people said was true, it was made by the first group of creatures at the beginning of the chaos. Today, there are very few of them. These clay sculptures are tens of thousands of times more valuable than imagined, but this is still based on the scarcity. This clay sculpture originally has no value. It is not a Tao artifact, it has no extraordinary power, it is not a hard currency. It can be a priceless treasure, or it can be worthless. What people buy is the scarcity, and the historical story behind it. And if it circulates too much, it won't be valuable. Your idea is good, but you can't do that. These players looked serious. We have to change our way of thinking. You are good at playing with antiques, but in this aspect of business, you still have to rely on us. Then what do you want to do? Xianxia old man asked. The player pointed to the sea in the distance. We have to play with the mood. Aren't we fishing some ancient relics from the sea? We can do a farmhouse business in the golden fishery. Golden fishery? Xianxia old man didn't react. Yes, we can't sell our clay sculptures directly. The player was full of confidence. We have to catch them. We'll put the clay sculptures in the Chaos Sea and let them catch them. Isn't that superfluous? It's too troublesome. That's why it's so troublesome. We only charge the entrance fee of the golden fishery. Even the poorest existence can afford to fish for one, said the player. The old man said anxiously, that won't do. Just a replica is priceless. What I have in my stall are all defective and have no Tao charm. Those that have been eroded by the passage of time aren't worth much. But those that were sealed in the subspace by some sort of fortuitous encounter are perfectly preserved. They are vivid and lifelike, and their prices are sky-high. They were sold at an astonishing price at the auction house previously. We've suffered a huge loss. Besides, didn't you say that they can't be circulated in large quantities? No, that's what we have to do. We can't make a lot of money out of a fake clay sculpture with a clearly marked price. We have to find a way to raise the price, but we're weak and don't have enough power to raise the market price. If we want to raise its price and get others to help us raise the price, we have to give others benefits. The old man was completely confused. The player chuckled. When we establish the golden fishery, we have to let them draw lots, just like drawing cards. If they fish there, there's a very low probability that they will catch an ultra-quality sculpture and become rich instantly. In such a way, the fishery will be full, and the more people there are, the smarter merchants will be waiting outside to buy the objects that they catch. They will form trades and purchases on their own, and it will become a secondary market. They will use their own strength to buy the objects that are too high. The business theory of this theory was very complicated. This was a financial bubble. Just like speculating in shoes and stocks, there was a secondary market and buyers. Everyone raised the price together and passed it on. The earliest was the tulip craze in the Netherlands a few hundred years ago. The tulip was an ornamental flower with no practical value. Under the promotion of countless people who dreamed of getting rich, the tulip had reached an extremely shocking level. At its peak, one tulip could buy a mansion. One flower could buy a mansion. One could imagine how crazy it was at that time. "Isn't this a scam to fool people?" the old man said. "Those who treat others as fools are the real fools." This player shook his head and said, "It is precisely because we know that they are extremely smart that we know that this plan will succeed. Because some of the other hidden powerhouses will see through everything at a glance and directly choose to become one of the biggest dealers in the game. They will even secretly help push everything forward and drive up the price. Once we take the lead, there will soon be hungry wolves who will smell the scent of meat. They will join us without saying a word and happily harvest the leeks with us." The player smiled faintly. "You should know that the oil yield of sunflower is 51% to 54%, the oil yield of peanut is about 45%, and the oil yield of rapeseed is 32% to 38%. The oil yield of chives is between 100% to 120%, and they can be repeatedly squeezed." This old Taoist Mu Xian was obviously not proficient in this aspect. As such, it was useless to explain it to him. As long as he knew the general situation, it would be enough. As for guilt, the universe was a dark forest. Wasn't this another level of civilization invasion war? In essence, it was also a plundering of resources, but it was done without bloodshed. The seven realms had descended here to gain a foothold, to develop, and to rise as a dojo. They must find a way to harvest a wave of primitive accumulation. This was the base of the Huaxia Buddhist and Taoist system, so they naturally had to treat it seriously. The development of our dojo must surpass the Renomansker Cosmic Garden. They had the intention to compete. After all, they had entered at the same time. The establishment of the fishery will end here. Give me some antiques and design some plans. Later, we will ask His Majesty Di Qi to try to help us make some, a player said. We can even make some different sculpture shapes. Yes, make some ancient figures of the Huaxia civilization such as Li Bai, Lao Zi, and so on. Let them know that in ancient times, billions of years ago, when the universe was just beginning, there was a Buddhist and Taoist civilization system. What, Li Bai, half of the Tang dynasty? Yes, we have a long history. After all, we are the central civilization of the universe that observed the God of creation. It is unimaginably ancient. Ha ha ha, let them know the true meaning of physics, Buddhism, chemistry, and Taoism. Let them understand that the whole universe understands the Huaxia language and the whole world writes Chinese characters. The more they talked, the more excited they became. Selling antiques was profitable, but the image of the antique sculpture could also be made into an article. After all, no one could tell the real from the fake. It was a real ancient relic that indirectly confirmed the disappearance of the ancient poneglyph. It seems that we will fill in the blanks of the ancient history, they said solemnly, as if they were shouldering a great mission and responsibility. Suji and the others passed through the city and came to the other side. At this time, they had already inquired about the distribution of the nearby forces and naturally found the location of the nine-headed ancient mother. After all, it was very unrealistic to be the first to find her. It was not a bad idea to inquire about her location and then go to her door. However, it seemed that the nine-headed ancient mother had not appeared for a period of time. Her dojo was also closed. It was said that some kind of accident had happened and some powerful beings were daring to go there. This is not something that the lower levels can inquire about. Medusa shook his head and said, this kind of secret must be known by the higher levels. But there are some rumors saying that this wind-shaping dojo has changed. Perhaps the Tao-proving sage who ruled this land has already left. Maybe he went to find the nine-headed ancient mother. Suji was not surprised. Then we can go there too. As soon as his voice fell, his face suddenly stiffened slightly. It was obvious that he felt that the players that Dicky had left behind were up to something. These people are planning to play it big from the start? Using the unique sculpture art of Dicky to create a golden fishery? Preparing to make money? Suji's face stiffened and he felt very uncomfortable. However, the level of Dicky was absolutely unprecedented. It was difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. It was a unique talent. Suji pondered for a while and suddenly put on a smile. He thought to himself, it seems that their meticulous plan is really a good one. It can indeed help us get through the primitive accumulation when we first came here. In this case, let's just copy their plan and make a gold fishery over there and a platinum fishery over here. Suji looked at the Dicky next to him. He also had a pirated one. Father, what are you laughing at? Shurji suddenly asked. I remembered something happy. Suji replied. He turned around and said to the 4 grandmasters, go, let's go to the 9-headed ancient mother and see what happened. Only now did he truly step into the world of the 10th order. He stood at the peak of the universe. This place contained the most profound mysteries of the universe, the most ancient ruins, and unimaginable giants from all over the ancient universe. They were all gathered here, so he naturally had to be careful. Although it seems like there are no big shots in this area, and it seems like this is a remote place. After all, the universe outside the primal chaos membrane is vast and boundless. But it is better to be safe than sorry. Suji took a deep breath. He knew that this land was the pinnacle of the universe, and the hidden races would most likely be as powerful as the insectoids. In truth, Suji was increasingly aware that the insectoid's protective shield was the true core. Without the insectoid's protective shield to shield them from prying eyes, they would have died many times over. But it was obvious that this was the core of the civilization's safety. Perhaps other hidden civilizations that were not inferior to the insectoids would have similar means. It's almost impossible to find them, Suji said softly. This is also a dark forest, and we are all hidden hunters. Everyone is hiding in the void, waiting to see who will expose themselves and give themselves away to the other party. Whoosh. The group flew across the land. As they neared their destination, they saw many 10th order ultimate beings walking on the land. And these 10th order beings did not seem to notice Suji's group, turning a blind eye to them as they continued to walk on the land. After a while, a great Tao ultimate being suddenly appeared in front of them. His entire body was hazy, like a hurricane. What a coincidence, it's the great Tao existence from Wind Molding City. Medusa smiled. It is said that he has proven the Tao of the law of feng shui, the fluidity of wind and water. This great Tao existence stands outside the primal chaos of the universe. As a heavenly Tao saint, the waterfalls, rivers, and seas of the universe below are all under his jurisdiction. 2 great Tao bloodlines? Suji smiled and did not say anything. He looked at the 4 grandmasters. Which one of you will go and make contact? Consider it your training has officially begun. Only Mr. Yu was interested in communicating, so he took a step forward. Whoosh. Fellow Daoist, what are you doing in this land? A ray of light appeared in front of the 10th level Ultimate Realm Cultivator. Mu Feng was slightly taken aback. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the Tier 10 Ultimate existence that had appeared out of nowhere. He smiled and said, of course, I'm here to hunt down the 9-headed ancient mother. I believe that's why you're here as well. Speaking of the 9-headed ancient mother, she's an ancient powerhouse here, a peerless goddess who rules over a piece of land. We were once suppressed by her to the point that we didn't dare to go out and could only breathe in the dojo. However, it's said that she encountered an unimaginably troublesome demon in the lower realm. She was defeated just after she made a breakthrough, and was heavily injured to the point of death. She even used up all her life-saving methods, therefore, we have come to take revenge. Wind Shaper looked like a humble and gentle elemental life form. While he was calmly introducing himself, he thought to himself, a peak 10th grade bloodline expert? How dare he appear before me? Isn't he afraid that I'll kill him and take his bloodline of the Great Path? Could it be that the other party's bloodline of the Great Path is very strong, and he thinks that he can fight above his level? Mr. Yu asked, all the Tier 10 existences here are surrounding the 9-headed ancient mother and patrolling everywhere. How can the nine-headed ancient mother escape? Mufeng couldn't help but shake his head. The nine-headed ancient mother has the space bloodline and is very powerful. Her dojo is a long dress, and it's very special. It can be carried around with her. However, we can't carry our dojo with us. She brings it to battle, and for now, no one can do anything to her as she roams around. This dojo was like a bubble rooted in the wall of the universe. It was their shelter, and it was very difficult to carry it around with them. However, the nine-headed ancient mother could bring her dojo and her home to battle at any time. With the power of the dojo, no one could be her opponent. It was incomparably terrifying. Since she can carry her dojo with her, doesn't that mean that her combat power is extremely high? She must have brought her dojo with her to the lower realms. How can an existence from the mortal universe defeat her to such a state? Mr. Yu wore a serious look. Mufeng stared at him seriously for a moment. It was unknown if he was really dumb or just faking it. He could not help but chuckle and say, "From the looks of it, fellow Taoist, you are a peerless figure who has just attained your Tao and ascended. I'm afraid you haven't even established a dojo, so there's a reason why I don't know. This dojo isn't of much use in the universe." Oh? We reside in the membrane outside the universe's chaos heavens to slow down the universe's assimilation of us. But outside the universe, the laws are thin and the great Tao is chaotic. We can only use less than 1/100th of our strength. This is the price we have to pay. Our ability to move mountains and fill seas is greatly reduced. Taoist Mu said with a smile, however, there is a way that allows us to possess powerful combat strength outside the universe. It's a dojo? That's right. Mufeng wore a solemn expression. That dojo is like a bubble rooted in the wall of the universe. It constantly absorbs the great Tao laws from the universe. In our dojo, we can be as powerful as we are in the universe. Dojos were meant to allow sages like them to use all their strength in the chaos. Just like my wind molding dojo, it's rooted in the wall of the universe. It constantly absorbs the wind elemental laws of the universe. I can use all my strength in there, and as a sage, I can rule over the laws of the entire universe. The dojo is where I work. As for others, they will not have the laws they cultivate in my wind molding dojo. Their strength will remain the same as outside, but I'm a complete sage. Once they enter, they will definitely not be able to return. Unless their strength completely overwhelms them, no one will dare barge into another's dojo. And it was precisely because of this that his existences with 1 or 2 great Tao bloodlines, as well as other weak 10th rank ultimate existences, would not be ambushed by other powerful ultimate existences. Even if an existence with a great Tao bloodline hides in the dojo, other existences will not be able to do anything to it. Mufeng looked at Mr. Yu and said with a righteous expression, "However, Tao friend, if you are not powerful enough, then why don't you hide in the dojo? It's extremely risky to go out. For your safety, I think that we need to test your strength. If you are not strong enough, then there's no need for you to take this risk. I'll send you back to the dojo to prevent you from being ambushed." Mufeng walked forward step by step, his aura surging. He said with pity, "Tao friend, I'm doing this for your own good." The nine-headed ancient mother's bloodline was world-shaking. If they could obtain her great Tao space bloodline, their strength would multiply. It would be equivalent to instantly possessing her battle strength and becoming one of the invincible overlords of this land. They would even be able to bring their dojo everywhere. How could they not be tempted? They desired to possess the other party's heaven-defying bloodline and replace her. However, there were many experts here. Mufeng felt that he might not be able to snatch it, but if there was an unexpected surprise, I see. Mr. Yu shook his head. "I've treated you with sincerity, yet you want to fight me." "I don't like to fight and I don't like to fight. I only like to communicate. If you want to fight, then let someone else fight you." "Who wants to fight me?" Mr. Yu looked into the distance. "Let me." The Wulin Alliance leader laughed. "I hate you 3 old fools the most. One can't hit me, one is boring to fight, and the last one wants to learn my fists. You go." "I don't like to fight." The demon lord looked at him and didn't say anything. He studied the flaws in his opponent's mind and wondered if the ultimate existence of the great Tao could plant a demon in his heart. "You go." "I don't like to fight either." Zhou Meng looked at him and didn't say anything. He was prepared to study his technique. Whoosh. A bunch of wishy-washy people. I hate thinking with the same brain. The man wearing the white cloak of the Wulin Alliance leader walked over. I don't know how many punches you can take, but I hope you can last longer. Mo Feng was slightly shocked. His expression turned solemn. As expected, he isn't simple. His aura is the same. I'm afraid he has a split personality. Although it's a single bloodline, I don't know what bloodline it is. If it's too heaven-defying, it'll be troublesome. Boom, instantly, the battle erupted. His opponent controlled the flow of power and his methods were extremely strange. But under the fists of the Wulin Alliance leader, he punched crazily. Pong, pong, pong. The quantum force had already stacked hundreds of millions of times. It was like a tidal wave of billions of times, crashing down at the same time. What is this? Mo Feng cried out. His opponent's fists seemed indestructible. The terrifying force pushed through everything, destroying everything. And when his strength hit his opponent, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. It was disintegrated by the countless forces and weakened. He was simply a disgusting sticky candy. It's power. It's an existence that proves his Tao with power. His expression was incomparably solemn. He had the urge to turn around and leave. Power was the same as space, time, and other rules. They were the core group of laws. The four basic forces formed the outline of the universe. Pampa's vortex was also a type of power law. Hence, his destructive power was extremely strong. The quantum force in front of him was also a core branch of the power law. Naturally, it was extremely terrifying. However, quantum force was a type of skill. It wasn't brute force. It required exquisite techniques to unleash its power. Boom, one punch after another. The fist of the Wulin Alliance leader was publicly recognized as the strongest in the quantum underworld. Others didn't dare to fight with him. That was why he became the Wulin Alliance leader. Even Dicky was beaten until he cried. One could imagine how terrifying he was. Boom, after a few punches, old ancestor wind molding exploded a few times. He couldn't help but shout, "Stop. I acknowledge your strength. You're not bad. You have the right to be on equal footing with us. We acknowledge that you have the right to live on this land." The Wulin Alliance leader continued to punch. Old ancestor Mo Feng was completely dumbfounded. Where did this idiot come from? Battle maniac, you can't kill me, yet you want to fight? Insatiable, he was so frightened that he didn't dare stay any longer. He immediately turned and ran. Humph, where did this coward come from? We only fought for a few seconds and he's already running. The Wulin Alliance leader was slightly enraged as he chased after him and continued beating him up. However, after a while, the other party ran further and further away until he was nowhere to be seen. Mordusa shook his head as he watched. Although the Wulin Alliance leader is powerful, he's only a quarter of his strength. If he were to really fight, an ancient existence at such a level would definitely have heaven-defying combat strength. It's not like he can't beat him, but he doesn't want to fight you. From the looks of it, there are very few wars in this land. Suji nodded. He had also seen the layout of this place. When the difference in strength wasn't too great, it was almost impossible for them to fight. This was because they were extremely intelligent and had clear minds. Ultimate Great Tao existences were just too difficult to kill, everyone had tenacious vitality. If the other party was at a disadvantage and did not fight you, they would run back to their dojo even if they were pursued. There was nothing you could do about them. Little Rock clearly understood what was going on. It's no wonder this land is so harmonious. No, it's the entire outer chaos heavens. It's so harmonious. Medusa laughed. They naturally have nothing to fear in this territory around the dojo. Unless they encounter an unimaginable opponent that can kill them in an instant, they won't even be able to escape. But it's clear that this kind of situation also brings about a special characteristic. What is it? Asked Rock. Experts are regionalized. They rarely leave the land they rule and leave their dojo, said Mordusa. Medusa said, that's because once they stray far from their Tao venues, they face the risk of being killed. If they fail to return in time, they will not be able to find shelter. They will be pursued and tortured to death. Therefore, everyone has their own territories outside the chaos heavens. It was not that the dojo could not be moved, but it was especially troublesome. Furthermore, it could not be stored away all at once. Without the protection of the dojo, it would be very dangerous. It could only be moved bit by bit, like a snail crawling. Therefore, the world's ultimate tents were basically fixed and sealed. There were very few ultimate tents that moved outside. However, all of them were powerful figures. If they dared abandon their dojo and travel far, they definitely had powerful backing. And the ultimate existences that come to this land are very difficult to kill. It's no wonder they want to attack existences from the lower realms. Mordusa laughed. Existences from the lower realms do not have a dojo, so it's the best time to kill them. The ultimate tents here, even Taoist wind molding, probably obtained his second great Tao bloodline from the lower realms. This was probably the norm. Many ultimate great Tao existences were in charge of a piece of land. They were constantly on the lookout, and once an existence broke through, they would immediately kill them in the lower realms. Humph, all you know is to bully a pushover. Rock did not like it. Mordusa shook his head and said, he's not weak. If his strength isn't heaven-defying, how can he come to the lower realms and kill someone with a mighty Tao bloodline at the same realm as him? This wind molding has the confidence to kill someone of the same realm. However, he has a dojo entrusted to him, allowing him to escape. He can only kill existences that have just broken through to the 10th order in the lower realms. He does not have a dojo protecting him. Rock thought about it and felt that it made sense. This wind molding has quite a backing as well. He's close to the dojo, so he's not afraid. The Wulin Alliance master snorted coldly, but he did not care so much. No matter what trump card he had, it was very embarrassing for him to back down without even fighting. The ultimate great Tao existences here are all cowards. They leave after touching you, and they don't want to fight you. They're very timid, afraid that if they get injured, they won't even have the chance to return to the dojo, and there's a possibility that they'll die. They don't understand the romance of men fighting. A dark cloud hung over Suji's head when he heard the Martial Alliance Lord's words. But now, he had some understanding of the situation here. They were equivalent to snail shells in the vast chaos lands, rooted outside the cosmos wall. As long as they did not stray too far from the Bottomanda, other existences would find it difficult to kill them. The only way was to instantly kill them with absolute strength. In that case, a weak existence with a great Tao bloodline can survive by hiding in a Bottomanda. As long as they can survive the moment they break through and are killed by the Descenders, they can escape to the chaos and establish a Bottomanda. But that's easier said than done. Suji chuckled. However, due to the Bottomanda's lack of mobility, it made him feel a lot more at ease. The mobility of experts was low, so the chances of encountering unimaginable unpredictable enemies were very low. Zhou Meng grunted coldly. These existences are a joke in my eyes. They are indeed country bumpkins. Based on this, some of the final extremities of the Great Tao will settle in this land outside the Chaos Heavens once they ascend. They will seal themselves in simple desolate villages and spend their lives without leaving. They won't even have the courage to see the new world outside or visit the cities. Then, what's your dream? Suji looked at Zhou Meng with piqued interest. Of course it's to roam this land and interact with the experts of the world. I might even leave this continent and cross the Chaos Sea to head to other parallel universes. Zhou Meng held his hands behind his back as he gazed into the distance. He was deeply immersed in his role. Suji ignored him as he continued traversing the land in search of the nine-headed ancient mother. Since he had broken through here, he had to deal with any potential repercussions before continuing to multiply and deduce his transcendental sand table world. However, even if I encounter the nine-headed ancient mother, I might not be able to hold her back. Suji took a deep breath. According to them, the nine-headed ancient mother can only use her greatest advantage here. She has a portable Bottomanda that allows her to use all her strength. As for the four grandmasters, the laws here are too chaotic. They can only be like other Tao validation sages, using 1/100th of their strength outside the cosmos wall. Even if she has less than 1/10 of her strength left, and she doesn't even have the means to escape, it's still very tricky. The 4 grandmasters might not be able to take her down. They might even be defeated and killed. The more Suji thought about it, the more he felt that he had the advantage of the right time and the right place to injure the 9-headed ancient mother. This was because the 9-headed ancient mother's powerful bloodline could only be fully unleashed in this place outside the primal chaos. She could unleash her full power at any time, while the others could only unleash 1/10 or 1/100th of their power once they left the dojo. In the universe, she was at her weakest. That was why he had used his advantage to heavily injure her. Along the way, they also met some experts. Wulin's alliance master attacked in high spirits, but without a doubt, after exchanging blows for a few moments, the other party confirmed that he could not take Wulin down and immediately left. All of them were sly old foxes, and there were far too few who liked to fight. But this was normal for many people, who would fight if there was no benefit, but after going around for a while, the level 10 ultimate experts in this land gradually made a name for themselves. Many people knew that a new foreign existence had arrived here. After a few more days, they finally caught a trace of the 9-headed ancient mother's aura and found her, who was fleeing for her life. At this moment, the 9-headed ancient mother's face was already pale. She relied on the dojo to run around, looking very embarrassed. "You are?" The 9-headed ancient mother frowned as she looked at this group of people, and her beautiful face turned completely pale. "Renemenka. I'm doomed." There was a loud bang in her head, and her mind was extremely shocked. Previously, she had naturally seen the flourishing universe garden under Dizun's explanation, as well as the Renemenka wandering in the blue abyss celestial realm. Her daughter was actually not dead. At that time, they snorted coldly at Dizun. That guy's disciple really doesn't know the rules. How could she involve us in such a small matter? She actually shifted her attention to us and interrupted my peaceful cultivation trip. "Fine, let's go." "Yes, father." The father and daughter directly fled. From their conversation and their attitude of not caring about Dizun, how could she not see that Dizun was just a disciple's junior? Now, you came to find me personally?" A flash of despair flashed across her eyes. Now she was completely sure that everything that happened back then was a conspiracy. The destruction of the universe garden and the elemental civilization were all caused by the existence behind the scenes, hiding their identity. And one of the masterminds from back then actually did not send a disciple, but came personally this time. Her disciple was already so terrifying that she forced him to this extent, and now, "I am willing to surrender, please let me live." The 9-headed ancient mother completely lowered her head. Suji could not react for a moment. She surrendered so easily. To be honest, he did not have the confidence to take down the other party this time. This time, he was just giving it a try. Let the Quantum Grandmaster fight it out and see if he could stop her. If not, he could try again the next time he became stronger. In the end, she surrendered right away. In reality, these days, the 9-headed ancient mother had completely reached the end of her road. She was already in a hopeless situation. Since she was heavily injured in the lower realm, coupled with the aura of her breakthrough this time, the surrounding people had already realized the truth and were surrounding her to kill her. She did not know how long she could last. Previously, she still had a way to save her life. Naturally, she was unwilling to surrender because she could escape. But now, she had no way to save her life. She would definitely die in the hands of others because she knew that her bloodline was coveted by countless people, but the mysterious opponent might not be interested in her bloodline of the Great Path. There was a possibility of survival. Moreover, in the eyes of the opponent, a disciple was already so terrifying. If the opponent's master came personally, how could she escape? At the very least, she was in existence with 5 heaven-defying bloodlines of the Great Path. She might even be a saint who was stepping into the multidimensional realm. She was already mentally exhausted and did not want to struggle anymore. She would definitely die if she continued to escape anyway. At the same time, they might not be interested in my bloodline. The 9-headed ancient mother's mind was greatly shaken. A long time ago, they used me as a chess piece. They even used the elemental civilization and the universal garden. This existence's fake will was killed by me and I faked my death to escape. If my bloodline was really attractive to them, they would have already made their move on me. The more she thought about it, the more logical it seemed. If they were interested in her bloodline, they would have already made their move. There was no need to use her as a toy chess piece that they did not care about. She had a hope of survival. The opponent did not care about the bloodline of her race. She felt very lucky, but also extremely humiliated. The nine-headed ancient mother's bloodline came from the immemorial age. They had a long history and were incomparably powerful. Countless saints coveted them, but the opponent did not even look at them. As long as you don't kill me, I can do anything. I just don't want to sign a slave contract. I just want to keep a shred of dignity. She was very humble, but she had a bottom line. If she signed that kind of contract, she would rather die and disappear. Because without any dignity, the opponent could also decide her life and death at any time. She was even a spare bloodline bag that she carried with her when she was alive. He could kill her at any time and take her bloodline. The invincible overlord of this land was so humble, Suji's whole body stiffened as he looked at the nine-headed ancient mother in front of him. Humph, father used you to fake his death to escape. Back then, the destruction of the universe garden was just a play. You were kept in the dark and only woke up from your dream today. Little Stone had a serious expression. It was obvious that she believed the truth. She felt that her father was so mysterious that it was scary. Now, you finally know how to submit? The nine-headed ancient mother did not dare to make a sound. Your Majesty. Medusa had a serious expression. This kind of country bumpkin has shallow knowledge. In my opinion, it's fine if we don't accept her. Kill her and give the space bloodline to the 4 grandmasters. The 4 grandmasters will wear her little dress, and their strength will definitely multiply. The nine-headed ancient mother's scalp was completely numb. She already had the intention to fight to the death. The Wuling Alliance master's eyes lit up. He was also very interested. Ha ha ha, I need to change this cloak of mine. This little dress of hers is gaudy and not bad. I can wear it. The nine-headed ancient mother's heart was getting more and more desperate. She had already made the final preparations to resist. Suji was also completely dumbfounded. It seemed that Medusa, Stone, and the others also thought that he could take down the nine-headed ancient mother. He could just flick her to death with one finger? They had already started discussing how to split the inheritance? These people are really shameless. But the truth is, all of us here may not be able to defeat her or make her stay. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Rian Mansa's voice was loud like a bell. As soon as he said that, the nine-headed ancient mother's eyes sparkled with hope. On the other hand, Modus, Shurji, and the others were puzzled. If he didn't kill them, what was the point of keeping them alive? This nine-headed ancient mother's 3 great Dao bloodlines were not compatible, and her combat power was not high, so there was no point in keeping her alive. She was only strong because of her space-distance bloodline, which was her main bloodline. As long as she was killed, she would be able to inherit it perfectly. Wouldn't it be better to let the 4 grandmasters use it? Once her dress was worn by the 4 great grandmasters, their strength instantly increased. Moreover, even if he subdued them, they might not necessarily be loyal. As for accepting and nurturing them? In that case, he would have to replace the bloodline of the Great Path that did not match her, and then find a powerful bloodline that defied the natural order for her. Wouldn't that be an even greater price? More trouble? It wasn't appropriate. Although they had such thoughts, they did not dare to voice any objections. After all, the thoughts of such a mysterious existence were not something they could guess. Don't worry, I won't kill you. He looked at the nine-headed ancient mother, and a trace of vicissitude flashed across his eyes. He looked at the coastline in the distance and said calmly, even if you had a fake dream and thought that you were the mastermind behind the scenes of that land, you have more or less shielded us from the passage of time and prevented some ancient existences from detecting us. This can be considered as some kind of karma. It's all right to let us live. After all, we have been neighbors for countless years. The nine-headed ancient mother heaved a sigh of relief. She felt her body soften and knew that she was saved. Originally, she had been surrounded and searched by the 10th-level ultimate experts on this coast. Even if she was running, how long could she run? It was only a matter of time before they were surrounded and defeated. However, the other party was willing to save her, and she could escape with her life. She didn't doubt that such existences wouldn't be able to bring her out of this encirclement, and it was even to the extent that in her eyes, killing these 10th-order martial artists was as easy as snapping a finger. Medusa thought for a moment and said, "You should be grateful to His Majesty's kindness. Your spatial bloodline allows you to carry a dojo with you wherever you go. This heaven-defying ability of yours is coveted by countless existences of the great Tao, but His Majesty did not care for it, which is why He allowed you to live." "Yes." The nine-headed ancient mother quickly lowered her head and said, "You can just call me Melville." Suji looked at the nine-headed ancient mother and couldn't help but feel that it was strange. He didn't even have the ability to take down the other party, and the other party had already taken the initiative to come over. He was a little confused. He felt that he was really lucky. It seemed that when he had defeated the nine-headed ancient mother, the venerable sovereign had revealed the hidden faction behind her. She had thought that the universal garden and the elemental civilization that they had killed were all fake. She had been completely stunned. They don't even dare to make a move. Sure enough, the arrangement I made back then was very useful as a weak chicken pretending to be unfathomable. Suji felt very satisfied in his heart. He had picked up a good subordinate for free. If the nine-headed ancient mother recovered from her injuries, she would definitely be the strongest one at the moment. She could carry the dojo with her and unleash her full strength. She was hundreds of times more powerful than the other weakened beings. He was one of the invincible overlords of this land. "Let's go." Renamansa turned around. "Our goal for this trip is actually to find a place for the 4 grandmasters to build a dojo. Looking for you was just a convenience. So you were just looking for me along the way? But to me, it saved my life." Melville looked at the 4 quantum grandmasters beside him, feeling puzzled. What kind of bloodline is this? Is it a split personality? She could naturally tell that they were the same person. She felt that it was strange, but the world was big and full of strange things. It was hard to imagine the variety of bloodlines. "There are a few places that are suitable for building dojos here." Melville was the most familiar with them and quickly introduced them. Suji looked at this native. With her leading the way, they would naturally be able to get half the results with twice the effort. He said, "Find a few places that are close to the Chaos Sea." Close to the Chaos Sea, she was slightly stunned. There are surging tides near the Chaos Sea. The tides often rise and fall. It's very dangerous. It might even drown the dojo. Just do as I say. "I have my reasons for doing so," Renamansa said calmly. Melville thought about it seriously and said, "There's a place in the north. It's very sacred and has an excellent geographical location. I thought about it in the past, but it's too close to the Chaos Sea. When the tides rise, it will be drowned. The tides rise and fall almost every tens of thousands of years." "Lead the way." Renamansa nodded. Although the nine-headed ancient mother was heavily injured, she did not dare to disobey and quickly led the way. "It's quite a distance." However, as they walked, a patrolling 10th-level existence suddenly appeared in the distance and walked in their direction. The nine-headed ancient mother's expression changed. She was still surrounded by the other party. Renamansa said that he would protect her, so she naturally had to face these 10th-level existences. However, something happened that made her dumbfounded. The 10th-rank Ultimate Master walked past them as if he did not see them at all. In fact, there were even a few 10th-level Ultimate Realm cultivators whom she met along the way, but they ignored her completely. They walked right past her even though she was clearly right beside them. "This is? What is this?" She was shocked. These were ultimate beings. They controlled the laws of the universe and could see through karma. In their eyes, the universe was like a grid of laws, and nothing could hide from them. However, the laws were broken in front of her. They could not see her at all. It was as if they were cut off from the laws of karma and could not be detected. Father's methods are not something you can understand. The goddess of stone looked at the shocked woman and kept shaking her head. If Father wanted to fight, blood would have flowed like a river, but Father didn't care. Unfathomable, the nine-headed ancient mother was shocked. It was indeed an unimaginable ancient hidden sect. She wondered how much power they had hidden. No wonder their disciple, Dizun, who was a fake 10th-level ultimate being without the bloodline of the Great Path, could defeat him so easily. She could not help but follow behind him with even more respect. She thought to herself, he didn't attack because he didn't want to or want to attack. After all, he had been hiding his identity and footprints. I don't know what kind of enemy he was guarding against. Once he attacked, he would naturally expose himself and be detected by some kind of existence. I can't imagine how high he was and what kind of enemy he was facing. After a while, they walked out of the encirclement. The nine-headed ancient mother looked at the 10th-level ultimate beings behind her, who were still searching the land. She could not help but feel relieved. She had successfully survived. She could swim freely in the vast ocean and fly freely in the vast sky. Even so, she did not have the guts to take the opportunity to escape. After all, this kind of existence's methods were too exaggerated. Don't worry. Since you have karma with us for a period of time, and since you are willing to follow us, we will naturally support your growth and give you some opportunities. Whether you can grasp them or not depends on yourself. Renamansa smiled and said to her, you will see another world and overturn all your previous beliefs. Thank you, Your Majesty, the nine-headed ancient mother quickly said. You are lucky to be able to follow my father in this barren land of the countryside and enter the center of the universe, the goddess of stone said proudly. For the next period of time, they traveled along the coast. The journey was not short. Suji could not help but continue the story from before. He started to talk about ancient history. Let's talk about the primeval universe beach. The era of sculpture art passed. That era ushered in an unprecedented golden age. The first god that created the world finally passed the 7th period of growth and entered the 8th period of growth. The 7th period of growth, clay sculpture, could it be referring to one of the most diverse types of antiques, created by a powerful prehistoric civilization that was at least 5 billion years ago? They discovered that that civilization was everywhere in the universe, and it was unimaginably prosperous. The nine-headed ancient mother could not understand, so she could only continue listening. The 8th period of growth, level 8. Doesn't that mean that in the universe, the first god has appeared? It can actually reach the higher dimension of time and space. The goddess of stone looked excited. Higher dimension of time and space? At that time, there was no such concept. They called level 8 gods, four-dimensional beings. Suji shook his head. He bent down and picked up a clay sculpture. Four-dimensional beings. In their eyes, time begins to be a visible vertical line. They can control their own timeline and walk in the past and future of their lives. They can go back 10,000 years in the past and quickly reach 10,000 years in the future. As soon as he said that, Medusa and the others had goosebumps all over their bodies. The current higher dimension of time and space? It was already restricted and could only quickly reach 100 years in the future, but this, it could reach one's past and future at will? Could it be that the current gods had their timelines cut off from the past and the future, with only a small portion of the authority of time left in the center? Meanwhile, Melville, who was at the side, had goosebumps all over his body. What are they talking about? Four-dimensional beings, could it be that they are talking about the secrets of the ancient gods? In the ancient universe, level 8 gods were not as weak as they are in the current universe? Melville did not dare say a word as he continued listening. She stood by the side reverently as though she was a servant. If other rank 10 existences saw this scene, they might have been astonished. After all, the nine-headed ancient mother's fame resounded throughout the land, preventing other existences from leaving the Bottomanda. In fact, she could not help but be astonished. As one of the hegemons of the land, she was considered ancient, but the origins of the clay sculpture were unknown. All she knew was that it was a prehistoric civilization from at least 5 billion years ago. It could also be said to be one of the greatest archaeological mysteries beyond the chaos heavens. After all, even in this distant space-time, there were many who were immersed in the chaos sea. It was imaginable how terrifying the number of stars in the universe of that era was. Some even guessed that most of the stars in the universe back then had been made into clay sculptures, resulting in a considerable number of them being preserved. To know of such ancient matters, one must have a rich heritage. It must have a rich heritage. Melville's heart skipped a beat. This further proved that the other party was ancient and mysterious, with an unimaginably terrifying background. You have to know that although our race came from a golden age more than 1 billion years ago in ancient times that cannot be investigated, we only awoke from an ancient ruin in recent years after our decline. Step by step, we recovered and developed again to this day. Even after Sage, we have only been passed down to 7 generations, which has lasted for less than 70 million years. The history we know is not much more than that of ordinary newly advanced sages. At the same time, our bloodline has thinned. If it were generations of sages, with ancient existences presiding over us, our bloodline would naturally not be diluted by time. But in the past, the strongest of our generations were only gods and celestial thearchs. They were unable to maintain the purity of our bloodline, so it diluted with time. This resulted in us not being very strong even after our revival. Therefore, as the current leader of the clan, the 9-headed ancient mother, she was constantly thinking of reviving her bloodline. She was so excited when she saw the spatial bloodline of Empyrean supremacy. She wanted a marriage alliance and was even willing to marry. This was because she knew that if the 2 spatial bloodlines produced offspring and constantly nurtured them, there was a possibility of them surpassing their ancestor's bloodline if they could fuse. Surpassing their ancestor, she saw the powerful bloodline of the 9 revolutions mystic art and sensed the possibility of returning to glory. How could she not be excited? The Renamanka in front of me is probably a holy land of those ancient families, a level 10 civilization that is hundreds of millions of years old. Perhaps his level 10 civilization is already moving toward multiple dimensions and has begun to cross the chaos ocean, she guessed. I'm afraid it's one of the top ones. The strength of an individual is weak. In the torrent of history, he was incomparably insignificant. Even if a Tao validation sage were to appear in a civilization that brought glory to their ancestors, ascending beyond the universe and standing proudly in the chaos heavens as a great Tao sage, controlling the order of the universe and the heavenly Tao from a Tao venue outside the chaos heavens, it would only be a fleeting moment. They would perish in less than 10 million years. A sage was an individual life. Only by continuing the inheritance and the torch of civilization could they be eternal. And some powerful sages, like some mortal families on the planet, would nurture their own descendants. After they died, another sage would emerge to continue the glory of their civilization and race. They were known as the Great Tao families. Most of the lower-level branches that monopolized a particular Great Tao were the sages of their lineage. Just like the 9-headed ancient mother's lineage, they used spatial distance to substantiate their Tao. If their lineage had many Taos, they would monopolize the spatial distance branch over generations. Looking at the Great Tao tree chart, one could see a lower-level Great Tao that belonged to their lineage. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was their family. This was the Great Tao families. They were known to hold the authority of the past and present. With the Great Tao as their family, these were the true powerhouses. The descendants of ancient sage families would control a particular aspect of the heavenly Tao's order in the universe. Every generation would produce sages for the universe, and in a given era, there could be several of them. The richness of their heritage was unimaginable to other existences. But the torrent of history is still too terrifying. Just a single unforeseen event will cause the succession to be cut short. Sages will perish and lose their glory. Those family clans will perish as well. It's just that this method of passing on the torch is rather slow. The 9-headed ancient mother knew very well that time was the most terrifying thing. No matter how powerful a supreme existence in the universe was, they could not escape the torrent of time. She whispered bitterly, "The longest sage family I've seen has only been passed down for 17 generations." I was already astounded back then. They actually traversed more than 100 million years of history in the universe. However, it was absolutely impossible to know more than 5 billion years of prehistory with 100 million years of history. The Renamanka in front of her could only be even more ancient. But was it really possible for more than 5 billion years? She felt a little adrift. At this realm, her Tao heart was already as stable as a mountain, but now, she suddenly felt a little lost. She suddenly began to doubt the world she saw. One had to know that beyond the chaos heavens, there was a famous curse that was widely known. The Tao is not passed down for 500 million years, gods are not able to transcend 10 million years. The meaning of this sentence was, the heritage of a sage family would definitely not exceed 500 million years before it declined. A sage's lifespan could not exceed 10 million years before they were completely assimilated. This was equivalent to a tipping point. The universe was alternating as the tides overlapped. There was no eternal level 10 civilization that could remain high and mighty forever, controlling the politics, monopolizing the heavenly Tao, and becoming a sage. There would definitely be ups and downs. Just like the dynasties on Earth, they unified the world and were extremely prosperous when they were established. They looked like they would last for thousands of years, but the average lifespan of those dynasties was only about 300 years. This was a shocking curse. What did 500 million years mean? A sage of the Great Path would not live more than 10 million years before he was assimilated. 500 million years was equivalent to 50 generations of complete heritage, and every generation would produce a sage of the Great Path. There was a saying among mortals, wealth does not last more than 3 generations, but that was only for mortals. Here, there were 50 generations. What did it mean to have 50 sages of the Great Path? This was impossible to achieve, just like on Earth, just the continuation of mortals. How could a family with a complete heritage of 50 generations have a complete genealogy? How many were there? Even mortals could not experience the changes of dynasties, the vicissitudes of time, natural and man-made disasters. Even a famine or a bandit attack could cut off their heritage. And this was the highest point of the universe. At the same time, how could it be easy to become a sage of the Great Path? Every sage of the Great Path was a creation. Even if one tried hard to cultivate them, they would not necessarily become useful. It was unimaginable and almost impossible to have 50 sages of the Great Path in a row. But this was only a heritage of 500 million years. It was even more impossible. Even the sage family that she knew had a heritage of more than 100 million years, but after more than 10 generations, it was inevitable that it would decline with each generation. There was not even a single sage of the Great Path left. Only a group of pseudo-10th order heirs of the false path were keeping up appearances. Now, they were living off their old capital. They had been hiding in the powerful Taoist rites reinforced by generations of ancestors to barely maintain their prosperity and prevent other sages from attacking and plundering them. They still hoped that by hiding in the Taoist rites, a blazing sun would appear in one generation and return to the 10th path. But it was easier said than done. This is a curse from outside the chaos world, and it has not been passed down for 500 million years. Melville felt extremely bitter. At the same time, she looked at Renman, her heart beating faster and faster. As she listened to these allusions, she was more and more shocked, and her mind went blank. What kind of civilization was this? She was afraid that it was not fake. But none of this can be fake. She felt incredulous. At this moment, she was in a daze. Suji was still walking on the beach, walking along the shoreline. He faintly said that four-dimensional life form can cross the past and the future. Back then, when those ancient life forms became four-dimensional life forms, they could quickly reach the end of their lives. Almost in a very short time, I arrived in the distant future, crossed the timeline, and arrived at my future self tens of millions of years in the future. At that time, I had already crossed the 9th stage from the 8th stage and reached the ultimate stage of the Great Tao. Four-dimensional creatures are simply terrifying. Medusa and the others were shocked when they heard this. They felt that they had indeed benefited a lot. These stories, for mortals, were just stories and historical knowledge. But for existences like them, knowledge was all power, and historical knowledge was also a kind of power. What's more, this was the truth of the Great Path, the historical process of the evolution of the universe, so they had a clearer understanding of the structure of the entire universe. This talk about the past and the present was no different than an earth-shattering sermon. It was an unimaginable opportunity. I benefited a lot. Medusa felt very happy. I didn't expect the torrent of ancient history and the ancient civilization to be so strange and brilliant. Even the man dressed like an emperor was very surprised. You heard my father's sermon the moment you arrived. You've really picked up a big bargain. The goddess of stone proudly poked the 9-headed ancient mother's arm. It's very difficult for outsiders to hear this kind of history. Yes. The 9-headed ancient mother's eyes flashed with a trace of carefreeness. She was completely convinced. I don't know what's going on in this fellow's head. She was very unyielding before, but now she doesn't struggle anymore. Maybe it's the four-dimensional creatures I mentioned that stunned her. Suji naturally did not know what the shocked Melville was thinking. He felt that what he said was due to historical reasons. In reality, Suji had just arrived, so he did not know how big of a shock his words would cause. His inheritance was actually only a year long, but when he said these words, it felt like an incomparably long abyss, breaking the confinement of the universe's time and standing at an unimaginable height. In an instant, a large number of four-dimensional creatures appeared. They rapidly broke through the 10th level and began to prove their Tao. In that ancient time, there wasn't much difference between the 8th level, 9th level, and 10th level. In their eyes, once they broke through the 8th level, it was equivalent to immediately reaching the 10th level. Suji continued to talk about history. As she spoke, she walked along the beach, whispering along the tide. It was as if she was a traveler standing on the dome of the universe. The nine-headed ancient mother continued to listen. She looked around at Medusa, the four grandmasters, the goddess of stone, and the others. Suddenly, she felt a sense of peace. There was no mutual deception, and there was no need to be vigilant of others at all times to steal her bloodline. The group of people here lived very peacefully. They discussed Tao together, and there was no need to be on guard against each other. Previously, her bloodline was too powerful, and countless people coveted it. She was like a walking piece of meat, and there was almost no one she could trust. But now, no one here was interested in her bloodline. Instead, they felt that it was of a low level. She just walked along the beach and leisurely exchanged their experiences, as if it was an outing. Perhaps this was the life she wanted. Everyone's bloodline was very powerful, even much more powerful than hers. Everyone was devoutly pursuing Tao together, and they would have higher opportunities. A glimmer of understanding flashed through her heart. Previously, she felt that it was very humiliating, but now she felt that it might be a great opportunity. She was a proud person. But now, she felt that being able to continue walking on the beach, being able to trust each other, and not have to live in fear was also a kind of happiness. She even followed Renamanga, the mysterious man who walked on the beach and talked about ancient history, the unimaginable supreme sage of ancient times. It was also a kind of supreme glory. It had indeed been quite a while since they started their journey. Suji discovered that the land outside the universe's primal chaos was extremely vast. After all, it was extremely normal for it to be large. Just like an egg, the internal space was large, but the surface area on the eggshell was absolutely boundless. The universe is truly vast. Suji sighed as he looked at the undulating tides in the distance. The shape of our universe has been cut apart. Right now, it's like a huge ice cream cone. The bottom of the cone is covered by the ocean of primal chaos. We're standing at the top of the ice cream cone, and these ice cream cones, there are 9 of them, forming a broken glass ball. The gaps between the broken pieces are covered by the ocean of primal chaos. From afar, it really looks like 9 continents on Earth. We're standing on the surface, and the universe below is filled with people from the underground world. Suji sighed at the vastness of the universe. The more powerful an existence was, the more they would revere nature, and the more they would feel insignificant. The weak experts haven't even stepped out of their planet. Who knows how many stars there are in the sky? They often think that they can go against the heavens, that they're invincible, and that they can live forever. But the truly great existences are incomparably humble. They don't even dare to talk about eternal life, let alone monopolizing the universe and being invincible. They only talk about eternal life. It might seem lowly, but it's already the highest goal they pursue. Suji whispered softly as he recalled Imong's words from back then. What is eternal life? I only ask for eternal life. Ants have many ambitions when they walk on the sand. Eagles are incomparably humble when they look down on the earth. As Suji thought about it, he told everyone about ancient history. As he spoke, he talked about the creation of the primal chaos and a great saint from ancient times. He unleashed the first blade of heaven and earth, opened up the law of the operation of matter, and made the primal chaos orderly. He also led the disciples of the saints to successively break through the four-dimensional life forms and prove the Tao for the universe. It was very difficult to live in the primal chaos in the past, and the environment was extremely harsh. Those ancient existences at that time did not know that they had created a great era for the future generations. They only thought that their clansmen would live more comfortably in the following period of time, This kind of situation is like a few mortals clearing the weeds in front of their few acres of land in the barren mountains and unruly rivers, turning it into fertile farmland so that they can live a better life in the barren village. Suji said softly. Everyone else felt enlightened. They didn't know what they had done to the people after that era, because they had lived in that era and didn't know how it would affect the future. But the chaos verse, the first blade that had cleaved apart the primeval primordial chaos, as soon as he finished speaking, they felt their scalps go numb. Previously, they had gradually felt great terror, but when they heard this, everyone was completely shocked. Boom, they looked at the matured great Tao diagram of the universe. The first sage of the universe who had proven his Tao had proven the rules of the operation of matter. How terrifying is this? The first blade that slashed open the universe. The nine-headed ancient mother was completely shocked. If she had doubted the authenticity of this part of history before, but now, she looked at the first branch on the great Tao diagram. How could she not know that this was the truth? This was the most mysterious core truth of ancient history? She didn't know what to say anymore. She felt that this thing was too terrifying. Boom, in her head, the torrent of history surged fiercely. Now she knew that this was not just history from 5 billion years ago. This was history from more than 14 billion years ago, and it was the most ancient time of the universe's creation. I see. So this is the first era of ancient history, the ancient myth of the primal chaos creation. Medusa smiled, feeling that he had gained a lot. Although they were shocked, they felt that it was normal. They were a civilization that could observe the God of creation and knew the history of the ancient development of the universe. Thinking about it, it wasn't that strange, it was even normal. At this point, the universe is fixed in 3 dimensions, space-time is fixed. All matter has fixed parameters. Suji continued to talk about history. He didn't have any intention of hiding anything. Gradually, he directly talked about that primordial existence. In order to survive, he killed other existences. In the end, before he died, it was the last moment of the universe. Heaven and earth proved that there was a flaw. They began to feel bitter in their hearts. That primordial fiend god seems to have decayed. Yes, he was immortal when he was alive, so he didn't fear death. But when he discovered that he had a lifespan and was facing death, he began to fear death. What a complicated animal. They began to sigh. It was as if they had seen history, that great and complicated primordial sage who created the world. This period of history was very long, but they had already seen the end. All of them began to fall silent, infected by that atmosphere. It was very bitter, very complicated. They heard the final moment when the primordial era of chaos ended. Is the decay of life just a coincidence, or is eternal life bound to decay in the future? You want to slash the world? Yes. What's the use of this long life? I want everyone in this world to only fight for the current era. To live day and night, to fight for the glory of this era, not to fight for the existence of eternity. I want everyone in this world to be like that ultimate rank 10 existence, to be successful, to live, to die of illness. At this moment, all of them seemed to see an ambitious and peerless character standing in the void, standing in the primordial chaos, laughing heartily, promising the last glory of his life. He wanted to become the greatest sinner in the history of the universe. But he himself was also the greatest hero in the history of the universe. Such a contradictory and complicated peerless character, the first great sage who created the world and unfolded the primordial chaos, sob sob sob. I see. At the beginning of the universe, there was no limit to the lifespan of life. The 5 decrements of mortals actually came from the blueprint of a rank 10 existence. Only then would there be birth, old age, sickness, and death. It wasn't that mortals died of old age first, then ultimate existences fell. It was the other way around. Slaying a god, slaying a mortal. Let heaven and earth have flaws, let the universe have longevity. He must have been spat on by the existences of that era, unable to understand, and left to stink for thousands of years. But what's more tragic is that as time passed, even that existence himself was forgotten by the world, forgotten his joys and sorrows, buried in the dust. Until now, no one remembers. Even the ancient history of hundreds of millions of years ago is very difficult to investigate. Time is the most terrifying enemy, erasing all the glory of history. Only the great Tao Atlas can see his last traces back then. They were completely bitter. Looking at the first branch of the great Tao Atlas, the path proved was the laws of matter, as if they were looking at that ancient person. This was an earth-shattering secret, very shocking. They were dumbfounded and felt complicated. Looking at the vast primordial epic, the nine-headed ancient mother was even more dizzy. The amount of information was too much, and it had indeed toppled her entire world. Renamansa looked at the bitter people, standing on the beach, facing the primordial wind blowing, and smiled. The surging Yangtze River flows east, the waves wash away all heroes. Success or failure, it's all gone. The green mountains are still there, the sunset glow. The white-haired fisherman and woodcutter on the riverside, used to watching the autumn moon and the spring breeze, a pot of turbid wine, a happy reunion. How many things have happened in the past and present, all in a joke. Today, what we talk about and laugh about, won't the future generations come to talk about and laugh about us? Renamansa sighed and looked into the distance. There's no need to say more, we've arrived at our destination. It was a coast with a very good geographical location, with sufficient energy and convenient communication with the lower realms. It was the best geographical location to build a dojo. After all, the establishment of a dojo was also very particular. The dojo was a bubble rooted in the cosmic membrane, and every location had a huge difference in the transmission efficiency of the universe beneath their feet. The better the location, the faster the absorption of the universe's energy supply. Let's build it here. Suji looked at the four grandmasters of quantum physics beside him. They immediately understood and started to build their own dojo, and when the time came, they would put the multivariate crystal wall universe here. This coast is not bad. Maybe there's a good opportunity for development. Suji looked into the distant ocean, listening to the sound of the tides. Many beings liked to build their dojos along the coast, because the chaos sea itself was a huge opportunity. The closer it was to the mainland, the less people there were. Basically, they lived in the periphery of the coast. However, the entire universe was too vast, and there were not many ultimate beings who could prove their Tao in the current world. Even if they were all piled up along the coast of the Chaos Sea, it was still very sparse, belonging to the category of extremely vast but sparsely populated. Let's build it here. Suji said calmly, perhaps, this time, although we'll have to hide our true forms, we'll have to use another identity, open our doors, and accept the people of the world. You mean, we'll have to do something? The nine-headed ancient mother was already reverent and convinced. It's no wonder. There's clearly something brewing about this time's appearance. In fact, the quakes in the universe and the invasion of the alternate universe were probably related to these existences. I wonder what they're up to. Suji smiled and said mysteriously, this is all for the future. He could not possibly say that he was very poor and that he wanted to build a platinum fishery to earn a huge sum of money after coming to the Chaos Heavens. Did he want to get rich? In passing, he might even sell some of his civilization's specialties. Anyway, he had to act according to the situation. After all, the dojo had to be built. Let's build the dojo here first. Renamansa picked up some sculpture fragments and turned to exhort Zhou Meng. From today forth, you have to learn how to replicate these sculptures. Can you do it? Although he was puzzled, he still nodded. These clay sculptures have the aura of history. They need to be polished day and night by all sorts of laws to show the vicissitudes of time. Ordinary people can't do it. They need to grasp countless laws and immerse themselves in them, using certain methods. Besides, the artistic standards of these sculptures need to be extremely high. However, these difficult problems are naturally not a problem. This emperor is naturally capable of doing it. When Medusa heard this, he carefully observed the sculpture. To make a fake, one would need to master many laws to be able to leave the time mark on it. Although I also have many laws and have the skill to make a fake, I don't have his talent. Indeed, only he can do it. The few of them began to calm down. At that moment, Shurji, who had nothing to do, continued asking, Father, what happened after the Khanate god-fiend perished? In the era of postnatal life forms, many things must have happened. What's the secret behind the parallel universe? She looked at the distant continents. The other existences pricked up their ears. Even the nine-headed ancient mother's heart palpitated. She knew that it was an unimaginably terrifying secret that involved too many things. It was the mysterious truth of the ancient universe's history. However, Xianxia only shook his head and said indifferently, "What happened after that is very deep and terrifying. It's not something you can know at your current realm. Don't reach for what's beyond your grasp. When your realm increases a little, I'll tell you about the future history, and even the terrifying truth of the parallel universe." Father is right. We have just entered the top world of the universe. It is good enough that we know this much. We need to become stronger to understand more ancient history. The goddess of stone's eyes shone brightly as she looked at the chaotic beach and the rising and falling tides. She said with longing that ancient god had flaws in his Tao at the last moment of his life. Thus, the era of post-celestial beings has arrived. All post-celestial beings have a lifespan, and they live and die. But what was the post-celestial era 10 billion years ago that caused the universe to shatter? The nine-headed ancient mother could not help but immerse herself in the history. She said with longing, the creation of parallel universes has been studied by all the ancient beings. There are 3 theories. Which 3? The first is the theory of natural plate movement. The universe was too big in the beginning. As time passed, cracks appeared and eventually expanded into many spatial fragments, like a broken glass ball that drifted around each other. The second is the theory of the strong fighting. The universe at that time was not stable and mature. During the primordial era, the great Tao was incomplete. Even a god could move the laws of the universe. Even breaking through to the 7th level would cause tremors. There were unimaginably powerful saints fighting, causing the universe to crack and shatter. Everyone nodded. This theory was shocking. In fact, it was also confirmed by Xianxia's words. During the primordial era, the laws of the universe were incomplete. Anyone could move the universe. It was still very weak then. If one was unimaginably powerful, it was possible to shatter the universe. But the universe today was too mature. In the distant future, it would be even more mature. After all, with each and every saint, the laws of the universe would be perfected. The more mature it was, the harder it would be to move the laws. As a matter of fact, Suji knew it was impossible. Because he saw the battle of 3,000 gods with his own eyes. If it was not broken, it could not have been broken by brute force. The third theory is the theory of the natural formation of the universe. The universe started out as many parallel universes. But obviously, this theory has been rejected. At this point, the nine-headed ancient mother's eyes lit up. She said excitedly, "Now, I think it might be the fourth theory, the theory of flaws in the Tao." The theory of flaws in the Tao? Medusa looked at her. Yes. Since that god-fiend proved the Tao to be flawed for the cosmos, then I feel that there might also be an existence that proved the Tao to be flawed for the cosmos. Isn't splitting the universe another form of imperfection? The nine-headed ancient mother deduced. As soon as he said that, Modus and Shurji fell into deep thought. Many common people saints helped to complete the universe. But some ancient existences actually filled in the gaps of the universe. But it's just a guess. The nine-headed ancient mother took a deep breath and looked at Xianxia, as if she was waiting to see if he was right. Cough, you will know about these things in the future. Xianxia coughed softly and looked at the nine-headed ancient mother, then at the others. You guys will temporarily complete the dojo. Come with me. Yes. The nine-headed ancient mother knew that this moment had finally arrived. Soon, the few of them stayed where they were and tidied up the dojo. The nine-headed ancient mother followed Xianxia into a certain subspace. Do you want me to sign a contract? The nine-headed ancient mother asked. After all, since she was willing to submit, it was impossible for the other party to not be on guard against him. It was normal for her to leave some means to control her. Let's not talk about the contract. Take off your dress first, Xianxia said. After all, the dress was her dojo. It folded countless spaces and was a terrifying kingdom. If she did not take off this terrifying layer of defense, no one would be able to get close to her. The nine-headed ancient mother nodded. She took off the space-starry dress and removed all her defenses. It would be extremely easy to kill her now. Whoosh. After a quick glance, she quickly changed into a normal long dress to cover her body. At this moment, after removing the layers of space, Suji finally saw the nine-headed ancient mother's true appearance. The humanoid woman had 4 limbs that looked like a human's, but her toes and fingers did not have nails. They were round and smooth, and her skin was white. She looked like a mollusk. Her 9 heads floated in the air like a plesiosaur. Suji pinched her skin. It was smooth and delicate, like the touch of an octopus. It was very comfortable. "Do I need to combine the 9 heads into one?" she asked softly. After all, 9 heads was the unique characteristic of her race. Other carbon-based races did not have such a form, and it looked a little strange. Although there were 9 heads, they had the same consciousness. The evolution of the 9 heads was to observe the different folded dimensions in the different folded subspaces. It was like 9 camera screens. However, for an existence of that level, it was still possible for it to transform into a head. No need. Suji shook his head. He had seen all kinds of horrifying things. Perhaps because he had seen too many strange races, the 9 heads had a different flavor. He felt that it was quite beautiful. Relax. Suji took out a sharp tool and took a blood sample from her body. She did not resist and looked like she was at his mercy. Suji thought, such an existence has soul and body as one. If she doesn't take the initiative, the skin and flesh she drops will instantly rot. There's no chance of collecting her bloodline. What I'm doing now can be considered a form of research. I can also see how powerful her bloodline is. After a while, Suji put down the weapon and said to her, "Although your bloodline is heaven-defying in the universe, it isn't heaven-defying to that extent. Outside the chaos heavens, that's your greatest advantage. After all, you can bring the Bodhidharma with you here, allowing you to unleash your full strength at any time." The Bodhidharma was the strongest channel of combat strength outside the chaos heavens. Although she had 3 bloodlines, the other 5 existences with perfected bloodlines did not dare provoke her. This was because the other existences were not in the Bodhidharma. The laws outside the chaos heavens were too thin, greatly reducing their strength. In this land, the 9-headed ancient mother could do as she pleased. In the universe, she could not unleash her advantage. It was a perfect opportunity for him to take her down. At that moment, the 9-headed ancient mother said seriously, "A portable Bodhidharma is indeed the greatest advantage of a bloodline. In fact, some powerful spatial bloodlines basically have such characteristics. They can fold the Bodhidharma in space and carry it with them. Other strange bloodlines might also have this characteristic, but space bloodlines basically all had it. I noticed that Empyrean Supremacy's bloodline can fold a Bodhidharma, allowing him to move about at any time, allowing him to unleash his full strength. In fact, we are similar. Mine is outside, while his is inside." Suji was taken aback before he reacted. The 9 Revolutions mystic art actually had such a unique advantage here. However, spatial bloodlines are extremely rare to begin with. Their rarity is second only to the temporal bloodline. Time, space, and force are the 3 most powerful bloodlines. They involve the core laws of the universe. What's left is the mystique bloodline. Some strange bloodlines can also be heaven-defying. The 9-headed ancient mother had a look of regret. Therefore, she had yearned for the spatial bloodline of Empyrean supremacy back then. It was an opportunity for her race to rise. She had searched for so many years, but she had never encountered it. The 9-headed ancient mother said softly, "Besides, although the blue abyss celestial is very powerful and appears to be a time elemental bloodline, it is in fact just a tiny bit of it. Their essence is still the laws of ice. By slowing down the movement of matter and freezing them to the limit, they barely make contact with the threshold of the time elemental bloodline. Races that truly grasp time are the most terrifying." Suji nodded. He was no exception. The Blue Abyss celestial race was only a pseudo-temporal bloodline. After all, it was the rarest and most mysterious bloodline. It was already very powerful for them to have a tiny bit of it. As for the second most precious spatial bloodline, although it was rare, it still existed. For example, the 9 transformations mysterious art. But Suji had not deduced a single one of the time elemental bloodlines until now. It was obvious that the bug race was a time elemental bloodline. By accelerating life and entering the God of creation time flow, they could indirectly approach the ultimate mystery of the universe, the origin of life. They could explore the origin of life, master the core technology, and create all things. The nine-headed ancient mother was an old saint in this land. She knew a lot, and she had indeed benefited a lot from it. But after saying so much, they still had to get down to business. Suji pointed at a bed next to him and said, "Lie on it and close your eyes. No matter what happens next, don't resist. Do you understand?" "Yes." She hesitated for a moment, then nodded obediently. She climbed onto the bed, lay flat on it, and closed her eyes. Suji took a deep breath. For such a powerful being to transform into a member of the insectoid tribe, she had to do it willingly and without any resistance. Only then could she be given the Zeroth gene, or rather, the sixth gene, of the insectoid tribe. Back then, Suji had wanted to beat her until she was on the verge of death because of this. But he had never expected things to develop like this. Although the resources needed to transform her are huge, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. The nine-headed ancient mother's combat power in this land far exceeds that of Di-Chi, Carolyn, and the others. Once she is taken in, she will be the #1 fighter under my command. Di-Chi and the others had a bloodline of the Great Path. If they fully developed it, it was not impossible for them to fight her with one bloodline of the Great Path, but it would take time. Their 9 transformations mysterious art needed to be developed. It was an accumulative type, and it would take a long time to enter the 10th level ultimate realm. By then, they would be able to install a real star and sun in their inner world as a power furnace. The conversion took much longer than Suji imagined. This was a modification of one's fundamental life essence. At the same time, it brought with it an excruciating pain. Every inch of his cells, bloodline, bones, and soul was being tortured. Even a powerful Tao validation sage could not help but break out into a sweat. His face was pale as he frowned. From the looks of it, there's still some time left. It's a lot longer than that gigantic spider from back then. Lying in bed, Suji looked at the nine-headed ancient mother who had a pained expression. He left immediately after taking a glance. When he came outside, everyone was already busy setting up a Bodhidharma venue. The principles behind a so-called Bodhidharma venue were actually not complicated. It was to extract the nomological powers from the universe beneath one's feet and build a bubble that belonged to one's own great Tao cultivation. In there, one could produce all the strength in the universe. Boom, the land froze as it reorganized itself. Layers of spatial membrane blanketed the area, forming a spatial world that was enveloped. When a 10th order great Tao can set up a Bodhidharma venue outside the chaos heavens, it also means that one can take root, having a shelter that belongs to them. Suji knew very well that even a sage with 5 perfected Taoist bloodlines would not be able to survive if they were not heaven-defying and powerful enough. If they went to a place with one of the other Taoist bloodlines, their combat strength would be weakened by hundreds of times while their opponent's strength would be enhanced. The difference was just too great. Unfortunately, although we cultivate in the 9 revolutions mystic art, we are unable to bring our Bodhidharma venues with us, said Alliance Lord Marshal with a serious look. Goddessure was instantly rendered speechless. Each of you can bring a few inner spaces and combine them together to form the complete 9 revolutions mystic art. Now, all of you only have a portion of the 9 revolutions mystic art's recovery powers. If all of you were to combine, you would be able to. How can this emperor fuse with 3 fellows? What a disgrace. Zhou Meng snorted coldly. Even if my combat strength is greatly reduced, this emperor is still invincible. Goddessure could not be bothered with the quartet. Fusing them together seemed to cost them their lives. They would rather build a fixed Bodhidharma venue than have a mobile one. With their 9 revolutions mystic art, each of them could only bring out a tiny portion of the 9 revolutions mystic art's powerful bloodline strength. Their recovery powers were only average. It was a complete waste. However, their quantum martial arts were originally nimble and had very little energy consumption. To them, it had no effect on ordinary battles. Medusa smiled and said, "A fixed dojo is actually quite good. It's powerful, and it can greatly increase one's strength. In the dojo, one is an invincible god. On the other hand, the power of a mobile training ground was much weaker. In reality, it wasn't very safe either. He was the training ground, and his feet had to be rooted in the universe, absorbing the power of the universe below him. Look at the nine-headed ancient mother. Once she's injured, the disadvantage of her dojo will be revealed. If it's a fixed dojo, a fixed iron lump rooted in the universe, even if she's injured, she can hide in it and defend against the enemy's attacks. It's hard for other beings to do anything to her. When the others heard this, they felt that it made sense. Suji ignored the discussions of these existences from the universe garden. Instead, he turned to look at Dicky. Wind molding city. The entire land trembled slightly. They heard that their patriarch seemed to have encountered a powerful enemy from the outside and was injured. Now that he had returned to the Taoist Rite Hall, all of the forces under his command were slightly withdrawn. What do we do? What should we do? Don't tell me an ancient sage of the Great Tao is attacking us? We have nowhere to run. In the city surrounding the Taoist Rite Hall, everyone was very nervous. They were discussing as rumors spread. They were the descendants of some intergenerational descendants of the Taoist Rite Hall. They were servants and had no right to enter the Taoist Rite Hall to hide. If a war broke out, they would be the first to be destroyed if they were left outside. Is it that tragic? Looking at the scene outside, Mount Akina asked the white-haired old man in front of him, Taoist Xianxia, will the existences living outside be ignored? The region is too vast. Xianxia, the white-haired old man, was leading everyone to his collection room. He shook his head and said, once a war breaks out, it's impossible for the Taoist Rite Hall to accommodate that many existences. However, the people outside are not living a precarious life. A war of this level hasn't happened in tens of thousands of years. It's very unfamiliar to them. Tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years. It was time in high-dimensional space-time. When they arrived outside the chaos heavens, they discovered that these cities and lands were covered in high-dimensional space-time. At that moment, they came to a realization. It's probably the same as Tier 9 civilizations. Tier 10 civilizations use high-dimensional spacetime to envelop the beings in their civilization, allowing them to rapidly iterate and produce all sorts of geniuses. As for the lofty and mighty existences, they have a normal flow of time, allowing themselves to live longer. But now, tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years wasn't short. It was equivalent to a few years or more than a decade in reality. The flow of time outside the chaos heavens was extremely tight. It was much faster than the loose universe. As the saying went, 100 years in the heavens was a day on earth. Elder Xianxia stroked his white beard and said indifferently, everyone, don't worry. I have the pass to the Taoist Rite Hall. I can bring you in to seek refuge. Although I'm the manager of this bustling city and my cultivation level isn't high, I actually have a very high reputation in the ancient domain. I'm considered a special talent. Whether we enter the Taoist Rite Hall depends on whether a war breaks out. Akina Mo's eyes darted around. Could the external enemy be Grandmaster Quantum 4? It was said that the sage of this Taoist Rite Hall grasped 2 great Tao. Grandmaster Quantum 4 was still capable of beating the other party. However, they ignored him and said with smiles, according to what you mean, living beings in the Chaos Sea will turn into mortals and lose their cultivation levels? That's only natural. Elder Xianxia said, we cultivate in the laws of this universe. Standing on the universe wall, we can barely use it. But once we enter the sea, it will no longer be our universe. No matter how powerful an invincible sage is, he will be reduced to a mortal and sink in it. All the truths we cultivate in our fake Tao. All the true voices we hear are lip-synced by the universe. When the players heard that, they said the same thing. They cultivated in the powers of the universe, but it was fake. They couldn't use it outside the universe. It was like they were living in a fictional dream that could not be seen as real. Devil fruit? Once you enter the sea, you will lose your strength. Akina Yamaguchi murmured to himself as if he had suddenly realized something. Elder Xianxia was stunned. Akina Mo said softly, living beings will sink in the sea. Dead things should be fine if they are thrown into the sea. They can only wait to be salvaged. Even the primal chaos is an extremely high-level sealing method. It can preserve ancient objects and prevent them from being corroded by time. That's why a large number of strange objects were washed ashore. Is that what you mean? Then, it's naturally possible for us to throw things in. Akina Mo's eyes flashed and his mind sank. Suddenly, he smiled and said, then you can go out and spread the news to the outside world. Say that there are ancient mysterious treasures in the Chaos Sea. Let these rumors spread everywhere. The treasures here should be enough for us to find the aura, copy it, and make some interesting things. Elder Xianxia was stunned. Seeing that the other party was about to start working, he chased him away and did not force him to stay. He followed their plan and began to spread the news in Wind Molding City. In less than a few days, the Wind Molding City, which was already in a state of panic and was easily affected by the aura of the wind, began to spread a piece of information. In the nearby coastal area, there are mysterious ancient ruins. Along with the current of the universe, they were washed up on the coast, and there are all kinds of mysterious treasures. Recently, there is indeed a chaotic ocean current coming from the south. Maybe there really are some ancient mysterious things. A great calamity is coming, a great calamity is coming. Even if the dojo doesn't save us, if we increase our strength, we can still have a chance to escape. Is there anyone who is good at studying the direction of the ocean current? Help me analyze which beach has the highest possibility of being washed up on? The analysis of the universe's ocean current was a very deep field of study. The undercurrent of the ocean below also had a direction. Sometimes, it would carry some ancient objects that had been deposited in some places and rush up from the bottom of the sea. Being familiar with the ocean current and analyzing it, one could know that it might even be washed up on the beach to search for opportunities. When the news spread, only the undercurrent surged. No one had seen the actual object. And in the treasure room, Dickie could not help but frown when he heard what these people said. I can't be bothered with such matters. Getting me to create these sculptures is just a simple matter. Are you sure you just want to earn some great Tao treasures for me to study? As an emperor, it would be impossible for him to take care of everything by himself. It was inevitable that his subjects would share his burdens. Don't worry, I guarantee that I'll complete the mission. Mount Xiaoming guaranteed his speed. Our Seven Realms Heavenly Works Department will definitely complete our first project beyond the Chaos Heavens perfectly. If not, I'll punish you and Mother Earth for their crimes. Dickie did not say a word as he began sculpting. It was not complicated for him. But in a few seconds, the air trembled slightly. Everyone turned their heads and realized that a transcendent ancient god had descended. They could not help but turn solemn as they bowed forward. From the looks of it, this ancient existence was constantly paying attention to their safety. It looks like you are already familiar with the environment of this land. This is the final land, so you have to quickly establish your footing. The transcendent ancient god said lightly as he looked at the clay sculptures beside him. Are you playing with these ancient clay sculptures? That's right. Mount Xiaoming hurriedly said respectfully, it's said to be an ancient creation from 5 billion years ago. It's unknown which civilization it came from. I wonder if our ancestors know of it. If they wanted to imitate it, the chances of success would be countless times higher if they knew some history. Sculptures? These clay sculptures do have some illusions. There's nothing in the universe that we don't know. The transcendent ancient god's expression was calm. These sculptures come from the epic of creation 14 billion years ago. The first epic of the universe was the epic of sculpture art. The first epic of the universe, everyone trembled. Even Dickie, who had a composed mind, revealed a look of surprise. The most ancient epic of the universe, the first epic. This implied a terrifying amount of information. Suji repeated it to them. Everything developed according to his script. After all, the moment he mentioned the sculptures, he had guessed that Mount Xiaoming would ask about the origins of these antiques. After all, he was imitating, so he definitely had to ask. That was his goal. If he explained it clearly, their chances of success would be much higher. Since the Cosmos Garden knew about it, they naturally wanted to know about this period of history. I hope you guys can come up with something good. Suji quickly left, disappearing from this piece of land. The few of them were shocked. Mount Xiaoming's expression changed drastically. After a few changes, he suddenly revealed a hint of surprise. It seems that we have to change our approach. Fortunately, we know that this is the oldest prehistoric era in the universe. Otherwise, if we mess around, we might become a big joke. But now. A few days passed. Old man Xianmu was called back to his own treasure room. It seems that the real thing is starting to be made. Crack. He pushed the door open and saw a huge clay sculpture that he would never forget in his life. It was actually a huge cave mansion. It was ancient and had an unimaginable ancient aura. It was faintly discernible, with an indescribable ancient sacredness that made one's mind tremble. This clay cave mansion is exquisite and perfect. I wonder what kind of big character lives here. Xianmu instinctively thought of this, but when he looked again, his mind was completely shaken and he could not control his body. He saw the curtains on both sides of the cave mansion frowny face immortal mansion, as long as the heavens. This aura, perfect, it's simply too perfect. Emofang's mind was instantly shaken. His eyes widened as he was attracted by this peerless treasure. What kind of words are these? They are square and simple, but the spiritual aura within them allows me to clearly understand their meaning. This aura, this degree of completeness, this peak level of attainment in the art of sculpture, made it impossible for him to imagine that this was a fake, as if it was a real treasure from the ancient era. He was so excited that he couldn't help but want to use his hand to gently stroke it, but he quickly retracted his hand, as if he was afraid of tarnishing this perfect treasure. Priceless. This is simply priceless. It is said that many of the ancient sculptures were incomparably large, even comparable to the size of a star, but with the passage of time, the large treasures were almost lost, leaving only the small ones that were perfectly preserved. The larger the size, the higher the value, and this large cave dwelling in front of him was so well preserved, its value was so high that it was hard to estimate. Just selling this statue alone was enough to make one rich. If even he couldn't tell whether it was real or fake, then others would find it hard to do so. The vicissitudes of time and the Tao rhythm within were hard to imagine and terrifying. This sculpture can be sold for a sky-high price. There must be many saints who would love it and view it as a treasure, but aren't the words on it a bit too shocking? Taoist Xianmu couldn't help but remind him, these words might be some kind of mistake. Counterfeiting and imitating antiques also depended on the heritage and style of the antique. It was like an antique painting, but you made an ancient person riding an electric scooter. With one look, one could tell that it was a modern creation and did not fit the environment of that era. The words in front of him were too shocking, too out of the ordinary. Instead, it was easy to think that it was a fake and did not fit the ancient mythological era. One had to know that the more powerful an existence was, the more they would revere it, the more cautious they would be in their words and actions, and the more humble they would be in pursuit of the truth of the universe. Immortal abode, this sentence was too exaggerated, simply making one's heart tremble. Throughout the ages, no matter how great the Tao-proving saints were, they did not dare to speak so arrogantly. Writing such a sentence was the only flaw in such a perfect work of art. Mu Xian was an obsessive-compulsive person. He felt that this mistake had ruined a perfect work of art. He could not help but angrily say, I think that although this sentence is exaggerated and shocking, it is also too exaggerated and does not conform to the atmosphere of history. Although it can increase the value of this antique and make people think that the antique has an ancient existence and is very powerful and valuable, it is very easy for people to see that it is a fake created in the present. Hearing that, Akina Yamaguchi just laughed and shook his head. I've said it before, this sculpture is really ordinary, but you treat it like a work of art. Profound too was startled. Akina Yamaguchi continued, but if you say it's ordinary, it means it's sloppy and ordinary. We know how to make another one. This is the difference between you and me. If it's you, even if you have the skill to make something real, you can't make it real, because you don't know the history of sculpture art, what happened in that era. Even if you make antiques, you won't be able to recreate the spirit of that era. But the sculpture civilization, we know. No, when Profound too heard this, he felt an indescribable excitement rush into his heart. They actually knew the history of this sculpture. This was one of the biggest unsolved ancient mysteries. After all, too much history had been lost, and they, who were passionate historians, pursued the truth their entire lives. But he had no hope of breaking through. His lifelong pursuit was the antiques of the Chaos Sea, the vast ancient history. Can you tell this old Taoist? Taoist Mu hurriedly pleaded. You will know in the future. Akina Yamaguchi's face was indifferent as he continued to look at the cave and said, "It is because we know the ancient history that we created this cave. Even if it is placed in that ancient era, it is still real. This cave has never appeared in ancient history. It is just that it has been destroyed by time. We are restoring it from the long river of history." On the spot, a surge of coldness surged up violently. Really? Really? When he saw this scene, his mind went completely blank. He began to doubt whether he was really a frog at the bottom of a well. Immortality, living as long as the heavens, if this really happened in history, what kind of ancient figure's mansion was this? No matter how powerful the saints were, they did not dare to say that they were immortal. Which saint of the universe today? Wasn't he assimilated by the great Tao? Living as long as the heavens was even more exaggerated. The meaning behind this was that his lifespan was as long as the universe. The owner of this mansion was born with the universe and was the same age as the universe. At the same time, they had guessed that this sculpture era would be very terrifying and prosperous, but they did not expect it to be this terrifying. It was simply unbelievable. The appearance of this existence would subvert many people's understanding of the ancient universe's history. Sculpture art civilization. Lost history. What kind of existence is it? He recalled the previous sentence in his heart. Sad, really sad. I thought that being knowledgeable was just a pitiful fish in a pond. Why would they need to live long enough? Because they had lived forever in ancient times. Why would they need to cross the universe? Because in ancient times, stars did not appear, and even the stars were built by them. The white-haired old man was completely at a loss, as if his whole body was broken. His mouth muttered, no wonder they looked down on those treasures before. Now, one of them was so realistic, and even completely in line with ancient history. Perhaps, not only him, if the existences of this land knew about this, their entire view of the universe would be overturned, and they would see their own shallowness. Xianxia burst out with an inconceivable thought, don't tell me, you are not only making fakes, but also reviving those ancient things that were destroyed, but actually existed? Restoring them to this era? For example, this mansion in front of him, did it really exist? In the sculpture era, and was only restoring it. Xianxia old man was completely excited. He tightly grabbed Mount Xiaomingche's hand. You are not here to earn resources. Existences like you have mysterious origins. No one knows how deep your background is. How could you lack resources? Are you here to restore the ancient history to this land? He was poor. Mount Xiaomingche was stunned for a moment. Naturally, he would not say that he was here to harvest leeks. He immediately patted the old man's shoulder with a dignified face and said, that's right, we want to dig out the ancient history that was buried in the dust. When we saw this land that had lost its faith, we had this idea. Xianxia old man was startled. Mount Xiaomingche's voice was hoarse. He seriously said, I believe this is also your dream. From your eyes, I can see the piety of history. You must be a pure Tao seeker, in the chaotic ocean, collecting antiques, exploring hundreds of millions of years ago, setting foot on the pursuit of history. So, for the common dream, to restore the truth of history, perhaps, I can't give you too much of the profit. Taoist Mu Xian was enraged and said solemnly, you really underestimate me. I don't want anything and my cultivation talent is already at the peak. I will never be able to reach the peak of rank 10. I can only stop at rank 9 and can't condense a Tao seed. It's useless no matter how many resources I have. I'm very interested in antiques and history. This is the last thing I want in my life. Taoist Mu Xian looked at the mansion and became more and more excited. I didn't expect to be able to participate in such a magnificent feat. Reviving ancient history in front of the eyes of the current era and uncovering the text of history is also of great significance. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. He could not help but say, I don't want money, I just want to study these antiques and collect these ancient treasures. If you can do some more for me, I will be satisfied. Qiao Minsu's eyelids twitched. This old man really loved collecting. He asked you to do the fake antique business, but in fact, he also wanted to collect fake antiques, but it was natural. Just like he said, he no longer pursued any cultivation resources. He just wanted to collect some antiques and become a big collector of ancient history. Don't worry, everything you want can be realized. Qiao Minsu's face was serious, his eyes were clear and pure. When the production is more, I can let you collect it. Daoist Mu Xian could not help but look at the mansion and said, "This antique, what do you plan to do with it? Is it put up for auction or is it coincidentally picked up by some existence on the beach?" Xiao Minsu chuckled, "Neither, I want to sink it to the bottom of the chaotic sea. Do you know where in the nearby coastal area there is a place that is difficult to dive into but has a relatively obvious deep pit? I want this cave to lie in the sea, so that he can only see it but not have the ability to pick it up." "Why is that?" "Lying at the bottom of the sea is the biggest attraction." Xiao Minsu smiled. "If that's the case, there are a few," Daoist Mu Xian said after thinking. After all, he was a famous treasure appraiser in this city. The fishermen on the other beaches and the scavengers who went to the beach of the chaotic sea all interacted with him and let him appraise their gains. He was incomparably familiar with this area of the sea and had a large network of connections. "Let's go. Take us there to have a look. We can also build a dojo there." Akina Sansuk chuckled and thought to himself, our 7 worlds immemorial heavenly court might land on the coast of chaos. They soon set off. Along the chaos coast, Xiaochen searched for many spots. After searching for a few spots, he finally found a decent deep pit. It's deep enough. Even those sages who can swim for a short period of time can't reach this place. Akina Yamaguchi's eyes lit up as he looked at a deep pit at the bottom of the sea. At the same time, the location is not bad. The primal chaos ocean here is very clear. When the tide falls, other existences can vaguely see the cave abode at the bottom of the sea, as well as the words on it. It's enough to shake their minds and shock them to the core. Soon, they sank the cave to the bottom of the sea. Not far away, an ocean current converged and began to build a dojo. The Immortals' cave that sank to the bottom of the sea was like a road sign into the village. It was very eye-catching. The 7 worlds. Sitting in the palace of the heavenly court, Dicky looked outside and said softly, "This is the location you have chosen for the 7 realms heavenly court." The officials beneath him discussed. A dojo was related to the development beyond the chaos heavens. By cultivating the 9 revolutions mystic art, Dicky had attained the great Tao of the spatial lineage. As a universe sage, he had to manage and sense the universe beneath him in a dojo beyond the chaos heavens. He had to be in charge of the laws and order of the region where he had attained his Tao. "That's right. Once it's settled, the heavenly courts can rapidly develop," said Akina Yamaguchi. "Then, let's build it there." Dicky couldn't be bothered. His goal of establishing the 7 realms heavenly courts was to handle miscellaneous matters for him. It was to act as a think tank behind the scenes, to come up with strategies so that he could cultivate in peace. At the same time, he did not care about the location. He thought to himself, "I can bring my dojo with me at any time, but I can't be bothered to. I'll first sit here and endure my recent breakthrough to familiarize myself with this realm. Once the 9 revolutions mystic art reaches the 10th rank, the dojo can easily be moved. The location isn't that important." Soon, the dojo was established. When Suji saw this scene, he nodded. He knew that the dojo was definitely going to be established. Both sides had already determined the coordinates. It was very good. A day later. In other words, more than 100 years later. The 9-headed ancient mother had yet to wake up and was still struggling in pain. However, the outline and coordinates of the dojo had already been established on both sides. Wind Molding City. For more than 100 years, the 10th rank war in Wind Molding City had not happened. This made everyone heave a sigh of relief. Daoist Wind Molding had only suffered minor injuries and had now fully recovered. At the same time, news came from afar. The 9-headed ancient mother had disappeared during the siege. No one knew where she had gone. This news was very shocking. After all, the 9-headed ancient mother had been the overlord of this land for millions of years. She was deeply rooted in the eyes of all existences. Now that there was such a drastic change, many people could not react. Moreover, the rumors about the chaotic ocean current were getting more and more intense. Could it be that there really is an ocean current? It's very normal for ocean currents to change tides. Even distant parallel universes might follow some ocean current to bypass most of the chaos sea and be washed here. But the last time it happened to us was a very long time ago. Yes, it is said that it happened 70,000 years ago. That ocean current did not have many opportunities. It came from the other side of our universe, and what it washed here were all ancient objects from the shallow sea. Could it be the ocean current of the chaotic sea this time? Many people were studying it, and more existences began to explore the beaches along the coast. Soon, some existences discovered that a dojo had inexplicably appeared on the edge of the coast. They were very surprised. Was it a new saint who had ascended from the lower realm who had unknowingly settled here? Although this was rare, it was not unheard of. Even the dojos in this land came from such a place. Or perhaps it was a foreign wandering saint who had come to settle down here. Although they were guessing, they did not dare to do anything. This was a saint of the great path who controlled the laws of the universe. How could they test him? However, they saw a stone tablet built in that dojo. On it was a line of words, "The Great Path Fishery, fishing for ancient and modern strange objects." Behind this line of words, there was also a line of small words, "I follow the ocean current and travel the world. Wherever there is a deep-sea ancient ruin washed to the shore, I will settle on the shore. I can make friends, fish together, study ancient objects, and share opportunities." These words puzzled the cultivators who were scavenging. Is this an ancient wandering saint? He has been following the footprints of the deep-sea ocean current to the shore? Shoo! Don't criticize him. Saints who can wander around have amazing power. That's why they can protect themselves everywhere. They are definitely extremely powerful. Several cultivators from wind-shaping city whispered. At the same time, their faces became excited. It seemed that there really were ancient relics of the deep sea in this land, and they were constantly washed to the shore by the ocean current. They began to search excitedly. But soon, they could not hide it anymore. An ancient relic has appeared. An incredible ancient strange object has been washed away in the deep sea. Not only wind-shaping city, but also some of the nearby affiliated cities of the dojos were alarmed. Some existences formed groups and came to the nearby coast to search. Even some saints had heard of it, but they would not lower themselves to take action. Sure enough, the power of numbers was great. Some lucky ones actually found the scattered sculptures that had been washed up by the shore. They were extremely perfect. This is? We're rich. It's a mysterious ancient clay sculpture. This is a peerless treasure. It has been passed down from 5 billion years ago and has been preserved until now. Those great saints will definitely like it. This was not an ancient object with actual cultivation value, but saints liked to collect it. They did not lack resources, so they were naturally willing to exchange for some ornaments they liked. At the same time, they would study ancient history. After a few more months, countless people continued to move forward, coming to this beach to scavenge. There were also some people who obtained treasures that had been washed up by the waves. At the same time, they gradually got used to the dojo next to it, but still no one had the courage to test it or go to see it. They only dared to search along the coast. They continued to spread around the beach, searching along the wide coastline, digging up debris, hoping to find ancient treasures. The crowd grew larger and larger. On this day, they continued to walk. Suddenly, the tide gradually receded. Someone casually turned his head and looked at the distant chaos sea. As the tide receded, they vaguely saw a huge ancient stone sculpture stuck in a deep pit. Its appearance became clearer as the tide receded. What's that? A stone sculpture? Everyone turned their heads in the direction of the puzzled voice and looked at the chaos sea. In the next moment, they saw an unforgettable scene. This is? Saints above, I saw something. Such a huge clay sculpture can actually be preserved until today? The bigger the clay sculpture, the harder it is to preserve its Tao runes. It is said that clay sculptures that are 3 people tall are extremely rare. Even if they no longer have any Tao runes and are very broken, they are still treasured by saints and treated as supreme treasures. I have a vague feeling that this huge sculpture still has Tao runes. They saw that as the tide receded, the outline of some deep sea became clear. It was a huge and vast black cave abode. It carried an unimaginable ancient majestic pressure and unimaginable Tao runes. There were blurry and ancient patterns on it. They were filled with the vicissitudes of time. It was unknown how many billions of years it had existed in the deep sea before it was washed to the shore. They could sense the torrent of time and the vicissitudes of life. On both sides of the mansion, there seemed to be the owner of the mansion writing a sentence that made their scalps go numb. Immortal abode of immortality, Taoist family that lives as long as the heavens. At that moment, everyone was shocked. They stared at the scene intently, and their minds trembled. Which ancient existence had such boldness? Immortal abode of immortality, Taoist family that lives as long as the heavens. Which existence dares to write these two sentences in front of his own house? Who is the owner of the mansion? It's a clay sculpture. It's an ancient sculpture civilization. This discovery has definitely subverted people's historical understanding of the ancient clay sculpture civilization. It's more terrifying and mysterious than we imagined. It's unimaginably powerful. Someone's voice was trembling. They stared blankly at the hazy shadow of the mansion as the tide receded. Suddenly, they turned to look into the distance at the silent coastal field. Perhaps the truth of the answer was there. Previously, that Tao Right had always stood quietly at the edge of the beach without any activity. As they searched around the beach, everyone gradually forgot about it. However, now that they saw the ancient cave dwelling at the bottom of the sea next to this Tao Right, how could they not know? This Tao Right can't be coincidentally at the edge of this cave dwelling. It must have discovered this ancient cave dwelling, and that's why it was moved here. Right, it's because of this ocean current. Everyone stared at this cave dwelling, dumbstruck. It was too terrifying. Since ancient times, countless eras had been experienced. Every period of time was separated by hundreds of millions of years, or even billions of years. However, who dared to talk about eternal life during these endless years? Who dared to say that their lifespan was the same as the heavens? Everyone was overwhelmed with amazement, revealing great shock. This period of the Desolate Era is extremely ancient. Their specialty is the art of sculpture. Even today, billions of years later, there are still many traces left behind. One can see the glory of the past, covering the entire distant immortal ancient era. However, this mysterious ancient civilization is even more glorious and terrifying than we imagined. Immortality. Longevity as long as the heavens. Heavens. This kind of civilization, the saints of that era can't be compared to those of today. Could it be that they have already reached an indescribable grandeur, found a way to compete with the heavens for longevity, and found a way to escape the assimilation of the great Tao? The discussions from various extraordinary civilizations were already unimaginable while standing on the beach. They had to report this to the saints behind them. However, they were all cultivators from the periphery of their respective cities and couldn't report to the great existences within the Tao Right. Some of the quick-witted ones hurriedly contacted the city lords of their own cities. Not long after, the nearby city lords descended one after another. They saw the ancient cave dwelling submerged in the primal chaos. There was a vague aura of primal chaos lingering around it, and it was full of Tao charm. The others couldn't feel these things. However, their cultivation realms were very high. They felt a domineering aura from those two sentences. There was a type of invincible spirit that could suppress all past and present, sweeping through the universe and capturing the world. This kind of aura that overlooked the world and surveyed the heavens made them almost kneel when they saw those words. Their minds were shaken to an unimaginable degree. This kind of domineering aura, could it really be an ancient universe saint? In the history of the universe, did such an unparalleled existence really appear in an ancient civilization? The master of this residence, who exactly is he? One by one, the great Taoists who had set foot on the path of the 10th step whispered. This was indeed already not something they could interfere with. The things behind this were extremely terrifying, enough to shock the world, enough to shake up this entire primal chaos domain, make saints appear one after another. Soon, they entered the dojo and paid their respects to the ancient being. The sages that had validated their Tao were stirred as well. Outside the chaos heavens, the laws were blurry. Even they could not infer the karma behind it. They were omniscient in the universe, but outside the universe's chaos heavens, they were no different from mortals. Interesting. In a dojo surrounded by an unknown force field, a white-haired old man stood up and said calmly, "There used to be 3 rulers in this land. The 9-headed ancient mother was on par with the 2 of us. She only had 3 great bloodlines, but she was able to fight against the 2 of us who had 5 perfect bloodlines with the help of her dojo. But something unexpected happened. Now that this has happened, I have to go take a look. In this world, there are few antiques that I can't understand. Yes, Grand Patriarch Splendor. The 2 Dao children hurriedly stood up. Patriarch is the sage with the most antiques. Even the flourishing of antiques in this land is a trend triggered by Patriarch. Somewhere else. A handsome black-robed man in his prime drank lightly as he suddenly put away a spear. I once wanted to marry the 9-headed ancient mother. After all, it's rare to find a beautiful woman in human form, but she insisted on bloodline. She said that I'm not compatible with her and that our bloodlines aren't compatible. These sage families that have been passed down for generations have already been corrupted by the theory of bloodlines. It's not powerful bloodlines or powerful laws that are everything. He took a step forward and vanished from his spot. He snorted coldly. Bloodlines, laws. They believe in them too much, but I believe that humans can break through boundaries. I've also succeeded. No matter how mediocre a bloodline is, it can be transformed into a god in my hands. But to live as long as the heavens and be immortal. Those aren't boundaries but nonsense. Does this ancient era really exist? The sages in this land were almost fixed. There were a total of 11 of them, all of whom had ascended from previous generations. Although there were not many of them, they were all saints of the Great Path. Besides, most of them had 2 bloodlines of the Great Path, and some even had 3. This meant that each of them had killed many of their peers. At this moment, they had all landed on the beach. At a glance, they saw the ancient cave abode. Is there any possibility of faking it? The black-robed spearman asked as soon as he arrived, looking at Old Man Huaya. Old Man Huaya frowned slightly. It's impossible to tell if it's fake when it's immersed in the chaotic sea. But judging from the antiques that the other little fellows picked up on the beach, they're all real. It seems that this land has indeed ushered in a deep ocean current that washed up some of the ruins that were submerged at the bottom of the sea. As the 2 of them spoke, the other sages did not interrupt and just listened quietly. After all, it had been so long that no one knew the real names of these sages. They only knew their Taoist names, Spear Saint, Huaya, and Mother Ancient Mother. Their Taoist names were simple and seemed casual, but such mighty and indifferent existences no longer needed to be extravagant or exaggerated. Calmness was the true meaning of the great Tao. These 3 were originally invincible overlords of this land. They were powerhouses that other existences did not dare provoke. But that did not mean that other existences were afraid. Almost no sage would submit to another sage. Due to the uniqueness of the world beyond the chaos heavens, the other party could not kill them. All they needed to do was hide in their Tao venues. As long as they were outside the chaos heavens, even the weakest sage of a major Tao bloodline would not die if they were sufficiently cautious. Then, which sage would become a slave and be ordered around by others? Therefore, the 9-headed ancient mother had struggled so much previously. At the same time, they each controlled a galactic domain. Descending to the lower realms and killing newly advanced sages was the fastest way for them to break through. Therefore, the sages beyond the chaos heavens had always appeared very harmonious. There were almost no incidents of the strong bullying the weak. They would even send their avatars to other existences' Tao venues as guests to discuss the Tao and discuss their knowledge of the universe. That was why Forefather Wind Molding had such a strange expression when he met the martial arts alliance master who was pestering him. Wasn't it silly for no one to be able to kill the other? An immortal abode of immortality, a family that lives as long as the heavens. The black-robed spearman's face burned as he emitted an unimaginable luster. This ancient era is truly unimaginable. I truly yearn to return to this ancient land and clash with the resplendent existences that have existed for hundreds of millions of years. I want to experience their grandeur. What do you think of this sculpture civilization? Elder Elegance smiled and said, this sculpture civilization's treasures. I have collected quite a number of them and have studied them deeply. That prehistoric civilization from hundreds of millions of years ago is very mysterious. It's far more terrifying than we imagine. They had all sorts of inconceivable things. This cave abode in front of us might be a way to unravel the mystery. Is it possible to fish it out? The other sages could not help but ask. There might be a shocking mystery inside the cave abode. It was definitely impossible to fish it out. The only way was for an existence to take the risk of diving into the chaos sea and forcefully fish it out. For ordinary sages, once they entered the chaos sea, they would become mortals. However, some powerful existences could temporarily resist it and swim around like mortals. Everyone, you can give it a try. In any case, I can't do it. Elder Elegance smiled and said, I'm the most proficient in the chaos sea and I love antiques. No one here has studied it as deeply as I do. In terms of diving, I'm more proficient than anyone else. At this moment, I happen to be stuck in that deep pit. I can indeed get close and enter it, but I can't return. They could get close and pry into the fortuitous opportunities within, but after entering, they definitely wouldn't be able to return. The expressions of the surrounding existences sank. Even Elder Elegance said so. They naturally had even less confidence. Even if they learned the Tao in the morning, they could die in the evening. Although that was the case, the sages present wouldn't court death so easily. They wouldn't risk their lives to investigate what was inside. However, the expressions of the existences flickered. You said that you can't get close and can't bring it back. Is that true? Perhaps you are waiting for everyone to leave before secretly returning to the bottom of the sea to observe this antique. They had to be careful. Their eyes flickered as if they planned to keep staring at the coast. Elder Elegance also smiled. He seemed to understand the thoughts of the other sages, but he ignored them. He only said, it seems that there really is some kind of ocean current in the ancient deep sea that continuously washes some antiques to the seaside. According to the geographical location, this ocean current should stop in this area. You mean that there might be more such antiques near this coast? The black-robed spearman said, it's very likely that there's more than one cave abode? That's right. Patriarch Elegance stroked his white hair and smiled. However, the chaotic ocean current will circle at the end of the coast and sink into a bay. Although there are other nearby coasts, they can only be scattered around. Which bay is the main end of the ocean current in? A sage asked coldly. Elder Elegance did not say anything and looked at the Tao field in the distance. The sages were stunned. They looked at the Tao field that stood quietly in place. It included a concave coast, and other existences could not approach it. If he wanted to go around the bay, he would have to swim from the nearby shoreline to get close to it. It was basically impossible. This Tao field covers the end of the entire ocean current? Taking all the ancient ruins into their hands? They're going too far. It's not that I haven't heard that some ancient ruins are occupied by the Tao fields of some sages to isolate other sages and enjoy the benefits alone. I never thought, this is our territory. They looked at the Tao field angrily. Perhaps the opponent was so powerful that they would not be able to break through the opponent's Tao field even if they joined forces outside. After all, they were outside the primal chaos and did not have the power of laws. However, it was not that they did not have the means to attack the Tao field. It was just that it was more complicated. They could move their own Tao fields over and collide with each other. Both sides would unleash their full power. No matter how strong the other party is, he's from the outside world. We have more than 10 saints here. If we all move our dojos here and join hands to kill him, unless he's an unknown multidimensional saint from the legends. Otherwise, no matter how strong a fifth perfection saint is, he'll still die. Said a sage. The laws of this land were sealed and fixed. No matter how strong the other external existences were, they would not be able to fend off the local bullies. However, moving a Tao field was a huge price to begin with. Furthermore, it was very slow. And if one moved their Tao field, their opponent would move their Tao field as well. It was like two snails chasing each other, but it was difficult to kill the other. Therefore, the Chaos Heavens was very peaceful. But it was different now. Their Tao fields were slowly moving over to encircle the opponent. Where could the opponent's Tao field escape to? Even a perfected sage with a heaven-defying great Tao bloodline would be crushed. Furthermore, there were 2 perfected sages among them. Everyone, don't be anxious. Elder Huaya chuckled as he looked at the Tao field with a benevolent look. He said, let's pay a visit to the owner of this Tao field. I believe he is not someone who wants to monopolize everything. Look at the stone monument in front of the Tao field. Clearly, he is willing to share this opportunity. Everyone thought about it and realized that it was the same. The other party did not dare to go too far. The other party swam in all sorts of ocean currents and floated around, tracing the ocean currents. However, monopolizing everything would definitely result in him being surrounded by the local existences. Therefore, it was impossible for him to act recklessly. Sage Xianxia is right. That's right. The sages agreed one after another. They could not help but conjure avatars and seek an audience in front of the Dao field's entrance. After all, no existence could enter another sage's Dao field with their true bodies. Otherwise, they would be at the mercy of others. They would usually visit other sage Dao fields as guests to discuss the Dao. Therefore, no matter how good their relationship was, they would only send an avatar. There was no knowing what was in a person's heart. It was extremely common for sages to scheme against each other. Gotcha. The Dao field's entrance opened. Sages, please enter. A clear voice sounded from the entrance. The sages stepped in, but the moment they saw the transcendental great world inside the Dao field, they felt their scalps tingle. They saw a transcendent scene that shocked them greatly. In the transcendent world, there were all kinds of mortals cultivating in an orderly manner. Sects stood in great numbers and were extremely prosperous. It was truly a scene of prosperity. However, in the eyes of these existences, such a scene was not rare. What they found rare was the bloodline of the living beings in this world. It was extremely terrifying. They saw primordial humans walking on the ground, farming, reading, and chanting. Students followed their private school teachers and the sound of reading could be heard from the houses. This is a spatial bloodline? It's clearly flesh and blood, but it can open up spaces in its body? Spatial humans? The world is huge, and there are all sorts of wonders. They walked in the human world. This 100-acre orchard that they had moved from Suji's countryside, the ancient desolate land. When they saw this scene, they could not help but sigh in wonder. How can the living beings here be so small? Their cultivation speed is extremely fast, but the energy level of their cells is extremely weak. Lilliput? Even if they become sages, they are far from a normal size, right? The small size made all the sages look at each other and feel that there was nothing to be afraid of. Only Patriarch Xianxia, who was familiar with the Chaos Sea, trembled and exclaimed in his heart as if he had seen an unimaginable scene. This size. How can it be, this size? His thoughts surged violently. The others did not know. They only mocked him and felt that he was weak, but he vaguely saw something. These sages don't like to study the Chaos Sea. After all, the ancient items that floated up are useless to them. There are very few treasures that are useful to sages. At the very least, I like this aspect and have been studying the coast. I haven't found any useful opportunities in millions of years, so I can only collect ancient clay sculptures. However, according to my many years of studying the Chaos Sea and my experience of barely swimming in it, I know that the smaller the body, the easier it is to escape the suction force of the universe and sneak into the Chaos Sea. The larger the body of a sage, the easier it was to be noticed. Although parallel universes did not have their own consciousness, they had their own laws. Once one corroborated the Tao of the universe, they would become a part of the universe. How could the universe let them leave? The universe was like a huge nomological magnet. It firmly attracted the nomological magnets that belonged to the sages. And the sages who corroborated the nomological laws of this universe had to sneak into other parallel universes. This meant that they had to steal the matter and energy of this universe and give it to other parallel universes. This was theft. How much matter and energy did a sage contain? The larger one's body was, the more energy they contained, and the more the parallel universe would not let them go, and the stronger the suction force would be. The smaller you are, the less matter you can steal. The universe is chaotic and unconscious. The matter you take away might not even be detected by the universe. The suction force is very weak, so it's easier to smuggle it. Grand Hyacinth looked at the small creatures, and goosebumps rose all over his body. The living beings here are all natural multidimensional saints. That's terrifying. The physique of this race is abnormal. Very abnormal. It's almost as if they did it on purpose. The origin of this Taoist rite temple is terrifying to the extreme. Old man Xianxia's heart trembled, but he shook his head in silence. He just sneered and looked at the saints beside him who were shaking their heads and discussing. He said that these creatures were extremely weak and that they could kill hundreds or even thousands of creatures of the same level with a single slap. Hee hee. The elegant elder chuckled. At this moment, in his heart, those sages who were mocking him could only see what was in front of him. They could not see the future. They were like fish in a well, mocking eagles that could fly into the sky. They did not know how terrifying the saints of this Taoist Rite temple were. With such a physique, it would be extremely convenient for them to travel to the multiverse. They would be the best stowaways in the universe. This is karma in the unseen world. Grand Hyacinth said. The universe gave birth to you and raised you. It nurtured you to such a large size and exaggerated combat strength. How could it let you go? Only the smaller the size, the less matter you can take away, and the more chance you have to truly transcend and escape the restraints of the universe. Cut off your connection with the universe. Walk to the multiverse. This was like a threshold. It was the greatest advantage to walk to the multiverse. However, at this moment, the surrounding people were still discussing. It seems that the small size of these creatures has very low combat strength. After all, the size of a giant and an ant can't be compared at the same level of strength. That's right. The sages nodded one after another. Although they looked down on the size of these creatures, they were still shocked by these exquisite and terrifying extraordinary bloodlines. They even developed the space bloodline to an extremely mature level. The space opened in the mind is called the Sea of Consciousness. The space opened in the lower abdomen is called the Dantian. I have to say, although their size is small, their combat strength is heaven-defying. They couldn't help but feel terrified. Even their eyes lit up and their breathing quickened. This was the space bloodline. It seemed to be stronger than the nine-headed ancient mother's bloodline. How could they not be excited? This was a very terrifying and heaven-defying bloodline. If they became sages, they would definitely be very heaven-defying. They couldn't help but discuss and laugh at each other. It seems that this sage here has grasped the rules of the great Tao of space. He's extremely powerful. No wonder he can wander around. It's because he's like the nine-headed ancient mother and can move. No wonder he's a sage who roams the world. Could it be that the disappearance of the nine-headed ancient mother and the unknown fate has something to do with this sage who quietly appeared here? They were on their guard. This sage's bloodline was extremely powerful and difficult to deal with. He was a supreme existence with heaven-defying combat strength. They were extremely vigilant. What a pity, what a pity. This kind of existence made us enter his dojo and see these mortals, but we can't take away this heaven-defying bloodline. We can only look at the heat. Indeed, with their physiques and bloodlines, they are extremely powerful. What about us? With our physiques and bloodlines, we can shake the world. Their gazes were fiery. This was the dojo of other sages. This sage was invincible here. They had only come here as clones. Naturally, they could only watch and did not have any power to do anything. However, this was common sense. Normally, sages would invite other existences into their dojo as guests to discuss the Tao and observe their level 10 civilization. Naturally, they would be on guard. How could they let others take away their bloodline? But before they could study it further, they heard a private school teacher in the distance say to his students, "All of you must study hard. You must enter the court and become officials. You must accept the incense and worship of all living beings. You must become upright officials of the court and benefit the common people." Yes. Yes. A high-spirited voice came from the students below. When the sages heard this, they couldn't help but be surprised. They walked into the private school and looked at the old man. "May I ask what this incense offerings are? Isn't the bloodline you cultivate already very powerful? Where did these country bumpkins come from?" The old man was stunned. He frowned and looked at the sages. He couldn't help but say, "You don't even know about our incense dynasty. Could you be from the other 6 realms? Our bloodline is very ordinary. How can it be considered strong? Moreover, we need to cultivate painstakingly. It's better to enter the imperial court and become an official. We can enjoy the incense offerings of tens of thousands of families and cultivate quickly. It's more practical." The sages were shocked. This heaven-defying bloodline was only ordinary. Then, the incense system was not weak, their hearts could not help but tremble slightly, feeling a little horrified. This Saint Dojo actually had more than one heaven-defying bloodline? There was not only space bloodline here, but also the mysterious incense system. Before they could react, they heard the old man say, "Sigh, how can we be considered powerful? If we were, we wouldn't have to fear the invasion of the devil world and other worlds." Devil world? They hurriedly asked what the devil world was. In the devil world, professionals who cultivate potions come from the organs of a devil god. There are thousands of combinations, and after they finish cultivating, their organs will return to the body of the devil god. The devil god is an aggregation of countless devils. The old man couldn't help but say, "The current devil god is the second disciple of Mother Earth, a nine-tailed devil fox." The sages' hearts began to tremble. Devil world, it looked like another heaven-defying bloodline system. Before they had time to ask, an earthy golden male god descended from the sky. It was Xianxia. "Sages, please come this way." The sages revealed a look of reluctance. They had only heard half of his words. They were incomparably curious about the bloodline of the devil god, feeling that it contained many secrets. Besides, such an exaggerated bloodline was only from one of the 7 worlds. It didn't seem very powerful, so how terrifying were the other 6 worlds? "Please." Xianxia chuckled and led them forward. It was enough to show them the surface. Space bloodline, incense god. As for the deeper secrets, he naturally wouldn't reveal them. For example, the highest technique of space bloodline, the 9 revolutions mysterious technique, and the division of incense gods into righteous gods and evil gods. The 7 worlds had experienced development and were incomparably prosperous, so there were too many shocking secrets. This was the center of the universe, so how could it be fake? Besides, as old acquaintances, they had long obtained the bloodlines of their entire race and demon core bloodlines, which were distributed in the other 2 worlds. This corresponded to the mortal world, which had extraordinary power and was no weaker than the people of the desolate antiquity. After all, we are all from the Xianxia god system. The bloodlines of the 3 giants have long been copied. Xianxia shook his head. On the contrary, our faction can't get the iron-based and quantum bloodlines of the Cosmos Garden next door, or the bloodlines of the moon goddess Ji. Xianxia led the sages forward. As he walked, he said, "Saints, are you here to observe the antiques gathered by the ocean currents? Looks like you're extremely impatient. We'll bring you there right now." The faces of the sages stiffened. They had been quite anxious before, but now they were not. They didn't want to rush to see the chaos sea. After all, they would just lie there and not run. They wanted to take a look at the mortal world and the other 7 realms to see how profound and mysterious they were. How could a sage possess so many heaven-defying bloodlines? Every single bloodline was a whole lot more heaven-defying than the 9-headed ancient mother's bloodline. One must know that the 9-headed ancient mother's bloodline was already recognized as one of the strongest bloodlines recorded by the sages of this land. It was also the bloodline with the least side effects. One had to know that most of the sages present used the bloodline of the Great Path combined with ordinary bloodlines. Perhaps 1 or 2 of them were stronger, but most of them were mediocre. The bloodlines that were revealed here were all even more exaggerated than the strongest 9-headed ancient mother's bloodline. How could they not be anxious? Even if they could see some of the mysteries and broaden their horizons, it would still be good to understand the trump cards of this mysterious sage. He, there's no rush to see the chaos sea. A sage smiled warmly. "We see the customs here, supreme sages. I'm a straightforward person and don't know how to flatter people. However, I know that although you're polite on the surface, you're anxious in your hearts. Previously, you came in a hurry to pay a visit with anger on your faces. You must want to explore the chaos sea and see if the fortuitous encounters that belong to your land have been taken away by us." Mount Akina's carriage was low and muffled. He said honestly, "I'll bring you there now." After saying that, he flew into the sky with the few of them and headed towards the celestial world. The sages were too embarrassed to say anything. They could only follow and look around. Suddenly, a heavenly god covered in white porcelain cast a technique in the distance. He opened his mouth and spat out white clouds. The white clouds actually had vitality, as if they were alive, floating in the sky. That's One of the sages was slightly surprised when he saw it. He smiled and said, "What bloodline is that? It looks rather mystical." "It seems to be related to the life bloodline." They were very calm. Their faces didn't seem to have any fluctuations, but their hearts were already filled with goosebumps. The life laws. This bloodline actually involved some of the life laws. Although it did not seem like much, just like the blue abyss celestial realm, which only involved a little bit of time, it was simply unheard of. It was even more precious than the space bloodline. That's right. What is this deity doing? Casting clouds and rain? A sage pretended to be curious. When Mount Akina heard that, he pretended to hesitate for a moment and answered honestly, "This is a god of the celestial world. His name is Cloud-Roaming God." Celestial world, it seemed like one of the 7 realms of the demon world and the mortal world. This bloodline was indeed terrifying. It was not inferior to the space bloodline. They pondered in their hearts. As Mount Akina led the sages along, he introduced, "They are responsible for casting clouds and rain, blowing out white clouds, filling them with gas and suspending them in the sky. We also have sun-roaming god and moon-roaming god, blowing out the sun and the moon respectively. This race can blow out life and mold it into shape with their hands. It is as interesting as the mortals who blow out clay." Speaking of this bloodline, it is also from the ancient clay sculpture era. Crack. Mount Akina's face suddenly turned pale, as if he had spilled the beans. He immediately stopped talking. On the contrary, the other sages were completely shocked and felt a trace of uneasiness. Could it be that this bloodline was obtained from the ancient ruins of the clay sculpture era? Perhaps it was true. After all, they were all clay sculptures. These sages were completely shocked. That civilization was at least more than 5 billion years ago. Looking at the 2 verses in the cave abode, it was even more mysterious and unfathomable. There was an unimaginable ancient truth. They thought to themselves, according to the introduction on the entrance stele of the dojo, this dojo has been following the traces of the ocean currents for countless years, all the way to this place. These powerful bloodlines were obtained by following the ocean currents from the ancient ruins, one after another? They thought. If that was really the case, then, since the ocean currents in front of them had drifted here, could they also find some kind of opportunity from the ancient ruins? Some kind of heaven-defying bloodline. As they spoke, they felt that Mount Akina's creature was very magical. This earth gold creature actually had the power of some laws of life and bloodlines. They couldn't help but feel that this dojo was more and more mysterious. It contained countless unimaginable bloodlines in the outside world. Soon, they had been brought to the other end of the dojo by Mount Akina, the chaotic sea. Mount Akina pointed at the chaotic sea in the distance and said, "Our Saint Patriarch travels around and befriends people. Naturally, he will let you come and go here. After all, you are the masters of this land. According to the ocean currents, you will indeed circle here. As long as you wait on the beach under your feet or fish, you might be able to find some antiques." In fact, that was indeed the case. This sea area was specially chosen. It was the end of a whirlpool. The antiques of the nearby generation would be washed here along the ocean currents and couldn't get out. It was also because of this that they could leave their things in peace and rest assured that they wouldn't be washed away. Then that palace outside. At this moment, Sage Huaya, who hadn't spoken before, couldn't help but ask respectfully, "What exactly is it? Where did it come from?" When the surrounding sages saw this, they couldn't help but be shocked. This sage Huaya was one of the invincible overlords of their land. This was the first time they had seen him so respectful and humble. Could it be that he had seen through something? Mount Akina was stunned and couldn't help but say, "We don't know the specifics of that palace, but we can only say that it was a supreme existence in the entire history of the ancient universe. It even had enough influence on the entire ancient and modern universe. It was a milestone figure. Even in the entire universe, he was considered as one of the milestones. How vast was the entire universe? The meaning of this sentence was self-evident. And the 2 couplets in front of the door also showed that this was an ancient relic, or a sculpture art civilization that had existed since ancient times. In fact, its influence was earth-shattering. It seems that the sage of your sect is also a great sage who loves to study ancient history. Old man Huaya smiled slightly, looking like an ordinary kind old man. That's right. Yamashina's expression was solemn. Our elder ancestor has followed these ocean currents and ancient relics, walking along the beach. As a pilgrim of that era, who knows how many millions of years he has traveled. In particular, the elder ancestor has been tracking down the sculpture art civilization in front of us. Perhaps in the current world, there is no sage like the elder ancestor who has studied this civilization deeply. The elder ancestor is even more amazing now. According to the ocean currents, he can trace the direction of the relic. The sages were deep in thought. It seemed that the extraordinary and powerful bloodlines of this sect all came from the ancient civilization ruins. The opportunities obtained from the salvage were unimaginable. Then, that cave abode. The sage in black with the long spear asked. To tell you the truth, according to the elder ancestor's speculation, the antiques washed up by the ocean currents this time are unprecedentedly terrifying. That cave abode washed up this time. Even the elder ancestor was shocked when he saw those two sentences. Perhaps there is unimaginable ancient history, rare treasures, or even the heaven-defying bloodline of the ancient sages, and according to the elder ancestor's speculation, the owner of that cave abode is very mysterious. Even in that era, he was one of the existences that transcended the universe. In his cave abode, a fruit tree was planted. The fruit is called the ginseng fruit. It has an unimaginable bloodline that can pry open people's bloodlines, and it has heaven-defying divine power. Perhaps it is hidden in this antique. As soon as Yamashina's words fell, the surrounding people were shocked, and joy flashed across their faces. Heaven-defying bloodline, ginseng fruit, it must not be inferior to the bloodline opportunities in front of them. They were not afraid that the other party was lying to them, because whether there was one or not, they would know once they tried. Moreover, they believed most of it. After all, those antiques could not be faked. Moreover, the people of this land had been simple for a long time. Among the sages, no one could kill anyone. What good was there in lying to them? Everyone, look. All the treasures should be gathered in this chaotic ocean. The car on Mount Akina was heading towards the chaotic beach. We definitely won't stop any existences from coming here to seek their own destiny. Only the virtuous can come here. In fact, we don't even have a cultivation level restriction. Anyone can come here. As soon as he said that, the surrounding sages smiled and said, "That's good." They had thought that it would be divided among the sages, but they did not expect the existence of this dojo to be so generous as to open it completely to the public, allowing all the immortals in this land to enter. This kind of opportunity should not be monopolized by us saints, yes, it should be bestowed upon the living beings below us. We saints are high and mighty, and have long stood at the end of the great Tao. We have no desires. That's right. When have we ever tried to forcibly seize the opportunity of a member of the younger generation? The saints smiled benevolently. Mount Akina laughed and could not help but say, "Then, let's do it this way. The opportunity of this land will be returned to everyone. Whoever can seize it will naturally have to rely on their own means. But as a traveling saint, the dojo has to constantly travel long distances to search for it. We will also have to collect some fees. You don't mind, right?" At first, the sages were slightly dissatisfied. However, when Mount Akina reported a number, the sages did not care anymore. Even the most strapped immortals could afford it. To them, the fee to enter the dojo was not an exaggeration. In fact, the seven realms heavenly court naturally would not touch the sage's wool. How could the sage's beard be so easily plucked? They would strike first at the leeks of the masses. In that case, it's fine. The sages smiled and looked at the beach. We occasionally have the time to come here to fish to pass the time. It's just that I don't know if the sages of this land are free. The patriarch is cultivating in seclusion. Mount Akina said, "If you want to see him, you can fish for a period of time. The patriarch will come out of seclusion soon." That's good. The sages nodded. They began to wait here. As for the dojo, it began to spread the news that this was a huge opportunity that belonged to this land. As long as one was a cultivator, they could enter as long as they paid a certain amount of wealth. The moment that was said, all the cultivators and sects from the various cities stirred. Following that, the sages of the various dojo issued decrees to confirm the news. There's not much wealth here. They actually let us in to obtain the opportunities? That's a sage's dojo. Only city lords and a few others have the chance to enter. I've never entered before. Just being able to see the grand spectacle is something to be proud of. That's right. It's worth bragging about for a lifetime. Countless cultivators surged over in great joy. Instantly, the chaos heavens that had been silent for tens of thousands of years had the entire beach stirring. It was bustling to the extreme. Mount Akina and the Earth Mother Green Vine saw this scene in the Seven Realms. They exclaimed, "Are you ready? The first wave of leaks will arrive at the battlefield in 30 seconds. Elsewhere, a few sages began meeting Dicky. After chatting for a while, they could not help but sigh. This sage was indeed a worldly man. However, his knowledge was vast. He even dabbled in their bloodlines, cultivation techniques, and cultivation laws. He was able to explain them clearly and logically. After more than 10 days of discussion, they left in satisfaction. Dicky looked at their backs as Xian gradually walked over. He asked, "How was it?" The other sages' bloodlines are mostly ordinary, but there are 2 existences that have a powerful aura similar to the 9-headed ancient mother. They are extremely extraordinary. Dicky said, "The spear-wielding black-robed sage has a very ordinary bloodline. It seems to be a very common strength and brute force bloodline. However, he is very mysterious. As for Daoist Huaya, he cultivates in the power of the mind. He seems a little strange." Elsewhere, the sages returned in satisfaction. "Great Dao sages, what do you think?" a sage asked with a smile. "That's a good thing. Our family's subsidiary cities can produce cultivators. Opportunities can be fished up based on one's own abilities. No one can be jealous," a saint said. The meaning behind his words was clear. If a disciple of a sage's city obtained a great opportunity, even if it was a subordinate of the sage who obtained it, the sages could not snatch the opportunity of other juniors. The sages could not interfere. It was too shameless and broke the rules. In fact, even if their juniors could obtain it, these sages would not forcibly seize the opportunity of their juniors. No matter how powerful a bloodline was, it was no longer useful to them unless they used this bloodline to prove their Dao and become a sage. Since the juniors obtained it, they would let them cultivate, break through to the 9th or 10th level, and then prove their Dao. Then, they would snatch it for themselves. In these peripheral cities, the people of the 10th level civilizations were raised by the sages, so there was no possibility of killing them after they broke through to the 10th level. However, there was a certain risk. If the other party was very strong, once he broke through, he might directly kill these veteran sages. As for planting a trump card in the other party's body, once he broke through, he would not be able to put up any resistance. Elites that could prove their Dao were no fools. If they knew that they were doomed, they would not attempt to break through and end up benefiting others. Furthermore, an expert's essence, vitality, and spirit were very important. Once they knew that there was no hope for them, they would lose the will to forge ahead. These existences would perish, and the chances of them not reaching the peak of the 10th level were extremely high. Therefore, they did not hold back against accomplished monsters juniors. "Everyone, are you going to raise juniors?" said a sage with a smile. After all, even someone as powerful as the 9-headed ancient mother has the risk of failure. This is a lesson that hasn't happened for long. A sage chuckled. Be it in the lower realms cosmos, allowing civilizations to produce a 10th level existence, or nurturing a 10th level existence in a civilization beyond the chaos heavens. Of these 2 methods, which one isn't dangerous? Which one doesn't have the possibility of being killed? The path of cultivation is extremely difficult to begin with. Before becoming a sage, who isn't an elite that reigns supreme? We have the advantage of striking first, so it's no longer considered a fair battle. If we still can't kill the other party, we should perish. The black-robed sage said with a smile. It also represents the rise of a monstrous sage. Years ago, I rose in such a manner. I overthrew the sage above me and broke the shackles. All the sages cast sidelong glances. Soon, these sages secretly restrained each other and set the rules. And the primordial land went into a frenzy with the fishery. All existences knew that the ancient ruin had appeared. Obtaining an opportunity meant bloodshed. And this bloody calamity was tacitly acknowledged by the sages. I wonder if that opportunity really exists. If it does, an unimaginable bloodline will descend upon this world, and there will definitely be vying for it. This land should be thrown into chaos. A powerful sage must be produced. After all, only bloodshed and slaughter can one attain the status of a sage, said the sages softly. All of us will send an avatar to watch the beach. We will prevent the owner of the fishery from directly snatching it if he sees our juniors obtaining an opportunity. Everyone has their own opportunities. The sages are not to personally snatch it from whichever disciple obtains it. If the other party obtains it, we will not snatch the other party's opportunity, said a sage with a smile. If the other party takes action and wishes to forcefully occupy it, we can only do so by force. A mighty dragon was no match for a snake in its old haunts. Although this piece of land was not connected to each other, every region formed a fixed group of sages. No matter how powerful an existence was, they had to be careful when they came to their territory. They did not dare cause trouble, if not, the other party would suffer the wrath of the sages. They moved their Bottomanda from all directions and slowly approached like chess pieces. More than 10 sages surrounded them and killed them. Elsewhere, the gamers' discussion forums were bustling with activity. As they had successfully taken root outside the Chaos Heavens, they had obtained quite a bit of success. An evaluation post was pinned at the top as it became extremely popular. New dungeon map. China's Earth Civilization's Tier 7 Heavenly Quartz has successfully descended light years away. The most cutting-edge beta test strategy, Super Chaos Fishing Ground, has been successfully opened. Even Suji began sitting in front of his computer, reading MT Akina's post. He wanted to see how this fellow evaluated the world outside the Chaos Heavens. After all, he had just arrived in the final destination. This fellow had seen some special information and his views were very logical. After all, even Suji had to admit that Akina's Akina was rather impressive. Suji sat on a chair and poured himself a cup of tea before opening the thread. Mount Akina sent a simple and straightforward greeting. Good morning, everyone. The Earth just experienced a supernatural revival yesterday. I wonder if everyone had a good night's sleep last night? But time waits for no man. 100 years in the heavens is a day on Earth. While everyone was sleeping, many incredible things happened. We have already ascended beyond the universe and successfully settled down. Now, I'll tell everyone what happened. I have to say that I was very lucky to obtain the right to be in charge of this project outside the Chaos Heavens. This was also my contribution to the Seven Realms Heavenly Quartz. I worked hard without complaint and came up with outstanding plans time and time again. I successfully moved Dickie and made him cry. He saw that I was very capable in action. There was no mistake in leaving such matters to me. Screenshot. Screenshot. Brothers, this is a historic moment worth celebrating. I have finally shown my face and begun planning the era. In the past, I only lived as a game reviewer and could not participate in the era. Now, it's finally my turn to personally do something big. Let's cut to the chase. Let's first talk about the situation in the Chaos Heavens. I came to a conclusion. Combat strength is not the most important thing outside the Chaos Heavens. When everyone heard that, they asked why. If a sage's combat strength was not important, what was important? The reason is simple. Unless one's combat strength is a few hundred times greater, no one can kill the other. Then, combat-type bloodlines are not important. What's important are non-combat-type bloodlines. For example, bloodlines that can aid in cultivation and allow one to perfect all 5 genes. Just like Empyrean Abyssal Blue's bloodline, it can allow other beings to cultivate and perfect their bloodlines to become a sage. Then, one can plunder it. Everyone was stunned. A new era had arrived, a version update. The combat-type bloodline was no longer strong. After being slashed, a bloodline like Empyrean Abyssal Blues that could allow one to perfect all 5 Dao would probably become version T0, many people began discussing. Wasn't this the same path as the game? It wasn't like they had never played games before. With a version update, certain transcendental cultivation systems could become useless jobs. Some players left comments. Brothers. Thinking about it this way, it makes sense. Everyone is staying in the Bottomanda. Comrades outside the Chaos Heavens can't be killed, so they can only be killed by nurturing sages. If one nurtures a sage's bloodline, it will definitely be the strongest. Stone figure. JPG, becoming a sage is already a nurturing game. His ability to fight was a little low. At a loss, no wonder the nine-headed ancient mother likes heavenly venerate Abyssal Blue so much. Now that I think about it, Empyrean Abyssal Blue, who is more than 500,000 years old, could probably nurture a bunch of existences beyond the Chaos Heavens based on their longevity bloodlines. After cultivating for 700 to 800,000 years, they would quickly become perfected sages. This bloodline is indeed powerful. This is the importance of the bloodline. Even these saints are jealous of it. Look, they've worked so hard until now, nurturing them for who knows how long, yet they only have 2 or 3 bloodlines of the Great Tao. But they're very fast. In just 1,000,000 years, they've gone from weak chickens to the most powerful existences. If you ask me, it's not that exaggerated. Don't forget that the golem disc is already 1,000,000 years old. The other 10th-step sages are only a few million years old. Their race has accumulated a lot of experience. Suji listened thoughtfully. That was indeed the case. Empyrean Abyssal Blue had a huge advantage here. Some support-type bloodlines that aren't good at fighting have an advantage outside the Chaos Heavens. But that was only to be expected. After all, there were very, very few battles here. Mount Akina said, then, are our combat-type bloodlines really useless? My answer is that they're definitely useful. The bigger the fist, the harder the truth. I've just chatted with the 2 sages with 5 perfected Great Tao. Even though they have perfected bloodlines, they are unable to breach a Tao field with a Great Tao bloodline. This is because their bloodlines are very mixed. If all 5 of them had combat-type bloodlines, they could complement each other and create a mobile Tao field bloodline. They would have long destroyed the other party's Tao field. Everyone found it reasonable when they heard that. However, it was very unrealistic for these sages here. It was already not bad to have a Great Tao bloodline. How could they be picky? All 5 of them were combat type. Pairing them together was very unrealistic for them. Mount Akina smiled and continued saying to everyone, besides, all 5 of them are combat type. You might not be able to breach their Tao field. This is because no matter how powerful your 5 violent laws are, you can't use the nomological powers of the heaven and earth. You are also immortal, a rootless duckweed. Then, with that said, the answer is obvious. To breach a Tao field, there are 2 conditions. First, you have to have a mobile Tao field's Great Tao laws. Second, you have to have many combat-type bloodlines. You need at least 2 or 3 to crush them. Mount Akina's analysis made everyone feel that their thoughts were clear. The situation outside the Chaos Heavens became clear. The Tao field was indeed a shelter, but it wasn't invincible. That's true. Suji nodded secretly when he heard that. He felt that the forum had its uses. As long as Mount Akina did not cause trouble for him, it would be quite useful if he messed with others. At the very least, it was very useful to analyze the distribution of the 10th order. Previously, many of the patterns were hazy, but now, they became clear and simple. Mount Akina continued, as for the Chaos Sea, we have already studied it and analyzed its powers. The preliminary conclusion is that it's a chaotic and tyrannical power without any rules. It doesn't belong to any universe. Once anyone enters it, they will lose their powers and become immortal. Therefore, it's nearly impossible to traverse it. Then, how do we traverse it? Someone asked. Mount Akina said, I think there's only one answer. It's already very obvious. Haven't you realized it yet? Everyone was taken aback and failed to react. Even Suji was slightly curious. Seeing that no one could answer, Mount Akina could not help but feel pained. A bunch of retards. It's already very obvious. There's only one thing that can float above the Chaos Sea. Don't you know that? Everyone continued feeling lost. Something that could float above the Chaos Sea, they had never seen it. Anything on the Sea of Chaos would sink. Mount Akina was rendered completely speechless. He could not help but say, it's the universe beneath our feet. Aren't there 9 cosmic plates floating above the Chaos Sea? Everyone was taken aback as an incredulous thought erupted in their minds. That's right. Universe, that's right. Only universes could float, Mount Akina's way of thinking was indeed somewhat different. This was a misunderstanding in their knowledge. They had never thought of such an obvious logic before. But this was almost an inevitable law. They had never seen it before. Did that mean that to cross the Chaos Sea, they had to create a ship that was like a universe? Mount Akina took a deep breath. Perhaps someone has already realized that this is the advanced version of the dojo, the fake Tao universe. The dojo is a land with a single rule. Ordinary sages can only create their own dojo that belongs to a single rule. But the fake Tao universe is a place where a sage grasps many rules. When they complement each other, it's enough to form a nomological ecological chain that circulates itself. It's called a small fake Tao universe. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The fake Tao universe used the dojo as a ship to cross the Chaos Sea. When a sage was invincible in a land and formed the 5 great Tao bloodlines, they could perfectly complement each other to form a fake Tao universe. Yet, they began considering the Chaos Sea. This was a necessary path to the multiverse. Mount Akina sped up. After all, it's not a real universe. It will definitely be eroded. It won't last long before it sinks. It's very difficult to cross. History has also proven this point. Many saints who could cross the multiverse sank in the Chaos Sea. That's why so many relics were washed ashore. Besides, perfecting the 5 great Tao bloodlines isn't that simple. The 2 sages of this land already have 5 perfected bloodlines. Why can't they do it? It's because their bloodlines and laws don't match. There's no way for them to circulate themselves and form a fake Tao universe. Perhaps the truly powerful existences are crueler than we imagine. They probably have to walk the lands and kill many sages to find a great Tao matching path that suits them. Besides, they still have to rely on fate. They might travel their entire lives and travel beyond the chaos heavens, but they might not be able to find a great Tao bloodline that matches them. They might not be able to create a perfect bloodline. Everyone felt their scalps tingle when they heard that. It was just too bloody. According to Yamashina Akina's theory, a perfected great Tao killing 4 sages was a conservative estimate. To truly walk towards perfection, one had to choose and kill. After all, a rank 10 was the ultimate creature of the universe. It was formless and incorporeal. It could transform into anything, and it could exchange for 4 great Tao bloodlines other than its main bloodline. Some netizens on Earth were horrified. According to this is probably the process. Don't choose at the beginning. Think of a way to get 5 great Tao bloodlines. Then, we can exchange for a great Tao bloodline that suits us. That's right. After all, although it's said to be ever-changing, it is still limited by the first main bloodline that we have validated our Tao. We definitely have to use that as a foundation to carry out a perfect combination. Yes, 5 great Tao bloodlines, a total of 20 gene bloodlines. These 20 must form a connection. They must be connected in strands to form a false Tao universe of a particular law. Brothers, it looks like before we validate our Tao, the combination of our bloodlines and the great Tao we validate will severely affect the great Tao we choose after becoming a sage. Yes. From the looks of it, for our future as sages, we have to build a solid foundation. The great Tao bloodline that validates our Tao determines our future. Yes. At the same time, it looks like the quality of the bloodline is very important. The more laws contained in the bloodline, the more complete it is. The false Tao universe that is constructed is more perfect. Then, how to squeeze more laws into the limited gene positions and improve the quality will depend on the combination of bloodlines. Yes. We can't be like these bumpkins, stopping at ordinary sages. It will be very difficult to improve in the future. Some people were seriously discussing it. As for the other netizens, they were completely dumbfounded. These guys were seriously discussing how to become sages in the future. How to be more powerful, more perfect, and build a solid foundation. How to not stop at ordinary sages. Aren't you going to consider whether you have the qualifications to reach that realm? Indeed, everyone is a keyboard sage. It's not a forum with an undeserved reputation. Their standards are just too high. Regardless of whether they can achieve it, they should discuss it and posture first. At this moment, someone could not help but ask, there's a question that I've been wondering about for a long time. If a rank 10 bloodline can't change their first great Tao bloodline, then a rank 10 son can't change his first bloodline either, right? Akina Yamaguchi was stunned. He felt that this question was very professional. He replied with a smile, of course not. I've specifically asked those saints about this. Even a level 10 descendant cannot change his first bloodline. In other words, he can only change his remaining 4 gene positions. Even if he approaches perfection, it will still be incomplete. One normal bloodline. 4 great path bloodlines. Everyone's heart trembled when they heard this. It was no wonder that the other existences looked down on the 10th rank heirs. It was because they didn't cultivate step by step, so there were flaws. Even if their great Tao bloodline merged with it, they still wouldn't be able to reach true perfection. This was an innate curse. At the same time, the others were shocked. Then, wouldn't Dizun be? They had a vague guess. Suji was also deep in thought. He was shocked and asked the subbrain, then I'm also a rank 10 descendant. The first bloodline of the other rank 10 descendants can't be changed, so why should I? Suji had previously swapped out his first bloodline, the human bloodline, the blood of eternal life. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be possible, but he could, the insectoid subbrain replied. Is the Zerg Queen's first bloodline really your first bloodline? Suji was stunned and his heart shook. He still had the true Zeroth bloodline. Or rather, the 6th bloodline. The bug race actually had 6 bloodlines. It was just that the first bloodline was recessive. It was the bug race bloodline. His first bloodline could not be changed at all. However, the eternal blood, which seemed to be the first bloodline, was actually the 2nd bloodline. So that's how it is. He felt that the truth had been revealed. After a series of analysis on Mount Akina, the structure and pattern of the 10th level realm were almost clear. After all, this was very important. Only by understanding the general structure of a realm would one be able to develop. Only by seeing the path ahead would one be able to advance better. At that moment, Akina Yamaguchi continued. Then, beyond the chaos heavens, the lives of sages have been mostly analyzed. Now, let's look at the fishery I established. Antiques are definitely a must. Let them hype it up, but that's not enough. We still need to add some treasures. Bloodline, everyone came to a realization when they heard that. Akina Yamaguchi had deliberately indicated to the sages that there were so many powerful bloodlines in the 7 realms. They might come from ancient times, and they could also fish them up, Akina Yamaguchi said with a smile. Yes, bloodlines. We have to put in some heaven-defying bloodlines. As the grand prize, only then will it be enough to make people go crazy. Then, what bloodline do you plan on putting in? Everyone asked anxiously. Bloodlines were not to be divulged to outsiders. Divulging bloodlines to outsiders was equivalent to exposing one's roots. No civilization would do that. Cloud Star Dao fruit. Akina Yamaguchi gave the answer. To be honest, this bloodline has been studied over the past few days. It's of the tree race and doesn't have any powerful frontal combat strength. However, it can pry open sealed genes and perfect a great Dao. It can even slay others. It's extremely vicious. Screenshot. Screenshot. A picture of the Cloud Star Dao tree appeared in front of everyone for the first time. Akina Yamaguchi said, this Cloud Star Dao tree doesn't have much combat strength, but it absorbs a lot of energy. However, for advanced civilizations, energy is inexhaustible. The main reason is that it absorbs energy too slowly, and the absorption rate is too low. It takes thousands of years to slowly bear a fruit. Its growth cycle is 30,000 years for a flower and 30,000 years for a fruit. Even in high-dimensional spacetime, it's very slow. It's no wonder that there weren't many in the Blue Abyss celestial realm. But speaking of fruit trees, our Earth Mother here is quite proficient. Sister Meng is an expert in researching fruit trees. She has been researching the energy transmission channels of fruit trees and vines. She has already let her junior high school sister evolve in an evolutionary sand table. Just a few hours ago, she successfully produced a new version of the Cloud Star Dao fruit in the God of Creation's dimensional courtyard. It solved the problem of the Cloud Star Dao fruit's low fertility rate and became as productive as a sow. Everyone? They didn't feel good at all. Previously, it was said that the production of the Cloud Star Dao fruit was very low, and they would think of a way to solve it. But they actually used such a solution? It was fine if you pulled in a girlfriend because of your connections, but Sister Meng also pulled in a relationship? She was only in junior high and was most likely only 11 or 12 years old, yet you opened a back door for her? It's simply tragic. Shameless, put it in my hands. Bastard, shocking. A little girl in her early 20s giving birth frequently and producing like a sow, is this really depravity, or is it a distortion of human nature? Gritting teeth, everyone didn't know what to say in their hearts. But Mount Akina pretended not to hear it. After all, it was Sister Meng herself who evolved it. It would definitely benefit her family. How could it benefit strangers? Mount Akina continued, this new version of the Cloud Star Dao fruit solves the problem of energy absorption and slow fruiting. The principle is very simple. Do you know how to graft fruit trees? The new version of the Cloud Star Dao fruit is a parasitic plant that directly takes root on green vines and absorbs energy. It's the only product that can complement each other, just like a mother plant and a child plant. Everyone was completely speechless. Mount Akina made a kit, which was very compatible with his alchemy factory. Sister Meng also made a kit. His subordinate parasites, the Cloud Star Dao fruit, had already been stolen by Sister Meng. She branded it as her intellectual property and began to collect taxes like the dragon vein, shameless. Mount Akina continued, this bloodline can naturally be fused, pried open and sealed. It's still incomparably heaven-defying, even more so than before. But when it meets Mother Earth, it will be countered by her blood. Everyone was stunned again. So you guys left a secret door, but someone also became agitated. But even so, the Cloud Star Dao fruit is still an extremely powerful heaven-defying bloodline. It's no less terrifying than the 9 Revolutions mysterious technique. It's even the greatest nemesis of the 9 Revolutions mysterious technique. Is it really good to let it out just like that? Mount Akina shook his head and smiled. You can't catch the wolf without sacrificing the child. We definitely have to let it out. Don't be so short-sighted. What's in front of us is indeed strong, that's right. But you guys should be clear that our future direction is to combine bloodlines and not just a single bloodline like this. In my eyes, even if we release the bloodline of the 9 Revolutions mysterious technique, it's not a big problem because we're about to create a hybrid bloodline of the 9 Revolutions mysterious technique. After they cultivate it, even if they're very strong to outsiders, they will still be countered by our new hybrid bloodline. Do you guys understand? It's the same for the Cloud Star Dao fruit. We've already started to research the hybrid Cloud Star Dao fruit and even plan to combine it with the 9 Revolutions mysterious technique. Think about it, how heaven-defying would it be if the two of them were added together? So it's not a big deal. They're just using the technique that we've eliminated countless times, and even after using it, they will be countered by our bloodline. The 9 Revolutions mysterious technique was more or less their foundation, and it was also a component of their emotions. Naturally, they wouldn't let it out now, but it was no problem to let the Cloud Star Dao fruit go. Brothers, I'm afraid there will be existences that can fish up the Cloud Star Dao fruit. No, the ginseng fruit. Mount Akina smiled. Those country bumpkins will definitely be shocked by this new version of the Cloud Star bloodline. Outside the chaos heavens. The previously incomparably tranquil land was now filled with turbulent winds and clouds. Countless reclusive sects, cities, and sects of saints began to appear. This land was very barren, or it could be said that the treasures had long vanished after generations of excavation. An unprecedented ruin appeared in front of them. Countless elites of the younger generation appeared. In the Dao arena, on the chaos beach formed by rubble and debris, fishing began. As for fishing, it was to use one's special fishing line and one's psyche powers to forcefully resist the chaos of the universe and hook up certain ancient objects in the sea. This was inferior to diving into the chaos sea, but it was a method used by the weak. Whoosh! On the vast coastline, umbrellas stood in great numbers. Countless existences were fishing, sipping on drinks and eating fruits. It looked like a vacation spot. It's coming up. It's coming up. As expected of a superior-grade fishing rod. My psyche powers are infused into it, allowing me to sense the depths beneath and hook up the floating ancient objects. At that moment, a fatty was breathing heavily. Around him, a bunch of disciples were watching. Quickly pull it up. Hurry! Otherwise, the chaos sea will corrode the fishing line. Over time, the fishing line will melt and we won't be able to pull it up. Even the Dao artifact will be destroyed. This was a superior grade fishing rod that they had spent a huge sum of money on. It had a limited number of uses. Over time, it would be corroded by the chaos sea and melt. Calm down, calm down. Fatty took a deep breath and carefully fiddled with the fishing rod. Splash. The sea line emerged from the water's surface, producing heavy waves. A black clay jar floated to the surface, catching everyone's attention in delight. It's rising. It's rising. This is an ancient jar. As expected of senior brother Zhang. His talent in fishing is indeed terrifying. With such precise control, even if we sense something floating beside us, we won't be able to hook it up. Fishing was a method that tested one's skills to begin with. Typically, geniuses had exquisite control over their powers, so their fishing skills were definitely not bad. There were even some sects and sacred lands that liked to use fishing to test their disciples' aptitude. Furthermore, this jar was an extremely rare item. According to the current fishing items, there was probably less than a 1% chance of it appearing. The items hidden in the jar were strange. Many of them were daily necessities, clothes, and trinkets. It was likely a method used by the ancient sculpture civilization to preserve items. It seemed that the source of the ocean current in the ruins below was a residential area. There were many jars preserved in it. I wonder what will happen. It's a pity that the surface of this jar is already rotten and full of scars. It's very rough and doesn't have any Dao aura. Otherwise, it would definitely be worth a good price. This is already very good. You should know that the ancient with perfect Daoist aura only has a 0.1% chance of catching it. Besides, there are also strange objects in this jar. We've already risen. The fatty named Zhang Yiling beamed with joy. Many of the others have lost so much that they don't even have their savings left. As for us, we'll get back hundreds or even thousands of times what we invested. Of course not. After carefully calculating the cost and the initial investment, we can only be considered to have made a small profit. It's starting to pay off. Fatty Zhang Yiling smiled. Brothers, are we going to open it directly or sell it to the purchasing area outside? Everyone fell silent. Although it was only a 1% probability, the population base was huge. A bazaar had already formed outside the dojo. Many people were buying the jars at high prices and giving them to other existences to gamble with. In fact, the market price of some antiques was already 17 times higher than before. Why don't senior brother make the decision? Everyone looked at Fatty Zhang. He was their leader. After all, fishing wasn't something everyone could do. They had pooled their money together to invest in Fatty Zhang to get this fishing rod. They were going to give it their all. Fatty Zhang was silent for a moment. Then, he smiled and said, if we sell it, we'll make a huge profit and continue to sell more fishing rods. After all, a skilled fisherman needs to accumulate a large number of fishing rods in order to become stronger. Brothers, if you continue to invest in me, if I continue to fish, I'm confident that I can increase my fishing success rate. Everyone was overjoyed. After all, they were all from small sections. This was a gamble. But I don't want to sell it. Why don't I open it? Fatty Zhang said. After all, this is our first prize. Let's try our luck. No one objected. If he wanted to open it, so be it. Perhaps there would be something good out of it. After all, with the protection of the jar, most of the things sealed inside were perfectly preserved. The few of them did not hesitate. There were too many people here. They rented a hidden room by the beach and started to open the jar. Click. Fatty Zhang opened it gently. There was nothing inside. Everyone was extremely disappointed when they saw it. There's nothing? The probability of an empty jar is also very high. What a pity. We should have found other existences to appraise it before opening it. After all, I heard that there has been an industrial chain. Some existences can determine what's inside through weighing, appearance, and stripes, to increase the success rate of gambling. Everyone present was filled with regret. After a while, they could only regroup. After everyone left, Fatty Zhang took out a magical fruit. His eyes were filled with fanaticism and excitement. What is this? Could it be that it was the bloodline of the master of that cave abode? I can sense the aura of some terrifying bloodline in it. He was born with a kind of premonition. He always had a very strange dream. The dream was very hazy, but he vaguely remembered everything in the Chaos Sea. His fishing skills were extremely powerful. The moment he saw this jar, his intuition told him that it was extremely extraordinary. He was originally a mortal from a lower universe. His talent was mediocre, but his intuition led him to a fortuitous encounter in the lower realm. He encountered a black-robed saint who was traveling the universe and was brought up. Back then, he was only at the 4th rank. As a weakling, he was able to ascend beyond the chaos heavens, fulfilling the dreams of countless monstrous geniuses from ancient to modern times. Soon, he obtained large amounts of resources to cultivate. Even though his talent was not considered monstrous, he constantly encountered fortuitous encounters and reached the advanced stage of the 8th rank. Logically speaking, he should have long fused with other bloodlines to attain the Tao. However, deep in his heart, there was a voice that kept calling out to him not to casually fuse bloodlines. All these years, he had numerous fortuitous encounters and had fused with other heaven-defying bloodlines that weren't weak. This feeling had helped him many times, and the present situation was no exception. Also, what happened just now? I had intermittent amnesia again. Suddenly, for some baffling reason, it bypassed my fellow disciples and appeared in my hands. He clenched his teeth and ignored it. This is the last bloodline. It should be the most powerful one. My intuition tells me that this contains a bloodline that I can't even dream of. There's no need to consider the consequences of failure because I won't fail. After fusing with the last bloodline, I should be able to cultivate to the 9th rank of the Tao. He secretly attempted to fuse with it and make it his bloodline. Elsewhere, Mengmei stood high above and watched all of this. She did not know what was going on and could not help but laugh. This is the 3rd one. Although we only threw in 10, the number of people they fished up is huge. They still managed to open it. I wonder who will be discovered first. After all, it's only natural to be discovered. The cute girl glanced at him and didn't care about him anymore. Instead, it was Zhang Yuling who continued pretending to fish while secretly cultivating. He was at the deity realm to begin with, but his cultivation talent was extremely powerful. After he cultivated in the Cloud Star Dao fruit bloodline, it became unimaginably terrifying as his cultivation level rapidly improved. On the other side, Suji also watched the scene and smiled. It seems that the dojo is beginning to collect the opportunities of the various bloodlines. It's beginning to pass through the primitive accumulation and is on the right track. The few Cloud Star Dao fruits were also directly obtained by a few lucky ones, but they were basically exposed in an instant, except for that little fatty. The news has already spread that it's an empty jar. That little fatty seemed to have some kind of method to extract the things in the jar through the air. It was very heaven-defying. It seems that this land is very mysterious and huge. There are still some young fellows who have obtained good opportunities and are hiding. Extracting things through the air is very powerful. Suji's eyes lit up slightly as he began to observe the little fatty. The little fatty did not notice the observation of a sage at all. However, Suji frowned slightly. His bloodline is considered above average, not heaven-defying, but isn't it too perfect a match? This is already the limit of this land. But his bloodline doesn't have the ability to extract things through the air. How on earth did he manage to hide from everyone and obtain that jar? Suji observed the charmingly naive little fatty for a while, but he could not see anything unusual about him. What a strange fellow. I'm afraid he's hiding a big secret behind him. I can't tell how he did it. At this moment, the insect race's subbrain took the initiative to speak. It's not that he extracted the Dao fruit from the jar through the air. That's just a superficial phenomenon. It's another kind of ability. It's time. He cut through time. At that moment, several days had already passed. Outside the Chaos Heavens, there were a total of 3 lucky people who had obtained the first-tier Cloud Star Dao fruit prize. However, other than Little Fatty, the other 2 were discovered without any surprises. Immediately, all the existences turned fervent. A storm stirred as though a great era was about to descend upon this land. The sages aren't taking action, but that doesn't mean we can't. We have to capture those too. The other existences are also surrounding them. That bloodline is truly heaven-defying. It can actually pry open bloodlines. It's extremely terrifying and vicious. It's even stronger than the nine-headed ancient mother's bloodline. Because once this bloodline attains the Tao, it means that it can pry open the bloodlines of other existences, allowing them to cultivate to the perfected 4-gene stage and condense a Tao seed, allowing them to take the path to the 10th stage. This bloodline can mass-produce sages on the path to the 10th stage. All the existences were very excited. And the advertising effect was also shown. More and more cultivators surged over to fish. Elsewhere, the sages were also conversing. Such a bloodline actually appeared? It's suspected to be the heaven-defying bloodline of the owner of an ancient cave abode? Not necessarily. It might be hidden in a simple clay jar, or it might be a type of food in that abode. It's just like how mortals like to store fruits in clay jars. How terrifying. Even the fruits stored are such heaven-defying sacred items. As sages of the future, we are far inferior to the bloodline of the fruits they eat. Have you checked? Are there any existences that were missed? Of course. The bloodline was opened in the clay jar. No one hid or missed anything. Our avatars are stationed on the beach, watching the existences that were fished up. The orientation of their clay jars and what they opened were all calculated in secret. We have also sent people to check their memories. There's no way we missed anything. The sages said one after another. They naturally did not want any variables. They wanted to determine who had obtained what. However, they could not find little Fatty. This was because his companions had already said that they had opened empty jars. A disciple of the sage who had attained the Tao had checked the memories of the deity-level disciples to ensure the authenticity of the words. On the other end, previously, if Suji didn't ask, the Zerg subbrain basically wouldn't take the initiative to speak, let alone comment on anything. But in front of him, he rarely opened his mouth. Clearly, this little fatty's secret was extremely terrifying. To think that he could hide so well. Mount Akinazizi and the others had deliberately used the Cloudstar Dao fruit to set up a killing trap, but the other party had taken advantage of it. Could he escape this sage killing trap? At the same time, the words of the insectoid subbrain surprised Suji. Cutting time, what did that mean? A strange thought came to his mind. Could it be that the other party's ability wasn't telekinesis at all, which was why he was able to steal the Cloudstar Dao fruit from the jar? Instead, the enemy was cutting time. In reality, he had opened the jar in front of everyone, but in the instant that he had opened the jar, in front of everyone's anger, he had monopolized the treasure within, and then cut away a period of time, causing everyone else to lose their memories of that period of time. He had cut away the time in the middle and connected it to the moment when the jar was opened. This created the illusion that there was nothing after the jar was opened. Is this possible? Suji had goosebumps all over his body. It's not as simple as telekinesis bloodline, it was time. What kind of method was this, to secretly cut away a period of time? Isn't this, 2F** king horrifying? Suji took a deep breath and couldn't help but curse. Who could stand this? It was simply creepy. This was even more disgusting than the Cloudstar Dao fruit that directly pried open one's bloodline and modified the foundation of one's bloodline that one had painstakingly cultivated to perfection. This method is simply shameless. When Suji saw this terrifying bloodline, he immediately had a thought. This is equivalent to someone suddenly pressing you to the ground and raping you, then cutting away this period of time. You'll be at a loss because you've lost a period of time, so you won't report it to the police. You'll even continue chatting with the other party with a smile. It's simply creepy. This is simply a shameless method of doing evil. Roaming free and unfettered everywhere. Compared to the insectoid queen, you're even more suitable to be the king next door. B** starred. Suji couldn't help but say, feeling that this bloodline was unimaginably shameless. He looked at this originally charmingly naive and honest little fatty, and his feelings instantly changed. He felt that this person was shifty-eyed and very wretched. He carefully observed this fatty's several transcendent bloodlines, but no matter how he looked, he couldn't tell which one of her bloodlines could possess this transcendent bloodline of the rules of time. It wasn't in the first, second, third, or the new Cloudstar Dao fruit bloodline. It isn't in the existing 4 gene bloodlines. Does it also have a hidden gene position? The 6th bloodline, or should I say the Zeroth bloodline? Suji's entire body quivered. He looked at the charmingly naive little fatty, and his thoughts raced. This bloodline is so terrifying. Could it be that this shameless little fatty has a shocking background? The 6th bloodline. If it was true, this would be the first time Suji had encountered a creature with a hidden bloodline other than the insectoid race. Indeed, the world is huge. There are all sorts of wonders. Suji took a deep breath and said softly, "This place is indeed beyond the chaos heavens, the pinnacle of the universe, the place where the ends of the great Tao gather. I couldn't see it in the lower realm, but here, I've discovered a mysterious creature." Suji already knew that he would be able to catch a big fish by doing this. Immortal residence of immortality, immortal abode of longevity with heaven. How could the big fish that was caught by this horrifying history not be huge? However, in Suji's eyes, it was only limited to the sages of this land. He never expected that it would attract unimaginable monsters that gave Suji a fright. Who knew what was hidden behind this little fatty? However, why was his realm so low? A thought suddenly flashed through Suji's mind as he could not help but say, multidimensional saint. Only multidimensional saints need to turn into mortals when they descend into other universes to cultivate new laws and cultivate again. Suji looked at the charmingly naive little fatty and felt uneasy. Could it be that some powerhouse from the other universe was secretly cultivating again? Is it a multidimensional saint? Suji directly asked the subbrain. Is that why it rarely makes a sound? It's a multidimensional saint. A mechanical voice sounded from the subbrain, giving confirmation. It's very difficult to detect such a great existence. It is indeed a stowaway from a parallel universe. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party didn't know and couldn't resist the benefits, he secretly used his power within the insect race's protective shield. If he used it outside, it would be almost impossible for the insect race to find out. Don't think that multidimensional saints are very rare. They usually hide among ordinary sages. Even the dozen or so we just met, and even the 9-headed ancient mother, could be a multidimensional saint in secret. They look very ordinary on the surface, but in this parallel universe, they have their own identity and their own position in the heavenly Tao. Suji felt uncomfortable hearing this. He thought that this land of sages was relatively ordinary, but it might not be the case, because the lands of sages were basically very ordinary. Because the truly heaven-defying, or even multidimensional saints, were hidden there, a seemingly mediocre land might not necessarily be mediocre. There are crouching tigers and hidden dragons. The waters are frighteningly deep. Suji nodded, his eyes shining. I knew from the start that these sages were scheming and far-sighted to be able to reach this step, but I didn't expect them to be so much more cunning than I thought. They hid themselves deeper than anyone else. Some were really ordinary sages, but some might not be so. But obviously, the 9-headed ancient mother might have been a multidimensional saint before, but she isn't anymore, because she's already a member of our insect race. After checking her body. But these fellows sneaked over, they're taking advantage of our universe. As parasites, they're stealing our universe's profits, Suji said. What will happen if they kill them? The subbrain said, advise the insect race queen mother not to court death. Existences of that level, even if they're hiding now, even sealing their memories and reincarnating, they still have some sort of backup plan. Every multidimensional saint who sneaks into other universes has to go through the long sea of chaos, pay an unimaginable price and time, and only reach their destination after a narrow escape, and after they descend, they'll be close to the coast of a parallel universe, and they'll have to be sensed by the sages in this parallel universe. Outside the coast, they'll be sniped and killed. During this process, it's very likely that they'll die. And it's only after they've escaped the sniping and killing that they'll be able to send one of their bodies into the universe to conceal their identity and cultivate again. During this period, the truly powerful sages in the universe will also send their disciples down to the universe to find the reincarnated body of this sage and kill it. In order to prevent any mistakes, they'll even destroy all the civilizations in that universe and destroy the reincarnated body of the other party. And only after enduring all of this, can the other party survive in this universe. Suji's mind was blown when he heard this. This was too tragic, but this was also to be expected. This was a public enemy, and there was no room for discussion. This was a battle of the multiverse. You snuck into a parallel universe to steal our universe's resources, rules. There was no room for discussion among the sages. If they discovered one, they'd definitely beat him to death. Looks like these multidimensional saints are all thinking of ways to sneak into my place and your place. Maybe some of them have already succeeded, and have even become ordinary sages, standing on the seat of the great Tao. As long as they don't really make a move, no one will be able to see through them. Suji felt that this was very strange and dazzling. He looked at the little fatty who was fishing on the beach with a parasol on his head. It's really an honor for such a multidimensional saint to come to our small place. But then again, it's really difficult. Suji smiled. He had a rough understanding of the Zerg Queen's realm. The true end of the universe, the multidimensional saint. It seemed that the hidden sixth bloodline was the characteristic of these overlords of the multiverse. Difficult? That's not all. The subbrain of the Zerg said, even if he successfully crossed the coast and put in an avatar, that multidimensional saint still has to face the danger of returning. He has to continue crossing the Sea of Chaos and return to his own universe. It's an equally long journey, and there's the danger of dying at any time. Yes, he still had to return. At this moment, Suji completely felt that it was difficult and terrifying. This trip here was already a narrow escape, and he still had to return. This was double the distance. How powerful was the fake Tao universe he created to be able to maintain enough fuel without being able to absorb the supplies of his own universe? Suji could no longer imagine how terrifying and heaven-defying that kind of existence was. To be able to cross such a vast sea of chaos, and these saints in front of him were creatures of a different dimension. This kind of existence is probably equivalent to a small island in the 9 great continents. Suji took a deep breath and said in a low voice, it's equivalent to them cutting off a small piece of land from their own universe continent and turning it into a small island, drifting outside. This is the true terror. Moreover, it's really dangerous. Suji pondered for a moment and sighed emotionally. I risked my saint's main body to die in the Chaos Sea and painstakingly traveled back and forth just to place an avatar here to grow again. Suji pondered for a moment and sighed emotionally. Even if he succeeds and escapes the pursuit of his reincarnation, he might not succeed. Because cultivating again is also dangerous. Who knows, there might be natural disasters and man-made disasters? This was something that could not be predicted. After all, he had just cultivated to the 7th stage of the Heavenly Emperor and had not even left his planet. Suddenly, he encountered 2 9th stage beings who fought in the Sea of Stars and directly killed all the living beings on his planet. Even if he was a saint, how would he cry? It was unimaginable. A battle between 2 ants that had achieved the Tao had caused him, a saint of the highest dimension of the multiverse. Even Suji felt helpless at this level of grievance. In that case, was it possible for him to send more than one of his avatars over in one go? One was dead, but there were still a lot of spares. This was impossible. Every parallel universe could only have one version of himself in a parallel universe. Every universe could only produce one true spirit. If he were to perish in this universe, he would have no choice but to cross over again, go through the ordeal of life and death, and deliver himself again. Looks like this little fatty who appeared while fishing has a terrifying background. Suji narrowed his eyes. The reincarnation of a multidimensional saint, a synonym for ultimate, great, and invincible. He's actually hiding here, and I've even discovered him. In fact, even if it appeared in the eyes of other multidimensional saints of the same status, they would not be able to discover it without using their power, let alone Suji. It was just like how the other sages were unable to detect the 6th recessive native bloodline of the insect race, but the other party could not resist the temptation. If I kill him, I might provoke him. But this is a parasite of our parallel universe, the public enemy of all the sages. Suji took a deep breath and thought about many things. He could tell the reason clearly. This was a parasite that came from outside. It was like someone had come to invade his own country. If his universe could not survive and was invaded, he would not be able to escape even if his country was destroyed. What will happen if too many seats of the saints are plundered? Suji took a deep breath, closed his eyes, activated the Great Universe Cultivation method, and began to deduce. Endless streams of information surged wildly in his mind. Boom, all kinds of unimaginable laws of information surged like a raging river. At this moment, he was even more omniscient than the so-called saints of the Great Path. The number of seats of the saints in each universe is limited. The war between the multiverses is bound to be a struggle for the seats of the saints. You fight for my seat, and I fight for yours. When the era of a universe's saints is secretly occupied by foreign invaders, they will control the highest authority of this universe, and this universe will become a colony of one of their parallel universes, Suji kept deducing. They will control the authority of the saints of this universe and will frantically send the saints of their own universe to descend. I will be responsible for guiding them here and opening the customs. Many great ancient existences will descend into the space-time, and this place will become their country. At the same time, too many resources of our universe will be plundered, and the seats of the Great Path will be occupied. The door to the 10th level will be closed, and our universe will enter the age of Dharma decline at an accelerated rate. Suji closed his eyes. In an instant, he thought of many terrifying things. It was like discovering a continent on Earth and then carrying out a cruel colonization and plundering. The layout of a multidimensional saint was more terrifying than he had imagined. And at that time, the age of Dharma decline. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes. If it were any other saint, they would only feel that their own universe was about to be completely destroyed. But when he heard this, he felt, so this is the parallel universe. What is the origin of the parallel universe? Suji had a faint smile on his face. He felt that he was looking at some hazy ancient writing that was meant for the age of Dharma decline. But when he came to his senses, he realized that these things had little to do with him at the moment. After all, he had just entered this land, and the 10th level was the real threshold. Only the so-called saints of the Great Path could see the truth of the universe. He was the weakest, and even if the sky collapsed, there would be tall people to hold it up. There must be a multidimensional saint of this universe secretly plotting everything. I just need to develop my body. Suji looked at the little fatty and pretended that he had not obtained any fortuitous encounter. He was still fishing with his senior and junior brothers. I can't afford to offend this guy. If we fight to the death, who knows what kind of backup plan he'll leave behind. He'll beat me up and make me cry everywhere. It's a pity that I don't know a multidimensional saint. Otherwise, I'll call that kind of existence to come and deal with him, but now, it's still possible to secretly find some fun for him. After all, he has sealed his memory and reincarnated. In his eyes, I'm a so-called country bumpkin who ascended from the lower realm because of a heaven-defying fortuitous encounter. Since I'm only an 8th level god, I'll have a chance. Suji had a faint smile on his face. I can leave this matter to those players. They will definitely make this little fatty from a foreign universe completely happy. In the courtyard. Suji took a sip of tea. Since the memory was sealed to prevent being discovered, it is still possible to secretly plot against this reincarnation of the multidimensional saint. These players will think of a way to deal with it. He was too lazy to think about it. It was enough to be a hands-off boss. In any case, they would definitely come up with the best rotten idea. Soon, the super ancient god descended on a piece of land and explained this matter to Xianxia and the others. A multidimensional saint? Xianxia was shocked. He knew how terrifying this kind of existence was. This was a true peak overlord, rarely seen even in the ancient and modern universe. It was a truly indescribable existence. This was the true ultimate of the great Tao. The other saints were just ordinary saints, no different from ants in their eyes. And if the super ancient god could discover this existence that descended from the outer dimension, wouldn't it mean that he was also an existence of the same level? Had he really gone to the outer dimension, looking beyond the universe? Xianxia's mind raced. There were a total of 9 multiverses. How far could such an existence go? The super ancient god pondered for a moment before saying, he is a reincarnation. After his main body was projected into this universe, he returned to his side. This reincarnation's memory was sealed, but we can't easily provoke him. He has an unimaginable backup plan. Can't easily provoke him? Then you mean? Xianxia asked respectfully. It is still possible to amuse and obstruct this reincarnation. After saying this, the super ancient god turned around and left. Yamashina Chio froze in place, thinking about it was extremely frightening. The strongest saint, from the multiverse, he quickly posted on the internet and informed everyone frowny face breaking news. We caught a big fish. As everyone knows, our current ancient history has attracted the attention of some saints. However, there is actually a multidimensional saint who came from another distant universe. He was actually hiding in this land and was exposed by us. The words of Mount Akina's speed made everyone stunned for a moment. Multidimensional saint from another parallel universe? Fuck. Can he really cross? What kind of monster is this? Unimaginable. Ordinary sages are just ants in his eyes, right? So it's that little fatty. The one who obtained the opportunity but didn't expose it. I knew he wasn't a good person. Cough, cough, cough. The speed of MT Akina calmed everyone down. I've observed this little fatty for a while. There's nothing special about him. His bloodlines are the same as everyone else's. There's nothing different about him. On second thought, the telekinesis ability doesn't exist in his bloodline. Everyone was stunned. Although they did not know about the existence of the hidden sixth bloodline, they also felt that it was very strange, as if some kind of energy was hidden. This little fatty looked ordinary, and his bloodline did not have that kind of ability at all. If he doesn't have a bloodline to have this ability, then maybe he has a hidden bloodline? From the multidimensional saint? You're saying that he has a sixth hidden bloodline? How is this possible? I don't think so either. Not necessarily. Many people were discussing it. Akina-san stopped the car and asked, "What do you guys think of this little fatty? He seems to be quite intelligent. Even if there's a mysterious power secretly helping him, he doesn't know who I am. It feels like it won't be difficult to deal with him at all. He's just a country bumpkin. Let him know about the center of the universe. This little fatty must have a lot of opportunities. His bloodline is not bad, and it's a perfect match. I don't know that he's rich in the dark. We need to squeeze him a bit." They discussed for a while and slowly came up with a few plans. One was to use the honey trap to drown himself in wine and meat, indulging in pleasure. Another was to trick him into knowing about the center of the universe, letting him know that he's a country bumpkin and questioning his life. Also, they had a lot of players. They could send a group of players to roleplay for him. Friends, family, enemies, and stage a play, Akina-san said, "Cough, cough, brothers, you're too young. You're playing with a small hand, not domineering at all." Everyone hurriedly asked, "What do you think?" Akina-san laughed, "You guys always think about messing with him, don't you know that he's the son of destiny? Unparalleled luck? If we go against him, we'll definitely be going against the heavens and will suffer a lot. What's more, no matter how covert our methods are, won't the existence behind the scenes find out? Do you really think that a saint of the multiverse is a fool?" Everyone then reacted, "Indeed, he might think that it's a coincidence that he's suffered losses once or twice. But if he's continuously suffered losses, hit a snag, and everything goes wrong, even a normal person would suspect that someone is secretly messing with him, let alone these saints." Akina-san had always believed in a saying, "If you treat those old monsters who have lived for who knows how long as fools, you're the real fool." Akina-san liked to use tricks, and his specialty was to plot openly, open and aboveboard, not secretly plotting against the other party. Everyone hurriedly asked, "Then what's your plan?" Akina-san continued, "No matter what method we use to mess with him, we might be found out, and why do we need to mess with him? Wouldn't it be wonderful to let him become the leader of us players?" Everyone did not react. Become the leader of us players? Akina-san said, "You should know that there's a big boss behind him secretly watching over him, a great existence that's almost destined to become a saint, rising in this land. Sooner or later, he'll hang up the saints of this land, beat the elegant old man, the black-clothed saint, these giants to tears, and sweep through the world. Since he's destined to rise, shouldn't we take advantage of the east wind and take off on his big ship? The other party is Zhu Zhongba, who's still herding cows in the countryside, destined to be a king. Now that we follow him to conquer the world and establish a prosperous dynasty? Wouldn't that be wonderful?" Everyone had yet to react. If they, the players, followed this guy, wouldn't that be letting him off easy? Cough, cough, cough. At this moment, the cute girl came out and said, "What Akina-san means is that if we fight for hegemony under such an existence and follow him all the way to rise, he'll definitely protect us and give us resources to cultivate. Won't we players soar directly? When the time comes, he'll build a dojo, and the level 10 civilizations inside will all be us players. Under his leadership, we'll be able to soar and sweep through the saints of the entire land, achieving supreme merits." He might seem to be happy, but in fact, he's a commander without an army. You guys, understand? Winking, everyone was dumbfounded and dumbfounded. How vicious was Mount Akina's Xianxia? Simply shameless. Furthermore, this was in line with Akina-san's plan. It was an open scheme. We didn't do anything to him and instead helped him. We gave him a bunch of benefits and manpower for free and helped him conquer the world without any selfish motives. Would he be able to tell anything? He wouldn't be able to tell anything. We were doing it for your own good. It was a win-win situation. Once he became a saint, he would be able to open up land. The players would be able to reach high levels and be conferred the title of Marquis. As for him, he would become a saint in the Chaos Heavens and open up his own territory. Akina-san said, "Once we're close to him, he'll guide us in our cultivation and nurture us step by step. Once we become a saint, it'll be very simple to topple him. There's no need for us to do anything. We can just get Dicky to leak the news that he comes from another universe." Everyone, this was the first time they had seen someone so shameless. Akina-san continued, "As for the system we use to surrender? Quantum TV's tower world isn't bad. We'll discuss with Carolyn and split that batch of players. The players of this world will follow this guy. We are Quantum TV players. We'll watch a small TV and accompany him in battle without leaving home. That way, we can ensure our safety." The expressions of many netizens changed slightly. Akina-san was truly ruthless. Wasn't he driving a little too fast? This was sincere, decisive, swift, and decisive, cutting out a portion of so many players at once. He even had his girlfriend, the Quantum TV, was also following. To be honest, this plan is also very risky. The other party is not easy to deal with. In order to gain his trust and break through to the 8th level, we definitely have to go together. So, we'll accompany him to fight and open up a new territory. Even though we'll be using a small Quantum TV, we might still die if things go awry. Everyone fell completely silent. They had broken through to the deity realm, so their bodies here were their true bodies. Once they died, it would be the truth. This was turning the act into reality. They were accompanying him to open up a civilization. However, how could the opening up of a civilization not result in deaths? Akina-san said, "But to be honest, this is the greatest development opportunity for us players. It might seem like he is opening up a civilization, but in fact, isn't he working for us? Opening up a civilization for us players, Dicky, Carolyn, and the 3 pillar gods all belong to the ancient Huaxia Buddhist civilization. As for our modern Huaxia civilization, we should rise by ourselves." He became the leader of the players and helped us open up our Quantum TV civilization. After all, with the concealment of the ancient deities and the others, they can't really make a move. They've always been hiding in the dark. If we want to develop, we can only find a force in the light. The one in front of us is very good, because the other party is destined to rise. Behind the scenes, there's a multidimensional saint supporting him. Many players' hearts skipped a beat. From this point of view, it was indeed an opportunity with a high probability of stable rise. There was a multidimensional saint behind the scenes. He definitely wouldn't allow the parallel universe to fail. The price he had to pay was unimaginable. Akina-san continued, "To be honest, this is an opportunity. How can we always hide from the safety of life? Can we become strong without training? We still have to come out and mix around. I'll give everyone some time to think about it. We'll set off voluntarily. We'll be in front of those suckers and little fatties to write our own hymns. Anyway, I've already sacrificed my girlfriend. She's already inside and ready to set off. What about you guys?" Everyone was still somewhat hesitant. After all, they were all living in a peaceful society on Earth. It would take a lot of determination for them to risk their lives and fight for a better future. Akina Yamaguchi said, "That's all I have to say. This is already the greatest opportunity. All of you usually look at the screenshots on the forums and watch the era's bloody and tearful hymns, but when it really comes down to it, you don't dare. All of you should know that we ultimately cannot rely on Carolyn, the three pillar gods, or Diki. They are the Buddhist civilization of the old era, the heritage of the earthlings of the old era. Although it has been revived by us, we should open up a fourth era of transcendental civilization that belongs to our present generation." Everyone understood what Akina Yamaguchi meant. The opening of a path and the rise of a civilization required the hard work of generations. I get it. I'll participate now. Brothers, charge. It's not only for the civilization, but also for us. If we continue like this, we will definitely not have a chance of becoming true experts. Achieving the Tao at rank 9, corroborating the Tao at rank 10. Charge. Charge. For our ancestors, for our future. I'll sacrifice my blood for the Yellow Emperor. Kill. Countless netizens roared angrily as their blood boiled. As for the netizens by the side, they felt terrible watching this. Can't you onlookers calm down a little? Why are you shouting so hot-blooded? It's as though you are the ones doing it. You can't even enter the game, alright. Finally, the number of people was determined, and more people signed up. And elsewhere. Akina Yamaguchi also sought out Carolyn. After all, it was a huge project to free up a portion of the people in the Tower world. It would also result in a huge loss of profits. You want to bring a group of people to head out of the Chaos Heavens ahead of time? Carolyn asked. She was still taking the path to the rank 10, but she knew that Diki had already stepped foot into that mysterious land. Yes. Akina Yamaguchi said righteously, I need a group of people urgently. I even need to take away the main body of the television. This is a mission from a transcendent ancient god. Upon mentioning the mission from a transcendent ancient god, Carolyn's unhappy expression eased slightly. She pondered for a moment and said, forget it. Anyway, I didn't hurt my core. There are enough televisions left here. It can be used for a long period of time. Akina Yamaguchi smiled. Thank you for your understanding, Your Excellency. After all, there was nothing wrong with the ancient god's quest. As for that little fatty, soon, Mt. Akina brought a group of people with him. With Dichi's help, they returned outside the Chaos Heavens and entered the Bottomando once again. It's about time. It's time to start. Akina Yamaguchi looked at the guy who was still fishing on the beach. That guy's fishing skills are very good. The others got the big prize by luck, but he has the ability. Even if his memory is sealed, some of his abilities are still engraved in his bones. Just throw it at the place where he is fishing. He should be able to catch it. Zhang Yiling was still fishing. His chubby figure was sitting under an umbrella, fishing on the coast. Senior brother, this time if we catch another clay jar, we won't open it. That's too much of a loss. Another fellow disciple was grumbling unhappily. Yeah, we're not going to open it. If it's still an empty one, we'll be screwed. Fatty Zhang smiled honestly and continued fishing at the edge of the beach. He didn't believe that the second time he fished up something good. The chances were too low. How could such a feeling appear twice in a row? The water rippled slightly. Zhang Yiling frowned and suddenly hooked his eyebrows. Splash. Another clay jar appeared in front of him and was fished up. The fellow disciples beside him were completely excited. Another one. Another one. The probability of a mud pot is 1%, and only a skilled angler who has a good sense of direction in the sea can reach 3% to 5%. Counting the number of anglers that senior brother has fished, he has already reached the level of those experts. Everyone was flattering him, but Zhang Yiling's face stiffened. He had a vague feeling that there was some kind of treasure with a special aura in this mud jar. Why is it here again? He was happy and shocked at the same time. His expression changed slightly. He just said that he sold it. How was he going to explain it now? If there was a treasure and he secretly took it away, it would definitely be an empty jar. That would be a slap in the face. Zhang Yiling took a deep breath and looked at the clay jar. Fellow senior brothers, I feel that I was so unlucky last time. This time I won't be so unlucky. Why don't we open it again and see what's inside? After all, the latest 2 lucky ones are said to have opened a heaven-defying bloodline. It's very exaggerated. This is still open? The expressions of the surrounding fellow disciples suddenly changed. Senior brother Zhang, we didn't think there was anything wrong with the last one. If we continue like this, we won't be able to get back our capital. If we fail to get the second one, we will be completely short of funds. We won't be able to continue fishing, and all of our assets will be gone. That's right, senior brother Zhang. You're too much of a gambler. If we don't get rich overnight, we'll lose everything. The fellow disciples beside him couldn't help but say. They had pooled their money together to come here to fish. If they lost everything, they would have lost everything they had gained over the past few thousand years. Furthermore, the lifespan of a deity was less than 10,000 years. That was equivalent to their entire life savings being gone. How could they accept that? Fatty Zhang also sighed. He knew that he had to pay a little. He couldn't help but say, fellow senior brothers, why don't we do this? I'll buy this clay jar with my own money as compensation. You're going crazy. Suddenly, the surrounding fellow disciples all revealed strange expressions. This amount of money is actually something that an ordinary deity like you can fork out? Things were different now. Someone had opened a heaven-defying bloodline from an ancient relic, and the price had been raised by more than 30 times. Even if they sold all of them, they still wouldn't be able to afford a clay jar. Right now, as long as they sold this clay jar, they would become rich overnight. Fatty Zhang silently took out an interspatial bag and handed it to them. When they opened it, their expressions changed slightly. They didn't expect this senior brother Zhang to be so rich in secret. He hid his wealth so well that even their master might not be able to compare to him. I still revealed some of my secrets. Zhang Yiling also felt a little uncomfortable. He had always instinctively believed in keeping a low profile and being ordinary, but in fact, his wealth was astonishing. He had encountered many fortuitous encounters over the years, and his wealth even far exceeded that of a 9th-stage Taoist. However, he had always only revealed the surface of his wealth. All right then. The fellow disciples suddenly smiled and said, this is not the place to open clay jars. Let's go get a room and see what treasures there are this time. They got a room and opened the clay jar expectantly. It was still empty. All of a sudden, everyone was stunned. How unlucky were they to get 2 empty jars in a row? There wasn't even a piece of clothing, sundries, or ornaments in there. Senior brother Zhang, my condolences. Yeah, I told you before, we can't open it. The surrounding people started discussing, but they still accepted the interspatial ring calmly. After all, Fatty Zhang bought it at the market price. Fatty Zhang smiled bitterly and cupped his fists at the surrounding disciples. Everyone, I have lost everything. I'm disheartened and don't plan to continue fishing here. The disciples around him hurriedly tried to persuade him, saying that they could still chip in and give him some money. After all, it was still profitable to fish once. Senior brother Zhang's methods were too profound. Even some Taoists would find it hard to compete with him, but Fatty Zhang refused everyone's request and directly left this fishery. As he stepped on the road back, he took out a small, decaying, white, clay TV from the clay pot. He read the information on it and was confused. What is this? Is it a clay statue? Warcraft? Can I inherit the ancient elven tree by following the guidance? Can I have the elven base, build the ancient war tree, the altar of heroes, and conquer the multiverse? Become a supreme sage? The ancient dark night tree is also a fruit tree. Could it be related to my ginseng fruit? He felt that this mysterious night elf ancient tree might have something to do with the mysterious ancient existence of the immortal abode of immortality and immortality. At that moment, the ancient item was pointing in a particular direction. It was like a guiding force that made him feel uneasy. It should be related to a certain race or the location of some buried treasure. I wonder how far it is? Outside the chaos heavens, as a deity, he could naturally teleport. Although the strength was greatly reduced, he could still travel very far with enough time. Under typical circumstances, sages would take root in the vicinity of the Bodhimanda. However, wandering rank 8 and rank 9 deities could travel very, very far away without being restricted by the Bodhimanda. It was even to the extent that existences beneath the level of sage could see many different areas with various sages. The ceiling of the land was only for sages. I wonder how far this place is leading me to. As a deity, I can also go very far away, but it's too dangerous. This is the land of the sages, and there are countless people who have achieved the 9th stage. As a deity, I can go anywhere and kill anyone I don't like. He still knew how to hide and treasure his life, but in the face of this opportunity, he couldn't help it. This ancient pixie tree should also be related to the ginseng fruit tree. He gritted his teeth and could not help but carefully take out an ancient item. It emanated the aura of a teleportation array. It was a supreme treasure and very powerful. It could immediately establish a teleportation passageway based on aura, allowing him to travel very far away. It was something he had obtained from a mysterious ruin. This is a life preservation measure of mine. Even typical rank 9 deities can escape from it. It's equivalent to having an additional life. However, he gritted his teeth and chose to teleport. Whoosh. He teleported to a distant spot in the chaos heavens. He saw an extremely hidden space. He could not help but hesitate for a moment before stepping into it. It was a lush forest with luxuriant foliage. There were many ancient trees with fruits hanging on them, and these fruits contained life. Under the fruits, beautiful elven women with pointy ears were working and resting in the tribe. And the houses, floors, and decorations were all made of white porcelain clay. All the clay was the color of white porcelain. It was actually somewhat similar to the style of clay sculptures from the sculpture art era. A tiny white television was sitting in the middle. Suddenly, it revealed a look of surprise. "You're here already?" In order to avoid suspicion, we ran very far to come here. He looks like he's overflowing with wealth. He has all sorts of treasures. She was the girlfriend of Mt. Akina. She was the magical pet bhikkhu from before. Her real name was Zhang Tong. Previously, she was just an ordinary female university student, but her boyfriend was not ordinary at all. Zhang Tong, who had transformed into a small TV, muttered in a low voice, "Although the main body is us little TVs, there are still some subsidiary races that serve us. Let's choose a race with a relatively ordinary bloodline, the ancient tree elf race from the ancient tree planet, Crash." Thinking of this, Zhang Tong hurriedly stood up and looked at the simple and honest little fatty in surprise. She couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" Little fatty was shocked as well. He looked at the dead TV in his hand and then at the lively TV in front of him. It was as if he had seen a monster. Television? It's alive? He had thought that this television was some kind of earth endow treasure. Who would have thought that it was actually a race? The soil was actually alive. In fact, the quantum mini TV was an evolution of Carolyn's entire family mini TV. The white porcelain cells were naturally clay in a certain form. But the other party was very surprised. Clay, a living thing, could it be related to the era of ancient sculpture art? Could this be the owner of the cave abodes, descendants? Did I find the greatest treasure? Just as he was thinking and breathing heavily, Zhang Tong looked at the television in his hand and was shocked again. Zhang Tong looked at the television in her hand and was shocked again. "Why are you holding our ancestor's corpse? Is this your ancestor?" Little fatty was stunned. This should be a hidden race. Although he had many fortuitous encounters, he still felt that he was only an ordinary level 8 god. He couldn't help but say, "I obtained this from an ancient object. Perhaps it has something to do with your ancestor." Ancestor? Zhang Tong was surprised. Little fatty told him everything about the ruins in a tireless manner. I see. Zhang Tong was shocked. The small television paced back and forth. It said that tens of thousands of years ago, our bloodline was overseen by a sage. It used to be a dojo, but it has declined. At that time, our sage said that our origins were very mysterious. Our ancestor's ancestor was tainted with the bloodline of an ancient powerhouse from more than 10 billion years ago. Although it's unknown how many generations have passed, as a sage, the ancestor set foot in search of ancient ruins. I'm afraid he died here. She looked at the dead small television and sobbed. Sigh, the ancestor, Zhang Yiling was completely stunned. This small television was already rotten beyond recognition. It was equivalent to a pile of mud, and he couldn't tell its original realm. He hadn't even thought that it was a living thing. Was it the remains of a sage? It wasn't impossible. After all, the sea of chaos could corrode everything. I found him in a mud jar, Zhang Yiling said. Zhang Tong began to sob. It seems that the ancestor dived into the depths of the sea in search of ancient ruins, but died there. Before he died, he found a jar and sealed himself in it. He contacted us with his location so that a fated person could find him and send him back to his homeland. Zhang Yiling didn't say anything. Zhang Tong continued, the patriarch said that our first pure-blooded ancestor might have been an ancient being who created two boys out of clay. Their names were Qing Feng and Mingyu. And they could sit in their residences and roam the world as their incarnations. Zhang Tong pointed at the night elves and the ancient tree of darkness. They are the descendants of the ginseng fruit tree. It said that the ginseng fruit tree of that era had a mysterious ability. It produced human-shaped fruits, and eating them would bring great fortune. But although they are still human-shaped fruits, they have become living creatures. They don't have the powerful energy of the past. They are very mediocre and not delicious. Fatty Zhang thought carefully and looked at the night elf fruit tree. This fruit tree had indeed lost its ability and could only produce clansmen. But this clan wasn't weak, and could only be considered ordinary. However, these clay statues were very powerful. You found the ancestor for us. You are our honored guest. Zhang Tong led him into the house and showed him a small TV and a house. The houses here are all made by us. We spit them out and knead them. She was also a small TV that evolved from her clan. She spat out a small ceramic TV and said, our clan has quantum energy. Our ancestor said that we can become stronger by playing games. Don't think that we are hiding here. Our clansmen have always been exploring outside, but they aren't very strong. You can become stronger by playing games? Fatty Zhang was stunned. Soon, he saw a terrifying scene. He saw players sitting in front of a TV and watching it. In front of the TV was another him, standing and exploring the land of chaos. There were also levels, experience bars, body data, and experience. This clay bloodline is actually a super support type heaven-defying bloodline. It can strengthen people. It's very strong. Fatty Zhang's pupils widened. A hidden consciousness was awakening in his heart. It crossed dimensions and secretly descended to observe the civilization in front of him. He also revealed a trace of disbelief. Could it be that the clay sculptures are related to that ancient relic? This multidimensional saint finally descended with a hidden consciousness. It was impossible for him not to know about this sculpture art era. The remnants of these sculptures could be found in many places in the chaotic sea. No matter which parallel universe one was in, one could find similar ancient ruins, which showed how grand it was. As a supreme saint who had traversed across multiple universes, he understood the meaning of this more than many ordinary saints. Being found in every parallel universe meant that this was once a multidimensional civilization, and its hands had reached every corner of the universe. Or perhaps this was an ancient civilization before the universe became multiple parallel universes. If that's really the case, according to the birth of parallel universes, it can be traced back to at least 10 billion years ago. This sculpture civilization also means that it's the most ancient civilization from at least 10 billion years ago. And I might be able to explore some kind of huge ancient opportunity in this universe? This multidimensional saint secretly pondered. The characteristics of these races seemed to be somewhat obvious, and he could infer some things. It seems that they all came from the unimaginable owner of the ancient cave abode. For example, the ginseng fruit tree in the abode. In the distant future, it has become the mother tree of darkness, and the ginseng fruits on it have become human-shaped tree girls. They are the size of ants, and they call themselves elves. This ancient tree was a normal-sized tree, but the fruit it contained and the elven girls born from it were the size of ants, and they walked back and forth on the ground. But it was not surprising. After all, the ancient tree was of a normal size, and it could be planted in the abode. Another example, Qing Feng and Mingyu were two boys in a mansion. They were molded out of clay, and after a long time, they had become two small televisions. In fact, in ancient times, those two boys were originally two small televisions. Now, they can only stay at home and explore the world. Qing Feng and Mingyu have a heaven-defying auxiliary bloodline. They must be the tools that the owner of the abode used to spy on the myriad worlds. The bloodline in front of me is also heaven-defying. He kept imagining. The fruit tree of the abode, the children of the abode, all had such heaven-defying bloodlines. It seems that this sculpture civilization is indeed terrifying. He thought to himself, the ruins above the torrent that rushed up are probably the abode of this ancient existence and the surrounding areas. Then, I have completely explored the area in front of me. It seems that I have already obtained most of the best treasures in the abode. He was pleasantly surprised. Although this human body had its memories sealed, it still possessed his intelligence and intelligence. After all, it was a parallel universe version of himself. Since he was able to become a multidimensional saint, his aptitude was naturally unquestionable. However, as he traveled to many places, he naturally obtained many fortuitous encounters. However, he did not dare to snatch food from the tiger's mouth for some of the greater fortuitous encounters. He was afraid that he would be discovered, so the rewards he obtained, it wasn't much at all. Right in front of him was his greatest harvest. Even for him, it was not an exaggeration to say that it was earth-shattering. Many multidimensional saints had the strongest main body in the beginning. Even if they became a saint, they might not have the fortune of the main universe. However, if this body in front of them could prove its Tao, its strength might even surpass the possibility of its main body. His expression was cold. Although I don't know what happened, there's no doubt that some time ago, the king of this universe died. The dynasty of a generation of sages directly collapsed. Their strength was greatly reduced, and internal strife arose. Who knows how many existences like me have secretly descended into this parallel universe. It was no coincidence that he was here. It was because there were truly many reincarnations of saints who had secretly descended. Most of them had just descended. Therefore, it was not surprising that he had appeared in this barren land and had only cultivated for less than a few thousand years. If this bloodline can only be used by myself, it's only heaven-defying. However, it can be used to support other existences. That's extremely terrifying. He looked through little Fatty's body and observed him from the depths of his body. There's no hurry. Let this human body see how things develop. At this moment, a group of players seemed to be playing games in an internet cafe. Some of them were sitting in front of small televisions. There were even many of them who were playing games for themselves on the small televisions. Open the dragon. Brothers. Open the dragon. Sorcerers, go first. Resist damage. Warriors, attack from the back. Zhang Yuling, he took a closer look at the screen. Thousands of players were actually besieging a level 8 deity demonic beast. However, they were not afraid of death. They charged forward madly and attacked randomly. In the blink of an eye, a large number of them died. How could they be so weak? He did not know how to react. However, Zhang Tong patted little Fatty's shoulder and said proudly, "Brother, you're only at the deity realm. This cultivation base is not good. Most of our people are at the deity realm. Only a few are celestial emperors." After all, there were indeed many level 8 deities in this group of players in the tower world. Zhang Tong continued, "You're the benefactor of our clan. Your realm is not good enough. We'll take down this terrifying demonic beast and let you take its corpse. I guarantee that your strength will increase greatly." Little Fatty's mouth fell open. "You deities are so arrogant? But you're too weak and country bumpkins." He wanted to say that demonic beasts can be seen everywhere. I can kill a group of them with one hand. I alone can exterminate your entire clan. However, he was too embarrassed to say that. Also, he was confused on the spot. The other party was also at the deity realm. How could thousands of deities not be able to defeat an ordinary level 8 demonic beast? He took a closer look and suddenly realized that the energy level was not right. He then sensed the leader of this small television in front of him and found that her body size was normal, but her energy level was as low as that of an ant. She felt swollen, like a light, hollow bubble. "Ha ha ha ha." Zhang Tong laughed. "Don't worry. We only need a few thousand compatriots to kill a demonic beast like this." Kill. Thousands of players quickly surrounded the demonic beast. Too many had died. Zhang Yuling was instantly dumbfounded when he saw patches of dead people falling like straws and blood staining the ground. Don't you feel sorry for them? Zhang Yiling could not help but ask. Of course, I feel sorry for them. Don't think that we're immortal and can control our other bodies to fight. Even if we die, we still have to spend a lot of resources to reform our bodies. But for our benefactor, we still have to give him a greeting gift. Besides, we're not really dead. Zhang Tong said seriously. She looked at everyone's screens as if she was facing the atmosphere in an internet cafe. Kill them. Kill this demonic beast. Little Fatty Zhang's eyelids twitched. Why don't we retreat? This death is too tragic. Even he felt sorry for them, it was meaningless. If it were a powerful existence, it would be worth it to kill it. But this was such a weak, ordinary 8th grade deity. So many people had died, but they still couldn't kill it. He could have killed it with one slap. Why bother? But from their expressions, it seemed to be a matter of course. This was not the first time they had encircled these demonic beasts. Were they really that weak? Did they usually encircle an 8th grade demonic beast as a whole? This was a very important piece of information. Zhang Yiling asked weakly, Can I ask, what is your energy rank and body shape? Zhang Tong's expression froze. After hesitating for a few seconds, he said, Originally, this was a secret that absolutely couldn't be told to outsiders. You brought back our ancestor. To tell you the truth, our race has the ability to change our body size at will. Change our body size? Zhang Yiling was stunned. In fact, after the entire race had improved, they could expand and shrink their body size freely like iron-based life forms. As a race of small TVs evolved from the entire race, their ceramic cells could naturally shrink their feces. Looking at the normal-sized TVs in front of him, little Fatty Zhang could not help but say, Then your real body size is, whoosh. Zhang Tong shrank into a small TV the size of an ant. Embarrassed, he said, This is the normal body size of our race. Little Fatty Zhang was dumbfounded. No wonder, they were all swollen. No wonder thousands of ants couldn't kill them. In the next second, the small TV shrank to the size of a bacterium. Look, we can become even smaller. It's easier to carry. Zhang Yiling was stunned. He did not doubt this body size. After all, the fruit tree was of a normal body size. It was not strange for the creatures it produced to be the size of ants. And this Qing Feng and Mingyu, as a small TV, were also so small, he thought to himself. I'm afraid it's to make it convenient for the people in that mansion to carry. After all, it's a support-type bloodline with a low energy level. It's natural that they don't need to have no fighting power. However, they don't have any fighting power. No wonder they can't rise here and can only hide. They can't even break through the nearby demonic beasts. They can't find the outside world. They can only kill a large demonic beast every once in a while to make a living. Such a powerful civilization bloodline has completely declined. Even when the entire race gathers together, they can't even defeat an ordinary magical beast. He kept thinking and looked at Zhang Tong with a hint of pity. An excited thought flashed in his mind. He had already obtained 4 bloodlines and would soon break through to the 9th stage and become a Taoist. He could build his own small world and take in a race, and this race was simply. They came at the right time. Little Fatty Zhang could not help but say, Your support-type bloodlines. Your energy level is low, but as long as you help a normal one, you will become very strong and rise, huh? Zhang Tong looked puzzled. Little Fatty Zhang thought for a moment and said, For example, you're a TV, but you can't watch your own TV, right? Your purpose is to let others watch. Zhang Tong somewhat understood and said, You want to subdue us, right? We want to follow a powerful person. Although you're the benefactor of our race, you're only in the God realm. Our race can't follow you, but you're still a friend of our race. Besides me, you can choose any TV to take away. Little Fatty Zhang took a deep breath. He knew that he was incomparably weak and couldn't help but feel dejected. He was going to return empty-handed. Although they had declined, they couldn't follow a god. But at this moment, a voice finally sounded in his mind, This is your greatest opportunity. I have a way to convince them to follow you. Even this multidimensional saint couldn't help but be tempted. Little Fatty Zhang was startled. He already knew that he might have been noticed by some mysterious existence. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had so many fortuitous encounters. he couldn't help but be vigilant. Who are you? The voice just chuckled. You don't need to guard against me. You only need to know that I'm good for you. It was normal to guard against him. After all, who wouldn't be vigilant when their fate was secretly controlled by someone else? But they were originally the same person. It was just that the other party didn't know it now. When his memory was awakened, he would know that he was another him in a parallel universe. They were two people in a parallel universe. Perhaps there was a difference in their realms, but in terms of life, they were equal. Let that leader come in. I'll give her a great opportunity. The multidimensional saint was a bit hesitant, but he still clenched his teeth and made up his mind. I'll give her the power to cut through time like you. Little fatty Zhang was startled and inexplicably shocked. He could only look at the leader of the small TV and said, "Can we talk in private?" "Ah? Sure." Zhang Tong didn't resist. The two of them entered the hidden room. Outside, the small TV that looked like an internet cafe looked at each other and laughed sinisterly. Seems like she took the bait? In the forum. Screenshot. Screenshot. Countless people were live streaming here. Xiaoming Shan, ha 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 ha. My wife's acting skills are off the charts. Look at those innocent little eyes, look at that crying voice, she's so cute. Like, Mother Green Vine, those who show off their love die faster. Detestable, other players, our acting skills aren't bad either. Look at how realistic our acting was when we besieged that demonic beast, and how heroic our death was. That's right. Did you guys see that? I could have killed the other party in a second, but when I turned around, I accidentally fell and was trampled to death. Serious, humph. I besieged the other party for a long time, but that demonic beast just didn't hit me. I directly rammed my head against its teeth and died. Trying hard, balloon fish. Tui. Are you guys acting? You guys are acting. You guys are so noobs, and you say you did it on purpose? Even thousands of you couldn't beat that demonic beast, and you still have the face to say that. System publisher, I can already see that you guys were fighting with all your strength, but the reason why it looked so realistic is because you weren't acting at all. Kneeling in reality, what do you mean by kneeling in reality? Angry. JPG, a group of people were discussing in secret. They felt that their showy actions were very smooth, and the other party definitely didn't notice anything. Because they were really acting as they were. If they were so noobs, why would they need to act? First impressions were very important. The other party was a dignified multidimensional saint, and he was probably very jealous of famous generals like them. He had already discovered that they were all geniuses and wanted to subdue them. The other party might have to reveal some details. Otherwise, he won't be able to subdue us. I wonder what good things the other party has. Ordinary things can't hurt us. Picking nose, our bloodline is so heaven-defying. On the other side, you have a special ability that allows me to grow my sixth bloodline. How is that possible? Zhang Tong was shocked. She wasn't acting, she was really shocked now, and it had completely subverted her worldview. However, in the next second, she felt some kind of power descend. The whole small television quivered, and she felt that something was growing in her body. She had become a member of the most terrifying existence in the multiverse. At this moment, the heart of this multidimensional saint sank. He was indeed going to give the creature in front of him the zeroth recessive bloodline of his race, transforming it into a member of his bloodline. The sixth recessive bloodline could only be obtained by becoming a multidimensional saint. Although it had one more bloodline, it was still a level 10 saint. But they were more willing to call it weak 11 levels, each level was an additional gene position. 4 bloodlines, level 9 saint. 5 bloodlines, level 10 saint. And the 6th was naturally level 11, but they were recessive bloodlines, so they could only be half. Because the so-called weak 11 levels was the true limit, and the saints of the multiverse were the end. That saying had never been wrong. Level 10 was the true end of the Great Tao. The true 11 levels did not exist in this universe, they were stuck half a level above the level 10 saint. Strictly speaking, they were still level 10 saints. Just like those who were stuck at the perfect stage of the weak 9 levels, they were actually still level 8 gods. But weak 9 levels and level 8 gods were not creatures of the same combat system at all. Weak 9 levels could control the power of laws, but what about level 8 gods? At this moment, he had crossed dimensions. Even if he used his parallel universe as a medium, he would still have to pay a huge price and suffer heavy injuries. But he did not care anymore and decided to take a gamble. Because this bloodline was too terrifying, and this race was obviously distributed in a pyramid. As long as he controlled this little leader, he would be able to control the entire race. Such a powerful race must be controlled in his hands. Moreover, this is to check if there is a backup plan. He took a deep breath. If other beings had a recessive bloodline, even a saint would not be able to detect it if they did not use it. It was impossible to see through the body and bloodline structure. The only way to verify it was to fuse with another Zeroth bloodline, or the 6th bloodline. If he already had the Zeroth bloodline, he could not fuse with a second one. But since he could fuse with it, it means that he does not have the Zeroth bloodline and has no backup plan. He has already become a member of our bloodline. He took a deep breath. At this moment, Suji heard the voice of the subbrain of the Zerg race. Frowny Face discovered a race that is being forced to adapt and evolve and is about to become a bloodline of this great Dao creature. Using camouflage, do you want to stop it? It can adapt to this? Evolve into this creature? Suji was stunned for a moment before replying, there's no need to stop him. He immediately narrowed his eyes and looked at the other scene that was happening. Mount Akina's girlfriend was covered with the 6th hidden bloodline. It's just like when I covered the 9-headed ancient mother's bloodline with my own bug race bloodline. It didn't change the 9-headed ancient mother's bloodline. In fact, the 9-headed ancient mother herself couldn't even tell. That's because it's a hidden 6th, or Zeroth bloodline. The universe is too vast and boundless. From the looks of it, the other party is indeed a saint of the multiverse who hails from an unknown dimension, a profound being similar to the previous insectoid Queen Mother, and yet the insectoids pretend that they don't have it, directly absorbing the power of the other party's bloodline to adapt and disguise themselves. Is this what the insectoids are capable of? Suji's eyelids twitched slightly. Is this the power of next door Mr. Wang? I should have known that the insectoids are professional next door Mr. Wang. It's not just a joke. What kind of person is he? The next door Mr. Wang is definitely not just a 9th-tier Daoist. He's at the level of Xianxia. Does that kind of 9th-tier Mr. Wang mean anything to a saint? So, the insectoids have always been these saints, next door Mr. Wang. Suji's heart went numb. Just how terrifying and evil were the insectoids? They were saints, weren't they afraid of being beaten to death? Suji could not help but ask the subbrain, what will happen if I'm covered? The subbrain replied, the insectoid's bloodline ability will be frozen. At the same time, I can use the hidden bloodline that the other party injected. Suji was shocked. The insectoid's own ability was frozen, but he could use the other party's hidden bloodline ability. No wonder he could not tell. He could not help but ask in a low voice, then, if we use the other party's power, can we obtain the other party's Zeroth bloodline? It can't be done. The subbrain replied, every race can only have one Zeroth bloodline. It's just a temporary disguise with the power that the other party injected. Only those who have been injected with it can obtain the power. Suji felt regretful. After a long silence, he looked at the scene of Mount Akina's girlfriend and thought to himself, but it's already very powerful. Even if I can't obtain the other party's final hidden multidimensional saint bloodline, it's possible to be a Mr. Wang, obtain the other party's bloodline, cultivate it, and condense it into a grand path bloodline. Suji took a deep breath. When a dove occupies a magpie's nest, the other party's son, descendant, and confidant will secretly become my own insectoid. Even these saint families and 10th-tier civilizations will nurture the next generation of saints. After all, saints can also fall. For the prosperity of the civilization, they must nurture the next generation. Like the 9-headed ancient mother, they can only maintain their prosperity if they produce a saint. As a family that controls the universe's heavenly laws, if the next generation does not produce a saint, they will decline. The more Suji thought about it, the more goosebumps appeared on his skin. He felt a chill down his spine. And the next generation they painstakingly nurture is our insectoid race. Previously, the insectoid queen had probably been doing this all along. Previously, Suji had also thought that he was doing such things. Xianxia, the elemental civilization. However, it was obvious that he was still a self-righteous outsider. Now, this was the first time he was truly the neighbor next door. This multidimensional saint already felt that he had made a fortune, but he did not know that he was helping Suji raise a son. How shameless. Suji shook his head and gritted his teeth. He thought to himself, I've guessed before that the previous insectoid queen might have been the Mr. Wong next door everywhere, sowing seeds everywhere, feeling proud of her success. In the end, she was discovered and killed. Now that I think about it, it's really possible. Who would be able to handle this? Me painstakingly raising a son for you. This was digging up one's foundation and attacking the most fundamental and inviolable place of a saint. This was touching the reverse scale of a saint. Suji had goosebumps all over his body. And I'm repeating the same mistake? He suddenly had the urge to stop. He had boarded a pirate ship. Just look at how miserable the previous insectoid queen was. The scene of being ganged up on and being chased by everyone in the world was terrifying just thinking about it. It was as if Iguang could not withstand the siege of 3,000 gods and demons no matter how strong he was. After all, which saint who could stand on the same level as him was not a monster with heaven-defying combat power? A monster that only appeared once in hundreds of millions of years in his universe? You might be slightly more heaven-defying, but you definitely could not fight too many monsters. However, after thinking about it, Suji felt unwilling. Not letting him be the Mr. Wong next door made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. This was the ability of the insectoid race. The spores of the insectoid race could evolve into millions and other races. They were monsters of all shapes and sizes. With such an ability, it was normal for them to become your son. If not, then the insectoid race would be crippled. The previous insectoid queen simply wanted to trap me in a place of injustice. I clearly did not want to be reckless, but I had no choice. Suji was powerless to complain. After a few seconds of silence, he could not help but sigh. Sure enough, being the Mr. Wong next door is addictive. That kind of hidden pleasure and stimulation is very hard to resist. This is what humans need. One day without it will make them panic. While Suji was secretly observing and ridiculing. On the other side, Zhang Tong felt her world spinning. She was so shocked that her heart was about to explode. F***CK. F***CK? She couldn't help but blurt out, what is this? It's too awesome. I love it. Is this the ability of a multidimensional saint? He helped me open a gene position for free? After all, from a certain point of view, this was indeed the case. Bai Kai only had one gene position. Her heart exploded. How terrifying was a gene position? It represented a realm. An extra gene position meant even more heaven-defying. Her breathing quickened. I'm rich. Let me sense it. The next moment, she became extremely excited. She could vaguely feel that this extra gene was the legendary and mysterious time bloodline. She became even more excited. In fact, they didn't even know that they had the Zeroth bloodline all along. It was just that someone in Boundless Realm had blocked it, preventing them from sensing or using its power. Otherwise, how could their bodies evolve for no reason? This was an ability that belonged to the Zeroth bloodline of the insect race. At this moment, the multidimensional saint was very satisfied with Zhang Tong's reaction. This was the kind of reaction that normal creatures would have. He was completely relieved, and Zhang Tong wasn't pretending, she was truly dumbfounded. This was her true nature. In Zhang Yuling's body, the weak voice of the multidimensional saint came, you go and manage the following content. I'm going to rest. I'm too tired. Not everyone was as prolific as the insect race's queen mother. This was equivalent to a real multidimensional saint giving birth to a child with a hidden bloodline. For an existence of this level, how much origin power would be consumed to give birth to a child? Even they would enter a period of weakness. Normally, they would have to give birth to 1 or 2 children, which was already quite a lot. And now, they had to cross dimensions. It was clear how much they had to pay. Only the insect race, which specialized in giving birth to high-yield sows, could be so unrestrained. This. What is this? Zhang Tong shouted. She was so excited that she didn't know what to say. She said to Fatty Zhang, why do I feel that my body has an extra ability? An extra bloodline? Or is it time? This is a special ability that allowed you to possess the sixth hidden bloodline. Zhang Yuling read the information in his mind. He had a lot of content and chose some simple and clear things. Furthermore, no matter how powerful an existence is, as long as they don't use it, they won't be able to detect this bloodline of yours. This is because it doesn't belong to your body. Instead, it's a nomological bloodline that hangs in the unseen universe and is projected down. How so? Zhang Tong felt that it was too metaphysical. Zhang Yuling simply explained, you should know that in the universe, sentient beings are very special. They are the darlings of heaven and earth, the children of the universe, and there are traces of the laws of the universe in their blood. When we cultivate our bloodlines to the end, we will condense the laws of the universe. And the sixth bloodline is already a law, hanging in the universe. Only when we use it will it be used by us as a law. It belongs to our race, and only we can use the laws of the universe. You can think of it as our exclusive right. Our race? Zhang Tong's eyes widened. She wanted to ask something else. However, Zhang Yuling did not say anything else. Instead, he said, try to use it on those creatures just now. Zhang Tong thought for a moment and tried to use it. He discovered that it was cutting time. If one were to compare a person to a movie, the timeline would be the progress bar of the movie. If a segment of their timeline was cut off, the events that happened during that period of time would no longer exist in their life, and they would be directly cut off from it. After using it, I feel an indescribable sense of disharmony. I'm being rejected by the universe. Zhang Tong suddenly became weak. At the same time, I feel like I've been hollowed out. Because this is a law that doesn't belong to this universe. Don't use it casually. Fatty Zhang was still saying some incomprehensible words. He was only responsible for speaking, but without enough knowledge, it was very difficult for him to understand. Knowledge was the power of everything. It was like a modern person talking to an ancient person about airplanes and cannons, but the other party did not understand at all. But in reality, Zhang Tong understood those words even though she did not fully understand them. She thought to herself, do you really think I'm a country bumpkin? A law that doesn't belong to this universe will definitely be rejected. Haven't you seen our Heavenly Way piano? It uses a law that doesn't belong to this universe, so of course it will be rejected. It will disappear after a few seconds. Then isn't this ability very useless? Zhang Tong couldn't help but ask. Yes, it consumes a lot of power. It can only be used as a trump card. In fact, it's best not to use it in front of some experts, he said. If it wasn't for what happened before his eyes, he wouldn't even know who was behind this. He himself didn't even know that this ability was used on his behalf by the existence behind him. And that existence at that level, even if he used it in front of a saint, the saint would almost not be able to detect it. But it's not that there's no way. Zhang Yuling, this little fatty, seemed to have obtained a lot of memories. He was completely honest and was a lot calmer. When I prove my Tao and add this law to this universe will have this bloodline of the great Tao. I can use it in this universe, and there won't be a corresponding repulsive force. So that's how it is. Zhang Tong's face was full of shock, but his eyes secretly rolled. This information seemed to reveal very terrifying information. Was this the truth of proving one's Tao here? So that's how it is. Although we don't really understand what you're saying, it seems like there's a great opportunity. Just based on this new bloodline that you've given me, our clan is willing to follow you, Zhang Tong said directly, extremely sincere. Fatty Zhang smiled and clasped his hands behind his back. That's good. His expression was still somewhat immature and young. After all, he hadn't obtained true memories. He had only unsealed them and obtained some information. In essence, he was still a young man who had a fortuitous encounter and was full of mettle. Now that he had such a group of followers and a powerful bloodline, it was time for him to make preparations and open up a small world for himself to become a ninth-stage cultivator. He thought about it and directly took out a large pile of treasures. Take a look. Rule divine ores, special bloodlines, weapons of the great Tao, some special spiritual medicine of certain civilizations. Take a look for yourself if you want anything. You're players, right? You like to play games in front of the television. There's no problem, and there won't be any life-threatening danger in the future. Our civilization is very suitable for making games. Zhang Yuling was overjoyed and had already begun to imagine the future. Now, he directly took out all his wealth and gave this group of powerful subordinates a greeting gift. There were all kinds of treasures, too many for the eye to take in. God knew how many treasures he had stolen from the treasuries of those who had attained enlightenment. Even these knowledgeable players were shocked by the various treasures. For the whole afternoon, they had been picking, sorting, and dividing them as if they were sitting on a prosperous treasure mountain, accepting the gifts of the player's new leader. This guy is only an 8th grade deity, but he already has as much as the entire Blue Abyss Dominion? Super rich. F*CK. Judging from his expression, he has only taken out mid-level and low-level treasures. He hasn't taken out the real treasures yet. Hiss. This is a rather powerful bloodline. It can control mystical fire and burn souls. I will definitely succeed in the future. Don't bully the young for being poor. F*CKU. Speak properly. However, this bloodline is truly powerful. If you can get it, you'll definitely be able to dominate an entire world. You'll be invincible among your peers, and you'll even be able to fight those of a higher level. That's because low-level experts have no way of resisting soul attacks. Then why didn't this little fatty merge with it? Why did he merge with the other ordinary bloodlines? Maybe he didn't match, so he gave it up. The players were overjoyed and felt that it was awesome. Mount Akina's speed was not a lie. He had a powerful backer. If they followed him, they would conquer the universe sooner or later. Early the next morning, Zhang Yuling, who had been a consummate deity and only needed one bloodline to break through, had now reached the 8th grade and stepped into the ranks of a 9th grade deity. Fatty Zhang shouted to the players, "Everyone, it's time to build our extraordinary world." Yes. Yes. Sir. The players cheered excitedly because they were indeed happy. A 9th grade deity was in existence that surpassed the rules of the universe. They could distort the rules and build their own extraordinary world. They lowered their heads in disgust. Wouldn't they have a meteoric rise with such a big shot's protection? Not only would he give them resources, but he would also guide them in cultivation and making them stronger. There was nothing to be picky about. Your energy level isn't high, so you can only be a supporting race. Zhang Yuling said, "Be it these fairies or you, they are all incomparably small, so life is very difficult for them. You can't even defeat an 8th grade deity. So, I need to find a new race to be the owner of your TV. One TV, one master. We cultivate together and improve together." The other players were not surprised. After all, they were like this before. They were able to provide augmentation, allowing other existences to utilize the quantum combat body. Just like the dragon veins, they were able to allow others to use their quantum combat body. Let's use that bloodline that burns the soul to nurture a race and turn it into the foundation of our civilization. The little fatty shouted, "That bloodline is very compatible with your quantum television. It can burn souls and absorb the energy of the other party." The players below discussed animatedly. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Why don't we call it the Burning Legion's expedition? We are not afraid of death. We will follow the leader to conquer the entire land and open up our own territory. Even if it's that saint, I'll pull him down from his horse." Isn't it called the Night Elf Space? Why did it change to the Burning Legion's expedition? Zhang Yuling was a little confused. But the name was not important. Hearing their passion, he felt very gratified. He wanted a group of fearless subordinates. After all, ordinary creatures would tremble in fear when they heard the name of saint, not to mention having other thoughts. Only when the weak are not afraid will they have hope to reach the end. These guys have the potential to become powerhouses. Zhang Yuling thought to himself. After pondering for a few seconds, he said to everyone, "A television doesn't match your current abilities. Let's call it a computer. It can play games, program programs, and connect to the internal network of our civilization." Clearly, he also understood the technological civilization in the universe below. The people below were even more excited and eager than him. "Computer, then we will be computers. When are we going to kill people and cultivate? My blood is already burning with thirst. Everything in the world nourishes humans, but humans have nothing to repay the heavens with. Kill, 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 conquer this land. Zhang Yuling smiled, indicating that he could immediately start developing a transcendent world. He did not plan to go back. After breaking through and becoming a Taoist, he might as well develop on this land. Only a few days had passed. He realized that these creatures were very worry-free and actually developed on their own. He had just built a transcendent world, and it was empty. They started to build levels, experience, and reproduce the deviant flame race. He taught them to play games at a young age, earn money, and work for him. Burning Legion's expedition, Wrath of the Lich King. Although he did not know what the meaning of the name was, they also created a monster encyclopedia. Their actions were very fast. They categorized the demonic beasts and monsters on the chaotic land, divided them into levels, and even marked the monsters' skills according to their bloodline talents. In fact, they even built many buildings and streets in this transcendent world. It was clear that they were a very diligent and loving race of people. What made him even more excited was that they were very proactive. They attacked other demonic beasts everywhere, clearing the land around them and expanding their forces. Kill, 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 level up and kill monsters. Use the deviant flame to devour everything. Charge. Their territory was expanding crazily. Their hearts were filled with happiness, and they felt refreshed to their heart's content. Damn, the ancient gods kept telling us to hide and not let us. Pfft. By not letting us develop, it's really limiting our talent. That's right. No one protected us in the past. Dickie and those bastards even looked down on us, suppressing us and not letting us do our best. Now, we have finally met a wise ruler. We can do whatever we want. They felt that they had led an aggrieved life, as though they were burdened with heavy shackles. Now, they were instantly flying, soaring into the sky. They were extremely free and no longer had any restraints. It's time to show our true capabilities. Even if the sky collapses, there are tall people to hold it up. Let's do something earth-shattering. It's just the chaos heavens. So what if we control the laws above the universe? Let's give the saints of this land a taste of their own medicine. We'll let them know what it means to be the center of the universe. They're just saints. Ultimate Great Tao? Watch as an 8th-rank god defy the heavens and slay the Tao. I'll leave your scalp tingling and dumbfounded. As an 8th-rank god, I'll cross 2 major realms and fight a saint of this world. Although they were shouting happily and posturing crazily since posturing was not tax-free, they felt that they were finally free. They could do things according to their wishes. However, they had planned a beginner village, a new camp, and all sorts of levels. It was obvious that they loved farming. Every plan and conquest of a piece of land was filled with a sense of accomplishment. They even released some demonic beast cubs to breed. It was said that they divided the levels to make it easier for new players to level up and constantly cultivate. After all, the blood of a civilization's newbies was a source of prosperity. Very responsible. At that moment, Zhang Yuling felt that he had nothing to worry about. He turned more and more satisfied. From the looks of it, I can walk the path of the 9th rank in peace. It'll be very easy. Another decade passed in the high-dimensional spacetime as Zhang Yuling cultivated in peace. To him, a faction was important. After all, establishing a Bottomanda required a civilization. No saint was alone, so he naturally had to start early. However, his own cultivation level was fundamental. He was not a foolish person. What genius who obtained fortuitous encounters would seek out opportunities everywhere and fight while bathed in blood? To slaughter his way up, those were all fools. He secretly cultivated and had been in seclusion. He planned to be cautious until he became a saint before coming out. However, at that moment, the players expanded outwards. In addition to a group of flame humans who were addicted to playing games, countless demonic beasts were wiped out on the land of chaos. After 7 years, they finally encountered the first tribal city. Take them all away. The players directly took action and destroyed the other party's city. Then, they came back to claim credit from the leader. Leader, we overturned a city. They all surrendered and their powerhouses were captured. Our world has just been established. I'm afraid it will take a long time for it to develop. Why don't we bring these existences into your territory and make them members of your world? You see, it's very normal to make them loyal to our race. After they use the game, they will immediately become addicted. As long as they have a computer, they won't be able to leave. Yes, let everyone in this land play games, Burning Legion's expedition, and become addicted to the internet. Let us be the game civilization of this land. We will spread to every corner and everyone will hold a computer and play games. When Zhang Yuling learned of this, he was dumbfounded. He was extremely touched by his loyal subordinates. They were so considerate of him, but at the same time, he was somewhat dumbfounded. This was the Chaos Heavens. Any city in this land could be backed by an ancient saint. This was not a time he could afford to offend them. Although a saint might not take the destruction of a fringe city to heart and might only send a few people who had attained the Tao to investigate, just in case. Even if it's beyond the Chaos Heavens and a saint's ability to calculate karma is very weak, if they can really trace the karmic threads, this place will be doomed. He frowned and became extremely cautious. He was an extremely cautious person to begin with. Even if there was a 1 in 10,000 possibility, he had to wipe it out. Forget it. It's also for my development. But I have to wipe out that tiny bit of trouble. He directly descended on the flattened city and cut away the timeline of the land's destruction, preventing anyone from divining it. After returning, his face was somewhat pale, but when he saw the land's new state, he could not help but feel gratified. They're actually developing quite well. They've swallowed up the population and strength of an entire city. Some of their geniuses are actually playing computer games and sitting happily in internet cafes. This is a great opportunity for them. This computer race is indeed terrifying. The more he looked, the more delighted he became. He felt that he had lucked out. They are sitting in front of the computer playing games. And the entangled gaming quantum body can inherit most bloodline powers. Experts all cherish their lives and have to be careful. But now, I have an avatar of mine roaming the outside world without fear of death. It can explore all sorts of mystic realms and even probe some of my enemies. It can engage in battle and even figure out the background of a saint. How heaven-defying is that? Absorbing a city was a mutually beneficial situation. These beings could obtain opportunities, and he could also expand his population. After all, true geniuses needed a heritage to appear steadily in a race generation after generation. And he had just established it, so he did not have any heritage. All he could do was plunder geniuses from other cities and civilizations. You won't be too bad if you follow me. Soon, he personally made a trip to this city that had been moved to his world. He displayed the ginseng fruit bloodline that he had obtained previously, pried open the bloodline, and made other beings believe that they would have a bright future if they followed him. His actions surprised all the captives. Isn't this the bloodline of the ancient stone carving art civilization? Is there such a method? Playing games in the human world? Could it be that it also appeared from the ancient sculpture ruins? I don't know, but we have no choice. This is also a huge opportunity. Even though they were at the edge of the land, they had heard of the reputation of the fishing dojo and succumbed to it. At the same time, once they had a computer, they found that it was indeed addictive. This is awesome. This is so awesome. The technological civilization of the lower world, their virtual network helmet, is called the real world. But in front of us, this is simply a child's toy. This is the real world. How heaven-defying is this ability? Playing reality as a game and clearing the game. Constantly attacking and resurrecting. They are not afraid of death at all. This is a real virtual reality game. Sitting in front of the computer, they could do everything in the world without going out. Fighting monsters, leveling up, forming teams. Now, when the strong formed teams, they were not afraid of death and could go out at will. They could also chat, exchange information, and trade treasures in the forum. Everyone in the forum was talented and had a pleasant voice. They had already fallen in love with this kind of cultivation mode. Sitting in the internet cafe, forming teams and fighting monsters, they would sit there for a few months. Moreover, at the request of the players, their physical bodies remained in this extraordinary world, but their quantum battle bodies had returned to the city where they were originally located and started a new life. They didn't look much different from how they were before. However, this new city had already become a game world for them. They continued to fight monsters and level up here, just like in a game. It was indescribably strange, as if reality had been digitized. If someone was in this city, they would be shocked to find something very terrifying. Some existences had just died, but after a while, they were strangely resurrected in the city. Brothers, continue the expedition. There is another city next door. Bring along the brothers who occupied that city. Don't they know each other? They are all neighbors. Let them lure them to open the city, and we will attack. Something terrible happened again. The leader of the neighboring city looked terrified. Aren't you the leader of the mighty Han sect in the neighboring city? What do you want to do? We are all under the command of the same sage, you. They would never have thought that the same clan member would attack them. The other party became extremely strange. His skin became deathly white like white mud. He was like a ghost, turning into particles and recombining. It was unimaginably strange. The other party seemed to have turned into some kind of evil ancient monster. It was very scary. He. The leader of the mighty Han sect smiled strangely. Don't worry. You will join us soon and enjoy the same glory as us. After a while, this city also fell. Another half a day later, a new city appeared. The gods here continued their daily life as if nothing had changed. However, if one observed carefully, their skin had become stiff, and their actions were somewhat strange. The number of ghost cities in the entire land was quietly increasing, but no one noticed it. Like a natural disaster, it spread silently. The entire land of the sages was even moving towards the core, and even the Taoist field in the fishery. Zhang Yuling, who got the news, was completely dumbfounded. His pupils dilated. You are provoking the entire land of the sages. Are you looking for death? He didn't feel good. I know you are hardworking and responsible, but you are only a level 9 cultivator, and you want me to provoke all the sages in the land. It's not just one or two, it's all the sages. He is only a level 9 cultivator, and you want to provoke all the sages? If you want to play, you want to play the biggest game? Don't worry. Zhang Tong looked serious, indicating that this was normal. He said proudly, Leader, we promise that we will not make any mistakes. This is after careful calculation. After all, we are also afraid of death, but it is very difficult to detect. Even if we detect it, we can't find you, can't find the source of our problem. Because you have the ability to cut off time, even the sages can't spy on you. Zhang Yuling thought about it carefully. It was true. He could cut off the connection, and the other party couldn't catch him. At most, they could kill the players outside, as long as I, be careful? His pupils dilated slightly. This was too exciting. It was like dancing on a thin line on a cliff. As a level 9 cultivator, I can provoke and infect all the creatures in this land, provoke all the ultimate sages, and even make them surrender and even make them play games? This is really a plague, a natural disaster of infection, a great disaster of this land. Even the sages have to be extremely serious. This incredible thought came to mind. And this natural disaster was caused by him? This was too exciting. This bloodline was really heaven-defying. He had previously thought that this bloodline was heaven-defying, but he did not expect it to be an evil bloodline that could cause natural disasters. Now, it seemed that it was really easy to be infected. Let the cities pledge allegiance to his transcendent world using computer games as a condition. After all, this was a huge opportunity for them. It was equivalent to a heaven-defying bloodline that could be reborn infinitely. Naturally, they would not reject it. To him, although he had gained power, doing such a thing under the nose of the saints was like snatching food from a tiger's mouth. This was directly opposing the saints of the entire world. Even if the bloodline of the saints is hidden in the dojo, the subsidiary civilizations and races that are attached to them will not be too weak. I've forcefully taken them away one by one. He felt a chill in his heart. He had been cultivating in seclusion. He had even been a senior brother in an ordinary sect, not daring to reveal any of his wealth. He had even pretended to be poor when fishing with a few senior brothers. He had hidden himself very well and wanted to quietly walk towards the peak, but now, he was on the verge of breaking down. You guys. Zhang Yuling was a little dazed. We're all doing this for your own good. Zhang Tong stepped forward and reported with a face full of righteousness. If you continue to develop normally and hide, I don't know how many tens of thousands of years it will take for you to reach the peak of the 9th level and break through to become a saint. Tens of thousands of years is already very fast. Zhang Yilin said. Cultivating in seclusion and becoming the peak of the universe in tens of thousands of years would not be an exaggeration. How was this slow? But Zhang Tong had a look of disdain. Tens of thousands of years, who knew how long it would be? You have to know that it has only been 10,000 years since we recovered. Such a slow development speed is simply wearing down our patience. You want us to wait for tens of thousands of years. As the leader of us players, you will have to take the high-speed train of the times and run with us. We will bring you to riches, Zhang Tong said again. Instead of slowly developing, why not just plunder resources? Dig up the saints' background, dig up the saints' team, and steal the saints' good fortune. Even if we become enemies with the saints, we will help you. Become enemies with the saints? Zhang Yilin's eyelids twitched. He had originally thought that these were Taoists who did not fear the saints. He did not expect them to be a group of bandits who wanted to dig up the saints' ancestral graves. His heart would not be able to take such an exciting thing. Now, he, a mere 9th-stage Taoist, was challenging more than 10 saints of heaven and earth. To him, this was too inconceivable and too audacious. A sage could squash him to death with a single finger, and now, he was openly exposed in front of the saints, letting them know of his existence. Even though it was difficult for them to discover his true identity, once he was exposed, he would be in danger. After all, some of his fortuitous encounters were hard to explain. It's not that our plan is impossible, but it needs to be bold and meticulous. Zhang Tong said with a serious expression, it may seem like we're seeking our own death, and it's extremely disgraceful. However, if we do it properly, we can use our bodies to pry open the hearts of countless saints. Now, we'll use our bodies as level 9 cultivators to force them to submit to you. And you can also share the world with them. Zhang Yilin was stunned. His mind was instantly shaken, and his heart was filled with longing. This was indeed very exciting and risky. However, he also clearly understood that as long as he operated properly, he could rely on his slicing time characteristic to erase the karma that had happened during that period of time, making it impossible for the other party to follow him. Coupled with the remote control of his quantum doppelganger, even the saints might not be able to catch him. His expression was extremely conflicted, and he could not help but ask, "What's your plan?" "Our plan is to infect all the forces and cities outside of the dojo, and come up with a shocking plan. To directly become the greatest natural disaster in this land for you. This is a natural disaster, and only the saints can avoid it. The expedition of the Burning Legion, Wrath of the Lich King. You're the Lich King." On the other side, Suji sat in the dojo of the Universe Garden, and the 9-headed ancient mother beside him had already woken up. They're coming up with the most exciting plan. Either they don't play, or they play it big? His eyelids twitched slightly, and he could not help but shake his head. These players were good at looking for excitement. They were indeed all good at planning, but their plans were all poisonous. This Zhang Yilin is still too young. These animals have to be suppressed. If you really let them mess around, your heart might not be able to withstand it forever. Suji had always been a victim of them, and they would go to the roof every 2 or 3 days to tear down the tiles. Even Dichi was often troubled by them, and he had always been suppressing them. At this time, to the players, this was the best time to display their abilities. After all, the super ancient gods had always wanted to hide, and Dichi also did not want to cause trouble, so he cultivated in the dojo. Both sides had to hide, and they did not want to expose their identities. Even if they wanted to cause trouble, they did not have a chance. But now that they had a new master, they did not need to hide their identities anymore, and they directly had a civilization's sock puppet. Wouldn't they become famous? They were not a Buddhist or Taoist civilization, but a brand new quantum television civilization. The enemies of the ancient gods would not be able to find them, and they would have a sock puppet to rise to power, directly making bold changes to their civilization. "You, what did you do to me?" the 9-headed ancient mother asked softly. Suji turned around, and only then did he realize that the 9-headed ancient mother was looking at him, and he could not help but say, "Nothing. I just used a certain method to test your heart, to prove that you are indeed loyal to us, and that you have no other intentions. The nine-headed ancient mother was stunned. But Renamance's expression was indifferent, and he said, "You can stay here. Our fish farm here is also going to open." "What fish farm?" the nine-headed ancient mother asked. "What happened when he was asleep for a period of time, next to him?" Little Rock said seriously. "Humph, those guys next door, they made a fish farm, and took a lot of people's wealth. We should make one too. They said that their fish farm was brought here by the ocean current, and we also have an ocean current here, which turns into a whirlpool. Here, we also have ancient relics that were washed here. What about the treasure?" The Wuling Alliance leader said, "There has to be a grand prize, right? They got a mutated cloud star Dao fruit, how shameless." "We are not as shameless as them." This time, Medusa pondered, and could not help but say, "How about we make a diagram of the Dao overture? After all, the Dao diagram of the Genesis spell that I created before still has some value, and it is possible to make it into fragments." "That is a good idea." The few of them discussed. The nine-headed ancient mother listened quietly, and only then did she understand what had happened in this land. Decades passed outside the chaos heavens in the high-dimensional spacetime, but it was as though nothing had happened. It was different from the civilization that Suji had inferred. This place was too stable and mature. Not to mention decades or centuries, there might not be any drastic changes in the era even after tens of thousands of years. But was that really the case? Everything was surging in the dark. The era was rapidly changing with a certain butterfly that had ascended. A pool of stagnant water began to boil in secret. Over the past few days, the second great Dao fishery opened for business, shocking all existences. Another great Dao fishery? Yes. Speaking of which, this Bottomanda is very mysterious. It has been standing on that land for some time. It even appeared at a similar time as the fishery from before. Now, it's also open? Does that mean that there are two places where the torrents in the Chaos Sea washed up? But they still went there. They discovered that although this land did not have the cave abode that sunk to the bottom of the sea, there were still many mysteries. In particular, there were some top-notch precious treasures. There were some ancient stone tablets that recorded the creation of the universe. It was simply shocking. This is the map of the universe's creation? This? Wait a minute, this is different from our universe. A prehistoric universe? Even the saints of the Great Tao were extremely shocked, even more so than before. This was because no matter how powerful a bloodline was, it was just a bloodline. But the ancient steles revealed here might be a map of the laws of another universe. And where did the other universe come from? It must have come from another prehistoric universe. They never expected the sculpture civilization to be so terrifying. It was hard to imagine how prosperous it was. Not only did it have the same lifespan as the heavens, but it could also come into contact with another prehistoric universe? Our universe is a bloodline universe, and this universe seems to be, it's not a cultivation bloodline. It's a little strange. What a pity, what a pity. This is only a fragment, but it has broadened my horizons. If I could see more. The great saints were extremely excited. They were all devout seekers of the Tao. Whoosh. In the Bottomanda, countless existences approached to fish. "It looks like history is going to be affected," said Renamansa softly from high above. At a high place, Renamanka said softly, "It's as if I can see that this land of the saints has been subtly shifted." "Humph, just a country bumpkin." Little Stone hugged his father's shoulder and said seriously, "They don't even understand the God of creation." God. God of creation, the nine-headed ancient mother was completely stunned. Moreover, that great Tao diagram left her extremely shocked. What kind of precious treasure was that? It came from another universe and symbolized unimaginable secrets behind the scenes, yet the other party actually brought it out so easily, she didn't dare to make a sound. However, Renamanka lowered his head and looked into the distance, saying, "A great disaster is about to break out in this land. Even the sages will be enraged. Can we just hide in the Taoist rite and ignore it? What's going to happen?" Modus asked curiously. Suji shook his head and thought to himself, "Those fools, how high are their realms? How audacious of him to attack the saints. If it was me, I would have killed them with a single slap. But in the hands of others, it's none of my business." Anyway, even if the sky falls, the other party will brace themselves to hold it up. I just need to watch quietly. Another 10 years passed. The two fisheries of the Great Path and the land of the Great Path flourished, and there were still countless existences fishing. 20 years passed. The number of antiques in the entire fishery seemed to have started to decrease, but it didn't decrease by much. They were surprised to find that the ocean current of the chaotic sea had been continuing, washing up the river that had been migrating in the depths of the sea for who knew how long. Observing this ocean current that started during the winter, it can continue for at least another 10,000 years. Does this mean that in the past 10,000 years, there are still antiques constantly washing up on the shore? The fishery was still flourishing. But many existences discovered some abnormalities. Ever since the appearance of this ancient relic, many existences had killed and robbed people of their treasures. But now, the battles were becoming more frequent and bloody, and there were even some strange things happening. The experts of some cities gradually became strange. Their skin was deathly white, and their expressions were somewhat stiff. They gave off the feeling of zombies like marionettes, and it was somewhat creepy. All kinds of strange rumors also began to appear. I discovered something terrifying. That famous expert from Molding Wind City, Mo Yuan, was surrounded and killed during the battle a while ago. But today, I saw him again, and he appeared to be full of energy. Shoo. If you want to talk about strange things, I've seen even stranger things. Have you seen the sect leader of the Bright Source sect? That old man actually split his body into countless particles and then reassembled. This is too evil. This isn't something that can be done by flesh and blood. There's definitely something wrong with him. I've been possessed. I've been secretly replaced by some unknown evil being. Rumors spread everywhere, and it was very prosperous. But soon, in less than 10 years, these rumors gradually dissipated. And those who spread the rumors gradually turned into their original appearances. The corners of their mouths curled up in a strange smile. In fact, most of the rank 8 Divine Spirit experts were conversing with each other, and some of the higher rank 9 Divine Spirit experts were gradually unable to understand what they were saying. They turned some of the reality into data and walked on the streets. Sigh, let's go to the level 87 area in the afternoon to hunt. I just died there 7 times. It's very difficult to conquer. After all, in the chaotic lands, many demonic beasts have multiplied over the years. There are many dangerous places. By the way, what level have you cultivated your quantum oscillation fist to? I have to make money. Otherwise, we'll go to the dungeon and fish in the fishery. I don't have enough tickets. By the way, what's your fishing level? Is my profession? My profession is a fisherman, and I'm already at level 3. It's very difficult to level up. I spend money to level up, and the chances of fishing up good things are not high. Some of the Taoists had goosebumps all over their bodies. When they secretly followed a group of people to the wilderness to hunt, they saw them die to a god-level ferocious beast, and then reappear in the city a few days later. Only then did they have goosebumps all over their bodies, and their pupils dilated. He's alive again? What the hell is this? Finally, they knew to report to the sage. A sage in the dojo was slightly shocked when he heard this. There's a change? I can't even divine it. It's as if nothing happened. He had personally descended and crushed a deity in the city. Only when he saw the deity turn into particles and dissipate into the air did he die. What kind of creature is this? The sage's pupils shrank. The city outside our dojo has actually turned into such a ghastly state? Moreover, I clearly feel that I've killed him, but I still feel that he's alive. An existence that even sages can't kill. Who are you? Where did you come from? Which foreign sage attacked us? This sage stood on the street and looked around. The passerby deities all looked at the sage with eerie smiles. It was an indescribable ancient evil. Boom, they directly committed suicide, turning into cloud particles that filled the sky and exploding. They were clearly walking towards death, but the corners of their lips curled up, and their faces revealed a sense of satisfaction as if they had been redeemed by some supreme existence. It was an extremely unfathomable and strange expression. At the moment of their death, they gently opened their mouths, and it was as if the evil god was whispering, just as this sage stood on the street with his hands behind his back with a solemn expression, thinking that they were going to say some creepy words to carry out the evil god's message, he heard, "Play the game and be reborn from the undead." The latest version of the Burning Legion's expedition is currently online, and it's in progress. The few attendants who had attained the Tao felt terrible. They were originally prepared for battle and had even erected more than 10 layers of psyche defenses. As mighty beings who had attained the Tao, they had to guard against some indescribable evil god infection. They had to guard against the final measures left behind by the evil god's ravings to prevent their psyche powers from being corrupted and assimilated into those pale and stiff creatures. Yet, it was such a thing, they were dumbfounded. By the side, one of the attendants who had attained the Tao could not help but look at the sage. "Your Highness, this is," even though this saint was experienced and knowledgeable, he was a little silent. Standing on the street, he could not help but slowly exhale and said coldly, "These evil god civilizations love to act mysterious and sinister, purposely frightening the morale of the other civilizations. But this is the first time I've seen something like this." The surrounding sages hurriedly echoed in embarrassment. "I see. This evil god civilization is very extraordinary. Their evil is very different from ordinary people. The Burning Legion's expedition sounds extremely evil." They concealed the awkward atmosphere of being prepared for battle. The sage did not say a word. He was deep in thought. Game? In the midst of a war? What was the meaning behind the other party's words? As an ancient sage, he had seen all sorts of evil civilizations in the universe and heard of all sorts of strange transcendental worlds. Some evil gods, devils, and other civilizations infected the masses and transformed the various races, forming an evil army of calamities. But was this selling a game? Wasn't this a form of entertainment for powerful civilizations with technology? The sage pondered and said, "In the universe, there are evil civilizations that invade, infect, and turn into calamities, wreaking havoc in countless cosmos. After they break through to a rank 10 civilization, they will naturally rampage in the lands beyond the chaos heavens, infecting other civilizations. However, with the stability of the Bodhidharma, they have become rare." This was beyond the chaos heavens where sages resided. It was also where rank 10 civilizations resided. It was very normal for rank 10 civilizations to fight each other, just that it was rare. "Your Highness." By the side, a person who had attained the Tao said, "This evil civilization seems extremely strange. By assimilating them into these stiff, fair-skinned beings, although their combat strength would be greatly reduced, they would gain many strange powers. They do not fear death or pain, and they can even undergo quantum fission. They also seem to have all sorts of characteristics of the quantum. Is it a quantum biological virus?" The saint nodded and looked at the city. His voice was vast and sacred. "We found out too late. There was some kind of method that blocked the calculation of cause and effect. We couldn't calculate what happened during that period of time. I'm afraid that the gods here have all been infected. Only the level 9 cultivators and the saints haven't been infected." "What you're saying is that this virus is only effective against deities at most?" This trusted aide who had achieved enlightenment asked. The sage in front of him didn't deny it. With a dignified voice, he said, "There is a limit to the infection." The so-called viral infection was nothing more than twisting and assimilating the bloodline of living beings into their own race. It was very difficult to infect those who had perfected their Tao foundation. It was equivalent to having a leakless body. How could the other party succeed? Not to mention the saints. Indeed, any evil virus would have a limit of infection. In fact, that was the case. Even the 3 pillar gods could only infect those rank 9 bloodlines that didn't have a perfect Tao foundation. If there were 4 rank 9 bloodlines with perfect Tao foundation, their bloodlines wouldn't have any loopholes, and they wouldn't be able to twist one of them into the demon core bloodline of the pillar gods. Their understanding of this aspect couldn't be more correct. But was that really the case? Because the infection in front of them was just an illusion, this wasn't an infectious virus at all. Go find other saints and investigate how many of their outer Taoist rites were infected. This sage said. On the other side, the layout was like that of an internet cafe. We've been discovered. Saints. We can actually challenge the saints and escape unscathed. That's so cool. From now on, who do we need to be afraid of? We are players. The universe is our game world. Even the great saints are just NPCs that we can't defeat. Even if we are killed by them, we can be reborn. Computers were set up one after another, and many living beings sitting on black leather chairs were staring at the computer screens with intense fanaticism. This seemed to be an internet cafe, but the creatures online were all very strange. There were creatures of all shapes and sizes, and any one of them was a mighty deity, an invincible overlord of a planet. They were too excited to play computer games at this moment. In the past, it was very sullen to cultivate hard. They had to revere the saints, be respectful, and be careful. But what about now? They were indifferent to life and death, and they would fight if they were not satisfied. They even dared to challenge the saints, for these gods who came from the outer Taoist rites, they were originally the lowest subordinate civilization. They couldn't enter the Taoist rites and didn't have any sense of dependence on their suzerain, the level 10 civilization. They hadn't even entered the Taoist rites where their civilization was located, so how could they be willing to rely on them? Now, there was a kind of refreshing feeling of contentment. Boss, add more time. People kept coming to the front desk. In front of the cashier, Zhang Tong kept collecting money and shook her head. There are too many people. There are not enough computers for everyone. We can only open an internet cafe and let them take turns to go online, so that several people can share one computer. Zhang Tong chuckled and said, "Do you know why they are so passionate and fanatical? They started to cultivate harder and harder. Once they have a computer, their cultivation level will increase greatly." Many people started to break through continuously. Because they aren't afraid of death? A player asked. That's also one of the main reasons. Playing games is passionate, and cultivation is boring, Zhang Tong laughed. That's because their mentality is different. You play games with all your might. You don't know how long you play, but you feel very happy. Both sides are working hard and boring, so why? This player fell into deep thought. Zhang Tong laughed. Because games are a kind of entertainment, extremely happy entertainment. It's a kind of enjoyment. You can be happy and not afraid of death. You can enjoy the pleasure of becoming stronger without any worries. But what about cultivation? You have to tread on thin ice, tremble with fear, live a miserable life, cultivate, and slowly advance to the next level. Because they are radical, exploring to obtain resources, which means death. This player immediately understood. One was enjoyment, and the other was suffering. Zhang Tong smiled faintly. This land is lifeless, because they're too cowardly. Too lazy. Why? Because this is reality. Just like you on Earth, not lazy? In society, in school, you have to bow to your superiors, teachers, and leaders. Because you don't dare to be impudent, because you have to consider many things in reality. You only have one life. You are afraid of being expelled for skipping classes and leaving a bad record. What about your own life? But in reality, being a yes man and attacking online is the same logic. So this land is very cold, very lonely, very lifeless, and overflowing with lethargy. But now, we let them go wild. Flying wild. Everywhere we can be happy and take revenge. If they are unhappy, we fight. Crazy exploration. As for why they break through quickly? It's not only because they hunt without fear of death, but also because they obtain large amounts of resources. Previously, they were like cowards, but now they can be happy and have a clear mind. They feel invincible and are no longer afraid. Naturally, breaking through to the next level is fast. The more she spoke, the more excited she became. She spread her arms and exhaled. This is the Earth civilization of our era. After the inheritance of the two ancient civilizations of Buddhism and Taoism, it belongs to us players who personally created this extraordinary civilization. Our civilization fills the entire world with passion and bravery, all because of the waves. Flying wild, the extraordinary civilization we created offers vitality to the entire lethargic land, offers games to the entire chaotic land. This was the players' dream, it was also their plan for their own civilization. They had previously said that the small TV would be the greatest cornerstone for them to create a civilization. Previously, they had been accumulating, and now they finally began to develop. In front of them was the game extraordinary civilization of the contemporary Earth that belonged to them. The creation of a civilization must be in line with the spirit of the people of their own era. And this flying wild and passionate civilization happened to be in line with the spirit of their civilization. After all, the Buddhist and Taoist extraordinary system civilizations were ultimately the civilizations of the ancient people. They must have their own things, the golden spirit that belonged to their own era. This is our golden spirit, understand? Zhang Tong looked solemn. The player beside her actually did not understand. The description of the golden spirit of our civilization was too vague. Was it coquettish? Or wild? Or cheap? But the extraordinary civilization that belonged to Earth in the current era was still created. By the way, why are all the gods now afraid to infect the rank 9 Taoists? At this time, the player next to her asked, the evil virus indeed cannot transform the rank 9 Taoists, but after all, we are not really infecting them. We are roping them in. Making them unable to leave the computer. This is their greatest opportunity. Why don't they like to rope in rank 9 Taoists? This was also tempting to rank 9 Taoists. After all, what was the greatest fear of rank 9 Taoists? Sages, and this opportunity in front of them gave them a chance to get rid of their greatest fear. Even for rank 9 Taoists, getting rid of the sages and being open-minded would be of greater help to them. Because at present, there are no rank 9 computers. Zhang Tong shook her head and said, the descendants of my split sub-bodies can't surpass the realm of my main body. Now, the highest level of computer is rank 8. You must know that I am rank 8, so my split sub-bodies are only rank 7 computers. But with the accumulation of the original substance, they can directly take the technological upgrade route and quickly become a rank 8 Taoist computer, able to support rank 8 Taoists. So, the current rank 8 computers can be supplied. But what if these rank 8 computers are supported by rank 9 Taoists? Their quantum incarnations are only at the level of rank 8, so it's useless to them. This was very obvious. Whatever realm the little TV creature was at, it could help the experts of that realm. It was impossible for it to cross a realm and help them produce quantum battle bodies. If they couldn't let rank 9 Taoists produce quantum battle bodies of the same level, it wouldn't be beneficial to them, so they naturally wouldn't consider this problem at present. Zhang Tong continued, presumably, with our development to this extent, that Zhang Yuling is completely tempted. He knows how powerful we are. I am in rank 8 Taoist, and I'm already so terrifying. What if I were a rank 9 Taoist? Then my sub-bodies would be able to break through to rank 9, and I could also start to give birth to Taoist children. With the crazy help of a group of rank 9 Taoists, my 8th grade children would break through to rank 9 and become their personal computers, assisting these rank 9 Taoists in producing quantum battle bodies. What if I were a sage? I would give birth to rank 10 children. There's no need to prove my Tao at all. A crippled rank 10 without the bloodline of the great Tao is still a rank 10 computer, and I can also help sages produce sage-level quantum battle bodies. How terrifying was the meaning behind this? Her auxiliary bloodline was even more terrifying than the Earth Mother Ivy's. What was the situation outside the Chaos Heavens? A rank 10 civilization was solidified. Sages were unable to travel far. This was because they did not have a Bottomanda to protect them. If they were far from the Bottomanda, they would not be able to escape if they encountered an enemy countless times more terrifying than them. Therefore, sages feared death and did not dare stray too far from the Bottomanda. But now, if sages could also produce quantum battle bodies, they could just sit in the Bottomanda and look at the computer to travel far away, traversing any land and touring the world. At this moment, a player could not help but feel the horror as he mumbled, it's equivalent to them walking out of their snail shells, transforming into eagles and flying freely. How about seeing the truly vast Chaos Heavens beyond and seeing the outside world? Sages appear to be at the end of the great Tao, but how can they not yearn for the outside world? The moment they ascended, they rooted themselves here, living in a remote corner. They don't even know what the situation is like in the Chaos Heavens further away. They are like frogs in a well, yearning to see the prosperity of the outside world. His eyes gradually lit up as he turned more and more excited. At the same time, the weakness of the quantum battle bodies is their true bodies. However, their true bodies can be completely hidden in the Bottomanda. It's extremely safe, like a super metal lump. The Bottomanda is the perfect resurrection point for them. Perfect, it was absolutely perfect. This bloodline was just too alluring to these sages. This is the general trend of us players. We have been accumulating for so long. It's not impossible for our era's civilization to exceed the ancient Buddhist and Taoist civilizations. The more the player thought about it, the more excited he became. He mumbled, or it could be said that the Cosmic Garden's quantum bloodline is the true godly technique of this land. And we cloned their bloodline and plagiarized their bloodline, giving it to the experts of this land. Ahem. How can it be called plagiarism when it comes to scholars? Zhang Tong spat as his face blushed slightly. He grunted unhappily. We are only cloning their bloodline and contributing it to this land to benefit these Tier 10 civilizations. This is great news. On the forums. A hymn that belongs to our Earth. We will compose our poems beyond the chaos heavens. Previously, that transcendent ancient deity, Dicky, had always been in hiding, not wanting to expose the existence of our civilization. After all, the transcendent ancient deity was wary of a terrifying enemy, so we didn't have the chance to develop. But now, we have left the Buddhist civilization and donned our own avatars to develop freely. There's also a powerhouse. He's a good person and very magnanimous. He's helping us carry the burden. They felt that the spirit of their civilization could finally be expressed. They boarded high-speed trains that sped along at breakneck speeds. They could write their own civilization's epic. Suji's eyelids twitched. They really aren't afraid of being beaten to death by the sages of this land. Their guts are unimaginable. To poach from the sages. Even I wouldn't dare do such a thing. However, it's good that they are harming others. I can no longer accommodate these great Buddhas here. Suji felt that it was perfect to leave them to others to rear. After all, Old Wang was someone who focused on nurturing other existences. There was nothing wrong with that. Time passed. Dozens of days later, in the chaos heavens. All the sages knew that a terrifying calamity had secretly descended. It was to the point that 70% of the land had been unknowingly infected. This was extremely shocking. In fact, these monsters were still living peacefully in their original lands and cities. They continued living their original lives, looking no different. Some sages were enraged, feeling that it was a provocation. He had personally destroyed a city and wiped out all life on it. However, not long after, the deities continued to reappear on the ruins, rebuilt the city, and continued to live as if nothing had happened. This exuded intense gloom and horror. And these evil creatures that had been infected were unafraid of death. They were even more passionate about hunting. They went out to hunt, raise their realms, and search for resources. They called it leveling, fighting monsters, and tempering their skills. At the same time, they also loved going to the fishing grounds to temper their lifestyle, fishing. Fishing was an expensive lifestyle, and it was also an industry with high stakes. There was a saying, fishing for the poor, fishing for the rich. And this wasn't the most terrifying thing. The ones who found it most horrifying were the rank 9 Taoists who managed the cities. The strongest people in the border cities were gods, but the prosperous cities closer to the inland basically all had a level 9 Taoist as the city lord, and there were even more than one. At this time, they were sitting in the city lord's mansion and various trading and auction houses, feeling very nervous. They treat us as NPCs. Although I still have my daily routine, I have to report when I enter or leave the city, and I even pay taxes and resources regularly. But they don't respect us anymore. Ha ha ha, they're not afraid of us killing them. In their eyes, we've become quest NPCs? To them, we are just a game? A real-life game? They felt a bone-chilling cold. This was an unprecedented sense of unfamiliarity and fear. It was as if the entire city had changed. There were only a few living people left. The people they dealt with daily were corpses. They lived in a ghost city. Or rather, they felt some kind of dimensional difference. As Taoists, when they faced mere gods, who were powerful high-dimensional creatures, it was as if they were looking at a group of low-level snails. But now, it was the other way around, we're still incomparably powerful. It's as if we're looking at a group of low-level snails that we can easily crush. But this group of snails is looking at us coldly, as if we're the low-level creatures. The way they look at us shows that we're just high-level NPCs in a game that we can't beat. What on earth have they experienced? Game? What kind of game is this? What kind of creatures have they become? Players? How can they not die? What kind of method is this? At this time, the entire land was shaking. Some of the Taoists who weren't too mentally firm had already begun to think that their world had been fictitious from the start. They were just a group of NPCs that provided entertainment for some players, and they were some kind of virtual data. Their Taoist hearts were still unstable. Even the sages' expressions changed greatly. They felt an unimaginable danger. The gods everywhere were their backup forces, and this was equivalent to robbing their infant cradle. If there was a long-term accident, and there were no more experts to help them, their civilization would inevitably be short of manpower, but now, these Taoists were beginning to have their Taoist hearts become unstable. How vicious! They're trying to poach our people. We can't ignore this. This is a life and death situation. The other civilization has invaded our civilization. We must fight back. They began to join forces and use all kinds of unimaginable methods to deduce what was going on behind the scenes. More than a dozen saints of the Great Path joined forces in their own Taoist rites to deduce the other party's location. How terrifying was this? Even if the karmic connection was cut off, if the gap was too big, it would still be deduced. They didn't believe that there was a saint who could resist their joint deduction. Rumble, the whole land of chaos was shaking. Everyone knew that the saints were completely furious. The mighty power of heaven covered the whole land of chaos. At this moment, in the Taoist rites in the universe of the gray space, several quantum grandmasters were dumbfounded. This is too strong. This momentum is enough to kill us. After all, no matter how strong they were, even if they could fight saints with 2 or 3 bloodlines, they were just saints of the Great Path with 1 bloodline. That's all there is to it. Renamenka looked up at the sky and said calmly. Suji had his hands behind his back, but he was actually a little dumbfounded. He thought to himself, this is too terrifying. My insect race is too weak now. It's still possible to form my insect race's protective shield against 1 or 2 saints. But now, it's like a piece of paper, easily pierced through. Then, I'll be found and beaten to death. After all, the difference in strength was too great. Suji only had 2 saints of the Great Path on his side, and they both had the same bloodline. Even if they could fight above their level, they could only be ranked in the middle among these saints. Their opponents were all saints with 2 or 3 bloodlines, and 2 of them were even the most terrifying veteran saints with 5 bloodlines. When they joined forces, the insectoid shield would certainly be shattered. Fortunately, I'm just watching from the side. These players are too good at looking for trouble. I can't protect them. Suji's eyes widened in fear. How could the might of a saint be easily offended? At this moment, Zhang Yiling was also scared out of his wits as he stared blankly at the sky. He was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that he would attract such a big force. On the other side, the true form of the multidimensional saint was also anxious, and his mind was blank. Looking at such a vast force, he even had the urge to give up on his side and fight against himself in this parallel universe. It was not that he couldn't resist, but if he did, his true forms in this parallel universe would be seriously injured. It was not that he didn't have enemies in this parallel universe, and it was very dangerous for him to be seriously injured. Once he was discovered, he might even die. His mind spun frantically. If it was before, I might have given up. But in this parallel universe, the fortuitous opportunities I've obtained are enormous. If I can withstand this battle, I'll be able to devour many things in this land of saints and develop rapidly. I might even be on equal footing with them as a level 9 Taoist. These 2 bloodlines are very heaven-defying. He was silent for a moment and finally decided to make a move. The will of multiple elements secretly descended and cut off all the karma of those things, making it impossible for them to investigate no matter what methods they used. On the other side, a great existence spat out a mouthful of saint blood, looking dispirited. If it were in this universe, he could easily crush those ants, but the consumption was still too great. What was going on? At this moment, those saints who had joined hands were also completely shaken. They felt that there was a huge dark hand obstructing them, and they couldn't calculate the opponent's karma or track down the opponent's background. Couldn't find out, what kind of existence was this? Therefore, they were forced into a corner. They felt that it was impossible for them to not be able to find out the opponent's background, so they could only announce it to the entire land. That saint behind the scenes has begun to descend on this land. What is his intention? Why not come and meet us? Sir, what do you want to do? You can discuss it with us. At this moment, Suji was eating some fruits at the side as he watched the battle between the big shots from both sides. Even the vibrations from the battle could be felt. When he saw this scene, he could not help but be dumbfounded. This works too? Suji was shocked. These sages working together to deduce with all their might was no joke. This was equivalent to a battle between sages with all their might. A battle between sages was no longer limited to a face-to-face confrontation. They could already scheme from afar, check each other's karma, and probe each other's foundation. The dozen or so sages in front of him had experienced a bloody battle. They had fought with all their might and were thoroughly enraged, wanting to repel the enemy. Their injuries were definitely not light. Even though the extent of their injuries was not as serious as the nine-headed ancient mother who had fled after being beaten by Su Ji, it should not be too far off. This is too terrifying. Is this the power of a multidimensional saint? Su Ji blinked and sat in the dojo, eating some fruit. He shook his head and said, I can't afford to offend him. I really can't afford to offend him. Luckily, I didn't do anything to that little fatty. At the same time, these sages were fighting with all their might. It was simply terrifying. This is too terrifying. Medusa was also looking at the sky with an excited expression. Therefore, all of you should know that the so-called 8th-level deities and 9th-level deities are all weaklings. The door to true experts will only open after becoming a sage, at the 10th level. Rian Imansa warned seriously, becoming a sage of a universe is the world of true experts. Yes. Yes. They nodded. On the other side, Zhang Yuling's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he looked at the sky. He was scared out of his wits. It was only after a period of time that he heard the sages admit defeat that he heaved a sigh of relief. He collapsed onto the ground and muttered, It's too exciting, it's really too exciting, life is so exciting. A chicken can turn into a phoenix. Zhang Tong was also frightened. After all, she was really gambling with her life. If Zhang Yuling was discovered, they would not be able to escape. After all, their main bodies were here, so they would die for sure, but they still had to gamble. They gambled that the multidimensional saints would be willing to help. After all, they were in a parallel universe and would not be willing to abandon their powerful race. And now, they had won the gamble. They had successfully risen. This was an unimaginable method, a miracle. After all, how many years had they been in this land? He was about to kill a group of sages and make them submit. Could ordinary existences do that? This method of theirs was like giving them a lever that could directly move the earth. They soared into the sky, leaping across countless realms of civilization. You want us to obediently grow up step by step, that's impossible. Leader, from now on, you're one of the overlords of this area. Even the sages have to act according to your will. Zhang Tong said, they've already admitted defeat and want you to meet them. Zhang Yuling quivered and said excitedly, admit defeat and act according to my instructions? After all, his memories were sealed, and he was only a young genius now. At this moment, he was completely agitated. He was just a level 9, and the sages were going to lower their heads to him? Yes. Zhang Tong said seriously, you just need to hide your identity and cultivation level. In fact, under our operations, we'll sell them games and computers, and they'll also benefit from it. At that time, they'll definitely follow your lead, and you'll become the leader of the saints. Zhang Yuling's eyes erupted with a resplendent golden radiance. All the sages would be led by him, a level 9, they would listen to him. This was simply a heaven-defying and exaggerated move. However, at this moment, Zhang Yuling was extremely intelligent. He knew that this seemingly impossible thing was already possible. He had already guessed the future. In this land of sages, he would become their leader, as long as he had the core authority. At this moment, he suddenly felt that all the fear and trepidation he had experienced before was worth it. He had made a huge bet, and it had directly succeeded. From now on, he would be like a fish in the sea. At first, I thought that I would slowly hide my cultivation level and slowly raise my cultivation level as a level 9, and then have tens of thousands of years. I didn't expect that now. Zhang Yuling muttered to himself, "It looks like I'm doing pretty well." Zhang Tong smiled slightly. "It's all because of your good leadership." This was an overt plot. It was unrealistic to deceive these existences. Mao Xiaoming's plan had always been a win-win situation. He secretly took advantage of them, and the other party also benefited greatly. Zhang Yuling, who was in front of him, had indeed fought hard and risen in an instant, obtaining an unimaginably huge opportunity. He, a level 9, had the opportunity to unify the sages and build his own sage dynasty here. He was only a level 9 Daoist. Such an incredible thing had actually been achieved because of various backgrounds, coincidences, and hard conditions. "It's time for you to meet those sages," Zhang Tong said. On the other side, in the entire Great Path fishery, several sages looked grim as they communicated with each other. They had suspected that it was the masters of these fisheries who did it. After all, there were very few sages from the outside world. However, they quickly ruled out this possibility because the other party had vaguely mastered the time rule. It was easy to tell that they had a different direction of Tao proving. "We asked that sage to communicate here. I wonder if he will come." Old man Huaya smiled. The black-robed saint looked grim. "He should come. It's very difficult for sages to kill each other, so he will definitely show up. After all, he has spent so much energy on this land, so he must have a plot against us. I've heard of the disaster-type foreign level 10 civilization before, but I didn't expect that he would come to our land." There was a lot of discussion around. They were seriously injured in this battle and needed a long time to recuperate. However, they might not give in. They knew that both sides would definitely suffer great losses. Besides, even if they were injured and recuperated in the Taoist field, the other party couldn't invade. Then, these sages looked at Diqi and asked, "What do you think?" Diqi looked very calm as he said, "If I'm not wrong, that existence is also a level 10 civilization who is pursuing this ancient relic. However, I didn't expect that he had already succeeded and obtained a heaven-defying bloodline, which is why he could make these mutations." "Oh?" Everyone looked sideways. Diqi explained, "The neighboring fishery, and a few other sages have actually been travelers in this land. We have been pursuing this ancient relic along the coastline. Although we have some achievements, we have never found a truly powerful ancient bloodline. Recently, the ginseng fruit bloodline appeared, which is one of the most powerful bloodlines." Speaking of the ginseng fruit, Diqi was very envious. "I have traveled to many places and found this place, but I have never found a truly powerful bloodline. I didn't expect that some creatures here could catch one so easily. What a great opportunity." The surrounding sages immediately understood. A sage comforted him. "Some of your subordinates have also caught the ginseng fruit and obtained the bloodline within it." Diqi had also arranged for someone to pretend to have obtained it. Diqi shook his head. "However, I have been searching for a long time, but you guys obtained it without any effort. As for those travelers, although some civilizations have been disappearing over the years, I didn't expect that someone would still obtain a certain bloodline from them." "Are you talking about the infected quantum creature?" Sage Huaya hesitated slightly. "Speaking of which, it does seem a little similar. Could it be that a certain sage obtained a certain bloodline from the ancient residents? If that was really the case, the bloodline contained in this dojo was even more worth looking forward to. After all, there was an existence in front of them who had obtained it and caused such a huge storm, brazenly attacking them." At this moment, a voice suddenly came from outside the dojo. "An existence has come to seek an audience." After a while, Zhang Yuling walked in, full of mettle. He had naturally come with his quantum battle body. He looked at the surrounding saints and smiled, saying, "Why do you all have to be so hostile toward me? I've come here with no intention of fighting. I'm here to give these mortals an opportunity." The sages were slightly enraged. "You've taken away all the transcendent cities outside of our dojo. Is that supposed to be an opportunity for you? This person is extremely shameless." Even Diqi thought to himself, this little fatty is indeed shameless and thick-skinned. Those players did not dare to fool him. They were very precise and only made him more aggressive and unrestrained. Zhang Yuling did not say much and simply said, "Everyone, you think that I infected them with some kind of virus. In fact, this is not a virus. Our ability is to create an avatar for them. And their original bodies have long been brought to a certain world by us. So, what we are seeing is their avatar? Not a zombie? An infected undead demon? Elder Huaya frowned. And this avatar is immortal and has special quantum characteristics? That's right. It's so easy to talk to smart people. Zhang Yiling laughed and took out more than 10 computers. He distributed them to the sages and said, "Take a look and play with the Burning Legion's expedition." The sages were so powerful that they immediately tried to entangle a quantum avatar. However, the avatar could only be a level 8 deity. It was useless against them. This is interesting. This computer is actually a computer soil creature that can cultivate. It's extremely weak but has a heaven-defying support-type bloodline. A sage said, since it's not infected by a virus, it means that those who become enlightened also use this computer? If it's a level 9 computer, it can entangle a level 9 body? That's right, Zhang Yiling said with a smile. That level 10 computer can even be used by us sages? A sage's breathing quickened. It can create an avatar of a sage? If there were avatars of sages who were not afraid of death, they could leave the dojo and see the outside world. This was too shocking to them. It's a pity that we only have a level 8 deity's mother computer now. When it advances to level 9, its descendants will also be able to break through to level 9. The level 9 cultivators under you who become enlightened will also be able to play this game. Zhang Yiling's lips curled up into a smile. All the sages were extremely shocked. Only level 8, the other party must have just obtained this race and bloodline, otherwise, as long as it developed slightly, it would definitely not be this realm. They recalled Diqi's words. It was likely that he had obtained a similar bloodline from the ancient ruins before them, and a mere level 8 computer had caused such a stir in their land of sages. The strategic effect of this bloodline was not something that could be measured by normal standards. They were instantly heartbroken, but also secretly jealous. If they had the opportunity to obtain this bloodline and cause such a stir, they would be the ones. Moreover, the other party had clearly come to cooperate with them. After all, once that computer advanced to level 9 or even level 10, it would be unimaginable to the sages. Your Excellency, are you going to promote this computer? A sage smiled. Yes, there are benefits and no harm. Zhang Yiling, the little fatty, smiled foolishly. When you see those deities, you should know how helpful it is to cultivation. In the future, the possibility of experts dying is almost zero. At the same time, after a period of time, the sages will also be able to travel far. You know what this means. Zhang Yiling's face was resplendent as he looked into the distance with great ambitions. Sages, you can travel far, go out, see other worlds. In fact, you can even send your undying deities and enlightened cultivators to conquer other sages' lands. As long as we join forces and form an alliance, we will be a sage empire. Our territory can continue to expand. Expand outward? The sages were alarmed. They could not travel far, but if they could solve this problem perfectly, they could travel far without fear of death, and every sage's dojo was an invincible respawn point. The players under them could level up, play games, and go on expeditions. Everyone, this is the expedition of the Burning Legion. Zhang Yiling's eyes were burning as he looked at the sages, including Diqi. He said, and I am not talented, but I hold the core computer game in my hands. This powerful infectious civilization can reluctantly become the leader of this sage empire. End of chapter 1204. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.